The general election came to an end. Trump unexpectedly won, and the situation changed dramatically. After the election, Ying Jiang's attitude towards Long was suddenly turned cold, and his sharp edge was revealed. The development of science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom is difficult, as if an invisible hand is setting restrictions everywhere and blocking every step of the way. What's even more troublesome is that Yingjiang has deployed a long-range missile base in Jiaopanji and even roped in Filipino servants to sign a mutual defense treaty. The blockade is about to begin, and the Iron Curtain is gradually falling. Dragon Kingdom, there is no way out. We can only catch up, accelerate the H-20 project, break the blockade, and break through. And I, Xinyi, am just a fledgling preliminary researcher with a blank piece of paper and no scientific research experience. But the blood cannot be extinguished. I issued a military order to the leader. Within 2 months, we would win the H-20 project. However, reality poured cold water on me. The leader rejected the application and bluntly said that I was overestimating my abilities, and the road to promotion seemed to come to an abrupt end. Just when I was feeling frustrated, a mysterious system came quietly and bound itself to me silently. Complex drawings are analyzed one by one. Tedious scientific research processes are simplified by the system. Those unattainable cutting-edge technologies are now within reach. 3 months later, the military technology competition between the United States and the Dragon Kingdom kicked off. That day, I personally piloted the H-20, which I had developed and upgraded, and soared into the sky. The world was shocked, and the scientific research community was in an uproar. No one thought that the young man who was once regarded as an unknown person would turn the tide in this competition and rewrite history. In November 2024, in the suburbs of Yingjiang, there was an experimental base with a solemn atmosphere. The researchers were filled with worry, and the big screen was broadcasting the news. When President Trump was reelected, his first decision was to completely block Dragon's technology, especially in the fields of aviation and aerospace, in an effort to completely suppress Dragon's development. Blockades, military exercises, missile bases, one after another are coming towards us. This is to force us to kneel down. The dean's face was heavy, and he threw the latest intelligence on the table. The meeting room was deathly silent, so depressing that it made people feel breathless. I sat in the corner, my eyes falling on the words on the corner of the table. Dedicate your life to forging swords for the country. The dean cleared his throat and said, the development of the H-20 jet engine must be accelerated. Who will take on this task? The air froze, and no one spoke. This was cutting-edge technology, and who would dare to touch it without real strength? Instructor Su Feng stood up and said, let me try. The dean shook his head. Old Su, your skills are fine, but you are too cautious. We can't afford to waste time. Everyone looked at each other, and the task became a hot potato. At this moment, the dean's phone vibrated and an encrypted text message flashed. Yingjiang and many other countries are about to conduct military exercises, and Long Guo is facing a big test of technological blockade. I clenched my fists and broke the silence. I'll do it. Focusing his eyes, the instructor was stunned. Xinyi, are you a preparatory researcher? Someone sneered. Stop it, the laboratory equipment is in such bad condition. Why are you still using the H-20? Wang Qiming even sneered. Dean, let him take over such a big project. I'm afraid he won't even be able to assemble a single part. I remained unmoved and looked directly at the dean. I am confident and would like to issue a military order. If this fails, I will voluntarily withdraw from the scientific research community and never set foot in the laboratory. The whole audience was shocked. Wang Qiming snorted coldly. Okay, I'll let you pick it up. Don't cry then. The instructor was anxious. Xinyi, don't be impulsive. But I know that this time I must stand up for my country and my family. My father lost one of his hands due to an attack by a Filipino servant. What I want to do is not only the H-20, but also a robotic arm that can replace my father's arm. In my mind, I silently shouted, analyze the H-20 jet device technology. Ding. The analysis of the jet device of future fighter aircraft is in progress and is expected to be completed in 10 hours. I took the drawing from the dean and prepared to fight. Wang Qiming took the opportunity to win over people's hearts. Everyone, this kind of project requires resources. I hope everyone will support me. In an instant, his desk was filled with rare earth materials, aluminum alloys, and internal combustion engine parts. And I was alone, holding a drawing, in the warehouse of the experimental base. Wang Qiming held the research drawings with a trace of sarcasm on his lips and glanced around me. Chunyi, I hope you won't regret issuing the military order in 2 days. Do you really think you can catch up with me with just a few books? His tone was light, as if he was teaching a lesson to an ignorant child. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible to avoid wasting materials. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left with a group of his men. He left in a hurry, and his back was full of confidence and victory. The dean came over and pressed a rusty warehouse key into my hand. The materials are all here. Don't waste them. If you can't make it, take it as a lesson. If you can make it. He paused, his voice gaining some weight. The national level mentor will personally review it, and the excellent plans will be directly included in the development plan of the H-20. I nodded solemnly and took the key. My fighting spirit was completely ignited. When I moved the materials into the old laboratory that looked like a museum, even the paint on the door had fallen off, and there were several yellowed principles of aeronautics piled in the corner. I calmed down, analyzed the jet device technology. Ding! 9 hours of analysis remaining. Learning can speed up the analysis. I rummaged through the old materials piled in the corner of the laboratory. I could flip through the books faster than an e-reader. The boring technical data was like gold in my eyes. I wanted to dig out every detail and ponder it over and over again. At this time, a scientific researcher passing by outside the door accidentally caught a glimpse of my diligence and was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but turn around and ran to Wang Qiming. Brother Qiming, that kid just started chewing books now. Wang Qiming laughed out loud after hearing this. Crafting for the moment? No wonder no one thinks highly of him. There were bursts of laughter in the laboratory, and some people laughed so hard that they hit the table. If you treat the national project as a temporary surprise for the exam, Shenyi is probably going to create a new joke. I was too lazy to pay attention to them, and continued to study hard until the system prompt sounded again. Bye! The host studied for 4 hours, and the analysis was completed ahead of schedule. A complete blueprint of the jet device appeared in my mind, with details as clear as if it were drawn by hand. I immediately put the book down, picked up the pen, and started sketching out the design of the jet device on paper. Every stroke was precise and smooth, and in the end, I presented a futuristic jet device that went beyond the content of any technical manual. As night fell, the only sounds in the lab were the roar of equipment, sparks flying, and the robotic arms moving at high speed. 3 hours later, the metal frame took shape, and the device took shape. The fan blades are made, and the analysis progress is 100%. Aluminum alloy fusion is successful, and the analysis progress is 100%. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, looked at the small jet device in front of me, and the corners of my mouth rose slightly. The next day, in the experimental hall, everyone gathered around the 2 jet devices discussing things. Wang Qiming's installation occupies the center of the hall. It is heavy and huge, like a beast ready to pounce. My device is just covered with red cloth, so low-key that it looks like a decoration. Wang Qiming glanced at it and sneered. So small? I'm afraid it can't even power the fan. National-level tutor Yi Feng walked into the laboratory accompanied by the dean and Su Feng, and the crowd quickly made way. Yi Fengxian stopped in front of Wang Qiming's device and nodded slightly. The shape and structure are both aerodynamic. The design is good. It can be seen that you put a lot of effort into it. Wang Qiming smiled slightly and made a gesture of invitation. Teacher, the actual combat effect is the key. He pressed the start button, flames gushed out, the roar was deafening, and the whole hall seemed to be shaking slightly. But after more than 10 minutes, the device stalled and a burning smell filled the air. Yi Feng applauded. It's very stable, and the materials are carefully selected. The dean nodded repeatedly and praised. Wang Qiming's machine has indeed reached the experimental standards. Everyone echoed. As expected of Wang Qiming, steady and cautious. Just when everyone thought the outcome was settled, I walked forward and pointed at the small device covered with a red cloth. The fuel consumption is too high, the acceleration is slow, and the duration is short. The injection device is not about size, but performance. I counted the flaws in Wang Qiming's device and lifted my red cloth. This is the best jet device. Yi Feng frowned slightly and walked forward to take a closer look, but when he saw the small size of the device, the expectation on his face quickly dissipated, grandstanding. The dean covered his forehead with his hands with a complicated expression, and the others simply turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch any longer. Wang Qiming chuckled. That's it? It doesn't even have enough horsepower to start. How can we compete? Yi Feng shook his head and was about to leave. But just as he stepped out of the laboratory, a low and continuous roar suddenly sounded, and everyone turned around abruptly. In the middle of the hall, I stood in front of the small jet device covered with a red cloth. My fingertips gently pressed the start button, my eyes calm and determined. Boom! The golden flames suddenly gushed out, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, and the air seemed to be torn apart by the heat. The flames cut through the sky, leaving a dazzling tail flame, like a meteor passing through the sky. I pressed the speed-up button without hesitation. The nozzle expanded rapidly, and the flame expanded like an explosion, as if the entire experimental hall was on fire. The ground shook, and my heart skipped a beat. Before everyone could come to their senses, I had already switched modes. The jet went out instantly, and the air was sucked in frantically. The next second, an invisible hurricane swept out. Whoosh! The wind howled, rolling up papers and recorders, making them fly like snow. However, this storm-like force was surprisingly silent. Stealth mode? The Dean gasped and stared at the device in disbelief. It completely meets the stealth combat requirements of the H-20. Mr. Yi involuntarily took a step forward, his eyes fixed on the device. I pressed the third button, and tiny sparks burst out of the nozzle, accompanied by a low roar. The flame and air combination mode was activated, and the flames spurted out again, so stable that it seemed to be able to work continuously for hours. I pulled out the key, picked up a hammer, and smashed it down. Sparks flew everywhere, but the device was intact. Then I simply picked up the flamethrower and sprayed the hot flames at the surface of the device, but there was not even a trace of burning left. The hall was silent, as if even everyone's heartbeat was infinitely magnified. Mr. Ye's eyes sparkled, and he patted my shoulder excitedly. Dual power jet, flame assist, air-based speed, and fuel efficiency increased by at least 30%. Shenyi, how did you do it? I shrugged and raised the corners of my mouth slightly. You can do whatever you want. The researchers were collectively silent, with the corners of their mouths twitching. Mr. Yi said in a deep voice, fire protection, shock resistance, triple speed increase. The fuel utilization rate is as high as 72%. This technical level far exceeds the existing equipment, and it is not easy to achieve 50%. The researchers were shocked. Real or false? 72%? This device can also be switched invisibly. It is a combat-level product. Bye! Congratulations to the host for independently completing the production of technological products, and will be rewarded with a stealth fighter blueprint. When I heard the prompt, I couldn't help but sigh. If I had been given more opportunities to practice, I would have gotten this reward long ago. Mr. Yi walked forward excitedly and held my hand tightly. This H-20 jet device is perfect. On behalf of the Scientific Research Institute, I invite you to participate in the research and development of the H-20. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom and Yingjiang technology and military affairs will develop in 3 months. What do you think about participating in the competition as a reserve member? There was an uproar in the hall. Directly participate in national-level projects and even represent on expeditions. I agreed without hesitation. It is the duty of scientific researchers to forge swords for the country. Mr. Yi repeatedly praised. Good. The country needs talents like you. But at this moment, Wang Qiming suddenly stood up, his face full of anger, and he clenched his fists. I don't accept it. Why is he a preparatory researcher? And the materials he uses are better than mine. If I have the same resources, I can also make it. The dean sneered. Shenyi used ordinary materials, but you used top-notch materials assigned by the Research Institute. Wang Qiming was speechless. Inside the laboratory, whispers began to rise, and everyone looked at him with a bit of contempt. Wang Qiming shouted unwillingly, Let's compete again. A real-life battle of stealth fighter technology. I glanced at him and said lazily, Sorry, I don't have time. The research on the H-20 is more important. I'm too lazy to play with you. Mr. Yi watched quietly without trying to stop me, as if he wanted to take this opportunity to see what I was doing. It's settled. Yi Lao said calmly. 7 days later, for the square showdown, I will apply for 2 batches of the same materials. The news spread quickly. The news of the successful development of the H-20 jet engine shocked the whole country and shocked the international community. When Dragon Country showed off its cutting-edge technology, some countries with ill intentions immediately restrained themselves. However, some people in China who worship foreign things sneered at it, thinking it was just exaggerated propaganda, and that dragon country could not possibly lead the world. The next morning, Wang Qiming and I went to the warehouse together. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a pile of various materials, the most eye-catching of which is a curtain covering a huge object. Yifeng lifted the curtain, pointed at the pile of materials, and said, "This is the unmanned helicopter that was airlifted in yesterday, and some core materials for stealth fighters." After he finished speaking, he added, "You can make fine adjustments to the helicopter, and the results will be revealed on the playground in 7 days. The whole process will be recorded on video. This arrangement undoubtedly saves costs and shortens research and development time. Unmanned helicopters are used as the test vehicle for this test. The technology can be transferred to fighter jets and even bombers, which is very challenging." Wang Qiming took a deep breath and said confidently, "With the same experimental materials, I will definitely win this time." He was confident that he had an 80% chance of winning even without the help of his predecessor's experimental data. He glanced at me, but found that I was still absent-minded, just staring at the materials in a daze. Soon, Yifeng arranged for someone to deliver the helicopter and materials to our research institute, respectively. Wang Qiming went to work right away after returning to the lab. He skillfully used his experience to polish the helicopter and put a lot of effort into optimizing the invisible materials. Almost every day, the entire lab was filled with various manufacturing sounds. In comparison, I seemed much more outrageous. I spent the whole day either reading books or looking for information, shuttling back and forth between research institutes. I didn't seem to be nervous at all in preparing for the competition. Others may think that I am preparing for the college entrance examination instead of participating in a scientific research competition. In fact, I already had a complete blueprint of the stealth fighter, and I was very sure of it. As time passed, Yifeng became anxious, worried that I hadn't even started. He even suspected that the success of the jet device last time might have been achieved by copying homework, and there was no real skill at all. It was not until the day before the competition that I put down the book and officially started making invisible materials. First, I drew up a detailed design based on the blueprint in my mind, which included core technologies such as stealth, anti-detection, defense, and attack. Then I started making invisible materials. Graphene refining, expected to be completed in 20 minutes. Analysis progress. 81%, 100%. Photovoltaic material extraction is in progress. Expected to be completed in 40 minutes. Analysis progress. 61%, 100%. Microelectromagnetic quantum waves are being integrated. Expected to be completed in 10 minutes. Analysis progress. 93%, 100%. In less than 2 hours, the invisible material solution was successfully prepared. Thanks to my previous learning, I was able to compress the process, which originally took 4 hours, into half the time. Next, I started to fine-tune the unmanned helicopter. Adding attack program. Estimated completion time. 3 hours. Parsing progress. 23%, 100%. Adding anti-detection technology. Estimated to be completed in 2 hours. Analysis progress. 61%, 100%. Testing infrared detection technology. Estimated to be completed in 1 hour. Analysis progress. 52%, 100%. 12 hours later, the helicopter was in like new condition, almost as good as a fighter jet. Finally, I covered it with an invisible coating, and the original white body instantly turned black, hidden in the night sky. On the morning of the 7th day, 2 unmanned helicopters were placed on the playground. One was black, and the other was white, which was very eye-catching. Wang Qiming and I stood next to the helicopter respectively, holding the controller. Next to us were Yifeng, Su Feng, and the dean who were looking forward to it. At the beginning of the game, Wang Qiming took the lead in launching the drone. Amidst the roar, his helicopter took off smoothly, and the radar and infrared detection equipment were turned on. Not long after, a red that appeared on the big screen. The radar detected the target. 19 minutes and 21 seconds, speed measured at Mach 0.1. Wang Qiming's stealth skills are pretty good. The researchers who were watching started talking about it. Someone said, "Wang Qiming is stable this time. Shenyi only took action on the last day. How could it be completed?" Others mocked disdainfully. Arrogance is synonymous with Shenyi. Yifeng also frowned and sighed. "We only started making it on the last day. It is simply impossible to make good, invisible materials." The dean nodded slightly and recognized Wang Qiming's achievements. I stood on the demonstration stage, and everyone's eyes were fixed on me. I just smiled slightly and thought to myself, "Don't be impatient. It will be you who have a swollen face later. I slowly started the controller, and the unmanned helicopter suddenly rushed into the sky. The Dean immediately turned on the detection equipment, and the radar kept scanning the sky, trying to capture the helicopter. However, the screen was blank. The helicopter was still high in the sky, and everyone could see it clearly with the naked eye, but the radar showed no reaction. The next second, I lightly pressed a button on the controller, and the helicopter disappeared without a trace from everyone's sight. Radar and infrared, all of them are out of service. A moment later, the helicopter appeared out of thin air above everyone's heads, as if it had never left. There was an uproar at the scene. Someone gasped. Double air stealth system? It's divided into 2 levels, line of sight and radar. I continued to control the helicopter, and a missile slowly popped out from under it, dragging a red light straight to the ground. A roar exploded over the institute, dirt flew, and smoke filled the air. When the smoke cleared, a bomb crater with a diameter of nearly 10 meters suddenly appeared, and a strong smell of gunpowder still lingered in the air. But it wasn't over yet. The radar screen suddenly began to creak, and all the infrared equipment suddenly failed. Apparently, I had activated some kind of electronic jammer. Press the button again, and the helicopter spins at high speed, producing a violent sonic boom and leaving a trail of afterimages above the playground. The screen clearly shows Mach 0.6, 6 times the speed of an ordinary helicopter. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed. The helicopter began to slow down, but then it continued to flip, fly sideways, and dive in the air, performing various difficult flying maneuvers smoothly and with incredible stability. It seemed as if I was playing with aerodynamics at this moment. Isn't the endurance of this helicopter too outrageous? 3 hours have passed, and it's still flying. Someone widened his eyes. The point is, the tank is only half full. The person next to him couldn't help but add. After the drone slowly landed, I released the aerial footage I had just taken. It was so high definition that even the ants on the ground were clearly visible. It was 360 degrees without blind spots, as if I was filming a movie. Everyone was silent for a few seconds, with only one thought in their minds. How can this be a helicopter? This is clearly a fighter jet. Applause and cheers suddenly sounded like thunder. Sin Jini, transform a helicopter into a fighter jet and be proficient in speed, stealth, and attack. There is only one person who can do scientific research, and that is Xinyi. It's so ruthless. With this technology, you can fight a company alone on the battlefield. Wang Qiming was silent for a moment and finally walked up to me and stretched out his hand helplessly. I'm convinced, Xinyi. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have questioned your skills before. I apologize to you. Seeing that he was about to bow, I reached out and held his shoulders. It's not necessary. We are all engaged in scientific research. It is normal to compete for the country. Isn't this also an exchange and learning? The Dean and Mr. Yi nodded frequently with happy smiles on their faces. This is the demeanor a scientific researcher should have. The Dean praised. Xinyi, you did a very good job this time. We will report your stealth technology immediately for the country to evaluate. Mr. Yi quickly uploaded the demonstration record to the national security system and made a phone call. Minister Jiang, we have discovered a top-notch stealth technology here. The data and video have been sent over. Please take a look at it when you have time. On the other end, Minister Jiang put down the phone and clicked on the video. 2 hours later, his office was already filled with experts from various fields. Is this a helicopter? It can evade radar and has anti-reconnaissance capabilities. Is this true? Minister Jiang, this technology is too amazing. Who invented it? Minister Jiang said solemnly. The video is not fake. But this matter involves national security. Let's sign a confidentiality agreement first. Everyone hurriedly signed the agreement, but they had already made up their minds. No matter who modified the helicopter, they must recruit this person into their team. A moment later, all the experts present signed a confidentiality agreement. Minister Jiang then displayed the data in the video in front of everyone. At first, the experts looked calm. After all, the video was just a simple demonstration and did not cause much stir. However, when those real and detailed data appeared before their eyes, the atmosphere in the conference room froze instantly. Data is the most direct and impactful evidence. Professor Ying Jiang stared at the data for a long time, frowned and broke the silence. Minister Jiang, are you sure there is nothing wrong with this data? The fuel utilization rate has reached 72%? This has broken the ceiling of existing technology. Professor Lu Qin nodded repeatedly. That's right. And the speed of this helicopter can reach zero point 0.6 Mach? You know, the fastest helicopter in the world is only 0.25 Mach. This data is too unreal. Other professors also expressed doubts, thinking that these data were simply too outrageous and even a bit far-fetched. Minister Jiang exhaled slowly. I understand everyone's doubts. I couldn't believe it at first, but this is the data that Mr. Yi took and extracted personally. Moreover, the shooting location is the Northern Yingjiang Experimental Center. He paused, glanced at everyone, and said firmly, "These 2 points are enough to prove the authenticity of the video. I will announce the producer's information later." As soon as he finished speaking, he placed a piece of investigation information on the table. Everyone looked down and saw clearly written on the document. Xin Yi, 24 years old, his mother died young, and his father raised him alone. He lost an arm due to work. He has been engaged in scientific research for 1 year and has a bachelor's degree. The conference room fell into a deadly silence. If this technology was developed by an experienced expert, everyone would understand. But the problem is, this is actually a young man in his early 20s. In the field of scientific research, you are just on the right track when you are 30 years old, and I have already achieved such amazing results at this age. Gifted, this word is no longer enough to describe me. However, they are surprised, and some experts still have reservations. You are too young. It is inevitable to make people suspicious. Finally, it was unanimously decided to invite me to the capital. If this technology is true, it would be of great significance and could even elevate the country's air defense capabilities to a new level. Many of the technologies on this helicopter have the potential to be applied to military aircraft such as fighter jets and bombers. However, it is obviously unrealistic to directly ask for technology. After all, the research and development of these technologies is not easy, and the energy and funds consumed are immeasurable. Therefore, it is better to invite me to Kyoto first and discuss it slowly. Minister Jiang then announced, I have dispatched 10 helicopters and 100 armed soldiers to Yunqing to pick up Xin Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, the professors immediately exploded. Ask the admissions director of our school to follow him. Maybe Xin Yi is interested in our school. Our research institute has also sent someone there. Maybe you'll be interested in our project. Let our representatives from Qingbei, Central China, cannot fall behind. Professors scrambled for fear of missing out on this genius. As long as I join, no matter the school or the research institute, I can rise to the top and reach new scientific research peaks. The scene gradually got out of control and became very noisy. At this time, in the research institute in Yunqing, just after the competition, Mr. Yi took me to the laboratory. Mr. Yi sighed and looked at the old equipment around him. Under such conditions, you can still develop stealth technology. It's really hard for you. I smiled calmly. In fact, it's the same wherever you do scientific research. It doesn't matter if the equipment is outdated, but the heart cannot be outdated. I believe that a patriotic heart will never be outdated. After hearing this, Mr. Yi was very pleased. I am relieved that you have such awareness. I will leave for Kyoto tomorrow to participate in the overall production of the H-20. He paused, then revealed a hint of cunning. However, first quietly go to the National Defense University to register. I will arrange a teaching position for you, and then take you to the research headquarters. I frowned. Teacher? I don't really want to be a teacher. It's such a waste of time. I just want to concentrate on scientific research. Don't worry, there's only one class a week. It won't interfere with your research. Elder Yi explained with a smile. Besides, it's better to keep a low profile. Your technology is too sensitive right now. If you go to Kyoto with a big fanfare, it might attract the attention of spies. Mr. Yi had a serious look on his face, and his inner calculations were ringing. If the National Defense University can take me under its wing in advance, it will be a huge profit. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Yi took out a handwritten letter of recommendation and placed it in front of me. He stood up and walked out of the laboratory and answered the phone. Hello? Lao Lu. Lao Zhang? Where is Xin Yi? Oh, he went home to visit relatives. Come on, go look for him at his house. I couldn't laugh or cry while listening to Mr. Ye's call. I know Mr. Yi is trying to ward off those headhunters for me. After hanging up the phone, I dialed my father's number. As soon as the call was connected, a suspicious voice came. Xiaoye? I took a deep breath to calm down. It's me, Dad. On the other end of the phone, Shunyan was silent for a moment, and his voice was choked. You finally called back. It's been more than a year, and I'm almost worried to death. I felt a little guilty. I've been too busy with work recently and can't go back. I'll go home to see you in about 2 or 3 months. Shun Yin sighed. Oh, Xiaoye, tell me honestly. You won't be working in the underworld outside, right? Shun Yin has not been able to see me all year round, and the neighbors have long been talking about it. Shun Yi, he must be in the underworld and cause trouble, and he won't be able to come back. After hearing these words, I could only rub my temples helplessly. Explain? Can't explain it at all. After all, my work is so secretive that even my phone calls are monitored. If I say anything wrong, I'm afraid it will be reported. Dad, don't worry, I'm really not in the underworld. Wait a few months, and I'll go back, and you'll understand everything. I said in a relaxed tone, fearing that my father would think too much. Okay, my call time is up. Take care of yourself. Body, wait for me to come back from Kyoto National Defense University. After hanging up the phone, Shun Yin sighed. This kid is so nervous even on the phone. Can something really happen? But he still chose to believe me. At this moment, there was a rapid knock on the door. As soon as Shun Yin opened the door, 3 or 5 strong men blocked the door. The leader said with a stern face, "We are from the property management. Someone reported that there are always strange noises in your house. It also smells terrible and affects the neighbors." Shin Yin frowned. How can I? I just occasionally step on plastic bottles and pick up some paper shells, so it won't be so exaggerated, right? The strong man interrupted directly. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Either pay the property fee or get out tomorrow with the rags. Shin Yin knew it in his heart. They were just here for the money. But 6,000 yuan a year is really unaffordable for a disabled person like him. I won't move if I don't hand it over. Shin Yan's voice was low but firm. He still has to save money to prepare a betrothal gift for me. The strong man's face darkened. Tisk, you're pretty tough? I heard that your son is involved in the underworld. You won't really let him get money, right? My son is not in the underworld. Shin Yin said angrily. Come on, your son won't come back all year round, and the news will spread all over the community. The strong man sneered. If you don't pay tomorrow, just wait and see. The next day, as soon as Shun Yin returned home dragging a bundle of cardboard boxes, the door was kicked open. A dozen strong men broke in, led by the same man from yesterday. Shin Yin, pay the property fee. Shin Yin said calmly. No. Smash it, the strong man sneered. Kettles, furniture, glass, all in pieces. Shin Yin tried to stop him, but was pushed to the ground. Neighbors gathered around outside, whispering. Tiske, is Shin Yan's family being retaliated by the underworld? This old man is true. His son is in the underworld, and he usually doesn't keep a low profile. Just as everyone was talking, a girl walked out of the crowd. Stop. Why do you smash other people's things? The strong man sneered. If you don't pay the property fee, this is what will happen. Your charges are unreasonable. 6,000 yuan a year. It's just ridiculous, the girl said indignantly. The strong man was impatient. Little girl, this is none of your business. Don't get into trouble. Be careful that the property fee will be doubled. Shin Yin raised his head and gritted his teeth. I won't hand it over. This is my house. Why do you touch my things? The strong man laughed loudly. The king's law? My cousin is the district chief. You tell me the king's law. When the neighbors who were watching heard this, they quickly stepped back for fear of being involved. The strong man asked proudly, Isn't your son a gangster? Ask him to come. Shin Yanshin said angrily, My son is not a gangster. At the same time, a helicopter slowly landed over Food District. The cabin door opened, and I got off the plane with a group of scientific research professors and armed soldiers, along with the mayor and district chief. The mayor smiled and said to the district mayor on the helicopter, Shin Yi is the pride of our city. He is an excellent national defense researcher. This is directly related to your management. The organization is considering you for promotion. Do your best. The district chief nodded excitedly. You must live up to the trust of the organization. 10 helicopters roared over Shunyan's community and quickly landed in the open space. As soon as the propellers stopped spinning, hundreds of heavily armed personnel filed out and poured in like a tide, sealing all entrances and exits of the community. The goal of this operation is clear, and all the information has been clearly checked before coming. Professor Ying Jiang led a group of people into Shin Yan's unit. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Shin Yan slumped on the messy floor. The room was in a mess and the furniture was broken, as if he had been swept by a tornado. Mr. Shin, The district chief and mayor walked over quickly with complicated eyes. The leading strong man caught a glimpse of a familiar face in the crowd and immediately greeted with a smile. Cousin, why are you here? Come along. I'll treat you to a massage. The district chief ignored him, stepped forward quickly, and helped Xin Yin up. Mr. Xin, are you okay? The strong man looked confused when he saw this and came up with contempt on his face. Cousin, why are you helping this stinky old man? He didn't pay the property fee and said we charged excessively, so I gave him a good lesson. Before he finished speaking, the district chief slapped the strong man in the face and said coldly, Shut up. I don't know you. Cousin, you. The strong man covered his face and wanted to say something else, but the district chief raised his hand and slapped him several more times, leaving him confused. Ying Jiang asked with concern, Mr. Xin, are you okay? Xin Yin shook his head, still confused. Who are you? You are Xin Ye's father, right? Ying Jiang smiled. We are from Kyoto and want to talk to you about Xin Yi. Can we go in and have a chat? When everyone walked into the house, Xin Yin felt uneasy. Did something happen to Xin Yi? Is he really in the underworld? Ying Jiang laughed when he heard this. Xin Yi is not a gangster. He is a pillar of the country. He is responsible for important scientific research work. It involves confidentiality and cannot reveal the details. When Xin Yin heard this, his tense heartstrings finally relaxed. It turned out that his son was not just a member of society. He was actually a pillar of the country. Ying Jiang continued, I am the vice president of Qingbei University, and I sincerely invite Xin Yi to teach in Qingbei University. Wait, Lu Chen interrupted hastily. Mr. Xin, I am a professor at Huazhong University. Our Huazhong University also invites Xin Yi to teach. As long as you agree, a house worth 3 million yuan next to Huazhong University will be given to you immediately. How could Yingjiang be willing to suffer a loss? 3 million in central China. Mr. Xin, the house next to our Qingbei is worth 5 million. Free. And the two professors became more and more excited as they talked, and the conditions they offered became more and more exaggerated. In the corner, representatives from other universities were trying to interrupt. Lu Chun had sharp eyes and quick hands and glared. Are you worthy of robbing people from us? The man retreated sullenly, and the other dozen representatives also shrank their heads for fear of getting into trouble. At this time, Ying Jiang looked around, frowned, and asked, Mr. Xin, why is your family like this? Xin Yin sighed and slowly told the whole story. After listening, the mayor glanced at the district chief coldly. Who called you cousin just now? The one in black? It seems that your term as district mayor has come to an end. The mayor said jokingly, Don't say it's corruption. You can even go to jail. The district chief suddenly turned pale and hurriedly defended. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. Let me explain. He shouted loudly. Get over here yet. The strong man covered his face and walked into the house timidly. Kneel down. Apologize to Mr. Shun. The district chief's eyes widened with anger, and he wanted to kick him out of the window. The strong man was stunned. Cousin, do you want me to kneel down to this old man? Pa! The district chief raised his foot and kicked him in the stomach, gritting his teeth. If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I will kill you. The strong man was so painful that he broke into a cold sweat. Seeing that the district chief's expression was wrong, he quickly knelt down and said, Mr. Shun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have smashed your house. I shouldn't have beaten you. Please forgive me. The mayor looked at the gloomy face of the district chief and sneered. District chief, you bully even the disabled. What kind of management are you doing? Look, how can such a cadre chill the families of scientific researchers? The district chief and the strong man left the scene in embarrassment, and the scene was silent for a moment. Ying Jiang and Lu Chun continued to ask about my current situation, and Shun Yin shook his head. He hasn't come back. He said he would go to Kyoto National Defense University in a few months. The two professors looked at each other and suddenly realized, that old guy Yifeng lied to us. This old fox actually used a feint and made them spin around. After condolences to Shun Yin, everyone left, the blockade was lifted, and the helicopter took off. There was an explosion in the community. At Shun Yin, what happened to your family? Are the troops here? I heard that Xin Yi is doing secret work and serving the country. TSK. Who said my son is a gangster? He is a national hero. I heard that the district mayor resigned and was found guilty of corruption and cover-up. He will be jailed for 10 years to start. On the other side, I was sitting by the window of the train, flipping through information about going to Kyoto National Defense University. Next to me sat a woman with outstanding temperament. Her purple dress wrapped her exquisite figure and exuded a mature charm, just like a female star on the screen. The difference was that she was still stunning without any makeup. As I was looking out the window, my shoulders suddenly felt heavy. The woman had fallen asleep and leaned on my shoulders. Her arm drooped and accidentally knocked over the teacup, spilling the scalding tea on my clothes. Bang! The sound of the teacup falling to the ground startled the woman. She suddenly opened her eyes, saw the scene in front of her, and hurriedly took out a tissue from her bag. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I was really sleepy, she said apologetically and reached out to wipe it for me. I was about to say, it's okay, when I looked down and his expression suddenly changed. Where are you wiping it? The woman's hand obviously touched something it shouldn't have touched. Her cheeks flushed red, and she was at a loss. Sorry, I was too impatient just now. I took the tissue and dealt with the water stains on my clothes myself. In order to ease the awkwardness, the woman spoke first. Are you going to Kyoto? I nodded in response. You look so young. Are you looking for a job? I work to supplement my family income. I answered lightly, hiding my true scientific research identity. The woman's eyes lit up. I'm a teacher at the National Defense University. Our school happens to be in need of positions like cleaners and security guards. How about I arrange one for you? It's over $6,000 a month, and if you work harder, you can get more than $10,000. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that this person was a teacher from the National Defense University. Thank you, but no, I'm not going to do this kind of work. The atmosphere remained awkward yet calm until the end of the journey. After getting off the car, the two walked together to the gate of the National Defense University. Wait a minute, I'll go find your old supervisor and arrange a position for you. The woman smiled and then walked straight into the school gate. I was about to follow, but was stopped by the security guard. No outsiders are allowed to enter. I'm here to teach. Vice President Yi invited me here. I showed me a handwritten letter of recommendation. The security guard glanced at him and sneered. You? A teacher? You look worse than a student. The vice president invited you? You must be kidding. I frowned. If you really don't believe me, just call and ask. The security guard shrugged. If you are really capable, why don't you just call the vice president? After a while, the woman came back with the supervisor. The security guard quickly complained. Supervisor, this guy said that the vice president wrote him a letter of recommendation and wanted to get in. The old supervisor took the letter, squinted his eyes, and read it carefully, then shook his head. The handwriting is blurry. I'm afraid it's not real. I was a little helpless. The letter was soaked by tea on the train. The woman looked at me suspiciously. Aren't you working part-time? How did you suddenly become a teacher? And when did the vice president write a recommendation letter for someone? I explained a few words, but the woman didn't buy it. You lied to me all the way here? You dare to make it up? Helplessly, I spread my hands and said, if you don't believe me, just call and ask. Don't stop me. The old supervisor snorted. No, you've been trying to get into the school so many times, it's too suspicious. I'm going to call the police. Seeing the situation escalate, I said impatiently, is it that serious? Can I just make a phone call to verify it? During the stalemate, the cell phone in the woman's pocket suddenly rang, and the words Vice President appeared on the screen. She picked up the phone and heard a familiar voice. Xiaoyi, what did you call me about just now? Dean, there's a liar at the school gate trying to sneak in. I wonder what his purpose is. Yi Ruoyin frowned. But before she could finish her words, Mr. Yi on the other end of the phone had already become serious. Swindler? Hand it over to the security department directly, and hand it over to the police if necessary. Make sure to check the identity clearly. We are a national key military academy and cannot have any risks. Yi Ruoyin glanced at me and continued. He said he had your recommendation letter, but the old supervisor couldn't tell whether it was real or not, so it must be fake. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and Mr. Yi frowned. Indeed, he had given me a letter of recommendation, and the handwriting was clear and impossible not to recognize. He asked one more question. The liar a young man? In his early 20s? Yes, the security has already pinned him down. What? I'll be there right away. Don't let him run away. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Yi hurried over. Yi Ruoyin snorted and looked at me. Just wait, the vice president will expose you soon. I sighed in my heart. I finally waited for it. The expression on my face eased a lot. If I really send him to the police station, it will be troublesome. Exposing my identity is a small matter, but wasting time is a big matter. The most important thing now is to advance the research of the H-20 as soon as possible and build a real sword for the country. I turned my head and looked at the security guard. Brother, be gentle. My hands are almost numb from you pinching me. The security guard snorted. That's what scammers do. If they really get in, I'll lose my job. Soon, several uniformed students from the security department came over, and after a brief exchange of words, they carried me up and prepared to send me to the police station. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Stop. Everyone turned around and saw Mr. Yi rushing towards them. Yi Royan immediately stepped forward and said, Look, this is the liar. She pointed at me with a hint of pride on her face. Mr. Yi took a closer look and his face changed slightly. Quickly let go. Dean, he is a liar. What are you lying about? Xunyi is my specially invited teacher. Let go. Yi Royun was stunned. He. Mr. Yi patted my shoulder and said with an apologetic tone, Xunyi, I'm so sorry. I misunderstood you. He was afraid that I would throw away my hands and leave in anger, which would be a huge loss to the National Defense University. The security guard and the old supervisor hurriedly stepped forward. Just as they were about to apologize, I waved my hand and said, It's okay. You're right to be cautious. It's your duty. Their faces turned red and they said in unison, It's a mistake if it's wrong. Teacher Shin, I'm sorry. After that, he bowed deeply. I nodded. The school spirit of National Defense University is pretty good. Yi Royun was at the side, her face slightly red. Well, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I raised my eyebrows. I didn't tell you that the recommendation letter got wet on the train, and you reported me as a liar. It's all your fault. I almost got sent to the police station. How much research time was wasted? Yi Royun blinked and said confidently, You lied to me too. You are obviously a teacher, so you have to work part-time. Of course there is a reason. What's the reason? It's not really a state secret, right? Mr. Yi suddenly coughed. Royun, don't ask. Let's do this. In order to make up for your mistake, you are fully responsible for the class that Xunyi leads, and Xunyi only attends class. Yi Royun was furious. Why? Mr. Yi glanced at her and pulled me towards the office. Let's go. Ignore her. Yi Royun stamped her feet. It's so unfair. In the office, Mr. Yi asked with a smile. You won't be angry, will you? This girl Royun is careful, and you will save a lot of trouble in taking care of the class. I smiled bitterly. You have already arranged everything. What else can I say? Mr. Yi laughed loudly and handed over a document. The procedures are all completed. Sign it, and you can start class next Sunday. I signed my name and glanced at Yi Royun's name next to me, the head teacher of the monster technology class. I sighed in my heart. This old fox has already made arrangements. Mr. Yi nodded with satisfaction. Xunyi, there is a science and technology summit tonight. I will take you to meet Minister Jiang and a few old comrades. I responded and then asked, Mr. Yi, where will I stay tonight? I can't sleep in the office, right? Mr. Yi smiled mysteriously. The school is expanding and the dormitory is tight. We can only live in Royun. My eyes widened. There are differences between men and women. Isn't this appropriate? Royun lives in Chiefing Villa outside the school. There are rooms available. Don't worry. But, I said anxiously, the dormitory expansion will take at least 3 months. Please bear with it. Chapter 11. Contributing supreme glory to the country. Xunyi had no choice but to take one step at a time. Not long after, several middle-aged and elderly men walked in, and Ying Jiang was the first to question. Yi Feng, you old fox. How dare you lie to us? Lu Chen couldn't help but complain. Okay, I'll build a plank road openly and secretly visit Shinsong. Secretly bringing Xunyi to the National Defense University behind our backs. I guess he is one of yours now. Yi Feng smiled and said nothing, but felt very proud in his heart, so he introduced, This is our school's new teacher Xunyi. Everyone's eyes were cast on this young man. Minister Zhang took one look and nodded. Well, not bad, he looks like a talented person. By the way, have you brought the information and principles of stealth technology? We need to confirm the authenticity and verify the authenticity. Then Xunyi took out a USB flash drive and a technical drawing of a stealth fighter from the bag. Everyone looked at the drawings one after another and saw the never-before-seen principles and manufacturing settings, which made several professors marvel. Mr. Yi pondered for a while and said, I can't understand some of the principles, but the principles used in them are all very advanced. It includes not only stealth technology, but also jet, speed, anti-reconnaissance, jammer, and many other technologies. Yang Jiang was in a state of shock after reading it. After a pause, he asked, "This drawing vaguely mentions the principle of quantum waves. Can quantum waves be used for both military and civilian aviation purposes?" In the process of moving at high altitude, it is difficult to stabilize and ensure the role of quantum. How is this done? Xinyi did not hesitate too much and explained directly. The weak relative force is the intrinsic property of the spin and linear motion of pure particles in the object universe, while the strong relative force. So that's what it is. Yang Jiang slapped his thigh and looked like he suddenly understood. This was so clever. Lu Chen raised doubts on the side. Although it can be done in principle, we don't know exactly how it works in practice. Although it is clearly recorded on Lao Ye's video, we still need to verify it. Then he took out a laptop from the bag next to him, inserted the USB flash drive into it, and virtualized it into a cloud server through a high-performance server. Provides virtual machines with rich configuration types, greatly simplifying data storage, database construction, web server construction, and other tasks. Lu Chen explained, "This is a national-level engineering computer. The cloud computing inside uses a storage service cluster to support access to massive amounts of data. Using high-end servers ensures that each database has good performance, improves overall database cluster performance, and provides a variety of performance optimization suggestions. Then load the data in the USB drive and start calculating to see how high the success rate is, or it will crash directly. However, the data inside is running normally and there are no bugs, which shows that the feasibility of these technologies is very high. The computer monitor shows operation rates 17%, 22%, 53%, 66%. Drop, 100%. Suddenly, the whole office was silent, except for the sound of heavy breathing. After a while, Lu Chen pulled out the USB flash drive and gave it back to Xinyi. Lu Chen said excitedly, "This data is normal. Then the various technologies on this drawing will be realized and can be fully used in our country's aviation field. In the future, our country's fighter jets and bombers will have such technology. Then the comprehensive capabilities of the country's airspace will be greatly enhanced, and we will no longer be afraid of any foreign fighters." Yang Jiang and Yi Feng couldn't help but nodded. With this blueprint, our country's strength will be improved. However, the next moment, everyone realized that this technology did not belong to the country, but was developed by Xinyi alone. In theory, it belonged to him personally. Lu Chen was silent for a while, and then said, "Xinyi, this technology requires a lot of effort. Please give me a price. Now the country needs to enhance its airspace defense. After all, it is often harassed by enemy aircraft, so it urgently needs to improve its national defense strength." Yi Feng also echoed, "Now the country's financial burden is very heavy, so I hope that the price of this technology will be smaller." Xinyi said directly without any thought, "Free. I will contribute the fighter stealth technology to the motherland for free. In addition, all the technologies in this drawing will be donated to the motherland for free. After all, only when there is a country, there is a family. This is what we should do to dedicate ourselves to our country and our family. This is what every Dragon Nation person expects. I just provided this technology to the motherland. It is not a big loss to me, but it is an honor." After hearing this, Minister Zhang immediately clapped his hands and applauded. Okay. Why wouldn't the country be interested in having a talent like you? Xinyi will apply to the country for scientific research medals and contribution medals later." Yang Jiang looked very envious of this one. He gritted his teeth and said to Yi Feng, "If I had known that Xinyi was such an outstanding talent, I would have poached this person no matter what. It's a pity that it's so difficult to steal someone from an old fox like you. It really makes me jealous." Lu Chen looked at Xinyi like a treasure, and then gave Yi Feng a hard look. "You old boy got a bargain. I have to compete for this talent. Senji Kontokinbi. Lao Ye's benefits are tripled. There are also various benefits, including Provident Fund, housing, and even a girlfriend. We can help you find it." After hearing this, Mr. Yi immediately became unhappy. Hey, how dare you rob someone in front of me? Xinyi is a member of our national defense." Minister Zhang watched these old guys bickering speechlessly, and then said to Xinyi, "There is also the chief producer of the H-20. It is estimated that you will not be able to enter the headquarters in a month because you are currently in trouble. At the technical level, most of it has been solved with your drawing, but there is still one problem: the issue of transportation safety After all, the H-20 is equipped with a nuclear warhead. The load-bearing, temperature, and stability inside are all huge problems. Don't look at a problem in a small detail. If the small details are not solved well, it may lead to a complete collapse. Xinyi thought for a while and then said, I can solve this problem, but I need a laboratory to conduct experiments. Minister Jiang frowned after hearing this. Xinyi, I know you want to contribute to the country, but this problem has trapped more than a dozen scientific researchers. It's too difficult for you to complete it alone. The calculation data required is very large, and the structure inside is also very complex. But the overall advanced concept construction technology of the bomber has been refined, and the analysis time is 120 hours. Xinyi heard the mechanical sound in his mind. His eyes suddenly filled with confidence, and then clicked to start analysis. Minister Jiang then shook his head and sighed. Forget it. This task is too difficult for you, and it is impossible to complete it. Let's talk about it another day. We still need to discuss it with other technical personnel before making modifications. After all, it is impossible for one person to complete this task. Chapter 12. Participate in the Science and Technology Exchange Summit. Lu Chun and Ying Jiang also said respectively, yes, this kind of problem cannot be solved by one person, at least it requires teamwork. When it comes to transport safety, every detail is crucial. It takes too much energy, and it is impossible for one person to complete it alone. Although Xinyi is very good in fighter aircraft research, and his other technologies are also very high-end and leading, it is not enough to deal with this transportation safety issue alone. After all, there are many things to consider when carrying nuclear warheads. The first thing to consider is the capacity and load capacity that can support the weight of several nuclear warheads. However, Xinyi said without hesitation, give me 7 days, and I will hand over a satisfactory drawing, which will definitely solve the transportation problem. However, no one believed Xinyi. After all, 7 days was too short, and the transportation problem stumped many scientific researchers involved in the H-20 production. Only Mr. Yi stood up. Let's give Xinyi a copy of the parameter data about the expected load capacity of the H-20. The experimental site is in the laboratory of the National Defense University. I will independently arrange a laboratory for you. To ensure safety, your cell phone will be monitored and individuals are not allowed to leave the school. The other people looked at each other and then handed Xinyi a data drawing and model data of the carrying space. Mr. Yi then patted him on the shoulder and said, it doesn't matter if the transportation problem is not solved. After all, this problem is really difficult. After you enter the general production, you will definitely be able to solve this problem after discussing and communicating with other researchers. After taking the drawings, Xinyi said firmly, I will definitely not disappoint Mr. Ye's expectations. After Xinyi handed over several technologies and data about the fighter jet, Minister Jiang and the others left in a hurry. They wanted to develop it as soon as possible. It is necessary to develop it before the joint military exercises with the Mao Xiong Kingdom on the Jiaopanji Strait and match these technologies on bombers, fighter jets, and other combat aircraft. It's time to beat those small countries. Mr. Yi then said to Xinyi, Royan will come over later and will give you the keys to the villa and the room. Chiefing Villa is also under the surveillance of the school, so there is no worry that Xinyi will leak state secrets. There is also a Science and Technology Exchange Summit in the evening. It is an exchange meeting for young students. Most of them are scientific researchers. You can go and discuss it at that time. Xinyi nodded. After all, it was too boring and tedious for one person to work behind closed doors. More communication with other scientific researchers might also speed up the analysis time. After all, communication is also a way of learning. Suddenly, there was a bang sound and the office door was forcefully opened. Yi Royan ran over angrily and asked, Dean, why should I let this guy live in my villa? Royan, you need to take more care of your new colleague Xinyi. There are no extra dormitories now, and it's thanks to Xinyi that you can lead the monster technology class this time. This time when Xinyi came over, Mr. Yi specially applied to the school dean to establish a monster science and technology class. The students in it were the top students in each province. Mr. Yi believed that under Xun Ye's guidance, the students' cultural level and scientific and technological abilities would make a qualitative leap. It can be said that without Xinyi, there would be no monster technology class. Yi Royun frowned. So I can lead this class and I have to thank him? Yi Royun already knew from the grapevine that the class she was leading this time was the most important in the entire university, and many special teachers couldn't even squeeze in. Instead, it fell on her. But this feeling makes Yi Royun uncomfortable. After all, as Mr. Yi said, it is all up to Xinyi to lead this class. But it's a little strange. Didn't I make up for my mistakes? Why are you allowed to lead such a gifted class? Forget it. I can't figure it out. Yi Royun still said reluctantly. I don't care, no matter what, I don't want this guy to enter my villa. Well, if there are any scientific research projects or scientific research assistance projects in the school in the future, I will try my best to arrange them for you. Oh well. Yi Royun then took out 2 keys from his pocket and put them on the table. He gave Xinyi a hard look and left. If she hadn't really loved scientific research, she wouldn't have bothered to agree to this condition. Because Yi Royun is very young, she rarely has access to scientific research projects, especially national-level projects. Xinyi secretly whispered, "Who cares about living in your place? If there were no dormitories, I wouldn't go." Mr. Yi picked up 2 keys and handed them to Xinyi. Royun, this child, is still very kind-hearted. And she can get along perfectly. Come, let me take you around, visit the National Defense University, and take a look at your own laboratory. Then, under the guidance of Mr. Yi, he walked around the National Defense University and finally came to a laboratory. Looking at the various advanced equipment and equipment inside, Xinyi felt a little excited in his eyes. It is full of experimental equipment and materials, without any documentation. Mr. Yi said to Xinyi beside him, "These are all made in China, and the equipment is relatively high-end. Although there is some gap between them and foreign countries, they are still pretty good. It was originally intended to be awarded to a special instructor." Mr. Yi, can you tell us about the Science and Technology Exchange Summit tonight? Who will attend? Let me talk about a representative figure. Luo Tian is a doctor who studied abroad in Yingjiang. He has published several scientific and technological theories in World Science and Technology essays. He has the Science and Technology Creation Award, the RD Award, and the Contribution Award. The school he studied in is one of the top 10 prestigious schools in the world, but unfortunately, he has changed his nationality to that of Eagle Sauce. Alas, studying abroad has been popular in the past few years. Many students from the Dragon Kingdom have changed their nationality to serve other countries and enhance the national defense strength of other countries. Finally, the missiles they made were used to scare and threaten the people of the Dragon Kingdom. It takes the country more than 10 years to train a college student, and it takes a lot of effort and energy. As a result, the top talents have all gone to Yingjiang. There are more than 20 top scientists in the Dragon Kingdom who have changed their nationality. Mr. Yi couldn't help but sigh. If these top scientists had not changed their nationality, they should have served the motherland, and the motherland's national defense strength would have been stronger. We will not let Dragon Kingdom's technological status become the embarrassing situation it is today. The top technology is not as good as Yingjiang. It has been suppressed and oppressed in technology over the years. Over the years, the motherland has been struggling to develop for the sake of technological development, economic development, and its people. Xinyi secretly clenched his fists. He was bound to change the current position of Long Guo technology. Xinyi then glanced outside and saw that it was already dark. Mr. Yi, one day you will see the Dragon Kingdom's technology flourish and stand at the top of the world. Chapter 13. It's just a matter of time before we surpass. Looking at the high-spirited Xinyi, Mr. Yi couldn't help but remember that when he was young, he had great ambitions and dedicated himself to the motherland. With talents like you and technology like you, why should the Dragon Kingdom not be strong? You are like the sun at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and you will eventually shine the light of the Dragon Kingdom into the entire world. Mr. Yi sighed and took Xinyi to the Science and Technology Exchange Summit. Since the Science and Technology Exchange Summit was held at the National Defense University, the two people rushed to the scene quickly. After Yi Long told Xinyi a few words, he went to chat with other old friends and reminisce about old times. After all, this was an exchange meeting for young students, and they were too embarrassed to attend. Xinyi wandered around this technology exchange summit, listening to others exchanging technology, and sometimes discussing technology with others. After some exchanges, I gained some insights, which were also helpful to the research and development of science and technology. Suddenly, a voice covered the entire audience, and a young man stood on the podium and said, "Hello, everyone. I am Luo Tian. I graduated from Berks University. I have published many scientific and technological theories and won many research awards. I am honored to discuss and communicate with you here today. What I want to discuss with you today is the future development direction of military aircraft." Then Luo Tian said a few more words in English and translated the passage again. then started the topic of today's discussion. A student from the National Defense University stood up and said, "Hello, Luo Tian. Regarding the future development of military aircraft between Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce, which country do you think is better?" Of course, it's the Eagle Sauce. There's no doubt about that. After all, the top technology is in the Eagle Sauce now. And it's no exaggeration to say that in the next 20 years, the fighter jets, bombers, and other military aircraft developed by Dragon Country will not be able to catch up with Eagle Sauce. The student was a little angry and stood up to argue. As far as I know, although the top technology of Dragon Country is not as good as Eagle Sauce, it won't take 20 years to catch up. There is a jet device in the publication about the research field in the north of Yingjiang. The data and videos in it can show the scientific research strength of Dragon Country today. Luo Tian chuckled into the microphone and said with a look of contempt, "First of all, you admit that there is a gap between Eagle Sauce and Dragon Country in terms of technology and technique. Secondly, you said that the test site in Yunqing published a technology. I think this is nonsense. It is completely fabricated and exaggerated. Everyone could take a look at how exaggerated one of the statistics and videos is." Afterwards, Luo Tian posted some information and videos on the big screen, all of which were published in Yunqing. You can see that the three different systems' jet methods increase the speed faster than the other, even reaching Mach 15. It is undeniable that the current maximum speed of jet devices is Mach 15, but that is also under ideal conditions, without any aircraft. You can see the scene in the video, which is played in a huge hall. The conditions inside are not at all in a perfect ideal state. And the dual-power mixed injection is ridiculous. No one has ever proposed this technology, and no one has ever put it into practice. It is completely fabricated. This shows that Long Guo is completely guilty of not being able to compete with the Eagle in terms of technology, so they fabricated this story. Then Luo Tianbu verbally provoked Long Guo and kept belittling Long Guo and praising how advanced the technology of Yingjiang was. Luo Tian looked at everyone provocatively, and then several researchers from Dragon Country stood up and started a heated discussion with Luo Tian. But it still cannot change the current development trend of the Dragon Country, and it will be difficult for its military aircraft to surpass those of the Eagle Sauce in the future. A fierce discussion broke out at the scene. This person is so arrogant. Our Dragon Country is indeed lagging behind in technology now, but it only took us a few decades to develop to this point, which is enough to prove that we can completely catch up. Although our current military weapons are not as good as those of some foreign powers, there is a lot of room for future development. Then there was silence again, and no one came out to refute because there was not enough evidence and data to refute. Xinyi finally stood up and said, "The northern part of Yunqing is one of our country's experimental sites, and any data and technology published represent the Dragon Kingdom." Excuse me, would a huge country with a history of 5,000 years commit fraud because of this? Then let me ask you again, why do you think that video and data are fake? Is it just a mouth? Or is it your own theoretical understanding? According to aerodynamics, it is completely achievable in the extreme state. What you are talking about is a perfect state in the laboratory. And now that the Dragon Kingdom's technology has made a breakthrough, you people who have been attracted by foreign countries think it is fake. Is it that difficult to admit that other countries' advanced technology is so difficult? According to the third principle, after Shun Yi finished speaking, Luo Tian didn't find anything to refute, but in the end he still said stubbornly, "What you said is just a theory. Is there any evidence to prove it?" Shun Yi finally took out a USB flash drive, came to the podium, and imported the data inside into the big screen in front of everyone's attention. Shun Yi then said, "Don't you want evidence? This is the evidence." Haha, I'm laughing so hard. You don't want to take out the data of the jet device. If you have the ability, just use the cloud computing system to calculate it, and it will definitely crash. The data there are completely fabricated. No top scientist in the world can develop such a jet device. It is impossible for you to have such data, and it is impossible for you to calculate successfully. You are just a clown trying to please others. Shun Yi then started the super cloud computing, and the large screen inside displayed the calculation equation. Calculation rate: 62%, 73%. DDDD. The entire scene was caught in a tense atmosphere, looking expectantly at the calculation rate on the big screen. As we all know, if the data inside does not conform to the matching technical theory, it will directly collapse. This leads to calculation errors and the inability to realize the technical theory inside. Then a piece of data was displayed on the big screen. 100%. Calculation result. Completely correct. This is impossible. How can this cloud computing display correctly? This is obviously impossible data. How can it be established? Luo Tian looked at this scene in disbelief. After all, this scene was beyond his imagination and beyond his knowledge. He is looking at future super technologies based on conventional technological theories, and of course he believes that it is impossible for cloud computing to calculate correctly. Just like a program cannot incorporate a wrong code and still run normally. Of course, unless the bug is beneficial, otherwise it will not be able to run normally. Chapter 14, Beautiful Night. Xinyi snorted coldly. Nothing is impossible. The facts are already in front of you. Not to mention 20 years. Dragon Kingdom's military aircraft will only need to develop for another 3 or 4 years to completely surpass Yingjiang. I don't believe it. You must have tampered with it to normalize data operations and change the cloud computing system. Xinyi couldn't help but shook his head. How can I do anything in front of everyone? Is it so difficult to admit that Dragon Kingdom's technology is advanced? Or are you people who worship foreigners and have been on your knees for too long and don't want to admit it? Luo Tian's entire face was suppressed and turned red, and he was unable to refute it all. You actually made it difficult for yourself to get off the stage in front of everyone. Don't let me touch you again, otherwise I will make you look good next time. Everyone under the podium clapped their hands and applauded. Well said. Our dragon country's future development of science and technology will never be weaker than any other country. I have long been unhappy with Luo Tian, relying on his achievements in scientific research. He is talking nonsense here and does not take Long Kingdom into consideration at all. I also don't understand why the National Defense University would hire such a person as a special teacher. I guess it's because of his little knowledge. Putting these data in front of him forced him to admit that our dragon country's technology is rising. After a while, Luo Tian left in despair under the eyes of everyone. The eye-catching Xinyi left here without everyone noticing. Everyone also wanted to communicate with Xinyi about the development and research of science and technology. After all, it can be seen from the speech just now that Xinyi has unique insights in scientific research. And how did he have that data and information? Many people became curious about this person and even began to inquire about Xinyi. After that night, news about tonight's Science and Technology Exchange Summit also spread. Xinyi, a mysterious person, became the target of praise. At this moment, Xinyi has left the summit and is heading to the Chiefing Villa outside the school. Soon Xinyi came to the door of the villa, took out the key, opened the door, and walked in. However, the scene in front of him the next moment made Xinyi freeze in place. He saw Yi Ruoyan wiping her hair and walking out of the bathroom with meticulous care. The charming white scene made Xun Ye's face turn red. The two looked at each other, and there was an awkward atmosphere in the air. Yi Ruoyan took a look at her body. She was not wearing anything, and she still had a faint feeling of charm. The next second, a harsh voice came from the villa. Ah! Yi Ruoyan immediately ran back to his room. Xun Ye's brain seemed to have stopped functioning, staring straight at Yi Ruoyan as she returned to the room. Now there is a picture of Yi Ruoyan's naked body in his mind, and his breathing suddenly becomes heavy. Not long after, Yi Ruoyan came down the stairs, her eyes as if she was going to stab herself. You stinking gangster. Pervert. You actually broke in while I was taking a shower. Who let you enter my house? After a while, Xinyi took a deep breath and said, Have you forgotten what happened during the day? You already gave me the key. And I didn't mean it. Who knew you wouldn't wear clothes after taking a shower? Yi Ruoyan also remembered what happened during the day at this time, and then broke into a mouth. Who told you to come in without knocking? If you live in my house, you have to follow my house rules. You never said that. How could I know this? You. At this time, Yi Ruoyan's pretty face turned crimson. This damn Xinyi actually got an advantage and still acted like a good boy. His teeth were itching with hatred at this moment. Yi Ruoyan found that Xinyi was still staring at a certain part of her body, frowned and said, What are you looking at? You're still looking at it, right? After hearing this, Xinyi immediately lowered his head and pretended to cough. The location was so eye-catching that he noticed it from the first moment he entered. After all, that place is too big and it is very white. Yi Ruoyan clenched her hands at this moment, wishing she could beat him up right away. Yi Ruoyan suppressed the anger in her heart and then said calmly, From today on, we have 3 rules. First, not before entering my house or my room. Second, you are not allowed to smoke or drink, and you cannot be sloppy, and you must prepare meals every day. Third, Don't come back after 11 o'clock at night. Then I will become your babysitter, right? If you can't do that, don't live in my house. Okay, then where is my room? Yi Royun then pointed to a room on the second floor, which was opposite her room. Then Shunyi hurriedly ran up the stairs and slipped into the room. Yi Royun also returned to her room, then took out her mobile phone and sent a message to her best friend. Xiaoqing, I'm at a gangster today. She sent the whole thing to her best friend, who is also a teacher at the National Defense University. After a while, my best friend sent a message. Xiaoyan, we will talk about this later. You first watched this video I recorded. Then Yi Royun clicked on the video above, which showed a figure having a heated debate with Luo Tian with his back to the camera. The person in the last video came up with the most powerful data, proving that Dragon Kingdom's technology is gradually rising. Xiaoqing sent another message. What do you think of that person's scientific research level? After watching the video you recorded, I feel that this person has some unique insights into scientific research. The level of scientific research technology is definitely higher than ours. By the way, who is that person? I don't know. This person suddenly appeared and disappeared. But I saw his face. He's definitely a handsome guy with a Chinese style. He's definitely to your taste. What are you talking about? After this conversation, Yi Royun developed some curiosity and liking for this mysterious man. After all, this person is not like Luo Tian. He has his own unique charm, and it can be seen from the video that this person is as patriotic as himself. It's not like Shunyi, who is simply a stinky gangster. Yi Royun felt itching with hatred when she thought of Shunyi, and started a heated discussion with her best friend, crazily accusing Shunyi of being dirty. In the other room, a trace of blood came out of Shun Ye's nose. The scene just now was really exciting. At this moment, all he could think of was Yi Royun's naked figure, which made Shunyi unable to sleep at all. The images in his mind could not go away, constantly stimulating him. Chapter 15. Revealing private affairs with public affairs? Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door outside Xinye's room. Only then did Shun Yi leisurely get up and push open the door, and saw Yi Royun looking at him with an unhappy face. Have you forgotten the 3 chapters of the agreement you mentioned yesterday? Why don't you hurry up and cook for me? After hearing this, Shun Yi immediately ran into the kitchen and started making delicious breakfast. After finishing it, he left the villa. Yi Royun looked at the porridge and fried eggs on the table and couldn't help but feel her appetite arouse. They looked delicious. Then he started to eat the breakfast made by Xinyi. After eating, he couldn't help but nodded. I thought Xinyi would cook as poorly as me, but I didn't expect that he would cook quite deliciously. Especially the bowl of porridge, which has a sweet taste. It seems that I won't have to cook anymore. On the other side, Xinyi bought a simple breakfast on the way to the laboratory and took care of 2 people. If I hadn't gone to bed too late last night, I wouldn't have been unable to get up in the morning. As for cooking, I would consider it as compensation for yesterday's offense. Then he called the system in his heart. How long will it take to analyze? Bye. The overall advanced concept construction technology of the bomber has been refined, and the analysis time is 80 hours. After yesterday's day, there were originally 96 hours left for analysis. But after yesterday's exchange, I didn't expect that the analysis time could be accelerated. A full 16 hours faster. It seems that learning and communication can further your understanding of technology, thereby speeding up the analysis time. After a while, Xinyi came to the door of yesterday's laboratory and walked in. Start getting familiar with the equipment. Once the analysis is successful, you can start making a model of the carrying space. After drawing a drawing of the carrying space, you can hand it to Minister Jiang. Just let them follow their own requirements, and the problem of transportation safety can be completely overcome. Then I started to look through the literature and materials in the laboratory and continued to learn the principles and techniques. Soon after a morning of study, the analysis time was shortened again. Xinyi put down the books in his hands, walked out of the laboratory, and happened to bump into Luo Tian. Luo Tian saw Xinyi coming out and shouted, "It turns out you were the one who robbed my laboratory. This hateful guy not only embarrassed me in front of everyone yesterday, but also robbed the laboratory that originally belonged to me. This is intolerable." Xinyi was stunned for a moment after hearing this. It turned out that this laboratory was going to be rewarded to Luo Tian, but Mr. Yi intercepted it and gave it to Xinyi. Then he shrugged and said, "What robbery? This is the school's arrangement, okay. If you don't agree, go tell the school. People who have changed their nationality don't deserve to have such a laboratory." Luo Tian clenched his hands, feeling very uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and said, "You should also be a teacher at the National Defense University, right? I am the leader of the grade group at the National Defense University. Logically speaking, you should be under me. Write a 30,000-word lesson plan to me after tomorrow. Let me see your ability and see if you are worthy of becoming a teacher. Write a 30,000-word lesson plan? Are you crazy? Only a devil would give it to you. This guy is always against me, and he doesn't even give me lesson plans." Luo Tian squinted at Xinyi and said, "What's your name, and which class do you teach? Who is your team leader? Are you telling me this? I am directly under the leadership of the dean and not within your jurisdiction. Okay. Xinyi only has one class a week, and it's not Sunday class yet. Where can I find the lesson plan? Moreover, the subjects I take are usually scientific theories. I have written all these things by myself, and there are no lesson plans at all." Luo Tian was stunned for a moment after hearing this. How is this possible? Logically speaking, all teachers are under his own control. This guy must have lied. Luo Tian then said fiercely, "If you don't tell your name again, I have the right to punish you. I have plenty of ways to punish you. When the punishment reaches a certain level, he can be persuaded to quit and dismissed." Xinyi said with an indifferent expression, "You can deal with me however you want. You have no right, okay. And it's time for me to go. I have to cook." However, Luo Tian kept standing in front of Xinyi and refused to let him go. "Even if you don't tell me, I can find your name in the education system." Then he started to check his cell phone, but after a while he found that there was no photo of Xinyi on the teacher list. "I looked carefully 3 times, but still nothing." Luo Tian looked at Xinyi again. "Who are you? You are not a teacher at all? I told you have nothing to do with it. What a crazy attitude. You are not from the school at all. I will immediately call security to subdue you and check your identity. This is a military academy. No unknown person can be allowed to sneak in. This time, it's okay to let yourself get the handle. No matter what, I have to kick you out. Even if you were a teacher in the school, I can find a way to get you fired and take back the laboratory that belongs to me." Not long after, more than a dozen security guards came over, and none of them knew Xinyi. After all, there were too few people present when Xinyi was stopped outside the door that day. It's normal not to know yourself. Luo Tian pointed at Xinyi and said, "This person's identity is unknown, and he just wanted to run out with evil intentions." Then he approached the security team captain and said, "Give me a hard blow and beat this guy until his nose is swollen and his face is swollen." After the last experience, Xinyi knew that these security guards had been trained and were stronger than ordinary people. "I would definitely not be able to bear it if I were beaten by them." Then he sent a message to Mr. Yi. After being blocked from the door, Xinyi took the initiative to add Mr. Ye's mobile phone number. Xinyi then shouted, "Stop! I am a teacher in this school. Who of you dares to do something? How dare you use public information to report private matters? Aren't you afraid of being expelled if you reveal it?" The security guards who were approaching stopped and looked at each other. No one dared to move forward. If you hit a school teacher, you will be expelled. In serious cases, you may even be invited into the bureau to drink tea. However, Luo Tian shouted from the side, "He is not a teacher at all. Catch him first and beat him first. I am the leader of the grade group. If he is a teacher, why don't I know him? Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll take the responsibility." Putting aside the fact that there is no photo of Xinyi in the education system, even if he is a teacher, it doesn't matter if I ask the security guard to beat him up. Even if this matter is leaked, he will not be fired at all. At most, he will be punished. After thinking for a while, more than a dozen security guards believed Luo Tian. After all, Luo Tian was the leader of the grade group and was in and out of the school every day, and everyone knew him. What he said must be true. Then more than a dozen security guards gradually approached Xinyi. When the glasses were about to catch Xinyi, a voice suddenly came from outside. "Stop it all!" Chapter 16 was successfully analyzed in advance. Mr. Yi walked over quickly and looked at everyone with an angry face. "What do you want to do? Xinyi, are you okay?" Xinyi shook his head. "Luo Tian, you asked these security guards to come here. Didn't Xinyi tell you that he is also a teacher in this school?" "I told you, but I couldn't find it in the education system. He actually said that he is directly under the leadership of the department." "I doubt." "That's enough. Since you know everything, why did you let the security guard come to arrest Xinyi?" Luo Tian was stunned when he heard it. What? Is Xinyi really under the direct supervision of the department leaders? "Depend on?" Yi Long snorted coldly. "Forget it this time. If there is a next time, don't teach in this school. Just get out of here. And don't think that I don't know what you said in your speech yesterday. From now on, You're no longer the leader of the grade group. You should still be an ordinary teacher. Luo Tian lowered his head and listened to Mr. Ye's scolding, feeling a surge of anger in his heart. Why? It was all this guy Xin Yi who actually caused me to lose my position as grade group leader. At this moment, Luo Tian blamed Xin Yi for all the recent bad things. Xin Yi, just wait for me. Then Xun Yi and Yi Lao left here and went to Yi Royun's villa. The two talked on the road. If he hadn't received the message just now and rushed faster, Xin Yi might have been tied up again at this time. It was okay once, but if it happened again and again, Xin Yi would have a bad impression of the school and leave. Mr. Yi did not mention what happened just now. Instead, he changed the topic and said, Xin Yi, the scientific research medal and the contribution medal will probably be sent this Sunday. There is also a national science and technology contribution medal that will be sent to me. Minister Jiang has successfully applied for it. Xin Yi was silent on the side, counting the days. There were about 4 days until Sunday. Mr. Yi continued to say from the side, send those medals to the National Defense Department, and I will have someone send them over. In fact, it is what every Dragon Nation person should do to contribute to the country. I don't want to have any honors. I just want to engage in scientific research with peace of mind. Then the two came to Yi Royun's villa. Xin Yi knocked on the door and walked in, seeing Yi Royun sitting on the sofa. Yi Royun said without raising her head, why are you coming back so late? Why don't you do it for me? Then he raised his head and saw Mr. Yi. He quickly stood up and said, hey, Dean, why are you here? Sit down, sit down. I'm going to cook. Xin Yi, you come with me and help out. Mr. Yi quickly said from the side, hey, don't be so troublesome. The two of them slipped into the kitchen. Xin Yi looked at her with confusion. You are cooking. Why did you call me into the kitchen? I can't cook, hurry up and cook. Don't let the dean go hungry. You, what do you hurry up? Have you forgotten the 3-part agreement? After a while, the two came out with their meals. Mr. Yi was amazed when he saw it. Royun, this dish is beautifully made. I wonder how it tastes. Then he tasted the fried pork with green peppers and couldn't help but nodded. It's quite delicious. You're good at it. Chun Yi living here is a blessing, he. It's okay, it's okay. Yi Royun responded with a smile from the side. Xun Yi didn't bother to expose it. 3 days later, Xun Yi, who was in the research institute, suddenly put down the literature in his hands, and a mechanical sound sounded in his mind. Bite! The overall advanced concept construction technology of the bomber has been refined, and the analysis is completed ahead of schedule. Xun Yi immediately drew a drawing of the bomber's carrying space structure in his mind. Various data and various manufacturing materials were marked on the drawing. After dozens of minutes, the drawings of the carrying space structure were finally drawn completely. Then began the production of models of the carrier space architecture. There are many types of materials in the Institute, and there are just what you need to make models. Then Xun Yi put on protective clothing and gloves and began to control the robotic arm to start manufacturing. The production of the metal frame is expected to be completed in 3 hours, and the analysis progress is 62%, 72%, 75%, 100%. The telescopic support pipe is expected to be completed in 2 hours, and the analysis progress is 52%, 65%, 73%, 100%. The intelligent voice system is being implanted and is expected to be completed in 1 hour. Analysis progress, 72%, 78%, 88%, 100%. The construction of the carrying space by adding aluminum alloy has been completed. Incorporation of rare earths to increase metal resistance and durability has been completed. Welding, adding mechanical automation procedures, and mechanization has been completed. After a day of research and manufacturing, the model of the carrying space has been made. This can be said to be the most critical part of the bomber. In addition, the overall advanced concept construction technology of the bomber that has been refined also includes various advanced technologies. Generally speaking, the overall structure of the bomber has been clearly understood, and any problems encountered with the bomber in the future can basically be solved. Xun Yi then wrote these information in the mailbox and took a picture of the carrier space model and attached it to the mailbox. Of course, only a part of the data, theory, architecture, and other aspects were sent. After all, the data was too huge. It cannot be transmitted in a short time. Send it to the mass mailbox of the National Security Department using your own email address as Yishun. The National Security Department has already released its own email address, calling on Chinese people to study more science and technology, and is always welcome to receive various emails about technology, manufacturing, or theory. Of course, some unimportant technical problems have also been released. Anyone can submit an email to solve the technical problems. Xinyi then looked at his phone. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning. He had to go to bed quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow morning and wouldn't be able to go to class. Then he lay down on the table and fell asleep. On the other side, Minister Jiang from the National Security Department was talking to Ying Jiang. The technologies provided by Xinyi have already begun to be used in the J-20 fighter jets. Well, it is expected that it will take another week or two to modify the J-20 fighter, maybe longer or shorter. Minister Jiang frowned and let out a sigh of relief. That's good. With Xinyi's technology, our country's air defense strength will be greatly enhanced. But the H-20 is the trump card. I don't know when the problem of carrying space will be solved. Yingjiang also had a sad face after hearing this. The current H-20 production team has overcome various problems, but is currently stuck on this problem. It has been stuck for a month. After all, the data of the carrying space must be accurate to the decimal point. After all, a slight difference can lead to a loss of thousands of miles. Any small mistake will ruin all your efforts. Yingjiang couldn't help but sigh. Our air defense weapons are not enough to deter those foreign powers. Only by waiting for the modified J-20 or H-20 can we have enough strength to gain a foothold in the world. It is true that the motherland is in urgent need of deterrent weapons. After all, the new president came to power and launched various technological blockades against our country. Only hard power can break this blockade, and we must make breakthroughs in scientific and technological research so that we will not be controlled by others. Of course, the technologies provided by Xinyi will also be used on bombers. Chapter 17, Night God? Minister Jiang couldn't help but sigh. I really hope that our air defense strength will improve quickly so that we can show sufficient strength during our exercises. In an increasingly complex international environment, we must teach a lesson to the chicken and eagle sauce. Otherwise, we will be thought to be easy to bully. Especially Ying Jiang. This guy has been instigating Filipino servants to constantly provoke the Dragon Kingdom on territorial waters issues every day, constantly touching the Dragon Kingdom's bottom line. Now, as long as they wait for an opportunity, they will be dealt a heavy blow. Minister Jiang suddenly said again. Xinyi must be worried about this problem as well. The problem of carrying space is indeed difficult to solve. It is impossible for him to overcome this problem alone. Yingjiang couldn't help but nodded. Xinyi must have had a big head when he saw the data that needed to be calculated for the carrying space. How could a young man solve such a difficult problem? In the early morning, the two chatted about technology and international issues. Li Hong in the National Security Department's office has already started work and is sorting out the emails that have been sent to her over the past 2 days. His job is to do this. He is specifically responsible for the emails that come in. If there are any major discoveries, they can be reported directly to Minister Jiang. However, there have been very few decent emails in the past few years. Most of them are about unimportant technologies and theories or outdated technologies. Suddenly, a letter titled, Construction Technology of Bomber Carrying Space caught his attention. The sender's address above is National Defense University. Sendet, Yishen. Li Hong clicked on it and started browsing, and found that it contained very rigorous data, structural principles, and space transportation technology. Li Hong claimed that she had worked in a research institute for several years, but she really did not understand the email, or perhaps only understood it partially. I have no idea whether this email is genuine or not. Suddenly, a colleague next to me joked, "What's the point of you being so serious? You haven't seen many useful emails in a year. It's better to fish for a while and hang out for a while. Your job is so easy. Just check it every day. Most of them are junk mail, useless." Li Hong simply said, "It seems that there is a major discovery." I read this email carefully 3 or 4 times. I just felt that this email was very special, and the technology and knowledge contained in it were beyond my understanding. There's also a picture of a model of the launch space included, which feels very realistic. This email is absolutely very important. I have to report it immediately and then copy this email to a USB drive. Then he left here in a hurry. When a colleague saw it, he couldn't help but sneer. What kind of major discovery is this? It's just a spam email. We'll have to trouble Minister Jiang to ask an expert to identify it. Isn't it good to slack off? Why do you work so hard? You are so serious and responsible, but in the end you still get into trouble, only to find out in the end that it is just a spam email and all your work is in vain. At this time, Li Hong had already come to Minister Zhang's office with a USB flash drive knocked on the door, and then walked in. When Minister Jiang saw Li Hong coming over, he asked in confusion, "Didn't I say I was meeting Professor Ying Jiang? Why are you bothering me?" "Minister Jiang, I found a special email that I couldn't identify, so I came here. I have received tens of thousands of emails in the past few years. What special emails have I not read? Can't you come later?" The title of this email is Construction Technology of Bomber Carrying Space. Minister Jiang and Yingjiang were stunned when they heard this. Isn't this the most difficult problem to be solved at present? The two of them immediately became interested. Li Hong then placed the USB drive on the table and was then asked by Minister Jiang to wait outside. After a while, Yingjiang plugged the USB drive into his computer and started checking it. Started conduction data. 1%, 22%, 36%. The data transmission is too slow. I estimate that there are dozens of TB of data. What is the content here? Why does it take so long to transmit? Soon after, a letter titled, Construction Technology of Bomber Carrying Space, appeared in front of me. Yingjiang then began to browse the contents. But the more he read, the more frightened he became, because the raw data inside was actually comparable to that of the H-20. Even the original data has been modified and has obvious signs of improvement. The technologies and principles described in it are very advanced, but some important content and data are missing. These data are the most critical things in the email and the most important part of constructing the carrying space. Without these things, it is impossible to create the carrying space for the H-20. Yingjiang spent 2 hours reading the email in its entirety and found that many of the technologies contained therein were very consistent with the carrying space required for the H-20. As long as these data are completed, a complete carrying space can be created, and finally it can be completed by combining it with the H-20. Yingjiang said to Minister Jiang with a serious face, "Minister Jiang, this email is very special. It is about the future development direction of the H-20. It is also the most critical step in whether the H-20 can be successfully manufactured." Minister Jiang said excitedly, "Really? That's great. We will immediately start the overall production of the H-20 and produce the carrying space. Our H-20 bomber will basically be ready for launch." But Yingjiang shook his head and said, "But the most critical data and technology are missing. Without these, the structure of the carrier space cannot be manufactured. I can't be sure about this matter by myself. After all, it is a serious matter. We must gather dozens of professors to discuss the authenticity of this email. Another point is that we also need to figure out the sender and the address. This is the most critical point." After hearing this, Minister Jiang thought about it for a while and then started calling various professors. "Hello, is this Lao Lu? It's like this. I have an email here and need to confirm its authenticity. Hello, is this Mr. Li from Cust? Come over here. Hello, is this Lao Zhang, the chief designer of fighter jets?" After Minister Zhang finished the call, he said, "Li Hong, come in." Li Hong walked in after hearing this. "Minister Zhang, what's the matter? Go, bring your computer here to me. It must be here within 24 hours. Go and find out the sender and address of this email for me. This matter is of great importance. We cannot be careless at all." After hearing this, Li Hong immediately ran to the office. She only transmitted the content of the email, but did not send the sender and address. Chapter 18 shocked everyone. Li Hong quickly returned to the office, unplugged all the plugs, picked up the computer, and ran towards Minister Jiang. Others all felt very strange, with an inexplicable feeling. "I really don't know what's wrong with Li Hong today." After a while, Li Hong came to Minister Jiang's office, turned on the computer, and sent the sender and address. Yingjiang and Minister Jiang stared at the computer, which showed the sender's address. National Defense University. Sender, Night God. Yi Shun is definitely a pseudonym, and the sending address cannot be wrong. Minister Jiang then gave the order. First, find the real name and specific address of the sender. Use the National Security Information Department to search. Once you find it, completely erase all the information about this manuscript. Li Hong nodded and started to work, investigating the source of the manuscript. After a while, just like last time, the same dozen or so professors came in one after another, but there were a few different professors. What they are most concerned about now is where the manuscript is. After all, this is related to the most critical research and production of the H-20. Professor Lu Chen quickly said, "That email is probably fake. I have to work on a national project right now, so I don't have the time to deal with it." The other professors also spoke up at once. I heard from Minister Jiang that the structural technology of bomber carrier space has been researched. How is that possible? The production team has been stuck for a month. Are the data in it true or false? I feel it is too fake. The data is too exaggerated. Ying Jiang, the principle inside is fake, right? Such a principle is not valid at all. Ying Jiang finally presented the manuscript on the computer screen. More than a dozen people crowded together and watched slowly. After watching for 2 hours, no one was impatient. Everyone's expressions gradually changed from disdain to solemnity and then to surprise. In the end, he became dazed because the content was so shocking. But the most core part was missing, which made everyone very angry and felt crazy. Then Minister Jiang took out some documents and said, perhaps a professor had already signed a confidentiality agreement last time, and this time is no exception. This document will definitely be classified as a national document. Anyone who has seen it must keep it confidential. Once it is leaked, everyone present will not be able to escape responsibility. Then the document was distributed, and after more than a dozen professors signed their names, they discussed. The general data inside is constructed very correctly, without any problems. The principle used in it is very magical. No one would have thought that it would be used in this way. This email is probably true. Could this really have been developed by one person? That's incredible. He's simply a computing freak, a genius in the scientific world. I really didn't expect that space transportation could be constructed in this way. This person's thinking is really terrifying. It really surprises me. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out in the office. How is this possible? Everyone turned to look at Li Hong. Minister Jiang quickly came to his side and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Minister Jiang, with my authority, I can't even investigate the sender of this email. And there's a national-level information blockade on it. When everyone heard this, they were shocked at first, and then they sighed. It was not surprising to hear this statement. After all, anyone who could develop such powerful technology must be protected by the country. It would be strange if he was an unknown person. Minister Jiang thought for a while, and then said, I will use my authority to investigate. I want to see who developed it. Then the identity of Minister Jiang was verified on the computer. Soon Li Hong's authority was increased, and the sender's information was investigated again. Everyone stared at the screen intently, not daring to miss any details. Suddenly a message appeared on the big screen. National Information Keeper. Xinyi, age 24, currently a teacher at the National Defense University. Zenda, Xinyi. Shipping address. High-end laboratory on the 7th floor, Building 8, National Defense University. Everyone who knew Xinyi was shocked. Minister Jiang, Lu Chun, Ying Jiang, and others couldn't believe their eyes. The construction technology of the bombers carrying space was actually developed by Xinyi. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, Xinyi had overcome the scientific research problem that the chief production H-20 team had been stuck on for a month. What kind of scientific geek is this? Such powerful scientific research technology can be accomplished at such a young age. No wonder that email contained the original data of H-20, and it was also improved data, becoming more accurate and rigorous. Everyone watched it carefully 3 times to confirm that it was not their own eyesight, and that the information above was indeed all of Xinyi's information. Lu Chun was the first to raise doubts. How is this possible? The best age for scientific researchers to develop abilities is around 30 years old. And Xinyi, who is only in his 20s, has such scientific research capabilities. This is not scientific at all. Also, this manuscript contains too many data principles and information technology. Xinyi wouldn't be able to finish it even if he started learning it from his mother's womb. Is this really something a young person could do on his own? Everyone present was silent. Everyone present was not an old professor in his 50s or 60s. This was a scientific research project that even they found difficult. But it was solved by a young man. It's hard to imagine how shocked they are now. Ying Jiang immediately said, Anyway, the sender is indeed Xinyi, but it is not known whether he did it independently. What we have to do now is to contact him and verify whether this technology was independently developed by him. The most important thing is to complete the most critical part of the data principles and technology. Then Minister Jiang took out his mobile phone and started to contact Xinyi. He then contacted a dozen more cars and prepared to go to the National Defense University to find Xinyi in person. On the other side, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Xinyi was woken up by the sound of a phone call. He glanced at it and answered the call. Hello, is there something wrong with Director Jiang? There was an email at 4 o'clock this morning. Was it you? Yes. Did you do it by yourself? Yes. Do you have the most critical data principles and technologies? Have. Then don't move where you are now. I'll send someone to pick you up right away. No, I'll do it myself. Good. Xunyi then checked the information on his mobile phone and found that there were several missed calls, and the caller was Yi Royun. Why is she calling here? By the way, I have to go to class today, so forget it for now and wait until I go to the National Security Department. Then he sent a message to Yi Royun. I have something to do this morning, and I can't make it. The class will be arranged in the evening or tomorrow. I'll let you know the details. Chapter 19, The Mysterious Person, is Xunyi. Yi Royun, who was in the classroom at the moment, became furious after seeing the news. At this time, more than 30 students were already sitting in the classroom, waiting for the arrival of teacher Xunyi. In the end, he said that he would wait for notification of the details. How could he explain this to these classmates? And this is the first class of the monster class. Yi Royun had no choice but to tell the truth to her classmates. However, more than 30 students reacted fiercely, complaining one after another. What kind of teacher is this? You are late for the first period of class, and you may not come yet. Yeah, you only have one class a week, and you don't come. This young teacher is a little too disrespectful. I am also preparing to participate in a research project on light experiments. I postponed this class because of this. I am really speechless. The students below complained bitterly, and many of them thought that their teachers had no ability at all. After all, they were all geniuses from each province. These 30 or so students are basically the top scorers in their respective provinces or have won various provincial and national awards. So they were very arrogant and looked down on the new teacher who came to teach them scientific research theories and techniques. They surpassed their teachers in high school and performed even better in college. The most important thing was that they heard that a very young teacher was going to teach them, which made them very dissatisfied. Maybe the new teacher's scientific research theory level is not as good as theirs. Finally, under Yi Royun's comfort, he left the classroom and waited for notification. On the other side, Minister Jiang arrived at the National Defense University with dozens of armed men in more than a dozen vehicles. I just showed my ID, and the security didn't stop me. Soon the vehicle arrived at the downstairs of Building 8, and Minister Jiang and the others quickly went upstairs to the high-end laboratory. Some exits below were blocked by more than a dozen armed men. Soon, Minister Jiang and other professors found Xunyi in the laboratory. Minister Jiang went straight to the topic and said, Xunyi, I would like to confirm again. Did you complete the content of this email independently? Is there anyone to help you complete it? I did it independently without anyone's assistance. We do believe that you have a certain level of scientific research, but we really didn't expect that your scientific research ability is so terrifying. Ying Jiang then said, Can you complete the key information in this email now? Yes, but it will take a long time. Then can you explain it while completing it? After all, there are some principles that we don't know, and there are also some technologies that we don't understand. Xunyi then took out a technical drawing of the structure of the bomber's carrying space and showed them the model of the carrying space. After letting them understand these things first, Xunyi began to explain. First of all, we need to understand the architecture of the launch space. The first thing is to abandon the previous original data because there are several items in it that are very wrong. Once you make a mistake, the entire experimental data will be invalid. The main technical problem solved by this invention is to provide an aircraft that can generate a greater source of lift from inside the wing, so that the wing and the fuselage jointly form a load-carrying space. In order to solve the above technical problems, one technical solution adopted by the present invention is to provide a load-carrying aircraft, which includes a fuselage, an engine, and wings extending from both sides of the fuselage. The inner space of the wing is expanded into a carrying space. Unconsciously, Xunyi talked from day to night and even talked a lot about the overall advanced concept of bombers. These professors were fascinated by what they heard, asking questions like crazy, wanting to know more about the bomber's scientific research technology and related knowledge. Although Minister Jiang didn't understand it, he felt very powerful when he heard the professional names they mentioned. Especially when Xunyi lectures alone to more than a dozen professors, it usually gives some professors who encounter scientific problems a sudden enlightenment and instant enlightenment. Ying Jiang couldn't help but sigh. It's really the waves behind that push the waves ahead. The scientific research capabilities of young people now are so terrifying. Lu Chun couldn't stop nodding. I really don't know how he mastered these technical principles. Even the old guys like us who have studied for decades don't understand. Other professors also praised. It is indeed very exciting. After this day of explanation, I have successfully understood many scientific research issues that I did not understand. With this complete data, we can start manufacturing the H-20 directly, and we don't need to conquer it for more than 10 years. By then, we will have the killer weapon of the H-20, which can definitely scare some young people. Soon we will launch joint military exercises, and it won't be long before the modified J-20 and H-20 can be unveiled. I believe that once these two killer weapons are revealed in the military exercises in the near future, it will definitely shock all countries. By then, the most advanced F-22 fighter jets and the most advanced B-21B bombers will be fully available, and you can still have a try at that time. It can make them clearly feel that the Dragon Kingdom is never easy to mess with. Then Minister Jiang said to Xun Yi, "Originally, we still wanted to investigate, but now we find that you are very suitable for the military technology competition in more than 2 months. At that time, you will represent the Dragon Kingdom and start a technological competition with Yingjiang." After promising some rewards, Minister Jiang and the others left. When he returned to the Ministry of National Security, Minister Jiang directly promoted Li Hong to director, managing many projects of the Ministry of National Defense and Security. All the colleagues around him were very envious. Even the colleagues who had ridiculed him before felt regretful. They even licked their faces and went to Li Hong to try to curry favor with him. At this time, Xinyi was a little tired after a day of explanations and hurried back to the villa. After knocking on the door and going in, she saw Yi Royun sitting on the sofa with a strange woman. That woman was her best friend Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing continued to look at the phone without looking up. When Yi Royun saw him coming in, she asked, "What did you do today? Do you know that today is your class time? You don't even go to 1 class a week. Are you that big of an arrogant person? I really don't know why Dini arranged for you to teach the monster class." Listening to Yi Royun's constant thoughts, Xinyi was a little tired at the moment. He didn't want to hear what she said and just wanted to go upstairs to sleep as soon as possible. When he was about to go upstairs, he was suddenly stopped by Yi Royun. "Are you listening?" Yi Royun's voice was a little loud, which disturbed Xiaoqing, who was playing with her mobile phone. Xiaoqing then looked up and saw Xinyi and exclaimed, "Royun, is this your colleague Xinyi who lives here?" Yi Royun looked at her best friend with some confusion. "Is it necessary to make such a fuss?" Then he responded, "Yeah, what's wrong? Don't you think his back looks familiar?" "Of course I'm familiar with him. He's been living in my house these days. How could he not be familiar with him?" "No, don't you think he's the person in the video? You're not talking about the mysterious person at the Science and Technology Exchange Summit, are you?" "Yes, the face of the mysterious man I saw that day was your colleague." "I don't believe it." Chapter 20. Unable to teach? In Yi Royun's heart, Xun Yi is obscene and obscene. How could he be that mysterious person? And just when Yi Royun was looking for an answer, Xun Yi had already gone upstairs to his room to sleep. Xiaoqing didn't bother to explain this. Anyway, sooner or later she would understand. Time flew by quickly, and I got up early the next morning to make breakfast. Yi Royun was also waiting for breakfast in the living room. She looked at Xun Yi and said, "Remember to go to the leftmost classroom on the 3rd floor of Building 2 for class this morning. If you are late again, you will be in trouble." After Yi Royun finished speaking, she waved her little fist, which was full of threats. Afterwards, they enjoyed breakfast happily. It had to be said that Xun Yi was really good at cooking. No. After speaking, he sat down to have breakfast with Yi Royun. When the time came to 8:30 in the morning, Xun Yi went to the teaching building alone. Soon after arriving at the leftmost classroom on the 3rd floor of Building 2, Xun Yi opened the door and walked in to find that there were only about 30 classmates. Suddenly, all eyes fell on Xun Yi on the podium. He cleared his throat and then said loudly, "From today on, I will be your teacher. My name is Xun Yi." Many people looked at Xun Yi with a sense of disdain. It was such an ordinary introduction. He probably had no scientific research experience at all. Teachers like this are not as good as them. The teachers who teach them are all old professors who have won various scientific research awards, and many have even participated in national-level research projects. However, such a young teacher with no scientific research experience seems to have little ability to teach them. Xun Yi curled his lips and then said, "Our classes are very free. There are no textbooks or strict rules. The only thing you need to take is scientific research, theory, and other related scientific research technologies. Do you have any objections? If you don't have any objections, we will go to class." Suddenly a boy stood up and said, "Teacher, don't you think you are too arrogant? Don't you use textbooks in class?" We all discussed with each other, we don't need textbooks. I am the top scholar in Pinglu province. I have participated in national first-level scientific research experiments, provincial special experiments, and Chinese and foreign theoretical research and discussion. Liang Yinhua counted the activities he had participated in and the medals he had won, and it can be said that he is very outstanding among his peers. Liang Yinhua then said word by word, "What abilities do you have to teach me?" Others also started to make a noise and said, "We are all geniuses or top scorers from other provinces and have won many special awards. No one else is eligible except famous professors to teach us." Yes, teacher. Have you participated in any experimental projects? If you have not participated, why are you teaching us scientific research technology theory? Teacher, you are still too young and not qualified enough to teach us. The people sitting below were all geniuses from 3,000 states. They were very arrogant and thought that the academy did not take them seriously. Instead, a young teacher with no scientific research experience was sent to teach them. Isn't this funny? Xinyi looked at the classmates below with a smile. There are still 2.5 hours left. Half an hour has been wasted. If you guys are still making trouble, we can just wait until get out of class is over, and there will be no need for class. Immediately, the whole class started talking more enthusiastically. They all thought that the teacher was too pretentious, and some even left directly. Liang Yinhua stood up and said to everyone, "Students, let's be quiet for a while. I want to see what ability he has to teach us. Don't even think that your scientific research theory is inferior to that of my student. That would be really embarrassing." After hearing this, other students suppressed their voices and thought that what Liang Yinhua said made sense. When the time comes that scientific research and theory debates are really not as good as ours, then why does this teacher have the nerve to stay here and teach us? Xinyi looked at the class that was getting quieter and then began to lecture. Today we are talking about quantum waves. Quantum is the basis of quantum mechanics, which means that the energy of particles is quantized. The so-called quantization means discontinuous rather than continuous. Electromagnetic waves are waves that satisfy Maxwell's equation, and light waves are part of electromagnetic waves. In classical physics, electromagnetic waves are considered to be continuous waves. After the electromagnetic waves are quantized, they become photons. Their energy is also quantized. Quantum waves can detect something as big as gravitational waves. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the classroom. Liang Yinhua stood up and said, "Teacher, you are wrong. The so-called quantum waves are restless even below 0 degrees, but it does not mean that they can be detected." Xinyi glanced at Liang Yinhua and explained, "We can actually make the fluctuations in one variable smaller, at the cost of making the quantum fluctuations in the other variable larger." Liang Yinhua thought this was unreasonable and refuted it. But that will consume a lot of energy and is extremely unstable. Current technology is not up to standard. How can it be done? This is a quantum squeeze state where we're squeezing the noise in one area, but that compression causes the noise to be ejected elsewhere. But as long as these more noisy places are not where you need to make measurements, it doesn't matter. After the two argued for dozens of minutes, Liang Yinhua stopped arguing with him and instead sat down and listened quietly. Because during the discussion, Xinyi always talked about some scientific and technological principles that he didn't understand at key positions. But some people were still dissatisfied and said, "The famous scientist Ying Jiang is planning to create a universe of his own. Now she and her colleagues are making a giant superconducting magnetic coil with a diameter of 1 meter. There is liquid inside the coil, and the waves of the liquid represent the phenomenon of material fluctuations in the universe. This is not at all consistent with the wave phenomenon you mentioned. Could it be that the famous scientist is wrong?" Facing many questions from his classmates, Xinyi calmly pondered for a while. There is not much conflict between the two, you just confuse the concepts. Confusing fluctuations with quantum noise, although both are extremely small and microscopic, is of the same category, it cannot be understood in this way. First, we need to know, what is a wave? What is a quantum? Xinyi began to explain it to him. Although he had some doubts, Xinyi explained them one by one in a scientific way. During this period, many students also raised many questions, but they did not stump Xinyi. Instead, they made Xinyi talk boastfully. The more we talk, the more principles are involved, and the more students participate. Chapter 21, Knock It Off. Knock it off. Suddenly, a picture appeared in the classroom. Xinyi was confronting the whole class, starting a debate on his own. Gradually, there was no sound of discussion or debate in the classroom, only the sound of Xinyi preaching alone. The students all admired his profound knowledge and scientific research theory. Only now did they realize that their teacher was not simple. The previous introduction had a sense of simplicity. Sure enough, the bosses all looked very ordinary on the surface. Just when everyone was immersed in Shun Ye's teachings, Mr. Yi suddenly walked in from outside. Seeing Shun Yi standing on the podium, he placed a beautiful box next to him and said, "I already know what happened yesterday. I didn't expect you to be really powerful. You can overcome the problems of a team by yourself. There are 3 meritorious deeds in this box. Take a look. Come to my office after class. I have something important to tell you." After Shun Yi nodded, Mr. Yi left the classroom. Liang Yanhua was stunned when he saw this scene. "Teacher, why did the dean come to deliver something in person? It seems to be some kind of medal. Can you open it for us to see?" After several explanations by Shun Yi, Liang Yanhua was completely classified as a little fan and completely admired his scientific research principles. Others also cheered and said, "Yes, show us. We also want to see what it is. The thing the dean sent must be really cool. I just don't know what it is." After this class, many people admired Shun Yi and had no doubts about his abilities. Shun Yi gave a helpless smile, but did not want to spoil everyone's happiness, and then opened the exquisite box. 3 shining golden medals emerged from it, engraved on them: National Science and Technology Contribution Medal, National Scientific Research Medal, and National Contribution Medal. These 3 medals represent different meanings. The first medal is for dedicating scientific research technology to the country, and the second medal is for the country to recognize Shun Ye's technology. The third medal is the country's recognition of Shun Ye's great contribution. These 3 medals are of great significance. Generally speaking, they are the country's recognition of Shun Yi. After seeing it, the students expressed many expressions of surprise, including uproar, shock, and shock, because they know it is very difficult to win these 3 awards. First of all, it is patriotism, and secondly, scientific research and technology must be very advanced. Suddenly, fierce praises broke out in the classroom. Is this the teacher's ability and strength? I have never seen such a medal in my life. I once had the honor to see an old professor receive this medal, and it was regarded as a lifelong honor. 3 of them are national-level medals. If I can get enough, I will brag about them for the rest of my life. The teacher is awesome. He really hides his secrets. I thought the teacher was already very powerful, but I didn't expect that what was revealed was just the tip of the iceberg. He is really a hidden scientific research master. Shun Yi then asked them to continue teaching silently, and soon it was time to end get out of class. Shun Yi left the classroom in a hurry. The other students seemed not to have heard enough, and they all regretted the wasted half an hour. Even the classmates who left felt regretful after hearing their stories. After a while, Shun Yi came outside Mr. Ye's office and knocked on the door. "Please come in." Shun Yi opened the door and walked in, then asked doubtfully, "Mr. Yi, what's the matter?" "I asked you to come here because I want to tell you something. Our military exercise has begun." "Military exercise?" "Yes. We will launch a joint military exercise with the Wanwan Strait and the Foot Basin Chicken Strait and compete in a confrontation. On Wanwan Island, a red and blue fighter jet competition is taking place. 0102, Sky Eye. Target 3 columns. Bearing 090, distance 150, altitude 80, enemy aircraft. Several commanding voices suddenly came from the intercom. The pilot of the J-20 responded immediately after hearing this. 01, understood. There is an alert. It may be the same 5th-generation aircraft. The radar is clean. Then several voices came from the intercom on the AWAC side. 02 is equivalent. We can create conditions. Then the commander-in-chief called over the intercom. Sky Eye, got it. The conditions are good. The J-20 pilot began to control the fighter to turn and fly towards the reported position. Then he pressed a few buttons on the control device, and the J-20 suddenly disappeared in the sky, and the stealth technology was activated. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on the screen in the cab, and the radar and scanner were activated, as well as the jammer and other interference devices. Soon, the J-20 unknowingly arrived above the enemy aircraft, perfectly hidden in the sky and monitoring the enemy aircraft. However, the enemy planes were completely unaware of the J-20 in the sky. At this moment, its size had already maximized the power of all its equipment, including radar, scanners, infrared, and electromagnetic waves. We are constantly exploring the location of the J-20, but we have never found it. There is no aircraft on the display. The enemy pilot panicked. Control tower, we haven't found any aircraft yet. Please reply if you get it. Command received. Everything is normal at the moment. Continue to explore and search for the J-20. At this moment, the pilot on the enemy plane was a little confused. They were both fifth-generation aircraft, so why couldn't his fifth-generation aircraft detect the J-20? What's strange is that the J-20's early warning aircraft was not found, which is very strange. Suddenly, two missiles came from the side and hit the fifth-generation aircraft instantly. The fifth-generation aircraft was killed without any reaction. At this moment, the pilot of the fifth-generation aircraft was still confused. Why did the electromagnetic wave screen suddenly show two missiles? How did they come from? At this moment, the J-20 pilot said into the intercom, "We shot them down, we shot them down. All three groups have been shot down." After hearing the reply, there was a burst of cheers in the Sky Eye room. Then the commander in the Sky Eye command room looked at the radar display screen and said, "01, Sky Eye is calling." 01, answer. 01, at your 085, altitude 70, there is an enemy plane. It is expected to be out of your strike range in 19 minutes. Command post asks if it can be shot down. Okay, I'll go refuel first. 02, you go back first if there's no more bullets. J-20 is the code name of 01. The pilot of the J-20 saw that there was a problem with the opponent system on the radar, revealing a flaw. The opportunity to fight was fleeting, and someone had to face the challenge at the critical moment. This is the awareness of any pilot, and also the control of the fighter plane. Immediately, your pilot controls the plane to fly upwards. The entire wing is in an accelerating state. The jet device is starting, and the second state, mixed jet, is starting. The speed of the J-20 directly reached Mach 7, directly breaking the maximum speed of modern aircraft, and bursts of sonic booms continued to be heard from the sky. Suddenly, a voice came from the intercom. The tanker is at position 270. Chapter 22, it's time to show your skills. After hearing the prompt, the J-20 pilot turned on the radar scan, and soon a tanker appeared right above him. The radar is three-dimensional, mapping the individual size and location of the refueling machine in 360 degrees without blind spots. After a while, the refueling cap appeared on the side of the J-20. The flight speeds and directions of the two were basically the same, and the refueling gun was quickly and smoothly covered. Basically, the whole process of refueling only took more than 10 minutes, and the whole refueling process was completed very quickly. This is entirely based on the J-20's high-speed transportation and oil pumping speed, but the whole process reflects the overall performance of the J-20. The J-20 pilot said into the intercom, "Sky Eye, 01 refueling completed, ready to go." Then the J-20 driver instantly controlled the steering wheel, and the entire J-20 immediately turned sideways and started tracking. Enemy, two stealth fighters have taken off. The J-20's radar showed that enemy reinforcement aircraft was merging with the pursuing enemy aircraft. The pilot of the J-20 saw that the estimated time was running out, so he had to go for the attack in advance. Otherwise, it would be difficult to handle the convergence of the three fighter jets. In an instant, the J-20 entered the third speed state, the third level of acceleration. Suddenly, little by little, air continued to flow into the injection device, turning it into an air injection state. The sonic boom suddenly disappeared, and instead turned into an extremely low buzzing sound, chasing the enemy plane at a speed of more than Mach 7. The entire J-20 disappeared in the sky like lightning, constantly changing its direction in pursuit. The J-20 radar showed that radiation waves were constantly exploring, and the pilot immediately turned on the jammer equipment and the stealth mode. Suddenly, radiation waves kept passing over the J-20, but the enemy aircraft's radar did not show any aircraft approaching. After a while, the J-20 unknowingly arrived above the enemy plane, and the two were only 100 or 200 meters apart, which was very close. But the enemy aircraft still did not find any trace of the J-20 and continued to fly around like a headless fly. Suddenly, a missile slowly popped out from under the J-20. After the pilot pressed the target button, the missile flew at supersonic speed. With only a second or two between them, the missile hit the enemy plane accurately. I saw the enemy plane emitting white smoke floating in the sky, and the pilot of the enemy plane was looking at his plane being hit in confusion. He was knocked out before he could even react. This missile was so elusive that he couldn't find the direction from which it was launched, which meant he couldn't avoid it. The J-20 pilot then said into the intercom, Report from the Air Combat Guidance System. 01 has shot down the enemy plane. 01 continue the pursuit. Shoot down 2 reinforcement planes, and then return. Sky Eye. Approval received. The pilot of the J-20 then removed its stealth mode and jamming device, preparing to engage the 2 enemy aircraft that were coming to reinforce it. After all, the J-20 has undergone several technical improvements, so it is time to try new tactics and new technologies and make innovative improvements. 2 fifth-generation aircraft were coming to reinforce, and an enemy aircraft was very close to being hit and destroyed. The 2 pilots were also looking at the radar display in confusion. How could a missile suddenly appear and hit 3 groups of enemy planes? However, a strange scene appeared on the radar screen. There was no red dot on it. Suddenly, a J-20, also a fifth-generation aircraft, suddenly appeared not far from them, about a few thousand meters away. This scene shocked them very much. How did the J-20 approach so unnoticed? If it was any later, they would have been killed silently just like the previous enemy planes. Little did they know that it was the pilot of the J-20 who took the initiative to disable the stealth mode and jamming equipment. Otherwise, he could have shot down the 2 enemy planes in the same way. Immediately, the 2 enemy planes took action, flying to the left and right respectively, forming a double-team situation. However, the J-20 did not dodge at all. Instead, it accelerated and flew over at high speed, which was very bold. The 2 enemy pilots smiled confidently. The pilot of the J-20 was too reckless to break into the encirclement alone. This was arrogant. If you get shot down, then you will be in trouble. It seems that this time the J-20 can be shot down easily without spending too much time and effort. At that time, the command post will definitely praise them, and they can also mock the driver on the opposite side for his poor skills. Suddenly, missiles were fired from under the 2 enemy planes and flew towards the J-20. However, they were dumbfounded when they saw clusters of white smoke coming out of the tail wing of the J-20, forming the shape of a cover. This is a manifestation of fighter jets flying at high speed in the sky. Dozens of aircraft missiles kept passing by the J-20 without even touching its edge and were avoided. The 2 pilots of the enemy plane were stunned when they saw this. How could the skills of this pilot, who was also flying a 5th-generation aircraft, be so superb? How can the sensitivity be so amazing? It's so flexible that it managed to dodge it perfectly. Even an experienced pilot with 10 years of flying experience would not dare to operate like this. This is simply playing with fire. The pilot of the J-20 flew the fighter confidently. It seemed that this early warning danger system was very successful and perfectly avoided more than a dozen missiles. This is a completely systematic operation with no human control at all. Of course, this technology was also provided by Xinyi. The pilot of the J-20 immediately turned on the broadcasting machine and chatted across the air. Help! Can you aim a little bit before firing? This will waste missiles. Then the 3rd state of acceleration was turned off and the normal flight speed was restored. The 2 pilots of the enemy planes on the opposite side were stunned when they heard this. This guy is too arrogant. The high-speed flight just now stopped and returned to normal. It must be that the J-20's fuel tank did not have much fuel left. Otherwise, continuing to fly at high speed can easily shoot them down. He must be taught a lesson. Suddenly, the 2 enemy planes began to fly up and down. Bursts of braking air sounds continued to be heard from the tail wings, and bursts of white mist were ejected. They're getting closer and closer to the J-20, trying to force it to retreat so that they can hit it more easily. It circled around the J-20, and then several sounds of braking through the air were heard, and several missiles rushed towards the J-20. The 2 enemy planes were several hundred meters apart in direction, so there was no need to worry about your missiles hitting your teammates. Sky Eye Command Center. 01, please fly backwards immediately. Otherwise, you are expected to be hit. Back off. Evacuate. Obviously, everyone at the Sky Eye Command Center saw this scene and immediately ordered 01 to retreat. After all, it was quite difficult to fight 1 against 2. If you continue to turn on the stealth mode and jammer, you can easily kill these 2 enemy planes. But the problem is that it is not turned on now. At this moment, several missiles are approaching the J-20 and are about to hit it. When the people at the command desk saw this scene, their throats were raised to their hearts. Everyone had only one thought at this moment. It's over. We're going to be hit. Chapter 23. Shock Beyond Words. The pilot of the J-20 watched the missile about to hit the fighter plane. When the distance was only a few dozen meters, he could even see the white mist on the missile's tail clearly. The driver acted quickly, then pressed a button on the controller, starting the first acceleration state and accelerating instantly. Suddenly, bursts of fiery red flames appeared on the tail wing of the J-20, burning continuously and fully. All we heard was a loud sonic explosion, and then the J-20 perfectly avoided the pursuit of the missiles and shook off several of them. The improved injection device can instantly activate the 3 major acceleration states and can accelerate anytime and anywhere. After the J-20 escaped the pursuit of the missile, the pilot turned on the intercom and said, 01, receive, the latest technology is being tested, please rest assured. 01, we will definitely be able to shoot down these 2 enemy planes. The pilots of the 2 enemy planes were numb when they saw this scene. Why could they increase their speed so quickly? And why can high-speed traffic last so long? You must know that the technology provided by Shunyi can increase the fuel combustion utilization rate to more than 70%, which can greatly alleviate the embarrassing situation of running out of fuel during flight. It can greatly improve combat capabilities and sustainable operation capabilities. This technology can be described as a magical skill. The pilots of the 2 enemy aircraft began to communicate with each other. 07, it seems that we have to use tracking missiles, otherwise it will be difficult to hit the J-20. Please reply if you hear it. 09, received. We must wait for its acceleration mode to shut down. Otherwise, a missile running at such a high speed will not be able to catch up, let alone hit it. After the communication, the 2 enemy planes continued to chase the J-20 from behind. After a while, the J-20 pilots found that the frequency of their missile launches had decreased, and they were just hanging closely behind. He didn't dare to move too forward for fear of being hit by himself. The pilot of the J-20 instantly guessed what they were thinking. They were waiting for their fighter's fuel to run out, or waiting for the fighter's speed to be shut down. In fact, they could have easily gotten rid of them, but in order to demonstrate their performance, the pilot of the J-20 forced the acceleration in the first state to only 50%. Otherwise, if it is turned on 100%, they won't even have a chance to eat the white mist behind the fighter plane's tail. The J-20 pilot then turned off the first state acceleration to see how they would respond next. The 2 enemy pilots were immediately delighted when they saw this scene and stopped their high-speed flight. Now is a good time to shoot down the J-20. In an instant, dozens of tracking missiles were ejected from under the 2 enemy planes at a speed faster than previous ordinary missiles. The J-20 fighter jet quickly approached. The pilot of the J-20 began to control the aircraft to swing left and right continuously, trying to shake off the dozens of tracking missiles. But no matter how you operate, you can't get rid of the tracking missile. The 2 enemy pilots saw this and immediately started communicating. 07, the J-20 is currently unable to escape the tracking missiles. It looks like it will definitely hit the target this time. It looks like we can celebrate in advance. 09 has received it. It seems like this now. This J-20 is really hard to deal with. If it continues to fly at high speed, we may lose. 07, I suddenly noticed something was wrong. This J-20 has been dodging our missiles, but we haven't seen it launch any missiles. Why is that? 09, yes, that's strange. If there were no remaining ammunition, the J-20 would have left long ago. Why would it continue to bother with us? Immediately on the other side, when the J-20 pilot found that he could not get rid of the tracking missile, he looked at the device on the side. It's time to test one of the latest technologies. Open the decoration inside and press the button. The last waves of electronic waves continued to be transmitted from the J-20 fighter, gradually affecting the tracking missiles. After all, this is electronic jamming. Tracking missiles rely on electronic tracking to maintain their ultimate target. Once disturbed, it will lose its target direction and can be easily shaken off. As expected, the J-20 easily outran the missile's pursuit without accelerating, relying on the most advanced technology. At this moment, the 2 pilots of the enemy planes could no longer describe the shock in their hearts in words. It's so unscientific. In the end, the missile was about to hit the J-20, but it suddenly lost its target direction and flew towards other places. What is going on? Generally speaking, once a tracking missile follows, there is a high probability that it will be hit. However, the scene before them was beyond their comprehension. After the J-20 pilot flew out of their encirclement, he then turned on the stealth mode and jamming equipment. Several of the latest technologies have been tested, and there is no need to test them again. Moreover, this time the entire process will be recorded, so as not to reveal too many top-secret technologies. At that time, this scene of the J-20 combat will be exposed. The J-20 had quietly arrived above the two enemy planes, but they were not prepared at all. To be precise, they could not see the J-20 at all. In an instant, two missiles flew out from the J-20. The distance between them was only a few hundred meters, and it only took a few seconds for the missile to hit them. They had no time to react before being hit. At this moment, the two enemy pilots were in a state of confusion. Where did the missile come from? When did the J-20 appear over them? Why didn't they notice it? Why didn't the radar show it? Many questions kept lingering in their minds. Although they were both fifth-generation aircraft, these two enemy aircraft were so easily defeated by the J-20. Obviously, everyone has similar equipment, but why are there such huge differences in technology, operation, sensitivity, activity, concealment, interference, and systematization in actual combat? It's really unbelievable. The J-20 pilot said into the intercom, 01, prepare to return. The J-20 then flew towards the landing platform, approached the fighter runway soon after, and then slowly descended. After the pulley under the J-20 fighter jet touched the runway, two huge parachutes appeared on the tail wing. However, everyone in the Sky Eye Command Center was silent. The scene just now was too shocking. Several times, the J-20 was almost hit by missiles, but it always managed to dodge them cleverly. Everything looked very tense, but it was all under the control of the pilot. After a while, violent cheers suddenly broke out from the rooftop command post. This time, the three groups of columns were completely wiped out by our side. They were all knocked out. It's really amazing. I thought it was just a slight improvement, but I didn't expect that the technology has improved so much. It can easily fool enemy planes. It's incredible. It can be seen from the picture that several of the technologies are so incredible that they are not on the same level at all. Information from Minister Jiang in Kyoto. The technology provider this time seems to be Xinyi, an excellent researcher. Chapter 24 shocked the whole world. 01. Well done, please return to the team. After Tianyin finished speaking at the command podium, the commanders were very satisfied with the performance of the J-20. Destroying the opponent's system will itself have a huge impact on the battle situation. Let tactics and techniques move from concept to actual combat. The command centers on both sides were in a state of panic, with the other side's command center trying to determine where the plane came from. Who knocked him out? After all, no one is sure about the J-20's elusiveness, and there may be stealth enemy aircraft behind the J-20. The highest commander of the command post, Air Force Major General Huang Baijian, was extremely excited to see this scene. The J-20 single-handedly wiped out 3 columns, plus 2 fifth-generation fighters. Such an achievement is almost impossible to achieve in modern times. But the improved J-20 is so powerful, and the technology it demonstrates has surpassed the level of modern fifth-generation aircraft. The technology can definitely be classified as 6th-generation and 7th-generation aircraft, but the 6th-generation aircraft and subsequent future fighters have not yet been developed. Otherwise, with such technology, Long Guo will definitely have a dominant position in the airspace. Huang Baijian said to the entire command podium, "Everyone, the improved J-20 has a very deterrent effect, and we must make this scene public. Let the Chinese people see it, let the world see it. The strength of our Air Force will give the world a little shock." The provider uses a pseudonym, Xinyi, from the National Defense University. After Huang Baijian finished speaking, he looked at the document information on the table. Xinyi, National Defense University. Huang Baijian then wrote 2 letters. One was a thank you letter to Xinyi, and the other was a nomination letter to Xinyi. Not long after, an edited video of the J-20's actual combat was released by the National Defense and Security Department. It was released on many short videos and information channels such as Tuying and Kuaishou. Once it was released, it immediately attracted the attention and discussion of many Chinese people, scientific researchers, foreigners, and other people, especially in the comments on short videos. This appearance is definitely a major technological breakthrough for our Air Force, and it is definitely an important manifestation of our country's increased strength in the field of air defense. Non-smokers, please get out and don't look at my plane. We are all old smokers. I will never regret entering Dragon Country. Tearful, exciting, wonderful. The Dragon Army stood up from this moment on and became the world's airspace overlord, laughing wildly, laughing wildly. When two enemies meet on a narrow road, the brave will win. Draw your swords. Dragon Country Air Force. Did you see that this time the technology was provided by the bigwigs from the National Defense University? The National Defense University is indeed the most important military academy in the country. Shenyi, please accept my knees. Oh my God. I will definitely apply for the National Defense College in next year's college entrance exam. It's my dream school. Dream lover. The domestic reaction was very strong, and it was basically all applause because our motherland has become strong and no one will bully us anymore. The reaction abroad was also very real. In particular, the Eagle Sauce became restless after seeing it and immediately issued a statement. The Dragon Kingdom and the Eagle Sauce countries should be on good terms and exchange technology and development frequently. Brother Long, let's talk privately later. You didn't invent this to secretly use it to beat me, did you? And what happened recently with the foot basin chicken? Is it true or false? Various major powers, represented by the United States, have issued statements saying that they want to be friendly with Dragon Country and stated that no one will violate Dragon Country's airspace sovereignty. I would like to express my warm congratulations on this. At the same time, many people at home and abroad are looking for a scientific researcher named Shenyi. After all, such scientific researchers are the most critical. But scientific researchers who worship foreign things, such as Luo Tian, disagree. Especially Luo Tian posted anonymously on some software platforms. That's it? You have the nerve to show such little technology. It must be a post-editing synthesis. Look at other people's fifth-generation fighter jets, the top-notch body fighter jets. Others haven't released any technical videos, but this one is installed. It's just a small breakthrough in technology, and you still have the nerve to release it? Can't you compare it with the White Emperor fighter? The Eagle Sauce is the best. Scientific researchers at home and abroad who worship foreign things do not think this is anything to be happy about, nor do they think that Long Guo has made much progress in its air force. It is just that. It has only started a few decades late, so the technology is definitely not mature. In the early days, many fighter jets were borrowed from the Soviet Union and the United States. How could they be independently created? It is estimated that this technology was borrowed from abroad, or maybe it was stolen from the United States. After all, the United States is the overlord of the world's airspace. The Gulf War woke up and stunned the entire world. It took only 42 days to defeat an army of 1 million with only 600 casualties, and all they used were high-end and advanced fighter jets. At this point in time, the fighter jet technology currently in use must be very mature and advanced. The technology shown in the video released by Long Guo today is definitely not worth mentioning. Such a video caused a huge uproar in many parts of the world, including the National Defense University. However, there was another piece of news that made the whole world silent. That is, the plane carrying a senior official of Jiaopanji crashed. I heard that it was shot down by a bomber plane silently. Moreover, that senior official had committed heinous crimes and evil deeds in Long Country, and was sanctioned precisely because he wanted to deny his past history. Many people in Jiaopanji spoke out. All of this must have been done by the Dragon Kingdom, and we must demand an explanation. This is clearly an infringement of our airspace rights. We are very concerned about this. The big country in the east is too scary. We must take revenge. Our airspace cannot be violated no matter what. However, soon the top officials of Jiaopanji made an official statement. All these are rumors and have nothing to do with Long Guo. This is really a plane crash. Please don't make random guesses. Disassociating themselves from all matters concerning Long Guo, it can be said that public opinion fermented on the same day and was suppressed on the same day. But even a fool would know that this was a lie. After all, how could a good plane fall? And it was the plane that the senior official was riding on. There was also a video of a bomber flying through the airspace that day. It was a bomber of a type I had never seen before, and it seemed to be a completely new type of bomber. This matter is definitely not that simple. Especially when the National Defense University learned that the talent providing the technology came from its own school, the deans and leaders were so happy. The whole school was in an uproar, and people started discussing it in the student groups, teacher groups, and leadership groups. In particular, the person who provided the technical name is called Shenyi. Almost everyone is discussing who this person is. Some people speculated that it was the scientific research giant Yi Feng, while others speculated that it was the dean and many other giants. Especially the leaders are constantly testing other people's opinions, trying to find the talents who can provide technical support. They must be trained and praised, and the whole school must be informed. In Mr. Ye's office, he also received several messages. Chapter 25, the whole school is looking for Ba Xinai. At this moment, the dean sent a message. Old Yi, Do you know the video just released by the Ministry of National Defense? Do you recognize Shinai, who provided the technology in it? If you know someone, be sure to tell me and give me a recommendation. Such a technology tycoon must become a professor at the National Defense University. If you know someone, recommend them to me. I will give you the best treatment. After seeing such a piece of news, Mr. Yi burst into laughter. This old fox wanted to poach someone. Shin Yi is obviously someone I tried every possible means to poach. How could you poach him? Then Mr. Yi replied, Shinai, I also want to know such a technology giant. The key is that I don't know such a person. Many leaders from various fields were asking Mr. Yi about Shinai, but Mr. Yi always responded in this way. Mr. Yi already knew who Shin Yi was. It was Shun Ye's pseudonym. He already knew about the email that day. Minister Jiang also told himself. Mr. Yi put down his mobile phone and said to Shun Yi beside him, It seems that the technology you provided is very useful. The release of this video has laid a certain foundation for our country's airspace status. Shin Yi, you have to work harder. You are still young. I hope you will get better and better on the road of scientific research and contribute more to the country. Shin Yi was immediately in awe after hearing this. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. I will definitely live up to your expectations. The duty to contribute to the country lies with the people. Mr. Yi nodded happily and then said, Shin Yi, in 2 or 3 days, there will be the National Defense University Science and Technology Exhibition Conference, which will be attended by all young scientific researchers inside and outside the school. Scientific research leaders and professors within the school will also attend to serve as judges, and there may also be some scientific research leaders from outside the school who come to observe. I hope you can participate. After all, this involves something. As long as you win the first place in this science and technology exhibition, you can participate in the National Science and Technology Exchange Conference and the Science and Technology Creation Exhibits Conference. Shin Yi nodded. He was very interested in scientific and technological exchanges and technological creations, especially as scientific and technological exchanges could greatly speed up the analysis time. Of course, I will inform you of the specific time. I am one of the chief judges this time. Well, after the lecture has been going on for so long, it's time for you to go eat. Ro Yun, this kid's cooking skills are pretty good. You're in for a treat. Shin Yi shook his head and smiled, then left the office and went to Chiefing Villa to cook. After talking for so long, he was also hungry. Soon he arrived at the door of the villa, opened the door and walked in, and saw Yi Royun sitting in the living room. Yi Royun heard the sound and immediately shouted, Shin Yi, come here. I have something to ask you. What happened? Do you know someone named Shinai? Do you know this person? Do you believe it when I say it's me? I believe in a hammer. Are you worthy of being such a person? How shameless. Do you still want to show off your face? Speaking of shamelessness, Yi Royun directly thought of the situation that day. He was simply a big hooligan. How could he be the scientific research boss of Shinai? Shin Yi gave a helpless smile. Maybe that person used a pseudonym? A pseudonym? You are alluding to yourself. What a beautiful idea. If I ask you if you recognize him, just say yes or no. Shin Yi was speechless. Don't you still recognize yourself? But the key point is that he told the truth. Yi Royun, don't you believe it? Seeing Shun Ye's appearance, Yi Royun knew that he couldn't hold it in, so he waved his hand and said, Oh, it's useless to ask you. I definitely don't know someone of your level. The name Shinai sounds very powerful when I hear it. The boss of Shinai Technology is really my idol. He can actually provide the technology to create that kind of technology. It's really awesome. He is simply a god in the hearts of us scientific researchers. I really hope that one day I can meet my idol. Especially the performance of the J-20 in the video is really exciting. Those advanced technologies are definitely the front end of today's world's technological fighters. To be able to invent such a powerful technology and contribute it to the country is simply a role model for our generation. Shin Yi smiled bitterly on the side. Alas, you have seen it a long time ago. Yi Royun immediately said, Why don't you go cook for me quickly? Shin Yi covered his forehead and smiled helplessly. Okay, but I can't always be the one cooking, right? Sometimes I'm very busy and don't have time to cook. Why don't you do it? I also want to try your cooking skills. You can also taste my craftsmanship. Come and cook for me. I'm hungry. Shin Yi didn't bother to argue with her so much, so he walked into the kitchen and started cooking. And Yi Royun couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Shinai is in the National Defense University, but why can't she find it? Logically speaking, I should know such a big boss. Could it be the dean and the others? But it's unlikely. They were in school during this period and did not disappear to do scientific research. Shangye, 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 Shangye. When the name is read the other way around, it turns out to be Shunyi. Is there any connection between the two? Or should we say that Shunyi is Shunyi? But Shunyi did not disappear during this period. If he develops such a major technology, he will definitely be summoned by the country to conduct experiments in a laboratory. No, I have to meet this idol no matter what. It seems that I have to ask my family to help find this person. After all, such a scientific research leader is too mysterious and powerful. I really hope to meet him one day and discuss technology. At the same time, there was also a murmur in my heart. This guy Xinyi is usually quite mysterious. I don't know what he is doing. Soon after, Xinyi came over with some food and placed it on the dining table. After Yi Royun smelled the delicious food, she immediately ran over and filled her stomach first. Yi Royun suddenly remembered the morning class. Xinyi, how was your class? Did you feel a lot of pressure? After all, those people are top geniuses from various provinces. It's okay. There's no pressure. The level of these people is just like that. They can barely meet the standards to become my students, but to be honest, it's not good. Are you still proud? I don't believe it. It must be very stressful when you are teaching. By the way, in addition to being the homeroom teacher of the monster class, are you also going to teach other classes? I used to need to teach other classes, but now I don't need to. Now I'm the head teacher of the monster class. Sometimes I also participate in some science and technology competitions or something. Anyway, it's all about science and technology activities. You're also interested in scientific research and technology? Have you ever participated in any national projects or experiments? No, I'm still too young and don't have enough scientific research experience. Yi Royun said this, but she had already started preparing for the scientific research experiment in her heart. After all, this was what Mr. Yi said last time. If there are any scientific research experiments or national projects, some of them will be left to you to do. After that, if you have some achievements, you can participate in scientific research in some countries. Do you want to participate in national scientific research? If you want, I can help you. Chapter 26 discovered. Yi Royun raised her head and glanced at him, pursed her lips and said, "Forget it, you'd better finish the class first. Those are not things you should worry about. I will participate in this science and technology conference, and scientific researchers from inside and outside the school should come to participate." Xinyi put the rice into his mouth and said vaguely, "So you want to participate too?" Yes, many scientific research teachers in the school are participating. Even Xiaoqing is participating. I just don't know what the research topics are this time. Indeed, it is estimated that the Science and Technology Conference will announce research direction topics soon. Afterwards, the two of them chatted for a while, and after eating, Yi Royun went out to deal with some things. Xinyi sat on the sofa and rested for a while. After all, doing scientific research during this period of time was quite energy-consuming, so he might as well take a good rest. Xiaoqing was already outside Chiefing Villa when he came to find Yi Royun. When he was about to knock on the door, he was suddenly attracted by a letter at his feet. Xiaoqing picked up the envelope at his feet. Could this be a letter from Xiaoyan's family? That's too old. Who writes letters now? Curiosity drove Xiaoqing to open the letter, which read, "Comrade Xinyi, thank you for the technology you provided, which has laid a firm foundation for our country in the aerospace field and established a foothold in the international community. I believe you have also seen relevant videos and news. The technology used by the J-20 is very advanced. Sincerely, thank you very much. Sender, Air Force Major General Huang Baijian." When Xiaoqing saw it, he was stunned and his mind went blank. Major General, Jiva, Video, Shunyi, Shunyi. Xinyi is the big boss of Xinai Technology. How is this possible? How did Xinyi get involved with Boss Xinyi? In Xiaoqing's mind, he imagined that Xinai should be an old man with a gray beard and have a lot of experience in technology. How could a young man develop such powerful technology? This was really unbelievable, and it wasn't until Xiaoqing calmed down for a while that he accepted this fact. Then he became extremely excited. He didn't expect Yi Royun to hide such a powerful technology boss. It was too much for him not to tell him. It's so unjust. Xinyi is so handsome and has extraordinary achievements in the field of scientific research, but he is devalued by Yi Royun and is worthless. No, I also want to communicate with such technology tycoons and share my experience in technological creation. God's Knight. A top hidden scientific research boss must have unique insights and unique vision on the road of scientific research. Maybe he can help me when I attend the exhibition. Xiaoqing took an envelope and walked into the villa, and then saw Shun Yi sitting on the sofa. His profile looked more and more handsome. Fascinating. At this time, Xiaoqing's heartbeat was beating loudly, and she was very excited and cautiously came to his side. Patted him on the shoulder. Xunyi opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoqing, and their eyes immediately met. Xiaoqing's face suddenly turned red, and she breathed a little quickly and said, "Shen, Yi, this is your letter." Then he handed over the envelope. "Letter?" After hearing this, Xunyi looked down and saw an envelope in Xiaoqing's hand. Who would write to me? There was no signature on it, so how did she know it was a letter to me? After that, Xunyi took the envelope, opened it, and looked at the contents. Xiaoqing on the side had been staring at Xunyi intently. The moment his fingertips touched him, he felt as if he was getting an electric shock. It's a bit strange to say that she is already 26 years old this year, but she has never had a boyfriend. She is obsessed with scientific research and has never thought about this issue. Now there is a strange feeling pouring into my heart, as if a girl is in spring, missing people. After reading it, Xunyi raised his head and said, "It seems that you already know the content of the letter. Don't spread this matter everywhere. After all, I am suspected of being a state secret, so I cannot reveal many things, especially my own work. From today on, I am still a teacher at the National Defense University. No one knows my identity, including you. Do you understand?" When Xunyi looked at her, Xiaoqing's face turned red with embarrassment. She looked away and said, "Well, I understand. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." "Okay, by the way, why is your face so red? Do you have a cold?" "No, I felt a little warm after running here just now." "Then take off your coat." Xiaoqing nodded slightly, then took off her coat to reveal her underwear as thin as cicada wings. After all, her dormitory was not too far from Qifeng Villa. In addition, the two of them are best friends, so when they usually enter the villa to play with Xiaoyan, they don't pay much attention to their outfits. Xunyi was stunned for a moment after seeing it. Xiaoqing's figure was as good as Yi Royun's, and they were equally alluring. Coupled with the fact that her face was very delicate and cute, Xunyi was afraid to look directly at her. Xiaoqing first asked, "Boss Xunyi, can I share with you my experience in technological creation?" "Okay, just call me Xunyi. I want to know if the techniques publicly displayed in those videos were all completed by you alone. If it contains top secrets, forget it. This is not top secret. You can say it is. Then can you tell me why the J-20 has a triple jet system? Why don't they interfere with each other?" "Because the triple injection system is an injection system. They are connected and not connected. The key lies in the matching of the internal combustion engine." Then Xunyi briefly explained the technological issues in this area. After hearing this, Xiaoqing suddenly seemed to have a sudden realization. She understood it very quickly. After all, she was also a teacher at the National Defense University, and she also taught scientific research. So it's very quick to understand. After listening to this, Xiaoqing said, "I see, but I think there is still a shortcoming in it. That is, why not mix these three systems?" Furthermore, the internal combustion engines equipped with the three injection systems are very complex, and the weight of the internal combustion engine cannot be ignored, which will increase a certain burden. She expressed some of her understanding and felt that this could be considered an improvement. Xunyi was stunned for a moment after hearing this. This idea was very whimsical and unconstrained, but it would definitely not work if put into practice. If the three systems are mixed in theory, they will definitely collapse, but once successful, it will definitely be a major technological breakthrough. But can a hybrid system really be accomplished? Integrate some systems into it. After hearing this, Xunyi frowned and said seriously, "Your idea is very good, but it is not mature yet. It is impossible to complete it based on actual operation alone." "But isn't this a scientific research method? An incredible scientific research method." Chapter 27, it turns out you know it too. Xunyi thought carefully and then said, "Let me tell you this. From a practical point of view, the difficulties encountered are very great and almost impossible to achieve. And doing so will make the system very complicated, causing the injection system to directly collapse and become unable to operate." All the questions raised by Xiaoqing were answered by Xunyi one by one, as if no scientific research problem could trouble Xunyi. And Xunyi also answered very patiently, because after several chats and exchanges, he found that Xiaoqing's ideas were very refreshing. His thinking is very out of the box, with some characteristics that many people have never discovered, and he often incorporates some novel things. In other words, I am more curious about exploring these. Xiaoqing looked at Xunyi, who was explaining seriously, but his mind was already filled with thoughts. This man was so outstanding. He is the best of all the boys he has ever seen, and he is also the most handsome of all the boys. If you can get him. Xiao Qing hesitated for a while, and then plucked up the courage to say, Shunyi, do you have a girlfriend? Why are you asking about this suddenly? Just ask if you have nothing to do. After all, you are so young and outstanding. It is normal to have a girlfriend. Who said I have a girlfriend? I don't. I often do scientific research, so I have very little contact with women. Oh, wow. After asking, Xiao Qing felt a little excited. Xinyi didn't have a girlfriend, which was great. But then he suddenly thought of Yi Royan. Why did he want to smear Xinyi? He is often said to be a scoundrel, late, and has no sense of time. Is this a way for her to cover up? He didn't want Xinyi to be too exposed. Yes, that must be the case. After all, Xinye's profession is too special. On the surface, he is a teacher, but behind his back, he is a national-level scientific research boss. It seems that Yi Royun also knows Xinye's identity. Xiao Qing then grinned and said, Xinyi, have you ever considered finding a girlfriend? Xinyi was stunned when he heard it. He really hadn't thought about it, and then shook his head. He devoted himself to scientific research and contributed to the country. But I don't have much idea about my lifelong events. After all, I haven't met a girl I like yet. Xiao Qing said coyly. Then what do you think of me? Very good, very cute, very lively. I found that you are definitely a genius in scientific research. Your thinking is too novel. Scientific research is about constant exploration and discovery. Xiao Qing smiled bitterly after hearing this. Xinyi was indeed a scientific research boss, and any topic could be related to scientific research. But I have a stupid head. Forget it. I have enough time to contact him early anyway. It is not a matter of being in a hurry. Yi Royun is not a potential love rival. After all, she has made it very clear that she hates Xinyi. Xiao Qing then talked about this science and technology conference. Xinyi, I will attend the science and technology conference then. Can you help me make some suggestions? Can you help me with research and development, provide some scientific research ideas, and assist me in completing technological products? Xinyi agreed wholeheartedly. No problem. Just ask me if you have any deliberate questions. For a girl like Xiao Qing, I didn't expect that she would be so interested in scientific research and have a high talent in scientific research. Once trained, they will definitely become national-level researchers and contribute to the country's scientific research strength. Xiao Qing stood up, picked up his coat, and said, Then I'll leave first, bye. Goodbye. Suddenly a cell phone rang. Xinyi opened the message. It was from Mr. Yi. It shows, the conference will be held in 15 days. During this period, you will have sufficient time to conduct scientific research and manufacture technological products. The scientific research titles of this conference are Mechas, Machinery, Drones, High-Frequency Particle Wave Machinery. Xinyi, I know you will definitely win first place in this conference. I hope you can help this kid Yi Royan more. After all, she had always wanted to participate in national-level project experiments, but she had very little scientific research experience, which restricted her from participating in some projects. Xinyi then replied, Okay, I will help Yi Royan more in technology research and development when the time comes. Then I put down my phone, took the letter back to my room, and started thinking about which topic I should research. After some thinking, Xinyi decided to study the two topics of mecha and high-frequency particle wave machinery. These two subject directions are equivalent to the general directions of future scientific and technological research. Suddenly a mechanical sound sounded in my mind. Ding, release a task. Help others complete scientific research products. Reward, double learning performance. 1 hour is equivalent to 2 hours, improving learning efficiency. 2 months. On the other side, outside a teaching building, Yi Royan finished some things and started to make a phone call. Hey, Dad, I want you to help me check someone from the National Defense University. It's easy to find someone. Just tell me their name, and I'll give you all the information in a minute. It's the technology provider that's been very popular on the internet recently. Xinyi. Shangyi. This is a top secret at the national level. Even your father may not be able to mobilize it. No, I want to meet him and discuss scientific and technological exchanges. After all, he is also from the National Defense University. It's not that Dad won't help you. A tech tycoon like Shun Yi must have many years of experience in tech research and creation. He must be an old man. You can go find him yourself. I can't find it. Please, Dad. Okay, I'll try my best to think of a solution, but I can only provide some clues at best. After all, too many family resources will be mobilized. Okay, love you, Dad. As long as my father provides me with the information, I can find even some clues myself. Even though the National Defense University is very large and has many professors. But there are only dozens of professors with such scientific and technological capabilities. Once there are some clues, I will definitely find it. When the time comes, I will follow him and learn from him. I will definitely make rapid progress in scientific research and will be able to participate in some scientific research projects. Then, not far from Yi Royun, Xiaoqing was slowly walking towards her. Xiaoqing said directly, Royun, I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. You didn't even tell me such a thing. Am I your best friend? What? Su Qingqing, why can't I understand what you are saying? You're still pretending here. I know everything. What? You knew it so quickly. That's right. After all, many people now want to find the boss of Shunyi Technology. It's not surprising that Xiaoqing can guess that I am also looking for the boss of Shunyi. After all, both of them have the same hobbies and a special obsession with scientific research. They are both very eager to make progress in scientific research, so as to contribute their own strength to the country. Chapter 28, Sanctions Against Dragon Nation. Su Qingqing then said to Yi Royun, By the way, which research topic are we going to study this time? Yi Royun looked at the message and said, The higher-ups have already issued a notice, so let's study mechas and high-frequency particle wave machines. That's fine. I guess many scientific research teachers in the school will study these two directions. After all, this is the future strategic direction of the country. Yes, these are also the two main directions of scientific research in the future. Now Eagle Sauce is also focusing on these two directions. I heard that the United States and China will soon start a military technology competition between the two countries. Yi Royun then looked at the message on her phone and said, The higher-ups have issued a notice. As long as we can win first place in this science and technology research conference, we will be eligible to participate in the national project recommendation. The second-place winner will be eligible to browse top-secret documents and materials. The third place will get a top laboratory in the school. Su Qingqing was immediately excited after hearing this. This reward is too generous. Don't even think about it. The technological products created with our technology will never be in the top 3. That's not necessarily the case. At this moment, Xinyi has been notified to go to the new media classroom on the 3rd floor of Building 8 to participate in the school-wide scientific research conference to discuss the direction of scientific research topics. Not long after, Xinyi arrived at the new media classroom and walked in, finding a seat and sitting down. The entire classroom accommodates thousands of teachers, all of whom are scientific research teachers and are participants in this scientific research conference. Standing on the high platform were the dean, Deputy Dean Yi Lao, and various leaders. Mr. Yi held the microphone and said to the crowd, This science and technology conference will be held in our National Defense School. We have rejected the invitations from various universities. As long as we perform well in this science and technology conference, we can participate in the National University Science and Technology Competition. And if we win first place in this science and technology exhibition, we can participate in the National Science and Technology Exchange Conference and the Science and Technology Creation Exhibits Conference. After Mr. Yi finished speaking, there was thunderous applause from the audience. He waved his hand and said, We have 10 research topics, but the school recommends that you study 4 research topics. Mecha, machinery, drones, high-frequency particle wave machinery. Our school also focuses on these 4 aspects, but the most important one is Mecha, because this is a high-tech field and one of the key national research projects. Finally, a document was projected onto the big screen, which displayed a technology development map from the United States, which basically contained high-end technological products and directions. Then a news broadcast was played on the big screen, and the new president took the stage to speak. Given the current development of the world situation, Dragon Country's development of high-precision and cutting-edge technology poses a serious threat to world peace. So we decided to increase the sanctions against Dragon Country's technology. We will impose a blockade on technology and economy, and sign a mutual defense treaty with our allies to prevent Dragon Country. In the end, we must not let Dragon Country rise up no matter what. We must make them honestly produce industrialized goods. We cannot let them continue to develop high-end technology. The entire hall suddenly fell into a deathly silence. After watching the entire video, everyone suddenly burst into discussion. This Eagle Sauce is too arrogant. Once every president takes office, the first thing he does is to sanction us. It's really abominable. Why don't you let us develop our economy and technology? This hawk is just worried about affecting his dominant position. We can't just sit there and wait for death. We need to develop cutting-edge technology as quickly as possible to break the blockade, especially chips. It's crucial. Our economy has been suppressed for too long. Only technological entrepreneurship can break the various blockades. Mr. Yi then waved his hand and asked them to be quiet. The international situation is becoming increasingly severe, and the situation in various countries is turbulent. Whether it is the Middle East or the recent Ukraine and Mao countries, they are all proxy wars instigated by the Eagle Sauce. So, comrades, we must face difficulties together, overcome difficulties together, and overcome difficulties. The future development of science and technology depends on you. Only when technology improves can the country's national strength improve, and we will not fall behind and suffer the humiliation we suffered 100 years ago. I have received the latest news. The Eagle Sauce has begun to impose a technological blockade on us, and it is the most stringent blockade. No country will conduct technological exchanges with us. Everyone was angry after hearing this. As the saying goes, you have to fight for your reputation even if you can't make steam buns. They had to break the technological blockade of the Eagle Sauce at all costs. Suddenly, Luo Tian stood up from his seat and said, Mr. Yi and all the leaders, if you want to develop technology, you first need experimental equipment and instruments. And the most important thing is the laboratory. Without a high-end laboratory, it is difficult to produce mecha and high-frequency particle wave machinery in the two scientific research fields. Mr. Yi frowned and asked, So you want to have a high-end laboratory for research and development? Yes, for example, scientific research teacher Gao Hanting. She has been teaching for more than 20 years and engaged in scientific research projects for more than 10 years. She still does not have a laboratory. Let's not talk about anything else. Do you want to own a laboratory for scientific research and development? Yes, I want Xinye's laboratory. It was originally my laboratory. Mr. Yi was stunned for a moment after hearing this. It turned out that this kid had this idea. Xinye was basically a national-level scientific researcher. How could he hand over his laboratory to someone like Luo Tian? Su Qingqing was the first to stand up and object. Why do you want to occupy Shen Ye's laboratory? What qualifications do you have? After hearing this, Luo Tian said with a proud look on his face. Oh, in terms of qualifications, I am an international student who graduated from one of the top 10 universities in the world, and I am a PhD student who studied abroad in Yingjiang. I have published several scientific and technological theories in World Science and Technology Essays, and have won the Science and Technology Creation Award, or D Award, and Contribution Award. And what qualifications does Xinyi have to own such a relatively high-end laboratory? He is just an ordinary bachelor's degree graduate and has been teaching for less than a month. He has never participated in any national experimental projects, published in World Science and Technology journals, or won any national or provincial awards. Why is he qualified? Luo Tian finished his words and demoted Xinyi to be worthless, which could be said to be a bad breath. No matter what, if I can't get it, why do you have it? None of your qualifications are as good as mine. So why do you have them? I want to take back the laboratory that originally belonged to me. However, Su Qingqing on the side couldn't say anything. What qualifications do you have to compare with Xinyi? Chapter 29 Targeting. Luo Tian said very contemptuously. Don't you understand what I said? Xinyi is trash. What qualifications do you have to sit here? I guess you got here through connections. Otherwise, how could an undergraduate teach at the National Defense University? At this moment, Su Qingqing seemed very aggrieved. She felt aggrieved for Xinyi. He was obviously an important scientific researcher in the country, but his identity could not be disclosed. He was accused by Luo Tian here. Luo Tian then continued to the crowd. Which of you here has not been developing in the field of scientific research for more than 10 years? And which one does not have a lot of scientific research experience? Why should someone who came in through the back door own such a high-end laboratory? It's not fair. Everyone's eyes fell on Xinyi, and they all whispered. Indeed, such a young undergraduate must have gotten in through connections. He probably doesn't have much scientific research experience and may not even have a good grasp of theory. Yes, we have all been scientific researchers for more than 10 years. We don't have high-end laboratories. Why is he a newcomer? If any of you here are not better than him in terms of scientific research and development, it would be a waste to give him such a laboratory. Well, what can we do? We have worked hard on scientific research for more than 10 years, but we are still not as good as a newcomer who came in through connections. Seeing that the situation and public opinion were getting more and more serious, Xinyi stood up helplessly and said, The essence of what everyone is talking about is that the laboratory is used for scientific research and development, and everyone feels that I am not worthy of doing research and development in this kind of laboratory. What you mean is that whoever has better scientific research experience and technology will have this laboratory, right? Then I dare to say that I will definitely get the top 3 in this technology conference. When Shunyi finished speaking, everyone who heard it suddenly burst into an uproar. This is too confident. A newcomer wants to compete with an old researcher who has been doing research and development for more than 10 years. How can he possibly compete? The top 3? Probably outside of 1,000. They are just young and frivolous. I think those who have the ability in that laboratory will occupy it, and those who have no ability will give it up. I think Luo Tian's scientific research ability is relatively strong, so it would be better to give it to him. I also think it would be better to give it to Luo Tian. After all, he has so many honors and has participated in so many national experimental projects of Eagle Sauce. There is no doubt about his ability. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse for Xinyi, Mr. Yi picked up the phone and said, "How can you say that about Xinyi? It is true that Xunye's identity is too special and cannot be exposed. Otherwise, how could Xinyi end up here, being criticized by everyone?" Suddenly, the dean interrupted Mr. Ye's speech and then said, "Old Yi, don't favor Xinyi. After all, most of what everyone said is the truth. Whoever has good scientific research capabilities will have better laboratories. After all, only excellent scientific researchers and excellent laboratories can produce excellent scientific and technological products. Leave this laboratory to Luo Tian. After all, his scientific research ability is better than everyone here. So it's decided. Top 3, ha! How could a new scientific research teacher win the top 3 places in this conference? Those who can win the top 3 are basically various top professors, or people with great scientific research ability, like Luo Tian. Luo Tian glanced at Shun Yi disdainfully. "You are the only one who talks arrogantly. The top 3, bah. If you hadn't come in through connections, you wouldn't even be qualified to sit here and talk to me. Do you understand? If you can win the top 3 in this scientific research conference, sows can even climb trees. This scientific research conference has the dean and many vice deans as the main judges and top professors as jurors. Those who can participate in this conference are basically senior scientific researchers with rich scientific research experience." Xinyi let out a breath. "My scientific research direction this time is the 2 research courses of mecha and high-frequency particle wave machinery. I will definitely win the top 3. As for the laboratory, can I use it first? After the competition is over, then..." However, before he finished speaking, Luo Tian interrupted him. "No, if you don't have a laboratory, you will find a way yourself. If you can win the top 3 in this conference, I will spend a huge amount of money to build a top-notch laboratory specifically for you, and the equipment inside will also be top-notch." Luo Tian dares to say this because he has abundant financial and technological resources behind him, and many technology companies support him. It is absolutely possible to build a top laboratory, but I have not built one for myself because too many resources have been spent. Not only does it cost a lot of money, but also all kinds of top-notch equipment have to be obtained through various connections. Xinyi shrugged after hearing this. "Since someone wants to give it to you for free, I can't refuse. A researcher who has changed his nationality will not feel sorry for me no matter how much he spends to build a laboratory for himself." Mr. Yi then said, "Then the technology exhibition will be held in 15 days. The process is for everyone to hand over the technology products they have developed to the jury. After the jury confirms that they are qualified, they can hand it over to the chief judge, who will ultimately decide the final list of the competition. The list of approved scientific and technological materials this time includes Su Qingqing, Yi Ruoyan, Luo Tian, Shen Ye." After Mr. Yi finished speaking, Luo Tian once again stood up and objected. "Why give scientific research materials to a newcomer? His skills are not worthy at all. It's a complete waste of scientific research materials. It's better to make one more for me and create one more technological product." Su Qingqing really couldn't stand it anymore. This person was so hateful, and he kept targeting Xinyi. Then he stood up and asked, "Are you the main judge this time? If not, what qualifications do you have to dictate here? How to distribute it is the school's business. Does it have anything to do with you?" Luo Tian crossed his arms and looked at the girl. "I'm just suggesting it. It depends on whether the college adopts it. Anyway, I don't think Xinyi is qualified to obtain the approved scientific and technological materials. And what's your relationship with him? Why do you protect him everywhere?" What relationship I have with him is none of your business. You are so funny. Yi Ruoyun pulled Su Qingqing and shook her head, motioning for him to sit down. There would be no results in arguing here. The dean then spoke again. Xinyi, as a newcomer you have approved scientific research materials, which is indeed a bit unconvincing. Let's do this. You voluntarily withdraw from this science and technology conference. This will reduce one scientific research material and hand it over to Luo Tian. It will provide Luo Tian with more scientific research protection. Or hand it over to other researchers. Shan Yifronit. If he didn't have a laboratory and scientific research materials, how could he do scientific research? How else to make it yourself? Chapter 30, Accepting Su Qingqing's Help. Xunyi suddenly raised his head and said firmly, "No, I will not withdraw from the Technology Product Conference. I will still participate, and I will definitely win the top 3 in the technology competition. The most important thing is the second reward, which is that you can browse top-secret scientific and technological documents and various technologies, which is very important to you." He even said that he must get this reward because the scientific and technological content of these top-secret scientific documents is very high. It can help you greatly speed up the analysis time, so I must win second place this time. The dean smiled and shook his head. He didn't say anything else. He just said that Xinyi was not responsible for the materials approved this time. It is better to leave this scientific and technological material to more experienced senior professors for scientific research. After all, it can create greater value. Everyone looked at the newly appointed teacher and shook their heads. It is good for young people to have goals and ambitions, but it is not good to be overconfident. He couldn't win the top 3, and everyone didn't think highly of him and didn't believe he could win. Later, Mr. Yi talked about some important items for this Science and Technology Exhibition Conference, and then dismissed the meeting. After the disbandment, Su Qingqing found Xinyi outside the teaching building and said, "Luo Tian is really bullying people. He has no right to criticize you." Fin. Xinyi, I will go outside the school to buy some scientific research materials for you, and you can go to my laboratory for scientific research. You can definitely participate in this Science and Technology Conference. Forget it. The scientific research materials on the topic I want to research are very expensive. It will cost at least 1 million or more. It doesn't matter. I can afford it. This little money is just pocket money for me. After hearing this, Xunye's mind went blank. Several million was actually pocket money to her. Su Qingqing must be too rich. My salary is only a few thousand yuan a month. Su Qingqing looked at his shocked eyes and said, "My family runs a technology company and engages in technology research and development. There are thousands of technology companies across the country run by my family. And there are dozens of laboratories in the school donated by my family, so there is no problem if we need to conduct scientific research in the laboratories." Xinyi was silent for a while and then said, "Thank you very much. If you have any technical problems in the future, you can ask me." "No need to be so polite. Aren't we friends?" "Yes, we are friends." Su Qingqing smiled knowingly and secretly observed Xunyi next to her. Xunyi then returned to Qifeng Villa, while Su Qingqing went out to buy some technological materials. When Xunyi first arrived at the villa, he received a message from Mr. Yi. "Xunyi, I personally support you with the materials and laboratory this time. You can come to my laboratory for scientific research tomorrow. Don't blame the dean. After all, your situation is too special. He doesn't know your identity yet." Xunyi picked up the phone and replied, "It's okay. Someone in the materials and laboratory has already helped me solve it." Suddenly, there was a sound of pushing the door open, and Yi Ruoyun walked in and looked at him with some confusion. "Why are you talking so wildly at this conference? How can you possibly win the top 3 at this technology conference?" At this moment, Yi Ruoyun was very curious. Where did Xunyi find the courage to say these words in a conference with thousands of people? You must know that the participants this time are all veteran teachers with decades of scientific research experience. If he, a newcomer, said such words, he might be out of his mind, right? Xunyi sighed lightly. "With my scientific research experience, I can definitely win the top 3 this time. You no longer have a laboratory and experimental materials, and you can't participate in the competition. How can you win the top 3 in this technology? You don't need to worry about this." Yi Ruoyun looked at him speechlessly, bragging. "What I hate most is people who brag. They are not reliable at all." Suddenly, an electronic sound sounded in his mind. Ding. The manufacturing technology and schematic diagram of the Pioneer Mecha have been extracted. The drawing time required to analyze is 3,600 hours. Then Xinyi confirmed that the analysis had started. After that, Xinyi went to find some books about science and technology and started browsing them to expand his knowledge of science and technology and speed up the time of analyzing the drawings. If it were to be analyzed normally, it would take 15 days, which would be too late. Yi Royan received a call from her father. "Hello, Xiaoyan, I found some clues. As far as I know, Xinyi is a young man." Yi Royan was shocked when she heard this. How could it be possible? The one who provided those technologies was actually a young man. Then another voice came from the other end of the phone. "According to my guess, this young man is from the National Defense University and is probably a young teacher who has just taken office. It took me a huge amount of effort to get this information out. Don't tell anyone about it. After all, it was not easy to find out this." Yi Royan paused for a moment and said, "Dad, are you sure what you are asking is true?" A solemn voice came from the other end of the phone. "At first I also thought it was fake. After all, how could a young man come up with such amazing technology? After all, he's an old man." But after repeated confirmation, the Xinyi technology boss is actually a young man. Yi Royan was silent for a while and then said, "Dad, can you help me get connected? I want to discuss technology." "Oh, you think too much." Then the person on the other end of the phone changed the subject. "Xiao Yun, when are you going to find a boyfriend? You are not young anymore. It's time to think about it." "What? Dad, what did you say? The signal here is bad. I'm hanging up now." After Yi Royan finished speaking, she hung up the phone. The news was so shocking that it was no less than the explosion of an atomic bomb. Then he thought seriously again. According to his father's guess, this person should have just joined the National Defense University. The scope suddenly narrowed. It is true that dozens of people have recently entered the National Defense University to teach, but most of them have mediocre scientific research and do not have much scientific research achievements. No matter how much I think about it, I can't imagine that the Xinyi technology boss is one of these young people. Who is it? The first thing is to exclude people like Xinyi. How could he get in if it weren't for Mr. Yi? So who else? After all, it is Luo Tian who has scientific research capabilities, but it is unlikely for him. Yi Royan rubbed his head. Forget it. He still didn't want to think about it anymore. "I guess I can't find it yet. I'll tell you later when I have the chance. Let's think about which topic to research. Let's study high-frequency particle wave machinery." It seems that Su Qingqing is also studying this aspect, and then the two of them can just communicate with each other. Chapter 31, High-Frequency Ion Vibration Knife. Time turned, and it was dark night. Xinyi had already walked out of the villa and headed towards the location sent by Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing had already bought the technological materials and was waiting for Xunyi in the laboratory. Soon Xunyi came to the door of the laboratory, opened the door, and walked in. "I saw scientific research materials all over the floor. It can be said that there are all kinds of materials, and the various equipment in the laboratory are also quite good." Xunyi then changed into scientific research clothes and asked, "Su Qingqing, which scientific research topic are you going to study?" "High-frequency particle wave machinery, quantum wave energy shield plasma protection technology, also known as quantum shield." Xunyi nodded slightly after hearing this. "What do you think we need to pay attention to in plasma protection technology? How can it be more easily matched with various civilian and military equipment?" Su Qingqing expressed her understanding and responded, "I think plasma has a unique protective effect against high-power microwave attacks, but I can't figure out how to match it with civilian and military equipment." Xunyi thought for a while and then said, "Okay, come on, let me tell you. This technology is used to make shields, which can protect military equipment from electromagnetic and microwave attacks. At the same time, it can also absorb microwaves and convert them into its own energy, achieving a heaven-defying defense that the stronger the attack, the stronger the defense. Of course, some situations are suitable for low-temperature plasma. If you want to achieve normal temperature, you need some more advanced theories and technologies. So as long as you do what I say, even the top fighters F-22 and F-35 will be helpless against the protective shield." Su Qingqing listened quietly on the side, constantly absorbing and accepting the knowledge, techniques, and theories that Xinyi talked about. It was as if a brand new door was opening towards me. This feeling was very mysterious. Xinyi is worthy of being a technology tycoon. He can understand so much with a little explanation and guidance. It provides reasonable explanations for many scientific research issues that are difficult to figure out. Although Su Qingqing understood it quickly, it still took some time to master it, and then asked, "Can you guide me how to operate it?" Yes, electromagnetism is emitted through the ionosphere to change the weather or create electromagnetic interference. This is also a high-energy electromagnetic. Then Xin Yi held Su Qingqing's hand and explained and guided her, teaching her how to integrate this technology into various devices. After explaining and teaching for half an hour, Xin Yi let go and said, "This kind of technical difficulty is still relatively high, and it cannot be conquered so easily. Don't be anxious. We have plenty of time for experimental research and manufacturing." Su Qingqing's face turned slightly red and she nodded. "It's already getting late. You should go back first and talk about it tomorrow." "Okay, bye." Then Shun Yi left here, and on the way back to the villa, he called the system in his heart. Ding, the analysis time still needs 3,566 hours. It seems that today's study has been accelerated and analyzed for 10 hours, which is not bad. Shun Yi then returned to the villa. Yi Royun was already waiting for Shun Yi in the living room and asked, "Why are you back so late?" "I'm going to do research and development. By the way, do you want me to help you guide you in the high-frequency particle wave machinery? What is your research area? You still guide me with your skills? Forget it. What I am studying is the high-frequency particle vibrating knife. It is considered a single weapon. Let's talk about the specific application." Shin Yi didn't speak and then returned to the room. If he hadn't promised Mr. Yi to help Yi Royun, he wouldn't have bothered to pay attention to her. Alas, he would just help her create a scientific research product when the time came. Early the next morning, Shin Yi left the villa and headed to the laboratory, and Su Qingqing had also arrived at the laboratory. The first time he saw Shin Yi, he immediately greeted him. "Shin Yi, have you eaten in the morning?" "Have eaten. By the way, I've been checking the information last night and found that most of what you said is confirmed, and it is even more advanced. You are worthy of being a scientific research leader." "Not bad. How good are you with this technology?" "Oh, it's not very good. My insights and practical practices are not as good as yours. It's not that easy." Shin Yi then controlled the robotic arm and said, "Then let me demonstrate it to you and let you see some operations of the high-frequency particle wave machinery. I think I can get it all done in one morning. I'll get a high-frequency ion vibration knife for you to see." Su Qingqing said with some confusion, "This is progressing too fast. Are you sure enough to control it? Furthermore, it takes a long time to produce high-frequency ions. It cannot be produced in a short time, and this process is very energy-consuming. One morning isn't enough time, right? It's unlikely to be made." Obviously, Su Qingqing didn't believe that Shen Yi could make a difficult ion vibration knife in such a short time. Moreover, this high-frequency ion vibration knife has never been realized at all. At best, it can only be modeled, and no one has ever produced physical ions. Shen Yi didn't explain too much, and then started making high-frequency vibrating knives based on his own experience. The forged aluminum alloy is being refined, and the sword hilt is being made. It is expected to be completed in 20 minutes. Progress: 52%, 63%, 78%, 100%. Working with ion particle fusion, expected to be completed in 40 minutes. Progress: 65%, 79%, 100%. We are trying to perform wave driving under normal temperature. It is expected to be completed in 2 hours. Progress: 48%, 59%, 88%, 100%. The stability of the model knife under normal temperature is being constructed. It is expected to be completed in 1 hour. Progress: 33%, 45%, 66%, 100%. After a morning of practical operations, Shin Yi finally made a high-frequency ion vibration knife. The blade of the shock knife is filled with ion arcs, and the color of the entire shape is bright blue, making the entire appearance very domineering. There is a button on the handle that can be turned on and off, which can avoid a lot of trouble. Su Qingqing had little stars in her eyes and said with admiration, "Shin Yi, you are so awesome. It only took one morning to complete an impossible task. This is simply a demonic scientific research talent." At this moment, Su Qingqing was obviously shocked by Shun Ye's operation. Is this the strength of a scientific research boss? Complete an impossible task so easily. Moreover, while Shin Yi was conducting scientific research and creation, he was explaining the principal operation of various high-frequency particles. All this seems effortless, as if it comes at your fingertips. Shin Yi then handed the shock knife to Su Qingqing to feel it. "I'm going to give this shock knife to Yi Royun." "Why? Why don't you give it to me?" "Because I promised Mr. Yi to help Yi Royun more in scientific research." Su Qingqing said nothing more, and then began to feel it carefully. But the more I looked at it, the more shocked I became. The functions inside are really amazing. Chapter 32, the Science and Technology Exhibition Conference, is about to begin. Xunyi then took back the high-frequency ion vibration knife, looked at the vibration knife, and shook his head. This is not perfect, and it even has big flaws. It was just made casually, and many details were not perfected. The main purpose of doing this experiment is to let you understand how high-frequency particles are integrated into various devices. Su Qingqing's expression at this moment was a bit dumbfounded. Is this the Versailles of scientific research bosses? It took only one morning to create such a shocking work, but it was called a shoddy and inferior product. After Xunyi finished speaking, he asked Su Qingqing to take a closer look at the experiment. Then he rushed back to Qifeng Villa, found Yi Royun, put the hilt of the sword in front of her, and said, "Nua, this is the high-frequency ion shock knife. Take it. Take this and participate in the school's science and technology conference, and you will definitely win the top 10. Yi Royun raised his head and glanced. Can you stop bragging? If you don't brag, you will die. With a sword hilt, you told me that you could win the top 10 this time. How is that possible? Xunyi held his forehead speechlessly. Why don't you always believe me? Just press that button, and you will know. Yi Royun then picked up the hilt of the sword and pressed the button with a puzzled look. Immediately, ions extended from the top of the hilt to form a sword blade. Suddenly, a cool and domineering high-frequency ion vibration knife was displayed in front of her eyes. At this moment, Yi Royun's breathing stopped for a moment. This is really a high-frequency ion vibration knife. Yi Royun calmed down for a while and then said, "Did you make this?" "Right. How much time did it take you?" Probably one morning. So have you made any technology products that you can use to attend the conference?" "Not yet. I guess it will have to be done 1 or 2 days before the conference." Yi Royun still didn't believe that he did it. "Did someone else do it for you?" "No, forget it. Don't say it anymore. You will understand later." Then Xunyi returned to the room, and suddenly an electronic sound came to mind. Ding. Force others to complete technology production and reward double learning performance. For 1 month. But Yi Royun was still stunned on the spot. She couldn't figure out why she gave this high-frequency ion vibration knife to herself. With this high-frequency ion vibration knife, he could at least enter the top 10 in this science and technology conference. Xunyi didn't lie, because Yi Royun could tell from this vibrating knife that the technology used in it was very high-end, and it had already overwhelmed most of the scientific research teachers in the school. 12 days later, Xunyi watched Su Qingqing manufacturing technological products in the laboratory. Su Qingqing carefully controlled the robotic arm to complete the last step. Finally, when a mechanical box was synthesized, it was finally completed. Su Qingqing then stopped the operation, and the quantum energy shield was finally completed. Suddenly, he jumped up happily and said, "Xunyi, I succeeded. I finally made it successfully." Then he hugged Xunyi excitedly. After a while, Su Qingqing let go of Xunyi. She realized that her behavior just now was a little too close, and her face suddenly turned red. "By the way, you should start scientific research and manufacturing, right? Can it be completed in 3 days? It should work." A mechanical sound came to mind. Ding. Force others to complete technology production and reward double learning performance. For 2 months. Ding. The manufacturing technology and schematic diagram of the Pioneer Mecha have been extracted and analyzed successfully. After Xunyi finished speaking, the robotic arm he controlled began to manufacture. The rare earth liquid is being fused with aluminum alloy to create the mecha frame. It is expected to be completed in 5 hours. Progress: 12%, 26%, 56%, 78%, 100%. The electronic program system is being implanted and is expected to be completed in 4 hours. Progress: 44%, 56%, 100%. Ion shield is being added. Quantum fusion is expected to be completed in 7 hours. Progress: 33%, 58, 100%. The triple injection system is being implanted and is expected to be completed in 5 hours. Progress: 46%, 64%, 100%. The interior of the mecha is being purchased and materials are being added for fusion and production. Progress: 66%, 75%, 92%, 100%. Finally, after 3 days and 3 nights of production, this Pioneer Mecha was finally completed. Su Qingqing saw everything that happened in the past 3 days. The materials Xunyi needed this time were very large. It can be said that it is like a gold-eating beast, constantly fusing materials. And Su Qingqing even has to go out to buy some technological materials before he can continue to complete the production. It took more than 10 million before and after to finally complete this mecha. The two of them looked at the mecha that was nearly 2 meters away and couldn't help but sigh. The appearance of this mecha is bright blue, and overall it looks like the mecha in Captain Marvel, but there are still some differences. Su Qingqing then said, "Xinyi, you have been researching and making it continuously during the past 3 days. There are some steps in it that I didn't understand. In fact, I didn't understand most of them. I just saw what Xinyi made there, and I didn't understand the principles and techniques used in them at all. He is worthy of being a scientific research master." Xinyi relaxed and sat on the stool. "It doesn't matter. You will know and understand this as you learn slowly in the future. Send your scientific research products and the mecha together, and send them to the Science and Technology Conference together. I'm a little tired and don't want to move." Su Qingqing nodded, then packed the 2 scientific research products, transported them, and sent them to the open-air stage. This technology conference is held on the open-air stage. After a while, Su Qingqing came to the backstage of a big stage, found the jury professor, and then placed these 2 scientific research products here. On the list of participants, right? Su Qingqing's scientific research product mechanical box. Xinye's scientific research product pioneer mecha. After putting down these 2 scientific research products, I rushed back to the laboratory. This time, the judges opened the packaging and revealed 2 scientific research products. They simply observed and operated them, and then sent them directly to the main judges. Repackaged and sent over. Luo Tian also sent the mecha and high-frequency ion vibration knife produced this time behind the scenes, and the dean gave him 2 copies of technological materials. Luo Tian has made 2 technological products. His main research topics are mecha and high-frequency ion vibration knives. He is very attentive to these 2 technological products. He is very well prepared and is determined to win the top 3 places in this technology conference. After all, his experience in technology is enough to win such a ranking. The next day will be the time for the scientific research conference and exhibition, when all the science teachers in the school will come and see their own scientific research products. You can also read the comments of the chief judges on your scientific research products and then rank the winners of this science and technology conference. Soon that day arrived. Thousands of scientific research teachers who are participating in this science and technology exhibition conference have arrived at the open-air stage. Chapter 33, Shocking Attack. On the high platform of the open-air stage, the vice president, the president, and other leaders sat. There were thousands of scientific research products placed on the platform below to participate in this science and technology tour conference. With the order from the dean, the scientific research tour conference officially began. The professors and jurors began to test the technological products participating in the conference one by one. Most of the scientific research products this time were mechas, machinery, drones, and high-frequency particle wave machinery. So the detection is very fast. Most scientific research products are very general and tested very quickly. Soon it was the turn of the high-frequency ion vibration knife developed and produced by Luo Tian. The professor took out something like a glow stick from an iron box, and then pressed the button inside it according to the information provided by Luo Tian. Suddenly, the high-frequency ion vibration knife manufactured and developed by Luo Tian emitted bursts of faint light. The juror then took the high-frequency ion vibration knife and chopped the arranged plastic foam, and the plastic foam was cut instantly. As long as it can cut easily broken objects, it is qualified. The juror then took the vibration knife and chopped the beer bottle. The high-frequency ion vibration knife paused on the beer bottle for a while and then cut it open successfully. This time it can be said that it has barely reached the standard. The next step is to test the limits and performance of this vibration knife. Then the juror took the vibrating knife and swung it continuously. Suddenly, the high-frequency particles inside became extremely unstable and the light flickered. He soon stopped this behavior and started chopping at the brick in front of him with the razor, but it took him several attempts before he finally broke it. The ionic energy has been severely consumed and basically cannot support the next experiment. It is estimated that this is the performance limit. The chief judge on the open-air stage began to evaluate. After seeing this, the dean nodded and said with a microphone, "This entry should be made by Luo Tian. It's pretty good. It stands out among many high-frequency ion vibration knives and performs very well. If you want to master this technology, you have to do it in a low-temperature environment. It can be said that it is close to a pseudo-normal temperature state, but it is not achieved after all. It is only completed in a low-temperature environment. Judges from other groups also said, this year's entries are already very good. It can be said that the technological products before this are excellent. Luo Tian was able to include particles in a low-temperature environment and then perform them. This idea is very good and has a certain degree of micro-innovation. Yes, this high-frequency ion shock knife can at least be ranked in the top 3. So far, it is still relatively good. The ion energy collaborative application inside is also quite good. It can last for more than 10 minutes, which is better than some ordinary scientific research products in the same scientific research direction. Other participants also felt that the scientific research product made by Luo Tian was well completed, and they all believed that he would undoubtedly be in the top 3. After all, its performance and function are quite powerful, and it only weighs a few dozen kilograms. Although it is difficult to wield it, it is still okay. Then the scientific research teachers in the audience cheered. Yes, yes. It seems that this scientific research product made by Luo Tian is a dark horse in this scientific research project. Sure enough, the scientific research products created by high-end laboratories and handed over to qualified people are amazing. The performance of the shock knife made by Luo Tian is really good. Then the contestant spoke. Luo Tian took the microphone and said, this time I produced 2 scientific research products. I am confident that these 2 scientific research products can enter the top 3 for similar purposes. And this high-frequency ion vibration knife only cost 30 million. I wonder if that boastful Shun Yi can make it into the top 3 at this technology conference. After Luo Tian finished speaking, the competition continued, and the jurors began to test the scientific research products participating in the competition one by one. As each inspection went by, it was discovered that none of the scientific research products of the same purpose could compare with those produced by Luo Tian. So far, there are only 2 species of the same purpose that can meet and compete with each other. Soon the jury came to the side of the handle, and it was marked next to it that this was a scientific research product provided by Yi Royun. Then, according to the information provided by Yi Royun, he pressed the button. Suddenly, the high-frequency ion vibration knife manufactured and developed by Yi Royun emitted bursts of shining blue light, which indicated that the ion energy was very sufficient. Arcs of electricity flashed continuously in it, looking very domineering. Then the juror took the shock knife and chopped at the foam in front of him, and as expected, he cut it through easily. Then he began to test its performance, waving it continuously up and down, and the light was still strong. Moreover, this vibration knife is not wrapped in any outer shell, which indicates that the vibration knife is at room temperature. This scene shocked everyone present. It was normal temperature. The technology used by this provider has surpassed the modern top technology and has reached normal temperature. This alone is enough to put it in the top 10 of its kind. The juror then chopped at the glass bottle in front of him and cut it open without any effort. Moreover, this high-frequency ion vibration knife is only a few pounds and is not heavy at all. Anyone can lift it. It can be said to be small, light, very convenient, and practical. The juror then chopped at the brick in front of him and cut it through effortlessly without any pause on the blade. Moreover, there is not much loss of ion energy, so we can continue with the next experiment. The juror continued to chop the stone in front of him with a straight knife and cut the stone effortlessly. Next came some solid and hard experimental objects such as marble bricks, which were all cut open one by one. When the jury finished their presentation, the podium was already in an uproar. The dean excitedly held the microphone and said, "Good, good, good. This sword is perfect, both in terms of performance and testing. The most important thing is to maintain the proper properties of ions at room temperature. It can definitely win first place in this category. It's much better than the last experiment." The judges from other groups also praised her, saying, "Yi Royun is really amazing. Why didn't I notice her before?" I guess Yi Royun spent a lot of effort and energy to create such a perfect work. But to be honest, being able to produce such scientific research products at such a young age is already very impressive. Some of the principles and technologies inside violate the normal scientific principles. This is simply unnatural. Other people attending the scientific research conference also nodded and expressed their approval of this technological product. I really don't know how Yi Royun made such a powerful technological product. I have too much scientific research experience, otherwise I wouldn't be able to control it so well. Then it was Yi Royun's turn to speak. It was actually Xin Yi who helped me. Chapter 34, Ridicule. After Yi Royun finished speaking, there was no sound in the entire stage, and there was silence. She continued, "Most of the credit for this belongs to Xin Yi. Without him, there would be no high-frequency ion vibration knife. Yi Royun believes that this is not an honor she has received, and she should not bear the consequences of such an honor. The achievements achieved should be attributed to Xin Yi. However, many people still don't believe it, thinking that this is just Yi Royun's refusal." Mr. Yi hurriedly picked up the microphone and interrupted her. "Xiaoyun, there's no need to say any more. Now the main judges are starting to score. I think the technological product produced by Yi Royun can reach 10 points. Then each of the main judges picked up the microphone and echoed, 100% agreement. I agree, 10 points too. This shock knife is better than the one made by Luo Tian. It can reach 10 points. Later, this vibrating knife ranked third in the same category. The first two were old professors with decades of scientific and technological experience. Luo Tian was ranked fourth, and he was originally ranked third, but was replaced by Yi Royun. After Luo Tian learned the news, his teeth almost broke. Dam Shanye. Without him, the technology he made would definitely be in the top 3 for similar purposes this time. You must know that his score reached 8.5 points. It has crushed most of the similar technology products and can definitely be ranked among the top 3 in its category. But Yi Royun's technological product was only better than the one he made. Luo Tian knew that Yi Royun's technological works must have been produced by Xin Yi. After all, no one would give away an honor. Fortunately, he also created a piece of mecha technology that will definitely take the top 3 in its category this time. Soon after, the jury continued to test the next technological product, and soon it was the turn of the technological mecha made by Luo Tian. The height and size of this mecha is the same as that of a normal human being. According to the information provided by Luo Tian, the jury started to activate the mecha, and it was only after a long while that the mecha was turned on. This mecha is a war-type mecha. It cannot be worn on a person and can only be controlled by a system and a remote control. But this will somewhat affect the flexibility of the mecha. Then the jury took the remote control to control the mecha. My walking and running speed is the same as that of an average person, which is pretty good. The feedback from the camera on the top of the mecha is also very blurry, which should be a problem of unstable viewing angle, indicating that the mecha is somewhat unsteady when moving. Then the hardness test began. No matter whether it was hit with stones, shovels, or hammers, it could not damage the mecha in the slightest. It seems that the hardness of the mecha is acceptable. Immediately after the juror pressed a button on the controller, the mecha was suddenly covered with blue light, and blue arcs of electricity kept jumping on the mecha. It turns out that the magneto-electricity it carries can interfere with certain pulse weapons, but it is still relatively weak and can only interfere with the direction of electromagnetic weapons at most. It's a defensive measure. The judges on the podium all said, "This technology is pretty good. It's actually used in mechas. And the performance in all aspects is pretty good, reaching the upper middle level of mechas. Overall, it's pretty good. This mecha should also have light sensing technology. I think the power consumption of this mecha is relatively low. The total amount of power stored in the battery is still good, enough to support the mecha for dozens of minutes or even an hour." The judges had different opinions and then began to score one by one and finally got a relatively high score of 9. Because the full score is 10, getting 9 points is considered a very, very good work. As a result, the mecha made by Luo Tian ranked third in its category, and the top 2 were still experienced old professors. After finishing the test and scoring, Luo Tian picked up the microphone and said, "I don't believe that Shun Yi can still beat me in mechas. The last technological product was probably made by Shun Yi by luck. I haven't seen the technological products produced by Shun Yi come on stage yet. Could it be that I didn't participate? Didn't you keep saying you wanted to win the top 3 in this science and technology conference? But in the end, you didn't even dare to participate." Shun Yi really didn't want to pay attention to this clown. He mocked him in front of him again and again. In the end, he was the one who lost. There is no need to pay attention to him at all. However, Shun Yi's lack of response made Luo Tian feel that he was really afraid and avoided it, not daring to face it. Luo Tian sneered and said, "Why don't you dare to speak?" Then he sat back down in his seat. Finally, Shun Yi couldn't bear it anymore, stood up, and said, "Do you think the mecha you made is good? There are big problems inside. In terms of performance alone, it is not up to standard. If it is placed on the battlefield, it will feel like a piece of junk. And your energy loss is very large. The loss rate is as high as 72%. The utilization rate is only 28%. And there is still energy being worn away. Not only that, but there are also a group of people with poor flexibility. To be honest, making this mecha is a complete waste of effort. Xinyi then pointed out a lot of problems with this mecha, and finally concluded that scrap metal was of no use at all. When Luo Tian heard this, his nose suddenly became angry. What did you say? What qualifications do you have to comment on the mecha I made? You're just a loser who doesn't even dare to attend the conference, and you're actually talking nonsense here. If you can, take out the mecha and compare it with me. Others also looked at Xinyi with strange eyes, and even whispered to them. Didn't Xinyi attend this science and technology conference? You should be participating. Yi Royan said that Xinyi helped make the technology product. Shit, that's just Yi Royan's rejection. She's just being modest. I think people like Xinyi only talk big words. Others Luo Tiankai is awesome. 2 technological products won the 3rd and 4th place in the same category, respectively. What Xinyi said is nonsense. Luo Tian's work was obviously good, but it turned into a pile of scrap metal in his mouth. The leaders on the high platform shook their heads one after another, not agreeing with Xinyi's comments. After all, the current mecha technology is not very mature yet, so being able to do something like Luo Tian is pretty good. Among the scientific and technological works of hundreds of people in the same category, it is quite good for Luo Tian to achieve such achievements and results. On the other hand, Xinyi sat silently, probably because he did not dare to face Luo Tian's question directly. It is estimated that he probably did not attend this technology conference. It is ridiculous to think about his previous remarks. Winning the top 3 places in this technology conference is simply a fart. Soon after, the jury found a wrapped mecha with the producer, Xinyi, on it. Chapter 35, My face is going to be swollen again. What is strange is that there is no information about any operation marked on it, which means that no information is provided. How can we test this if we can't operate without information? The jury then unpacked the package, revealing a nearly 2-meter-long mecha. The appearance of this mecha is bright blue, and the overall look is full of a technological feel, as if it had been carefully polished by a machine. But still no switch to turn on the mecha was found, and there was no explanation on the appearance of the mecha, because it was Su Qingqing who sent the mecha to the conference that day. Of course, she didn't know how to operate this mecha, so she didn't provide any operating information. The dean noticed that the jury was standing there and asked, Professor Lee, what's going on? Why haven't you started the mecha and started the test yet? The jury looked up and said, Dean, it's not that I don't want to start it. It's that I don't know how to start it. After hearing this, the dean frowned and was stunned for a while and then said, How come you don't know how to activate it? Even if no instructions are provided, there should be a switch on the outside. At least there are control devices such as controllers. How could it be possible without these things? The jury carefully searched through the entire mecha and re-examined it 3 times, but still could not find any switches or control machines. The dean had no choice but to pick up the microphone and said, Who made this machine? Chanye. The dean then looked around and said, Where's Xinyi? How is this station turned on like this? Xinyi then stood up slowly and said, My mecha is different. It doesn't have any control device, but it can still be turned on. Then, before Xinyi could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the dean. Okay, I don't need to read your technological mecha work. It has been eliminated. Even the opening method is so complicated. There is no need to demonstrate it in subsequent tests. It is probably extremely complicated. The scientific and technological products created by our scientific researchers should be simple, precise, and rigorous, rather than complicated. Do you understand? When the dean finished speaking, a burst of fierce ridicule suddenly broke out. Is this guy here to be funny? He was eliminated before the test. He probably knows enough to avoid being embarrassed during the demonstration. Didn't this guy say he wanted to win the top 3? Why was he eliminated at the very beginning? What a braggart. I think this mecha has no features and nothing new. It's probably worse than the scrap metal he mentioned. I know how this guy could possibly finish in the top 3. He's probably just farting. Luo Tian immediately stood up and laughed. Xinyi, is this the technological work that you said can win the top 3? Or are your scientific research skills so bad? You were eliminated without even testing. What qualifications do you have to comment on my scientific and technological works? You're just a waste. Su Qingqing couldn't stand listening anymore, and immediately stood up and retorted, Xinyi, this mecha hasn't been tested yet. What is your name? I think Xinyi is right. The mecha you mentioned is just scrap metal. Luo Tian pointed at the mecha made by Xinyi and said with disdain, I am made of scrap metal, so what is the mecha made by Xinyi? Is it shabby? Even the opening method is so complicated. What else is there to demonstrate? Even if Xinyi is given a chance to test, it will be a mess, and it will be embarrassing. Xinyi didn't say anything and walked directly to the center of the stage to start testing the mecha personally. He didn't want to waste any more time explaining. All explanations are not as powerful as the expressions. They should also be shown what future technology is. Luo Tian sneered disdainfully, pointed at Luo Tian and mocked. You have to go up and test it yourself. It's not embarrassing enough. Haha. The leaders on the stage and the scientific research teachers participating in the competition shook their heads. They were not optimistic about Xinyi. It would be embarrassing to go up, so it was better not to go. They have all been eliminated, and there is no point in doing demonstrations at all. After all, it doesn't make much sense. Even if it is so complicated to open, there is no need to think about how it will be more complicated. How will it be used in practical operations in the future? As we all know, the simpler the operation of a scientific research product, the greater the effect it will play. Of course, we have made some large-scale mechanical equipment. Individual things like mechas can't be this complicated. On the other hand, Su Qingqing and Yi Lao looked confident and not worried at all about Shun Ye's next personal test. Xinyi suddenly shouted, Pioneer Mecha number 01 is activated. Suddenly everyone in the audience burst out laughing. What's going on with this guy? Why is he still controlling with voice? How is this possible? This makes me laugh to death. Did he install a voice intelligence system? That technology is simply immature and unstable. The way to turn it on is to talk. That's really simple, but it probably won't be turned on. After all, the mecha is not yet capable of such mature technology. Others also shook their heads. This scene was indeed funny. Then the next scene surprised everyone. They saw that the center of the Pioneer mecha's chest was slowly opening. Pieces of mecha scales continued to shrink, revealing an entrance. Immediately after, Xinyi walked in, fitting Xinyi perfectly, and then the pieces of mecha scales continued to stretch and wrap around Xinyi perfectly. Xinyi then looked at the electronic screen displayed on the mecha before sleeping and said, Light sensor mode activated. Suddenly, the entire mecha emits bursts of faint light, instantly illuminating the surrounding area about 3 meters away. Rays of sunlight shone in on the open-air stage and diffracted on the mecha, which immediately began to absorb sunlight and convert light energy into mechanical energy. After a while, Xinyi controlled the mecha and walked forward at the same speed as ordinary people. Then he picked up a test brick and squeezed it hard. The brick was instantly crushed into pieces, and then turned into dust and fell to the ground. All this was done very easily, and the mecha controlled by Xinyi was also very easy. It didn't take much effort to make the mecha walk. Xinyi then raised the left arm of the mecha and said, The light wave laser is activated. Suddenly, a small hole appeared on the palm of the mecha's left arm. The surrounding mecha scales continued to shrink, and then the hole stopped about 5 centimeters wide. Not long after, a dazzling light spot emitted from the palm of his hand, instantly illuminating the entire open-air stage. The dazzling light made everyone unable to open their eyes. The next second, a small laser shot out of the hole in the palm of his hand. A red laser shot towards the sky, and when I looked up, I could see that it was as far as the eye could see, as if it was passing through the clouds. Chapter 36. Attracting Yingjiang's attention. Xinyi then controlled the mecha to stop the laser being emitted, then raised his hand to the ground, and instantly a red laser penetrated the solid ground. A small hole suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and the laser made a hole in the ground effortlessly. Xinyi then started voice control. Turn on flying mode. In an instant, 2 jets were revealed from the back, and streams of fiery red flames spurted out. In just 2 seconds of activation, Xinyi was already flying into the air. Everyone was in an uproar when they saw this. Am I hallucinating? It's incredible. Can humans create this? What happened to that laser? How could it be so powerful? How can it fly? This is not in accordance with scientific principles at all. At this moment, the eyes of the dean and Mr. Yi almost fell to the ground, and they were in a state of shock. What's this? Super tech? Especially when I saw the scene where the mecha flew into the sky. My heart suddenly stopped. At this moment, all scientific theories were overturned. Yi Lao stood up tremblingly, opening his mouth again and again, trying to say something but getting stuck in his throat. He just pointed at the mecha in the sky with trembling hands, looking shocked. Suddenly, a shocking sonic boom suddenly sounded from high in the sky. Passersby looked up one after another. Su Qingqing's eyes showed admiration, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Brother Xinyi, Tylee is so bad. Yi Royun was also shocked by the scene in front of her. Is this really the mecha made by Xinyi? Suddenly, she thought of a certain connection. Could it be that Xunyi was the legendary god Xinyi? Otherwise, how could the mecha made by Xunyi be so advanced? Especially now that the technology shown is completely beyond the development of modern science and technology. This mecha seems to be at the forefront of technology. Then Mr. Yi immediately reacted and asked someone to turn on the speed measuring device. After all, this technology conference also had drone works, so of course there was a speed measuring device. Suddenly, the big screen of the speed measuring device displayed Mach 0.9. It has reached Mach speed and is about to break the speed of sound. Why can this mecha reach such a fast speed? And so far, there are no signs of stopping the flight. It seems that the stored energy is quite sufficient. Everyone was in an uproar after seeing this data. Even drones or various aircraft can hardly reach the speed of 340 meters per second. Who would have thought that the mecha made by Xinyi could reach that speed? Furthermore, this mecha has at least ascended to an altitude of several thousand meters. It is not yet deprived of oxygen, indicating that it still has a certain amount of oxygen storage. If you want to do this, you must have very superb technology, and all of them are indispensable. Otherwise, you will not be able to meet the conditions for liftoff. The dean finally came to his senses, his body trembling with excitement. This mecha was actually made by Comrade Xinyi. I didn't expect that he was the dark horse of this science and technology conference. Could he be the legendary Xinai? At this moment, the dean also thought of a lot because he also got some clues from the Ministry of National Defense. Thinking of this possibility, the dean became even more excited. If this was the case, he would have to make amends after offending Xinyi before. After all, Xinyi is probably the legendary Xinai technology boss. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes were wide open and he murmured, How is this possible? I don't believe it. How could this mecha be Shun Ye's technological work? This means that his mecha work was ranked 4th again this time, missing the top 3. Rewards are only available for those in the top 3, and there are no rewards after 4th place. Thinking of this, Luo Tian suddenly became angry. It was all because of Xunyi. If it weren't for him, his works would both be in the top 3. Now he can only be in 4th place without any rewards or honors. After all, everyone's eyes are only on the top 3. Originally, being ridden with glory, he would be envied by everyone. But all this was ruined by Xinyi. Jealousy and hatred are almost written on his face. Yi Royun suddenly asked Su Qingqing beside him. You two have been together these days, so is this mecha really made by Xinyi alone? Yes, and my technological work was also made with the help of Brother Xinyi. Yi Royun then raised his head to look at the sky, and suddenly his heart trembled. Xinyi's main theme of science and technology was too broad. Xinyi is very confident in these 3 aspects: particles, mechas, and electromagnetic waves. The technologies he has created have all ranked among the top 3 in similar categories of technology. This means that it is very scary. After all, even the scientific research products produced by professors with more than 10 years of scientific research experience are difficult to enter the top 3. And Xunyi is as simple as eating and drinking, and the technology he makes casually can make him into the top 3. What is Xunyi's identity? Who is he? As everyone watched the mecha controlled by Xunyi rise higher and higher, they became more and more impressed. After all, how could any mecha rise so high now? It is unprecedented. It can be said to be the first miracle in the scientific research world. Xinyi looked at the electronic screen at high altitude and issued an order. Turn on fuel-saving mode, turn on light energy absorption mode. How much oxygen content is left? Suddenly a number appeared on the electronic screen, 76%, which can support the owner for about 2 days. This mecha was made with a lot of effort, and a lot of advanced technology was used in it. This mecha can be said to be the perfect mecha warrior of the future. It is very superior in performance and is as comprehensive as a hexagonal warrior. Suddenly, the mecha received a blast of electromagnetic waves and fed back to alert Xinyi. Xinyi looked at the electromagnetic wave alerted by the mecha. This should not be the electromagnetic wave emitted by the domestic space station, so there was only one possibility. This is the electromagnetic wave emitted by the Yingjiang space station. But why are the electromagnetic waves emitted by the Yingjiang space station swept over? Forget it. Just ignore it. Xin Yi then gave the order. Continue to take off. I want to see what the territory of the Dragon Kingdom looks like. After all, the 5-star light will shine on the entire blue star. Xin Yi then said meaningfully, enable full video recording mode. I will also show off the advanced features of this mecha later. If possible, I plan to contribute this mecha to the military. After all, these are high-tech wars. When the national defense strength increases, the Dragon country's international status will be higher and its voice will be stronger. After this science and technology conference, I will definitely have a good talk with Minister Jiang. Chapter 37. Targeting from Eagle Sauce. At this moment in the United States Ministry of National Defense and Security, hundreds of staff members are staring at the images transmitted from the satellite. The picture shows a mecha appearing in the sky above Dragon Country. It is already at the highest point of the troposphere and is about to reach the stratosphere. This altitude is no problem at all for aircraft, and there is no need for the United States to turn its satellites over to check the situation in the troposphere. But the problem is that a mecha suddenly appeared thousands of meters in the sky, instantly attracting the attention of Eagle Sauce. Basically, all the scientific researchers in the United States have gathered together to look at this mecha together. The Eagle Sauce's defense minister, a middle-aged man named Larry Hastings, frowned at the moment, his eyes cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Can we achieve this level with our current scientific research technology? Another point, is this mecha made by Dragon Country? Or is it an alien technological civilization?" Hundreds of researchers were silent for a while after hearing this, and then they all started discussing fiercely. What is certain is that we cannot achieve this level with our current technology. Our current mechas are far from the level shown in the picture. Don't talk about us. This is probably not a mecha developed by Long Guo. After all, the mecha technology shown in the picture is beyond the reach of modern technology. I think this is a bit like an alien technological civilization. After all, there are many uncertainties about alien technological civilizations. How could it be an alien technological civilization? And how could an alien technological civilization descend upon the sky above Dragon Country? I think this is a secret weapon secretly developed by the Dragon Nation. Is it designed to deal with us? I have to say that the technology shown in the picture is too advanced. We cannot allow this kind of scientific research technology that surpasses the current situation to exist. The emergence of this superhuman technology poses a huge threat to the technological development of our country and cannot be left alone. After listening to everyone's chatter, Larry Hastings also made up his mind to eliminate this mecha. No technology is allowed to be higher than the high-end technology currently being developed by the Eagle Sauce. Since it doesn't belong to you, it must be destroyed. Larry Hastings then gave the order. As soon as this mecha passes through the troposphere and reaches the stratosphere, we will launch a missile to shoot it down. Then someone soon spoke out against it, and immediately a technician stood up to object. Is it too risky for us to do this? After all, that is the airspace of Dragon Country. Suddenly, everyone started talking again. Relative relations between the two countries are very tense right now. Creating conflicts and frictions at this time is totally detrimental to our international status. Haha, even mechas with higher technological development than ours have appeared. What else is there to worry about? We must destroy this mecha this time, and take a stab at Long Nation at the same time. They have been developing very rapidly in the past few years. Larry Hastings frowned, thought for a while, and said, "This matter is indeed of great importance. After all, that is the airspace of Dragon Country. We cannot act rashly." But now it is no longer their decision. The appearance of this mecha indicates that our technological development and research and development are no longer at the forefront of the world. I declare that the missile launched is called the MX missile, a land-based intercontinental ballistic missile. It has a range of more than 10,000 kilometers. It can carry multiple independently targeted nuclear warheads. Although the MX missile has been retired, it was an important strategic weapon for the Eagle Sauce during the Cold War. Larry Hastings then came to the control room and pressed a button to accurately determine the position of the mecha based on the information provided by the satellite. Suddenly, an MX missile flew out from a missile base deployed in the United States and was slowly rising into the sky, with bursts of white smoke coming out of the tail of the missile. Suddenly, bursts of sound broke through the sky. Soon after, The MX missile reached the stratosphere and was flying towards the Dragon Kingdom's airspace at a speed of Mach 1. Of course, the missile launched this time did not carry a nuclear warhead. If nuclear warheads are carried, it will cause an all-out world war. No one can set this precedent. Even Ying Jiang didn't dare to make such a move first. Suddenly, the MX missile was close to the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom, because Ying Jiang turned on various interference equipment such as electromagnetic interference and electronic interference. Before the Dragon Country's airspace had time to react, the MX missile was already very close to the mecha. But Xinyi didn't notice this scene at all. The two collided in an instant, and a violent explosion was heard high in the sky of Long Guo. The sound covered a range of nearly 100 kilometers. There was even a shock wave, and the aftermath of the explosion reached the ground, with gusts of wind blowing continuously towards the ground. Waves of thick smoke continued to drift in the sky, like a mushroom cloud. Hundreds of scientific researchers in the United States are staring at the images in the video. The mecha has completely disappeared in the thick smoke. A minute later, everyone in the Eagle Sauce command room cheered. Nice, we finally got it done. How can today's mechas withstand missile bombardment? They are easily destroyed. It's just that his flying ability is a little bit amazing, but in other aspects it's a piece of shit, and you can't even dodge it. The technology of this mecha is just SOSO. It's not worth making a fuss about. It was destroyed in an instant. Larry Hastings couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly. What kind of high-tech technology is this? It's just a pile of flying scraps of copper and iron. On the other side, everyone on the ground of the National Defense University suddenly saw a missile flying towards the mecha and hitting it accurately. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, which immediately rang in everyone's ears, and they couldn't help but look up. All I saw was thick fog floating in the sky, and there was no trace of the mecha at all. After seeing this scene, Yi Lao, Yi Royun, and Su Qingqing's hearts suddenly sank. Some questions popped up in their minds. Why were missiles flying over? Why didn't the National Security and Air Defense Department of Longwood take action? They just let the missiles fly over. When Su Qingqing saw this scene, she immediately exclaimed, "No! Brother Xinyi will be fine. Even missiles can't affect the mecha. He will be fine." At this moment, Su Qingqing kept comforting herself that everything would be fine. Xinyi would be fine if he wore the mecha. However, it is very slim, and there is no hope at all. After all, which high-tech product can withstand the explosion of a missile now? Therefore, it is very possible that Shun Yi has died under the bombardment of missiles, but he is just unwilling to admit it. Mr. Yi couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. How could the missile fly over? This is Kyoto, a key point among the country's key points. Chapter 38. Moment of Crisis. This is really incredible. That's ridiculous. Why didn't the National Airspace Security Department do a good job of defense? It's over now. It's completely over now. Xinyi died under the bombardment of this missile. After that, the real culprits behind the scenes must be found out, and they must pay a heavy price. Yi Royun's heart trembled when she saw and heard this scene, and her mind was filled with doubts. What on earth happened? There was even a hint of worry about Shun Ye's physical safety. Luo Tian, on the other hand, clapped his hands and applauded. Once Xinyi dies, my 2 technological exhibits will directly rank in the top 3 for similar purposes. This way you can get various honors and certificates. Luo Tian looked up disdainfully. It seemed that he was really dead this time. After all, nothing could withstand the missile bombardment. He even made a slight sound on his lips. What a good death. What a wonderful death. I think you will be punished for always doing me bad things. However, in the next second, a mecha suddenly emerged from it, breaking through the obstruction of the clouds and mist to welcome the arrival of the sun. Su Qingqing and Mr. Yi burst out laughing. They knew how could Xinyi die so easily, but the next moment MacArthur looked through the satellite and was dumbfounded. I saw the mecha rushing out of the thick smoke and continuing to fly smoothly, with only some damage to the metal outer frame. At this moment, everyone in the Defense Department was dumbfounded. This mecha was too tough. How is this possible? This is a missile. This missile can instantly annihilate anything within 10 kilometers. But there is nothing that can be done about a small mecha. Even aluminum alloy cannot withstand the bombing of missiles. This mecha is really amazing. Everyone is quiet now. I was deeply shocked by the scene in front of me. Everyone felt the terror of this mecha. The corners of Riley Hastings' mouth twitched slightly. It's scary. It's too scary. Now I'm going to activate the medium-range missile. We must not give this opportunity to Dragon Kingdom. This mecha must be intercepted at any cost. This has completely surpassed the development of modern science and technology. Such things must not be allowed to happen, otherwise it will shake the development of our scientific research. Soon after, Riley Hastings gained access. 3 short-range missiles are slowly taking off from a certain base. An AIM 9X Block 2 Sidewinder short-range air-to-air missile is approaching the mecha. It didn't take long to catch up with Shunyi where the mecha was. But in the next second, the mecha cleverly avoided the tracking of 3 missiles. Immediately, under the shocked eyes of the Ministry of National Defense, the 3 missiles were pulled away. Riley Hastings stood up. This is someone Qian's trajectory. How could it happen on a mecha? How much scientific research technology does this mecha have hidden from us? Riley Hastings looked at the screen again, but suddenly found that the mecha controlled by Shun Yu was looming. Riley Hastings immediately pressed a button to activate radar scanning mode. Suddenly, rays of radiation continuously scanned the entire beautiful country and finally locked in the direction of the mecha. Then the radar opened fire on the mecha, but the next second the mecha seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In an instant, various radars scanned the mecha, but there was no trace of the mecha at all on their display screens. Everyone in the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Defense exclaimed, "How is this possible? It actually avoided the radar detection. This mecha actually has a stealth function. This is truly astonishing. Not only is it strong enough, but it can also fly so high. Not to mention all that, it even has stealth technology. This is a futuristic mecha that is beyond modern technology. Is this a secret weapon invented by Dragon Country?" Suddenly, everyone in the command room became nervous, fearing that this was a technology developed by Dragon Country. Larry Hastings then looked at the speed prediction machine, which showed that the mecha would leave the stratosphere in an hour and would soon reach the ionosphere. The missiles will be of little use then and must be killed in the stratosphere. This can't go on any longer. Larry Hastings was about to press a button, but was stopped by the person next to him. "General, do you really want to do this? This is a long-range missile. Anything that gets hit will be killed." "Yes, even if the mecha can withstand the short-range missile, it may not be able to withstand it. The most important thing is that this is in the airspace of Dragon Country. If we act recklessly like this, we will definitely be condemned by the international community and will also face unilateral pressure from Dragon Country. It's not worth it to do this." But Larry Hastings was still determined to press on. He would never allow any technological ambitions beyond the current ones to occur in other countries. He must eliminate the existence of this technology and also question why Long Guo wants to produce such advanced technology. It seems that we must take greater measures to blockade and sanction the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, with the current development of the international situation, the Eagle Sauce will definitely be surpassed by the Dragon Country in the near future. The LGM-30G missile, Minuteman III, is slowly rising from a base and begins to automatically track the mecha based on the satellite. Suddenly, all kinds of jamming equipment were turned on, especially electromagnetic interference and electronic interference, which seriously affected the airspace of Long Guo. The most important thing is that even satellites have begun to cooperate and directly affect China's air defense system to ensure that it cannot be intercepted. And 3 missiles were launched, making bursts of rumbling sounds in the sky. Time passed by minute, and there was still half an hour before the mecha was expected to fly out of the stratosphere. Just when Xinyi was driving the mecha and thought he was about to fly out, 3 missiles caught up with the mecha in an instant. Only a bang was heard. 3 missiles hit the mecha at the same time. A huge mushroom cloud appeared in the sky, and bursts of light appeared in the air, shining on the people on the ground. The sound caused by the explosion directly caused people on the surface to cover their ears and fall to the ground. Like a small nuclear bomb, it created a huge mushroom cloud over the Dragon Kingdom. The resulting shock wave radiated hundreds of kilometers. At this time, bursts of red alarm sounded in Shun Ye's ears. The wings are slightly damaged, the fuel is slightly leaked, and the mecha shell is slightly damaged, reaching 7%. It can only last for 15 hours. Please arrange it automatically. He sighed deeply and was a little worried that the missile would destroy the mecha. Has the whole process been recorded? It has been recorded. Do you need to publish it? Announce it to the whole world. Let them see the ugly face of the Eagle Sauce. Instructions received and sending. The next second, a machine voice sounded beside my ears. "Warning, warning, AM, 9X AM, 9X tracking missile is approaching. It is estimated that there are 10 seconds left 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. He roared in a low voice inside the mecha. Damn it, I'm already in the ionosphere, and they still won't let me go. Issue the command to activate the triple jet device and end the fuel saving. We must teach the Eagle Sauce a lesson. He was very clear that the mecha was in a bad condition at this moment. If it is hit by a tracking missile, the consequences will be disastrous, and some parts will probably be lost, which cost a lot of money to buy. Chapter 39, The Host, is about to be controlled. Seeing the AM-9XM, 9X tracking missile getting closer and closer to the mecha, when it was about to touch, a voice sounded in front of the electronic screen. The third level of injection state has been activated. In an instant, the mecha disappeared into the sky at the speed of lightning and appeared in another high altitude in an instant. After the 3 AM, 9X AM, 9X tracking missiles lost their target for only 3 seconds, they locked onto the mecha again and flew towards it. However, the speed of the 3 tracking missiles is not as fast as that of the mecha, causing the gap between the two to become wider and wider. Xinyi suddenly issued an order. Cancel the third jet state, change to the second jet state, and activate the quantum barrier energy shield. Waves of white mist emerged from behind the mecha, which was a sign of the high-speed operation of the jet device. Gradually, the gap between the two became smaller and smaller, and an energy barrier suddenly appeared nearly 100 meters away from the mecha's surface. When the energy shield comes into contact with the tracking missile, the energy shield absorbs the energy from the tracking missile and gradually reaches its peak value. Xinyi looked at the data on the mecha's electronic screen and instantly understood that this had reached the limit of the energy shield's ability to absorb energy. Originally, the energy machine could only absorb the energy of weapons such as quantum waves and electromagnetic waves, but after being modified by Xinyi, it could absorb the energy launched by various weapons and missiles. Even the energy of the explosion can be absorbed and utilized, but in the end it cannot withstand the huge energy of the tracking missile. Just the energy of the impact is unbearable, not to mention the high temperature and high explosive energy generated when the tracking missile explodes. Xinyi knew that he could no longer hesitate and then gave the order. Trace the electronic source, find the main control machine, change the source code, change the final target, change the IP address. Suddenly, an electromagnetic wave followed the source of the missile signal, and this process took some time. Xinyi kept switching between the third jet state and the second jet state repeatedly, keeping a certain distance from the tracking missile, and at the same time, he could receive the electronic information sent by the original signal. This allows the microelectromagnetic waves to follow the original signal and find the host. After dozens of minutes, an IP address and various program data were displayed on the electronic screen. Xinyi knew at a glance that the host had been found. Finding the host is only the first step. The second step is to hack in, change the direction of the tracking missile, and let it go back to where it came from. However, this kind of technological network is relatively simple for Xinyi, but Yingjiang's fire protection network is relatively advanced and complex, and it will take a certain amount of time to break through it. After all, it is the National Network Security Defense System, the highest level firewall. Xinyi began to enter various codes manually and was constantly trying to hack in. If it didn't work once, then twice, and if it didn't work twice, then 3 times. The layers of fire protection network were constantly being peeled off and broken through. When they were about to gain control of the host, the AM-9X 9X tracking missile caught up with them in an instant. Xinyi had no choice but to switch states of the mecha. He was distracted and continued to hang the 3 tracking missiles. On the other hand, the National Security Department Center was in chaos because their technicians discovered that unknown network codes were trying to hack in. Larry Hastings became anxious as he watched the firewalls on the internet being breached one after another. He yelled at the scientific and technical personnel. "You idiots! Are you going to watch others hack in? Don't think of a way for me. If someone else takes control of the host, the control of all kinds of missiles will fall into their hands. The most important thing is that the U.S. bases will be exposed to others, and then all kinds of weapons will also be exposed to others. By then, many secret research and development or scientific manufacturing will be exposed and mastered by the mysterious person who hacked in." At this moment, hundreds of scientific researchers are constantly rebuilding the firewall, trying to block the mysterious hack code. The host cannot be forcibly shut down at this moment. Otherwise, not only will the tracking missiles be paralyzed, but if they fall on the land of Dragon Country, an all-out war will break out. And judging by Long Guo's temper, it will definitely not let this go. And even the Eagle Sauce will have to pay a huge and expensive price for this. Not only that, the host controls more weapons. If it is forcibly shut down now, it will cost a lot of money and damage the normal maintenance status of the weapons. The so-called price to be paid is simply not something that these scientific researchers and technicians can afford. Even Larry Hastings will be fired because of this and may even face jail time, where he will definitely spend his whole life. Everyone is in a dilemma at the moment. If it is shut down, it will cause huge and immeasurable costs. If it is not shut down, people will be hacked in. They also cannot afford such a huge cost. Larry Hastings watched the firewall being breached and was about to take control of the host when the mysterious code suddenly stopped. Larry Hastings' mind suddenly turned. Hurry up and build a firewall and a protection network for me. At the same time, track down the source of the signal and cut off the source of the signal for me. Start the top secret protection plan for me and inform the Eagle Sauce senior management of everything that happened here and let them think of a solution. You losers better figure out a way to stop me, or you'll spend the rest of your lives in jail. He cannot wade into this muddy water alone. He wants all the top leaders of the Eagle Sauce to get involved in this muddy water. Suddenly, all kinds of information were sent to the hands of the top leaders of the United States, and at the same time, various network protection walls and firewalls were constantly built. They even went so far as to modify the source code and make certain changes to the IP address in an attempt to disrupt the other party. At the same time, when the top leaders of the United States received the information, they were all shocked, and it took them 2.5 hours to react. In an instant, messages were sent to each other among the senior executives, and finally a message to convene an emergency meeting to discuss the matter was sent to every senior executive. The meeting was held in the National Security Department, where Larry Hastings was located. At this moment, all the senior executives of the Eagle Sauce were in a panic and were rushing over without stopping to stop this mysterious code. At the same time, they also have to hold accountable the damn Larry Hastings for launching several missiles without asking for their consent. Even the fact that he was almost hacked this time might have been the reason. In any case, Larry Hastings must step down. No one can save him. If the other party gains control of the host, Larry Hastings will be charged and accused by a military court. There is a high possibility of execution. Of course, there is still a chance of turning things around if Larry Hastings can turn everything around and even find the other party's location and various information. Maybe you can redeem yourself. It took no more than 30 minutes for the entire Eagle Sauce senior management to arrive, and all the senior management had gathered one after another. Chapter 40 Success. At this moment, there are as many as 50 or 60 high-ranking officials of the Eagle Sauce, and they are arguing fiercely in the National Security Department. Various opinions, proposals, and plans were constantly put forward, but they were all rejected one by one. Because these proposed solutions do not provide any help at all and may even hinder progress. The main thing is how to prevent the invasion of mysterious codes, but they are not scientific researchers after all, and they can't think of any solution at all. Hundreds of scientific researchers were called in to give an answer. Is there any way to prevent the invasion of the mysterious code? However, the answers from hundreds of researchers and technicians were shocking. The mysterious code has stopped the intrusion now. Otherwise, it would have been able to control the host if it had continued intruding. We have no way to prevent the mysterious code from invading. We can only build more network protection walls and firewalls to delay it and change some data to interfere. We don't know what happened. Suddenly, a mysterious code came in. This would never happen normally. There is no way unless we can find the source of the information, the electronic source, the electromagnetic source. Hundreds of technical personnel couldn't think of any solution at all, so they could only look at each other, standing there awkwardly. This has never happened in the United States since the founding of the country. This is the first time such a shocking thing has happened. It was all caused by Xinyi, which caused fear and panic among the top leaders of the Eagle Sauce. Larry Hastings immediately stood up in anger and shouted, "You bunch of useless idiots. Why don't you quickly find the source of the information for me, take control of his network, and cut off the network communication? After all, most of the world's networks come from here in the United States. Basically, if we find the source of information, we can cut off his network and stop everything." Suddenly, hundreds of researchers and technicians kept running the machines, and soon a machine operated by a researcher named Jerky Martin found the IP address. He immediately shouted to everyone, "We found it. The IP address is in the northern hemisphere of the blue planet, above the Philippine Maids Defense airspace. The source of the signal comes from here. The specific location is in the north latitude." However, just after saying these words, Larry Hastings immediately went to the machine's operating table and looked at the IP address displayed on the screen. Then he asked anxiously, "Continue to search for me. Find the specific source of the signal and various digital information, as well as the information IP, and cut off his network communication for me." It just so happens that the network used by the Philippines is still from the United States and does not have an independent source signal network like the Dragon Country. As long as we find specific and accurate data, everything will be easy. Jerky Martin looked at the empty data and carefully checked the IP address 3 times, but still found nothing. "I even redid the operation 3 times with the real IP address and real electronic source, but there was only false information. That means the other party has hidden the IP address and covered up the real IP address with false information. No, I have to find it as soon as possible." However, as time passed, Jerky Martin could not find or understand the so-called real information. Even some of the information data were fake, but the only thing that was true was that the mysterious code did not continue to break through the firewall. Jerky Martin's mind suddenly raced. Maybe the other party had stopped attacking the network. They were probably afraid of the power of the Eagle sauce, so they stopped the attack. That's right. After all, the United States is now the world's #1 technological power, economic power, and the most developed country. Let alone people. Even a country would not dare to deal with the United States so head-on. Of course, apart from a few relatively powerful countries such as the Bear Country and the Dragon Country, which country in the world is not afraid of the Eagle sauce? Then Jerky Martin suddenly thought that if he took the blame for this matter, it might be a great achievement, and all kinds of resources would be given priority to him. He did it as soon as he thought of it. The strength of Eagle sauce gave him enough confidence, so Jerky Martin immediately stood up and said to everyone, "Everyone, I have cut off his communication network. The mysterious code will no longer be able to break through the firewall. Don't worry, everyone. This crisis has been completely resolved by me." However, as time went by, the mysterious code failed to break through the firewall, and everyone gradually believed Jerky Martin's words. After hearing this, the top leaders of the Eagle sauce couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the crisis was resolved by a scientific researcher. Otherwise, the consequences would be really disastrous. After all, no one would have thought that someone would dare to hack into the United States security network and try to control the host. Especially Larry Hastings sighed deeply. Fortunately, things did not develop in a serious direction. Then he asked the researcher, "Have you found the corresponding accurate data?" "I didn't find the exact data, but I did find some relevant data." "Very good. After a while, you will become a leader in the scientific research community, master a large number of resources and benefits, and have access to all kinds of scientific and technological resources at your disposal. In addition, you will also receive the Eagle Sauce Medal of Honor and various awards, and your family will be proud of it." Other senior executives of the Eagle Sauce also nodded and promised some rewards and promises to Jerky Martin as a reward for him. Jerky Martin was also secretly delighted in his heart at this moment. Sure enough, his bet was right. The consequence of the bet was that a large amount of scientific and technological resources would flow to him in the future. From now on, all kinds of honors, money, and beauties will be easily available to you. I feel so proud. I finally made it through. The consequence of making a wrong bet is... There is no consequence of making a wrong bet. He won. His colleagues were also very envious of him. Jerky Martin's technical level was very average. So how could he be found so quickly? Also, the IP address this time is fake, and there is some fake data. How did he manage to accurately find the electronic source? However, just as Larry Hastings was about to ask for the specific IP address and some related data, suddenly, the image on the big screen showed that the mecha had appropriately moved away and kept a certain distance from the tracking missile. The next second, the mysterious code restarted and continued to break into the United States network, and layer after layer of firewalls were breached in an instant. Various red warnings appeared on the big screen, and red warning lights kept beeping. All these abnormal phenomena indicate that the Eagle Sauce network has been attacked, and the host is about to be controlled. Larry Hastings looked at the scene in disbelief, and other senior Eagle Sauce officials were also suddenly panicked. What is going on? Wasn't it agreed that the network was cut off and the attacks would stop? Some specific data has been obtained, and we are just waiting for the Eagle Sauce to send people to catch the people who attacked the network. Then what is happening in front of me? Suddenly, everyone turned to look at Jerky Martin, seeking answers and solutions. Chapter 41. Changing the launch direction of the homing missile. In an instant, hundreds of people surrounded Jerky Martin, and they all looked like they wanted to eat him. The faces of the people around them were filled with confusion and anger. especially Larry Hastings, who rushed into the crowd, grabbed him by the collar with both hands, lifted him up, and roared. Didn't you say you wouldn't attack the network or the host? Is this what you call getting it done? Jerky Martin suddenly panicked, stammering and unable to speak clearly, looking at the people around him with eyes that seemed to want to eat him up. The fear in his heart increased, for Martin knew that he was doomed. Suddenly, an unknown liquid flowed out of his crotch, his legs became weak, and he looked at the minister in horror. Aye. Damn it! Larry Hastings threw him to the ground. The warning sounds around gradually accelerated. Warning, warning. The host is under attack. Warning, warning. The host is about to be hacked. The red light's warning shone on everyone's faces, and everyone present spoke at once. Damn it, Martin. You actually lied to us? Find a way quickly. We must not let the host be controlled. It's over, it's over. We originally had some time to prepare, but this idiot Martin wasted the time. Anyway, with current technology, it is impossible to intercept this mysterious code. Who is this person? This guy's skills are too terrifying. He has broken through the firewall continuously. Now it's all over. I don't care. If the various secrets in the mainframe are leaked, we can't escape being held accountable. Quickly shut down the main command host. We must not let any information fall into the hands of the enemy, especially the command of weapons. It cannot be closed. It will cause heavy losses. Everyone in the control room kept stamping their feet in panic, looking helpless and anxious, as if they were constipated and couldn't poop. The next second, a green light illuminated the entire control room, and the red light and warning sound disappeared. Instead, there was silence, with everyone staring at the host and the screens. Suddenly, a screen recording appeared on the big screen, showing various missiles bombarding and tracking the mecha. The caption on it reads, "Eagle Sauce, don't you like to see me being shot down? I'll let you see enough." All the screens in the control room were showing the recordings instantly, except for the large screen in the center. The AM, 9X AM, 9X tracking missile continued to track the mecha. But at this moment, only two words came to everyone's mind. It's over. The mecha controlled by Shun Yi was tapping the electronic screen very quickly, trying to change the target of the tracking missile. After dozens of seconds, the tracking missile behind him suddenly changed its direction and returned to the launch source in an instant. It was very easy to invade Yingjiang's network and host this time. The main reason was that he had studied networks and hackers for a long time. Since awakening the system, he has been continuously learning various knowledge on the internet. Until now, he can easily invade Yingjiang's national network. After doing all this, Xinyi began to look at various secret files and top secret files in the host. There were too many things in them. For a while, Xinyi couldn't finish browsing at all, so he had no choice but to copy these files and browse and study them slowly when he got back. Then the screen displayed the copied data. 1%, 2%, 4%. There was so much information in it that it couldn't be copied in a short while. Xinyi then browsed a small part of the top secret technology files. The content and assumptions contained in it are extremely advanced compared to current technology, and the concepts inside are also unique in the scientific research world. Only now did Xinyi understand that Yingjiang's technology had developed so maturely and powerfully. No wonder it had been the world's #1 over the years. Compared with today's technology, Yingjiang's technology feels like an adult, while Long Guo's technology is equivalent to that of a child. The two are simply not comparable at the same period or stage. Suddenly, a top-secret file appeared in front of him. It even required a password to open it, which successfully aroused Shun Ye's curiosity. I tried to crack the password a dozen times and finally cracked it. However, in just a moment, all the contents inside were destroyed, and there was nothing left. It seems that this file has countermeasures set up. Once it is opened rashly, it will definitely cause damage. It seems that in the future, you should be careful when opening such top-secret files. It is estimated that if you enter the password incorrectly more than 3 times, the file will enter a damaged state. Of course, this is not an instant destruction. When it exceeds the 3rd or 4th time, it will gradually be damaged. If you break through and unlock it quickly enough, you may be able to see some top-secret information. Although a lot of top-secret information in the file was damaged and lost, Xinyi still captured the key information. There are only 3 numbers. 749. Yes, those are the 3 numbers. Moreover, in the destroyed files, Xinyi captured the key information. 749 came from the Dragon Kingdom. Xinyi stopped thinking about this matter and instead looked at the electronic screen in front of him. I saw 3 tracking missiles flying towards Yingjiang's airspace and territorial waters. Without any interception or interference, it just flew straight into Yingjiang's air defense. The target of the bombardment set by Xin Yi this time was the coast near Yingjiang, and it did not directly hit Yingjiang's homeland. If this is done, it would be equivalent to a full-scale war between Long Guo and Yingjiang. With the current technological strength of Long Guo, it is not Yingjiang's opponent. What's more, Xin Yi also recorded the scenes that happened in the past and sent them to various countries around the world. Basically, the whole world knows that this mecha originated from Dragon Country. The next moment, 3 a.m., 9x a.m., 9x tracking missiles rushed into the sea. Everyone on the beach was extremely surprised to see this scene. Something actually fell from the sky. Could it be some new technology developed by our country that we were going to test at sea? But this is too close to the coastal cities. After a few minutes, the people on the beach did not feel anything unusual and continued to sunbathe. Suddenly, a muffled groaning sound echoed along the entire coast, and the people on the beach also heard this horrible sound. Not long after, the sea and the beach suddenly shook, as if something terrible was about to rush out. Only a series of rumbling sounds were heard, and in an instant huge waves hundreds of meters high rose above the sea. A huge wave rushed towards the beach, like the end of the world, and suddenly rushed towards the coastal city. In an instant, the waves passed by, and the surging sea water rushed towards the coastal city, instantly flooding the entire city. The terrifying waves destroyed many buildings in the city and on the beach. Chapter 42. Calls from hundreds of countries. At this moment, in the Dragon Country's National Defense and Security Department, Minister Jiang angrily slammed the table and said, "Eagle Sauce, this time you are really going too far. You actually launched missiles in our airspace. The airspace of Long Guo should be 14.3 million square kilometers and the space within 100 kilometers vertically into space. So even if it reaches the ionosphere, it still belongs to our country's airspace. Although missile bombing in the ionosphere does not affect the Dragon Kingdom, even so the Dragon family's airspace is sacrosanct." Then Minister Jiang said, "This is completely a naked provocation. This arrogance must be suppressed no matter what. Inform all departments to help me improve the research and development of the H-20. Let the H-20 fly around Yingjiang's airspace tomorrow. By the way, get some training bombs or actual combat exercises around him." After Minister Jiang finished speaking these words, the surrounding scientific researchers and subordinates lowered their heads and remained silent. Although Sun Yi gave them a lot of technology, there were still some shortcomings in the development of the H-20, and they could never grasp the essence. After the last trip of the H-20 to the foot-pot chicken, scientific researchers clearly discovered that the H-20 still has some shortcomings that have not been perfected. It's not that the researchers don't want to improve, it's that they can't apply the technology Sun Yi gave them to practical operations. It is easy to understand a technology, but it is very difficult to practice it. Minister Jiang then said, "Well, it seems that I have to invite the technical providers, otherwise this technical shortcoming will be too difficult to make up for." Supervisor Li Hong then stood up and said, "Minister, why didn't you intercept Yingjiang's missile this time?" Minister Jiang frowned when he heard it. "It's not that I don't have the ability to intercept. I really didn't react at the first time. But after seeing that the target of the missile strike was the mysterious mecha, the superiors issued an order to stop the interception. Once something is wrong with the mecha, the National Protection System will immediately take measures to intercept all missiles." Fortunately, the missile bombardment did not cause any casualties. What's more, the altitude of this bombing was around the ionosphere, which greatly avoided the impact of the sound of the bombing on the public. Then Minister Jiang changed his tone and asked, "Does anyone know which base developed this mecha? Why would such advanced technology suddenly appear, and in the sky above Dragon Country? What is the purpose of this? The most important point is, was the mecha made by the researchers of Dragon Country? Why did Eagle Sauce stop tracking the missile and continue launching it?" Hundreds of scientific researchers continued to observe and explore the mechas in the picture, trying to find traces of Dragon Country's scientific and technological technology. Then they were disappointed that this mecha could not be developed with their current technology, let alone the shadow of Dragon Country's technology. Judging from the technology currently demonstrated by this mecha, it is far ahead of them. The various managers of the National Defense and Security Departments also began to work frantically, trying to gather information and seek the launch location of the mecha and related information. Suddenly, a piece of news appeared on the big screen, followed by a video popping up showing the game between mechas and missiles. The coordinates can be seen clearly, with the north and south latitudes clearly marked. The coordinates of the mecha are shown to be completely above Dragon Country. There is even a signature in the lower left corner of the video, produced by Yi from Long Guo. Suddenly, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Dragon Country, Yi. The connection between the two immediately reminded people of the bomber's technical provider, although many people present did not know it. But only Minister Jiang knew clearly who this person was. At this moment, there were huge waves in my heart, and I was shocked beyond words. Yi was really good at creating surprises. In the silent conference room, after everyone was silent for 3 seconds, they suddenly cheered. Ha ha, as expected, this mecha was made by scientific researchers from the Dragon Kingdom. Shinai, isn't he the previous technology provider of the H-20? I didn't expect his technology to reach such an extent. Who is this person? I'm really curious. No matter what, I want to see this person's true face. Too powerful. The mecha made by Yi is far beyond the world's level. Even the technology of Eagle Sauce cannot catch up. Everyone was exploring intensely, and they were all happy from the bottom of their hearts, cheering and shocked by it. Especially since the source of the signature is Long Guo, I feel deeply proud as a Long Guo person. Dragon Country's science and technology is no longer a low-end or mid-range technology, but a symbol of leading the world. Minister Jiang was shocked for half an hour before his brain finally came to its senses. Then he immediately said to various technical personnel, "Activate the National Defense Protection Network. If there are any missiles launched towards the mecha, intercept them. No matter how much it costs, we must intercept all the missiles. And find out the source of the missile launched by the other party so that we can settle the score later." Immediately, various technical departments and management personnel began to operate, and various protective shields and energy shields spread to the sky above the mecha. Even if it costs a lot of energy and cost to affect the ionosphere, it will not be hesitated. We must keep this mecha no matter what. However, what they didn't know was that even if the mecha was bombed by missiles, it would only lose part of its machinery and parts. What's more, the host has been controlled by Yi, and it is impossible for Yingjiang to launch missiles. Other countries simply do not dare to launch missiles in the direction of Dragon Kingdom. After all, Dragon Kingdom is the owner of the monster house in Southeast Asia. Its strength cannot be shaken by these small countries, and these small countries do not dare to risk their lives by launching missiles over the Dragon Kingdom. Minister Jiang then took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement, and said to everyone in a deep voice, "This incident has been classified as a top-secret document at the national level. I won't tell you what the consequences would be if it was leaked. You will have to follow a set of procedures next." A top-secret procedure. Everyone nodded. They were already used to this. After all, whenever there was a major scientific research experiment, they would sign top-secret documents or files. Obviously, the importance of this matter far exceeded everyone's imagination. All confidential documents were signed once, and the document rules even had to be read out in public. It took at least an hour or two to complete these processes, and I have just finished it. Not long after, countries that received the video called Dragon Country's National Security Department to seek answers. At this time, a manager said, "Minister Jiang, there is a call from Baigua. Do you want to answer it? Answer them. Answer them one by one. Hold a parliament to answer them." Chapter 43, Round Table Meeting. At this moment in an office, there is a round table. Minister Jiang sat in the main seat. There were 2 empty seats on the left and right sides, but there were display screens on them, and all the screens were turned on. Larry Hastings said gloomily, "Jiang, you have gone too far this time. A tsunami hundreds of meters high submerged Zaiwei Island, causing huge economic losses. You are fully responsible for this matter." At this time, the host has regained control, and the mysterious code has disappeared since 2 hours ago. And Larry Hastings did not mention the fact that the host had been controlled, because they knew that this was definitely not something that Long Guo had suggested. It must be the personal behavior of that damn Yi. After all, if Long Guo had mastered such advanced network technology, it would not have to hide it until now. Minister Jiang sat in his seat with a dignified look on his face and snorted coldly. "Hastings, you are overthinking this. This incident is entirely the fault of the Eagle Sauce. We have no obligation to accept such an unreasonable request. Instead, I will hold you accountable for launching missiles over us. How can you say such a shameless act? You did such a shameless thing, and you dare to jump out and ask for scolding, right? The Dragon Kingdom will not let this matter go. The minister of the bear country laughed in the video. This is a good thing to do. It's really refreshing. This old guy Ying Jiang has been bullying men and women all day long and picking on the weak. Now he has hit a wall. We have to give this kid a good beating to teach him a lesson. However, Jiang, why are you secretly developing such a high-tech product? We should develop it together. After hearing this, Minister Zhang smiled and said nothing. What was there for a 1,000-year-old fox to pretend to be? What joint development? If you want to get the technology for free, just say so. The representative of Ying country also accused Long country. It is too dangerous for you to develop this weapon. Either destroy it or disclose the technology. And Dragon country must be held responsible for this matter. What you are doing is destroying world peace. Gallic Rooster also echoed, yes, 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 let's develop and share this technology together. Let me ask you secretly, are you doing this to attack us? It shouldn't be that serious. I haven't made you angry recently, Brother Long. As the younger brothers of the Eagle Sauce, these two countries are also speaking for the Eagle Sauce. Minister Zhang slammed the table heavily, a sound that echoed throughout the conference room, and stood up angrily. Don't think I don't know. Every country has kept your technology secret. I don't know how many technological weapons you have developed in secret. They even formed various supernatural organizations just to explore scientific research. After Minister Zhang finished his debate with a group of scholars, the four people in the picture fell silent. In the end, everyone kept echoing. Okay, Zhang, let's just pretend this incident never happened. We don't want to get involved in this matter. First of all, congratulations on your breakthrough in technology. Well, I won't share it, but I'd like to congratulate Long Guo on its major breakthrough in science and technology. Yes, Zhang, don't be angry. The science and technology military competition will start in more than a month. How are your preparations going? This is a technological military competition jointly organized by Dragon Country and Eagle Sauce. All 5 of us good people will participate, and other countries will also participate. We are almost ready. The 5 good men then talked about some topics related to technological competition and ended the meeting hastily. Minister Zhang walked out of the meeting room with a happy look on his face. He was finally proud of himself and scolded them like his grandsons. As for other hundreds of countries, they're only received by other specialized persons in charge. If Shunyi hadn't sent the video to them, they wouldn't have the right to know about it. Minister Zhang then took dozens of armed personnel on a helicopter, preparing to go to the National Defense University in person to pick up Shunyi and guide H-20 research. Immediately afterwards, 5 helicopters rose not far from the Ministry of Defense and flew towards the National Defense University. At this moment, at the Science and Technology Conference, thousands of people looked up to the sky. The Science and Technology Conference did not continue, but was waiting for one person. When everyone saw the last scene, the mecha had been successfully hit by 3 militiamen and finally disappeared with a rumbling sound. Don't know life or death. Luo Tian was a little excited at this time. Sure enough, he was still dead. The missile was no ordinary missile at first glance. The power was so great that the roar could be heard thousands of miles away. Luo Tian smiled and said to everyone, "The mecha must have been destroyed, and Shun Yi must have died. Why are you waiting for a dead person? Let's continue with the Science and Technology Conference. Isn't it a waste of everyone's time to wait like this?" Su Qingqing jumped out immediately after hearing this. What did you say? Why do you think something happened to Shun Yi? Does this need to be said? Everyone can see that once a missile of this size hits, everything will be destroyed. I don't allow you to say that. Brother Shun Yi will be fine. Luo Tian then sneered. I'm curious. Did Shun Yi commit something? He actually provoked missiles to bomb him. It must have been a missile from the Dragon Kingdom that bombed him. After all, if it was a missile from another country, the defense system of the Dragon Kingdom would have been stressed and would have definitely intercepted the missile. Perhaps Shun Yi did something so outrageous that the Dragon Kingdom used missiles to blast him to the west. Luo Tian's inexplicable speculations aroused everyone's curiosity. Thousands of people at the Science and Technology Conference discussed this in private. Oh, what a pity that such a young and talented researcher passed away like this. Something must have happened to Shun Yi. It would be strange if there was nothing wrong with the big commotion just now. Why are their missiles attacking the mecha rashly? Is there something fishy about it? Could it be true, as Luo Tian said, that Shun Yi did something outrageous? It's really possible. After all, who would be a good person who would be bombed by missiles? Shun Yi must have violated the country's bottom line. Otherwise, how could this result have happened? Su Qingqing couldn't help but worry as she listened to everyone's discussion. Did something really happen to Brother Xinyi? Brother Xinyi must not have done anything evil. He is a famous scientific research boss. How can talents who have dedicated themselves to the country be attacked by missiles from their own country? There must be some misunderstanding. Su Qingqing then said to Yi Royin next to her, Xiaoyan, nothing will happen to Xinyi, right? It's definitely not what everyone says, right? Yi Royin frowned at this moment, hesitated for a while, and then said, it shouldn't be right. Chapter 44. Misinterpretation of Suspicion. At this moment, Xinyi has already controlled the mecha to fly out of the ionosphere and is expected to reach the ground in half an hour. Xinyi then issued an order. Report the current status of the mecha. 8%. Each mecha part has minor damage. There is still 56% of the fuel remaining, which can sustain the flight for about 11 hours, and the oxygen content is still 72%, which can last for about 2 days. Has the document copy been completed? After several hours, the copy is 100% complete. Soon after, the mecha landed successfully, and everyone who was about to resume the Science and Technology Conference was suddenly stunned. Everyone's eyes were widened, staring at Xinyi as he walked out of the mecha's disarmed state, as if seeing a ghost. Everyone stared intently, and the whole place was silent. The shock that Xinyi gave them was unparalleled. It was a missile, but it didn't even destroy the mecha. From the side, Xinyi's scientific research technology in mechas has reached its peak, and no one in the scientific research community can control him. It instantly made everyone wonder if this was still a young scientific researcher. Even national-level scientific research instructors cannot produce such an excellent mecha. While everyone was still in a state of shock, Luo Tian pointed out directly, Xinyi, I want to know why you were bombed by Dragon Kingdom's missiles? Have you done anything to be ashamed of the Dragon Kingdom? After everyone heard what Luo Tian said, they suddenly woke up from a dream. Yes, how could ordinary people be bombarded by missiles? Suddenly, everyone looked at Xinyi strangely, and even the leaders on the high platform frowned and thought about this matter. If Xinyi really did something detrimental to the Dragon Kingdom, no matter how advanced his scientific research technology was, they would never accept it. He even had to report the matter to the senior officials of Dragon Kingdom and let them deal with it. The dean who originally suspected that Xinyi was shaken now. After all, what everyone said was not unreasonable. Xinyi really didn't want to deal with this kind of clown and gave him a dirty look. Of course I didn't do it. Even if I did, I don't deserve to be blamed by someone with Taikachan nationality like you. Luo Tian had a sarcastic look on his face. You've reached this point. Why don't you admit it? The news that you have not been shot down will soon spread among the senior officials of Dragon Kingdom, and it is estimated that the wanted order will arrive soon. At this moment, the dean couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and asked, Xinyi, this matter is really important. Can you confess the details? Is it really what Luo Tian and everyone said? How could Xinyi confess what just happened? Could it be said that he was bombed by Eagle Sauce's missiles? I'm afraid no one would believe it if I told it. Not to mention that this matter involves confidentiality. How could it be leaked out casually? However, Xinyi's silence was a disguised admission in the eyes of everyone. Su Qingqing couldn't stand the scene anymore. You have no accurate evidence at all, so you were just making random guesses here. Why do you say that? After hearing this, Luo Tian crossed his arms and sneered. Do you still need evidence? Everyone has witnessed it with their own eyes. Doesn't this still prove it? The Dragon Kingdom has already used missiles that pose a huge threat. Why can't you explain it? Mr. Yi sat down calmly. If such a big thing happened, someone would definitely be sent down. Xinyi's identity is not afraid of being investigated at all. However, just when everyone was at a stalemate, the deans and leaders were about to report Xinyi's matter. Several helicopters suddenly flew over from high altitude, and soon the helicopters landed on the playground. Suddenly, dozens of armed men rushed out and surrounded the place in an instant. All they had were real guns and live ammunition. Everyone didn't dare to move and just watched quietly. When Minister Jiang saw Xinyi, he immediately waved, and 3 or 4 armed men rushed out and surrounded Xinyi. Immediately after the two sides said nothing, Xinyi was taken away by these people. Time was tight, and I didn't have much time to explain to them. Minister Jiang gave Mr. Yi a look that reassured him. Then, these people took Xinyi away in a helicopter and left again. Suddenly, thousands of people broke out into heated discussions. That person seems to be Minister Jiang of the Ministry of National Defense. I didn't expect that even a figure of his level would come forward in person. Shun Yi was taken away just like that? Sure enough, he did something detrimental to the Dragon Kingdom. Even Minister Zhang was dispatched. Did you see? He was taken away right now. Sure enough, Shun Yi betrayed the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't even issue a wanted order. He just arrested him and left. I thought Shun Ye's scientific research technology was so advanced that it could be reused, but I didn't expect it to end up like this. Oh, what a pity. How could a good scientific researcher go astray? After the incident in which Shun Yi was taken away, it was basically confirmed that Shun Yi was a huge threat to the Dragon Kingdom. Even Minister Zhang came here nonstop to capture Shun Yi, which already explained everything. The happiest person at the moment should be Luo Tian. After all, if Shun Yi is captured, he will definitely be disqualified from this conference. Then my 2 scientific and technological works can also enter the top 3. Then he said loudly, "As you can see, I think Shun Yi can be disqualified from participating in the conference, as well as his achievements. After all, it is appropriate for people like Shun Yi to be disqualified." However, Mr. Yi disagreed. He knew Shun Ye's identity, so how could he cancel his qualifications and results? He immediately picked up the microphone and said, "Shun Yi is also a member of this science and technology conference. He cannot be disqualified." Why? Shun Yi must have done something that violated the law when he was arrested. Isn't it a discredit for such a person's achievements to be left at the science and technology conference? Mr. Yi shrugged and almost laughed. Discredit? Shun Ye's participation in the science and technology conference adds glory to the conference. How can it be discredited? It is an honor for Shun Yi to participate in the Science and Technology Conference. The dean also frowned and looked at Lao Yi in confusion. Canceling Shun Ye's qualifications and results would be harmful, but useless. Why is Lao Yi so strongly opposed? He suddenly asked with some confusion. It's inappropriate for Lao Yi to do this. After all, the scene where Shun Yi was taken away was obvious to all. I'm afraid this will leave some bad effects on the school. Others also tried to persuade Mr. Yi that it would be too unpleasant for this matter to spread. After all, Shun Yi must have won the first place in his category in the field of mechas. Even Shun Yi could directly enter the top 3 in this conference with this mecha work. A person captured by the Ministry of National Defense must be dirty. How could he be allowed to remain at the technology conference? Chapter 45, Try to Protect. However, Mr. Yi ignored everyone's persuasion. No matter what, he must retain his qualifications and achievements. If he cannot do it, then I will resign. Everyone was stunned by Mr. Ye's shocking words. Why did Mr. Yi want to defend Shun Yi to the death? To be able to do this? The dean suddenly became angry. Old Yi, take those words back quickly. Don't act out of anger. I know Shun Yi has something to do with you, but it's not like this. Seeing Mr. Yi being so tough, the dozen or so leaders around him didn't dare to directly attack him. Mr. Yi sighed. Dean, just believe me this time and listen to me. It's your fault that I listened to you on this matter. Come on, Lao Yi, stop messing around. I'm not fooling around. I say every word very seriously and responsibly. Isn't there any room for discussion? Yes, you can retain Shun Ye's qualifications and results to participate in this conference for a period of time. After that, you can make your own decision. Okay, if Shun Ye's situation is not reversed after a week, then I will cancel his qualifications and results. No one can say anything. However, Luo Tian wanted to say something more, but was dissuaded by the dean's look. Immediately afterwards, the Science and Technology Conference continued in the normal order. In the end, Su Qingqing won first place in the Ion Energy Shield category. Yi Royun won third place in the Ion Vibration Knife category. However, Shun Yi was not disqualified, so Luo Tian's 2 works were ranked 4th. Luo Tian could only continue to wait because he was 100% sure that it was impossible to reverse Shun Ye's situation. After all, Minister Zhang of the Ministry of National Defense came here personally to arrest him, so the story of Shun Ye's betrayal of Brother Long must be confirmed. The next thing is to wait for the day when Shun Yi is disqualified. As for his promise to build a top-notch laboratory for Shun Yi, it was already impossible. After all, Shun Yi had already gone in and no longer had to keep his promise. After all, he had never thought of making a top-notch laboratory for Luo Tian. On the other side, Shun Yi has been taken to the National Security Department. Shun Yi and Minister Zhang are in the same office. Minister Zhang looked at Shun Yi and immediately grinned and said, "What a good boy. You gave us a big surprise secretly. Your name, Shinai, has spread all over the world. This time, you have completely embarrassed Yingjiang. It's a trivial matter, nothing worth mentioning. Then Xunyi said, Minister Zhang, they will definitely misunderstand after I leave. Can you issue a certificate? Or issue a notice? No problem at all. Minister Zhang then said the purpose of his visit. Xunyi, do you still remember the technology you provided? About some bomber technology. Remember, is there something wrong with the technology? No, the technology you provided is very good, but our scientific researchers cannot fully control some essential technologies. I understand. You asked me to come here to guide these people. Yes, you can even directly modify the H-20 if necessary. Xunyi was a little confused after hearing this. The technology he provided was not very profound. As long as he was willing to spend some time, he would definitely be able to master it. Why are you so anxious to invite yourself over? Minister Zhang directly stated the reason. Xunyi, I know you have many doubts in your heart, and I will tell you the answer now. Because Yingqiang has been too arrogant recently, we must give it a good crackdown. Then the H-20 will fly over their airspace. Let them taste what it feels like to have their airspace invaded, and avenge the aggrieved people they have felt over the years. There is also the turmoil in the surrounding international situation. There must be a sharp sword to suppress them. This sharp sword is the H-20, and we have announced that the H-20 will be unveiled in the near future and will be exhibited in Zhuhai. That's it. No wonder he was so anxious to invite me here. It turned out to be just for this matter. Yingjiang is indeed very arrogant now. It seems that it is time to crack down. The J-20 only calmed them down for a while last time. This time we must do something ruthless to make them calm down and not dare to make any move. Xunyi nodded after hearing this, but then asked a question. Mr. Zhang, this sword does not have to be a H-20. You can also use my newly developed mecha. And the mecha I made can be a selfless contribution to the country, and I can even hand over technology to the country. As long as the country needs it, I will hand it over immediately without saying anything. After hearing this, Minister Zhang was moved and instantly stood up and stood in awe of Xunyi. You have such a high level of ideological awareness, and you often selflessly contribute your own technologies. You should know that these technologies can easily win the Nobel Prize. You can even apply for a patent, get a large fee from it, and you won't have to worry about money for the rest of your life. Xunyi said seriously, No, Minister Zhang, I won't do that. The country has trained me, so I will do what I can to repay the country. Report your favor on the golden stage, support the Jade Dragon, and die for you. Minister Zhang immediately held Shun Ye's hands excitedly. If the young people in the Dragon Kingdom have such an awareness as you, why should we, the Dragon Kingdom, be unhappy? And you often don't ask for anything in return. It seems that it won't be long before you contribute enough technology to the country and you can join that mysterious organization. After hearing this, Xun Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be the mysterious organization in his heart? You must know that the mysterious organization has been established for many years. I have always heard about it, but I didn't expect it to really exist. Minister Zhang then took Xunyi and sat down. Tomorrow you will enter the headquarters of H-20 Production and specifically guide those scientific researchers. But you have to be careful. These scientific researchers also have some arrogance in their hearts and are unlikely to accept the teachings of unknown people. Xun Ye's other identity can no longer be exposed because his other identity already involves top-secret files. He could only use his current identity as Xunyi, a teacher at the National Defense University. Xun Yetsu laughed and said, It doesn't matter. After all, it is normal for everyone to have some conflicts in scientific research opinions. I will have a good discussion with them when the time comes. Minister Zhang nodded after hearing this. He was not worried about Xun Ye's ability to guide them well. After all, Xunyi provided this technology. The only thing I'm worried about is the thorns in the General Research Headquarters. Although they all serve the country, some of them have weird tempers, afraid that they would not listen to Xun Ye's command. Although Xun Yi has rich experience in scientific research and technology, he is still too young and may not be able to control them. Chapter 46 Questioning. Xun Yi temporarily lived here under the arrangement of Minister Zhang. At night, he turned on the computer and began to study the secret documents obtained from Yingjiang. Even at the expense of doubling learning efficiency to increase learning speed, it has to be said that Yingjiang can become the world's #1, and its technology is already quite advanced. Except for some top-secret documents that are difficult to access, others are fine. Early the next morning, Minister Zhang drove Xunyi to the research laboratory where the H-20 H-20 was produced. After arriving at the periphery, all you can see are huge general research laboratories surrounded by walls, covering an area of at least 1,000 acres. Minister Jiang then arrived at the gate, informed the security guard, and then drove in. After getting off the car, Minister Jiang pointed to the research room not far away. They usually do research and development and production there, and they spend most of their time there. You go over first. I want to say hello and chat with an old friend. After saying that, Minister Jiang left here quickly. Xinyi then looked at the huge research room and walked over step by step. However, there is a lot of space inside, scattered throughout various laboratories, including wind tunnels, new energy, mechanization laboratories, etc. The various equipment inside are also very advanced, and the equipment inside can be said to be of international level. Xinyi searched inside for a while, but still found no one, so he headed to the second floor. I found a conference room on the second floor, then opened the door and found that it was full of scientific researchers. There were probably dozens of them, some men and some women. Everyone looked at this unfamiliar face with puzzled expressions. Jiaopanji was the first to break the awkward atmosphere. "Hello, are you a new scientific researcher?" Xinyi thought for a while and then nodded. Although he was here to provide technical guidance, he could also directly participate in the production if necessary. Jiaopanji then checked the information on his phone and said with some confusion, "I'm in charge of reporting on new scientific researchers, but why didn't I receive your message?" "Forget it. I probably came here in advance and didn't react to the boss." You go out and turn left to find a building marked with the reporting office. Go through the formalities first and come back later. After all, we are still discussing the H-20. Instead, Xinyi did not withdraw. Instead, he came directly in front of everyone and walked to the most conspicuous position. Then he said to everyone, "I am indeed new here, but my main task here is to guide you in technology. Teach you how to make the H-20. After hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then a fierce discussion broke out. "Are you a newcomer? How can you teach us technology? Who among you here doesn't have outstanding technology in the field of scientific research?" If an old man said this, I would still believe it, but a young man in his early 20s? The Air Force General Commander said before that someone would come to teach us technology. No matter how you think about it, it can't be this young man in front of us. It would take us a long time to study these technologies. It's ridiculous that he taught us without even studying them. Jiaopanji shook his head and sighed. The fact that this person could come in at such a young age showed that he was quite good in the field of scientific research. Today's young people are too arrogant if they have any skills. Jiaopanji then waved his hand. Today's young people are young and frivolous. We can understand. You should report first and then talk about it. As for guiding us, don't think too much about it. However, Xinyi remained unmoved and continued to stand there. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at Xinyi with strange eyes. Jiaopanji was the first to ask, "Since you are here to guide us, you should be better than us in all aspects of technology. Then let me ask you, the H-20 stealth concept, why can the surface of the H-20 reflect or absorb electromagnetic waves? It can even allow radar waves to pass through without revealing its position." The corners of Xun Ye's mouth raised slightly. These concepts and techniques were all provided by him, and they were not difficult for him at all. Xinyi then began to say, "The reason lies in the special coating material, which is mixed with graphene. Radar-absorbing materials interfere with radar systems by preventing reflected radio waves. There are many different types of radar-absorbing materials. These include non-resonant magnetic radar-absorbing materials and resonant radar-absorbing materials. The paint made of non-resonant magnetic radar-absorbing materials contains ferrite particles, which can dissipate the radar waves absorbed by the bomber's surface as heat. This material reduces radar visibility and can be used over a wide range of radar wave frequencies." Everyone frowned when they heard it. Although these are some simple principles, why did it feel so different when Xinyi said it in his mouth? But then some people raise questions. But this is not stable. The uncontrollable factors contained in the layers will cause the invisibility time to be greatly shortened. Maybe we'll expose our position in advance. We have been unable to conquer this aspect. Xinyi smiled slightly and then directly told the reason. Because you don't have enough control over technology and haven't studied enough. Of course, you will encounter some difficulties in practical operation, and it may even become an insurmountable mountain. It seems that you still haven't thoroughly studied those technologies. However, Xun Ye's words immediately aroused everyone's anger. Why do you say that? Do you know how much time we spend studying these technologies? Yeah, I guess you haven't seen those H-20 technologies, right? You'd better read them before saying these things. Those technologies are very difficult to study. After all, they were provided by the big boss of Shinai Technology. That was the technology provided by Mr. Shinai. They spent hours and hours studying day and night and thoroughly studied these technologies. Who else knows more about the technology to improve the H-20 than they do, besides themselves? Facing everyone's doubts and incomprehension, Xinyi was really helpless. He provided those technologies and concepts. Why hasn't he seen them? Why don't you understand? It was precisely because he understood the technology he provided that he made those remarks, but he couldn't reveal his true identity. You can't say that he is Shinai. It is estimated that no one will believe it by then, and they may be kicked out. Jiaopanji didn't think so much, but asked again. Since you were here to guide us, do you have any evidence? Or what scientific research awards have you received? In which direction have you made great contributions to scientific research? Chapter 47, Admiration. Xunyi shook his head. He couldn't name any of his contributions. After all, they all involved state secrets. Then he shrugged and said, well, we can't prove it yet. Then everyone clamored for Xunyi to get out quickly and not to disturb them, to continue their discussion and research. How can we guide them when we have nothing to prove and no honors or contributions to make? Ji Chang'e shook his head. Then you should go out first and don't waste everyone's time. Seeing this, they didn't believe him and had no choice but to walk out the door step by step. Just when I was about to touch the door handle, the door was suddenly pushed open. Two middle-aged men appeared outside the door. They were Minister Zhang and the Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief frowned and shouted, "What are you doing? Are you trying to drive away the person who is guiding you?" Ji Chang'e immediately retorted, "Commander-in-Chief, this guy is not the one to guide us. He is so young, and he also said that we don't have enough technology to control the improved H-20. He didn't even look at those techniques, so why do you say that? Isn't this just blind instruction?" When the Commander-in-Chief heard this, he immediately laughed angrily. What's wrong with being young? Xinyi is a very talented person, and he got it at such a young age. However, the Commander-in-Chief was stopped by Minister Zhang before he finished speaking. After all, the next words cannot be announced to the public, not even with this group of scientific researchers. The Commander-in-Chief covered his face and pretended to cough. Ahem, cough, cough. If you have enough control over the post-20 technology, why are there still flaws in the H-20 you produced? Isn't it true that people say you don't have enough control over these technologies? Everyone who heard the Commander-in-Chief's words was immediately silent. Yes, if we really control these technologies, we won't have others to guide us. However, some people are still dissatisfied. Why do they have no scientific research achievements, and why is a young man teaching them? The Commander-in-Chief naturally knew what they were thinking. I know some of you are still dissatisfied, but you need to communicate more about scientific research, especially discuss and request more with Xinyi. He knows more than you. I can't say why yet. In the following time, Xinyi will guide you on how to make the H-20 and improve your scientific and technological level. Then Xinyi was pulled out by these two middle-aged men. The Commander-in-Chief was the first to speak. Xunyi, it's better to see him than to hear him 100 times. He is indeed handsome, young, and promising. He has also provided key technologies to the country many times, and even selflessly dedicated those technologies. The Commander-in-Chief is ridiculous. I just did what a Dragon Nation person should do. The more I look at this young man, the more satisfied I become. Not only is he young and promising, he is also humble and polite. Then he laughed and said, I often hear Lao Zhang talking about you. Today, when I saw you, it was exactly the same as what Lao Zhang said. You are very humble. And regarding this mecha incident, you did a very good job. On behalf of the senior staff of Dragon Kingdom, I pay tribute to you. Then the general manager made a military salute in admiration. Xunyi quickly waved his hand to indicate that this was not necessary. Afterwards, the two of them exchanged polite words, and the Commander-in-Chief took the initiative to talk about other topics. The H-20 we developed this time will not only be exhibited in Zhuhai, but also our high-end sophisticated aviation military aircraft will be shown to the world. Especially Ying Jiang has been very restless recently and has been trying to start a war with us. It is simply a daydream. We have to give him a hard knock this time to let Taka-chan know that the Dragon Kingdom is not that easy to mess with. Xinyi suddenly felt a heavy pressure on his shoulders, as if there was a sense of historical responsibility and trust placed on him. Minister Jiang then interrupted the topic and said, "What we want to ask you is whether you can improve the H-20 as soon as possible? No problem. It will be completed in about 10 days. Okay, okay. I'll leave it to you, Xinyi." The commander-in-chief also said immediately, "Xinyi, your orders in the research room at this moment are my orders, and all equipment are at your disposal." The commander-in-chief also specifically repeated this sentence to everyone in the conference room. Xinyi nodded and returned to the conference room. The two middle-aged men also left. Face after face stared at Xinyi. Even if they were a little dissatisfied, they had to suppress it. After all, the commander-in-chief said just now that Shun Ye's opinions and suggestions must be listened to in the scientific field. He controls the scheduling of all equipment. Xinyi then took the lead and said to everyone, "Can you tell me what specific knowledge you have about the H-20? We will talk about technology later." Ji Chang'e immediately stood up and asked, "The H-20 is heading towards a crossroads. First of all, is it going to adopt the Western world's existing model of subsonic speed plus deep stealth plus stealth cruise missile? Or should we follow the future model of Russia's hypersonic ballistic missile plus hypersonic cruise missile plus supersonic cruise?" Ji Chang'e expressed his doubts and how 20 should go next. Will he continue to follow the two major countries? Xinyi waved his hand and asked him to sit down. "We have to go our own way, a path that belongs to Dragon Kingdom's independent research and development. The two models you mentioned are completely different, resulting in a completely different design of the H-20 in terms of body configuration, missile loading, aircraft avionics, etc. In other words, you can only choose sides. The H-20 strategic bomber is the embodiment of my country's nuclear deterrence and conventional firepower superiority. It is also the carrier of the concept of full stealth for our country's future air combat forces. It is also the launch platform for my country's future hypersonic ballistic missiles and hypersonic cruise missiles. It embodies the expectations of too many Chinese people. This road is very difficult and very hard, but we will definitely stick to it, and eventually we will develop and create it on our own." After everyone heard these words, their enthusiasm was immediately ignited. After all, they, the scientific researchers, are serving the country. Everyone is patriotic in their hearts and was ignited by Shun Ye's words. Then Xinyi expressed his understanding. The H-20 is confirmed to have applied the revolutionary technology of deep stealth. The reason for applying this technology is because deep stealth technology has greatly compressed the detection range of human long-range radars, including radars of all wavelengths, creating a qualitative change. The absorption of electromagnetic waves by deep stealth and the technology of selecting the direction of reflection can still greatly reduce the intensity of reflection, which means shortening the detection distance. As he talked, Xinyi talked about some operations and uses of technology, as well as some principles. Of course, some people raised doubts during this period, but Xinyi answered them one by one. As Xinyi talked more and more deeply, everyone was fascinated. As the last words fell, everyone's understanding of the H-20 rose to a higher level. Many doubts everyone had at this moment were suddenly cleared up. After hearing this, Ji Chang'e was the first to stand up and said, "No, your explanation was really wonderful. It completely solves some of the problems that I have encountered recently. Even many doubts trapped in my heart have found answers now." Other researchers also looked at each other and praised. It's true that people cannot be judged by their appearance. I didn't expect that such a young person would have such a profound understanding and application of technology. At first, I suspected that his technology was not good, but I didn't expect that he turned out to be a hidden technology boss. It's really awesome. It seems we can continue to improve the H-20. After this explanation, discussion, and research, everyone was already impressed by Xinyi. It was as if the technologies provided were provided by Xinyi, and they were explained in great detail. At this moment, in everyone's mind, the only people who can explain scientific research technology to such an extent are famous national-level instructors. No one has ever been so powerful. Chapter 48 Protest. In the following time, a group of people gathered around Xinyi and asked various scientific research questions, all of which were answered by him. When I have time, I will lead them to carry out practical improvements to H-20 and provide targeted technical guidance. Completion of improvements is just around the corner. At this moment at the National Defense University, students from the monster class were still gathered in the classroom, although Xinyi did not come. But they still came according to the prescribed time. It had been 7 days since Xunyi was taken away, and the students were also very worried about their teacher during this time. The news of the last science and technology conference has spread throughout the school, but more than 30 students in the monster class did not believe that the teacher would betray the country. After all, their teacher has won the National Medal of Honor and the Medal of Contribution. How could he betray the country? Yi Royun, who was sitting on the podium at the moment, shook his head helplessly and sighed. It would not be long before the monster class would be disbanded and canceled because of Shun Ye's reputation. Yi Royun also hoped that nothing would happen to Xun Yi, but the scene where Xun Yi was taken away really happened before her eyes. Those who can be taken away by the National Security Department have basically been proven guilty and charged, and no one can redeem or plead for mercy. Suddenly, a notification came from the radio. After discussion with various leaders of our school, it was finally decided to cancel Shun Ye's qualifications and results for participating in this conference. What kind of punishment will be imposed next is still waiting for notification from the relevant departments. This announcement was broadcast 3 times on the radio, and basically the whole school knew about it. Even every teacher received a notification on their mobile phones. Immediately, most of the people in the monster class stood up. Some of them couldn't believe the sound on the radio. Teachers who can be criticized on the radio are basically not far away from leaving their jobs. Suddenly, a female teacher from the monster class said, "We can't just sit there and wait for death. We must do something for teacher Xun Yi. I believe the school has wronged him. We can't just watch teacher Xun Yi's qualifications and grades be canceled." Liang Yanhua also immediately stood up and said, "We know best what kind of person teacher Xun Yi is. It is impossible for teacher Xun Yi to do anything against the motherland. Besides, there has been no news since he was taken away by the National Security Department that day. At the very least, we have to wait until the relevant departments issue a notification before canceling it. How can we do this without any evidence?" Suddenly, everyone stood up and booed and said, "Yes, we can't just watch teacher Xun Yi be disqualified. Why should the notification be canceled if there is no crime? It's just their imagination. Students, we must protest. Such a good teacher cannot be wronged in vain. We want justice. Yes, we're going to the leadership office now. We must protest." Yi Royun was a little panicked when she saw this scene. If these students were to cause trouble, she, the class teacher, would not feel comfortable. "If you don't do it well, you might even be punished." He immediately stood up and said loudly, "You all sit down. You're making such noise will only aggravate the conflict. We are students who should put learning first. As for teacher Shun Ye's matter, the relevant leaders above will make a decision. If it is really unjust, I will definitely seek justice for teacher Xun Yi. You should calm down." However, Yi Royun's advice did not make the students calm down, but instead made their enthusiasm even higher. They couldn't wait, not even for a second. "We must seek justice for the teacher." Immediately, the students rushed out like wasps, shouting, "Teacher Xun Ye's qualifications and results must not be canceled. Teacher Xun Ye's qualifications and results must not be canceled." Yi Royun alone could not stop more than 30 students, and they were also enthusiastic and fierce students. Watching these students run to the dean's office. The scene of more than 30 students protesting was immediately noticed by the students and teachers passing by. It instantly attracted the attention of the whole school. At this moment, dozens of leaders meeting in the dean's office are discussing whether to cancel teacher Shun Ye's career. Mr. Yi protested angrily on the side with a dark face. "You absolutely cannot do that. Even if you really have to do this, you have to wait for notification and punishment from the National Defense and Security Department." Then some leaders were unwilling and immediately raised objections. "If we really wait until then, our school's reputation will be ruined by Xun Yi. It is better to fire him as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary fermentation of public opinion." These leaders are also worried about some public opinion that is not favorable to the school. It is a fact that Xun Yi was taken away by the National Security Department, which has basically confirmed Xun Ye's crime and evidence. The dean spoke at this moment. "We don't have any evidence to prove it now, and we haven't received any relevant notification. I think it's better to keep teacher Xun Ye's career for the time being and not cancel other people's careers so easily." However, with the current development of network technology, once someone uploads these things to the internet, they will spread on the internet. It will definitely set off a wave of public opinion, and it will definitely be unfavorable to the school. At that time, the school will bear various adverse impacts and risks, and it will also indirectly lead to a loss of students. After all, as a teacher at the National Defense University, he did something that went against the motherland. If word spread, it would definitely become a big hit. The next step was to vote, but there were 13 votes in favor of disqualifying Xinyi from being a teacher. There were only 4 votes against. Then Xinyi's qualification as a teacher will definitely be canceled. And the next step is when will the cancellation notice be issued? At that moment, dozens of noisy voices sounded from outside, shouting, Teacher Xinyi's qualifications and results must not be canceled. Teacher Xinyi's qualifications and results must not be canceled. The leaders in the conference room frowned immediately after hearing the protest. As far as they knew, Xinyi only led one class. That is the monster class where the top students in the school gather together. The talents in it are all top scorers from each province. He will definitely become a pillar of the country in the future, and the school attaches great importance to him. However, they are now protesting, and the content of the protest is actually to reinstate their teacher Xinyi's qualifications and results to participate in the competition. Immediately, more than a dozen leaders walked out of the conference room and saw the students downstairs shouting protests. When the dean saw this, he suddenly became angry and said, If you don't study well, why are you here making trouble? You students don't need to worry about Xinyi. Just go back to your respective classes. Chapter 49 Reversal. Liang Yinhua suddenly shouted loudly, We are here to seek fairness for our teacher. Why should our teacher's qualifications and results be revoked to participate in science and technology conferences? The dean frowned and explained to the students, This matter involves high-level officials, and it is not something you students can get involved in. And Xinyi's matter can basically be confirmed. Suddenly, fierce opposition burst out from the crowd of more than 30 people. Is there any evidence to prove it? Or has the relevant department issued a notice? Xinyi is our teacher, and we have the right to know the truth. How could it be canceled just because you said it was canceled? Teacher Xinyi is very good. He has received various medals of honor, all awarded to him by the country. We don't believe it. As the buzz here gets louder and louder, more and more people come to watch the excitement. Soon a large group of people gathered underneath. Luo Tian was among this group of people. Ever since he heard the news on the radio, Luo Tian had been extremely excited. Once he was no longer suppressed by Xinyi. Then his works will both enter the top 3 in the same category and receive generous rewards. He even hoped that making this matter bigger and bigger would definitely be more and more detrimental to Xinyi. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked out from among a dozen leaders and said loudly to the people below, There is a reason why we canceled Xinyi's qualifications and results from participating in the conference. This is about the school's reputation, and that's not going to change no matter how much you protest. Go back now. We won't hold you responsible for anything. However, the students below remained unmoved and continued to protest below. It seemed that they would not leave here until Xinyi's qualifications were restored. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, he suddenly became angry. If you continue to make trouble like this, it will have no effect except delaying your studies. And after discussion, we have decided to expel Xinyi. However, these words only aroused more indignation among the students. Xinyi is our teacher. How can you just expel me? Teacher Xinyi hasn't come back yet. Why do you make such a decision? We can't fire our teachers if we don't accept it. How can we fire our teachers without reason? We don't agree. In the eyes of the students, Xinyi is a good teacher who is dedicated and conscientious. Xinyi would help them answer any scientific research questions they had, and he would also let them ask questions freely in class. Xinyi would answer every question he had and was extremely patient without any dissatisfaction. She always explained some technological theories in detail. Even if they don't understand something, Xinyi will explain it several times, until they fully learn it. Therefore, more than 30 students did not buy this move by the leaders at all. Xinyi has a lot of scientific research experience, and he could talk about theories and techniques very well. They couldn't bear to part with such an excellent teacher. Seeing that the situation was out of control, the dean immediately said to the director, Where are the class teachers of these students? Take these students back quickly. Then he said loudly to the students below, We will announce the result of this matter later. Please wait patiently. Fearing that the students might cause trouble, they had to call the security guard to take all the students back to the teaching building. However, the middle-aged man next to the dean was in charge of moral education. He immediately said to the security guard who ran over, Catch those students who led the riot and send them to my office for a good lesson. No matter how good the grades of such students are, their behavior is still not good enough. They must be properly educated. Anyone who leads the riot will be given a serious warning. The crowd was so crowded that it took some time for the security guards to squeeze in and catch the students who were leading the riot. However, the students were certainly unwilling to do so, and so they had some physical conflicts with the security guards. Several students who took the lead in making trouble were caught, but the remaining students continued to help their classmates while shouting in protest. The middle-aged man suddenly frowned and shouted loudly. Everyone rebelled, right? The security guards arrested them. You can't make a good thing if you don't polish it. You have to spin it hard. Such students will definitely suffer a big loss when they enter the society. Suddenly, a message rang on the dean's cell phone. The dean took a look and saw that it was actually sent by the National Security Department. He immediately clicked on it, which should be the punishment for Xun Yi. However, the content above made him dumbfounded. The message sent by the National Security Department only contained one paragraph. Xun Yi was taken away for state-level secret work. I hope your school will not misunderstand or make this information public. Remember to keep it confidential. This passage contains too much information, and it actually involves national-level matters. And it can be seen from between the lines that Xun Yi is not what everyone imagined, but is working for the country. After seeing this message, the dean only carefully read the content 3 times and confirmed that this message was sent by the National Security Department. Then he waved his hand and said to everyone, "Stop it! Let the students you caught go free." Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on the dean, and the security guard released the captured students. Then the dean said, "Since teacher Xun Yi is so loved by students, the school will decide to restore Xun Yi's qualifications and results to participate in the conference, and no longer expel Xun Yi." As the dean finished speaking, the 30 or so students below immediately cheered, and the people around him looked at the dean with incomprehensible eyes. How could he change his mind temporarily? Aren't they all disgusted? How come this happened now? The middle-aged man looked at the dean with confusion and asked, "Dean, why? Didn't you decide to cancel Xun Yi's qualifications and results from participating in the conference? Can't you restore it if you cancel it? The key is, didn't you say you were disqualified? After a week, if..." After hearing this, the dean suddenly became dissatisfied and curled his lips. "That's what I said before, now it's now." This operation of the dean immediately made all the leaders dumbfounded. Are you going to regret it just because you said you regretted it? Moreover, Xun Yi was arrested by the National Security Department, so the charges and evidence must have been confirmed. Isn't the dean confused? How come these measures are taken? The dean naturally understood the confusion of these people. This matter has been decided, and no one should mention it again in the future. And Xun Yi is a teacher at our National Defense University. He has no evidence. How can he be expelled just because he says he is expelled? And the list of the top 3 in the category will also be announced. Everyone looked at the dean with puzzled faces. Only Mr. Yi showed a half-smiling look. What could make the old fox change his decision was definitely a notification from above. At this moment, Luo Tian looked at the dean in disbelief, not even believing his own ears. How could a good announcement suddenly change? And just now he said he would be fired, and now he says he won't be fired. Play. Luo Tian almost fainted after hearing this result. What on earth is going on? Xun Yi was obviously taken away by the National Security Department. His expulsion and disqualification were already a certainty. How could... Chapter 50 will be announced soon. More than a dozen leaders approached the dean one after another. You must know that a dozen of them can decide various major events in the school. The dean even hesitated to offend them and forcibly canceled the previously decided matter. They really couldn't think of anyone else who would make the dean change his mind? Who else could be more influential in getting the dean to change his mind? If a perfect explanation is not given, the dean's life in the college will not be easy in the future. After all, if you offend more than a dozen leaders in the school at once, and if you offend within the rules, you won't be dismissed so easily. The dean observed the subtle expressions of everyone, and then snorted coldly. Do you all agree that it is a bad thing that Xun Yi was taken away? When the dean said this, the dozen or so leaders present were stunned. What happened? It's not a bad thing, is it a good thing? That everyone present was a vixen, and after receiving such a slight nudge, they understood instantly. No wonder the dean would go against all opinions. It turns out that Xun Yi is most likely serving the country and conducting secret scientific research for the country. These people are indeed old foxes, and they quickly thought of many things. Fortunately, the dean suddenly changed his decision in the end, otherwise the school would lose an honor in the future. It is not easy for anyone to be hired away by the National Security Department. Xun Yi, who is currently in the H-20 main production base, is preparing to improve the H-20 himself. Because technicians like them could not completely improve some key areas. In other words, their improved H-20 could not meet Xinye's standards. Xinye said to the dozens of scientific researchers behind him, "Look at it carefully and see where your shortcomings are." At the same time, how much you can learn depends on your ability. After Xinye finished speaking, he held the tool in one hand and controlled the robotic arm with the other to start making improvements. Those people behind him stared attentively, fearing that they would miss any small details. Xinye then thought silently in his heart, "The system will calculate it for me." The improved anti-missile program system is being implanted and is expected to be completed in 2 hours. Progress: 23%, 46%, 67%, 100%. The intelligent human-controlled program system is being implanted and is expected to be completed in 5 hours. It can translate speech into languages in multiple countries. Progress: 12%, 39%, 77%, 100%. The electronic network security defense system is being built and is expected to be completed in 2 hours. Progress: 32%, 64%, 100%. The stealth mode is being improved and infrared stealth paint is being added. It is expected to be completed in 6 hours. Progress: 28%, 56%, 84%, 100%. Improving? After nearly a day and a half, the H-20 has been improved. To be honest, most of these improvements are technical improvements that greatly shorten the time. Otherwise, it would probably take several times as long for one person to improve the bomber. Of course, some materials and equipment were also added during this period, and these additions were worth nearly 200 million. If Xinye hadn't saved a lot of materials with his superb skills, he would have spent several times the money on improvements. Suddenly, fierce applause and praise sounded from behind Xinye. If you can learn 1/10 of the technology and improve materials that Xinye showed us this time, it will last a lifetime. Xinye is truly worthy of being the instructor sent by the superiors to guide our techniques. I am so impressed by this operation. It involves a lot of technical improvement and technology implantation. Every step is worth learning. It's really too strong. Now it seems that our skills are completely worthless in front of Xinye. I believe that the H-20 improved by Xinye will definitely shock the world. After a while, the scientific researchers brought deck chairs and tea for a deep night's rest. After all, it is difficult for the body to bear the pain after spending so long making improvements. Xinye only felt one thing at the moment, that is, he was too tired. Every research session took too much time. If I hadn't been in a hurry and wanted to go back as soon as possible to receive the rewards from this conference, I wouldn't have worked so hard. After Xinye rested on the recliner for a while, 2 middle-aged men hurriedly entered the wind tunnel research room. Xinye just wanted to get up, but was held down by the commander-in-chief and continued to lie on the recliner. The commander-in-chief said with admiration, "Thank you for your hard work. It's better to lie down and have a good rest first. Your body is more important." Commander-in-chief, the improvements to the H-20 have been completed. Do you want to conduct a performance test? No need, I trust your skills. Commander-in-chief, I've completed all the techniques and guidance techniques I should teach. Can I leave now? Well, let's talk about it tomorrow. Are you interested in going to Zhuhai to take a commemorative photo of the H-20 that will be displayed there? Soon after, dozens of scientific researchers left the wind tunnel laboratory, leaving only the commander-in-chief and Minister Jiang to accompany Xinye. Minister Jiang said with some embarrassment, "Xinye, your real name cannot be used on the list of improvements made this time. Maybe you can't even use your pseudonym. Xinye has made so many contributions, including providing technology, guiding technology, and improving production. Why can't you even mention a name?" But doing this was entirely to protect Xinye's personal safety. Minister Jiang was afraid that he would misunderstand and said quickly, "Of course your name is not on the improvement list, but the technology provider can still use the name Xinai. We are doing this to protect you. After all, you have now become an indispensable technical talent in the Dragon Kingdom. Being too famous and being too pushy will attract the attention of many enemy countries, so..." Xinye completely understood Minister Zhang's behavior and was even a little grateful. After all, people are afraid of being famous, and people are afraid of being strong. Maybe being too famous will cause some trouble. Xinye immediately stood up from the recliner and said, "I can understand that contributing to the country is what I should do, and honor is secondary." And Minister Jiang, you are right to do this. I will not complain about it. I would rather erase the name of my contribution and become a diligent scientific researcher, instead of Xinyi, who takes the limelight and gets all the honors. Contributing to the country is never for honor. It is all based on one's patriotic heart. The commander-in-chief was immediately moved when he heard this. There are few young people like Xinyi in this era. Nowadays, many young people are not aiming for fame and fortune, especially Ying Jiang, who has spent huge sums of money to attract a large number of scientific researchers. Among them, the Dragon Kingdom has the largest number, and the nationality of this large number of scientific researchers has basically changed to eagle sauce. The commander-in-chief immediately applauded and said, "Great! All the scientific researchers in Dragon Country should follow your lead." The commander-in-chief then paused and said, "Next, it's time to give the world a little shock, especially the eagle sauce, who will be particularly targeted in the future." Chapter 51, H-20 Exhibition. According to the Ministry of National Defense, the H-20 will be exhibited at the 15th Zhuhai. Once this news was released, it immediately caused a stir on the internet and in the military fan circle. Netizen 1 asked, "Is the long-awaited H-20 really coming?" Netizen 2, "Haven't you seen the news released by the Ministry of National Defense? It must be true. All the cigarettes I smoked over the years are not in vain." Netizen 3, "I am really looking forward to it. I really want to witness the heroic appearance of the H-20. After so many years, I finally got it." Netizen 4, "I didn't expect that after the last J-20 fighter video was released, the H-20 would be here right after. It's really a double happiness." However, the internet is not entirely filled with praise. There are still some pessimists and people like Luo Tian. They spread all kinds of anxiety and unfriendly remarks online. Suddenly, a piece of news exploded on the internet. The content was, "The Chinese nation currently only has the H-6 and has obvious shortcomings in the field of air defense." The news of the launch of the H-20 is probably false. After all, hasn't the Dragon Kingdom fooled people enough in recent years? Especially the bureau chief, who has been fooling people in recent years and trying his best to conceal the new weapons. In the end, the truth was revealed, and of course there were weapons that didn't exist. The purpose of Long Guo's move is entirely to attract attention, send out such false information, and intimidate other countries. There are also various remarks that belittle the Dragon Kingdom. With the current technology of the Dragon Kingdom, it is completely unable to develop the H-20, let alone the B-21 stealth bomber that matches the eagle sauce. If the technology was really that mature, it would have been announced long ago, and it wouldn't have been kept hidden for so long. The upgraded version of the B-21, the sixth-generation bomber of the eagle sauce, has been on the market for so long, but the Dragon Country has not yet had a corresponding bomber. Doesn't this mean that Brother Long's technology is not as good as that of the eagle sauce? The two groups each held their own opinions on the internet, arguing and debating constantly, and neither was willing to give in. Then, when the argument was very intense, the official data of the H-20 was released. The maximum range of the H-20 will exceed 10,000 kilometers, and its combat radius will be around 6,000 kilometers, which can be directly included in the home territory of the United States. Maximum speed, Mach 1.75. Cruising speed, Mach 1.25. The magazine capacity is estimated to be around 4,000 cubic meters. It can carry about 45 tons of weapons and ammunition, including aerial bombs, cruise missiles, air-launched anti-ship ballistic missiles, and other precision missiles. Power transformation. For domestically produced tying engines, the H-20 has an avionics system, a weapon control system, and an ion protection operating system. It has various information means such as data link, satellite communication, radar, etc. Various detailed data and information were directly placed on the table, which immediately silenced the public opinion opposing the smear campaign. However, many foreign powers disagree, especially Western countries represented by the United States, which basically believe that the launch of the H-20 is just a cover. After all, Long Guo has already displayed the improved J-20 some time ago, and the technology contained in it is very advanced. It is obvious that they have been improved using more advanced modern technologies and principles. They can be said to be the leaders in the fighter aircraft industry and have strong combat capabilities. This shows that how could Long Guo have any spare energy to develop 20? And regardless of this, let's just talk about the mecha incident that shocked the world before. Its level of advancement is comparable to science fiction. Long Guo has definitely spent a lot of time, money, manpower, and material resources on research and development in this area, and it is impossible for it to have other time to develop the H-20. Some Western countries even openly ridiculed the data released by Long Guo as too fake. The maximum speed was almost twice that of the Yingjiang B-21 stealth bomber. How is this possible? Moreover, the space and bomb load are both exaggerated and staggering, and cannot be achieved from a scientific perspective. Then the bomb load and space were a problem for the previous H-20 production team, but this problem was perfectly solved by Xinyi. A model was also built to provide authoring. There are also all kinds of exaggerated data, which clearly does not feel like a product of the same era. Immediately, this exaggerated data caused a backlash in public opinion, and all kinds of slanders and fictions were published on major platforms. Generally speaking, some people who worship foreigners are still unwilling to believe it, and some major powers are even less likely to believe that the H-20 will be released. All of this will eventually reveal its true colors at the 15th Zhuhai exhibition. Is Long Guo cheating, or is it true? The exhibition will start in 2 days. Many people have already bought tickets to Zhuhai, wanting to witness Long Guo's top air defense weapons. Many people were sad to find that all the tickets were sold out. Even the tickets for 3 days later were sold out. This shows how high people's expectations are for the H-20. 2 days later, at this moment, all national and provincial highways leading to Zhuhai are blocked, and the roads leading to Zhuhai are full of vehicles. Especially near the exhibition area, there were huge crowds of people. The H-20 exhibition will be held at a special airport in the Zhuhai Exhibition Center, and the H-20 will land at the airport from the sky. At this moment, the outside of the airport fence was crowded with people, and various professional cameras were placed on the open space, ready to record this shocking scene. Military fans who were unable to arrive in time or were stuck on the road were watching the live broadcast of Zhuhai's exhibition. People are eagerly waiting. The emergence of the H-20 means that Long Guo will have a 3-pronged nuclear strike capability, and that Long Guo's air defense field will no longer have shortcomings. It represents the improvement of Dragon Nation's national strength. However, at this moment, the Americans on the other side of the ocean are not paying much attention to Zhuhai's exhibition. The Minister of National Security, Recruitment, even made the following statement in the Ministry of Defense. There is the J-20 in front and the mysterious mecha in the back. How could the Dragon country possibly have another H-20? Even if all the scientific researchers in Dragon country were gathered together, it would be impossible for them to display such high-tech weapons one after another. Larry Hastings has been in jail for what happened last time. Because too many senior executives were involved in the control of the host, Larry Hastings was removed first, and the subsequent ones were dealt with leniently. He also picked a few unlucky people to take the blame, and Martin was one of them. The researchers on the side kept echoing. The H-20 will never be released. Dragon country's scientific researchers cannot have so much energy to carry out multiple high-tech research and development. The appearance of the H-20 must be a rumor spread by the Dragon Kingdom. It will take at least 100 years for it to appear. A weapon as powerful as the H-20 cannot be completed overnight. Long Guo has spent a lot of resources, time, and energy to demonstrate various high-tech technologies. How can it possibly take care of the H-20 at the same time? Chapter 52. Zhuhai exhibition is a lie. At this moment, at the Zhuhai exhibition, Minister Jiang stood in the center and accepted reports and questions from various reporters. However, one of the reporters from the United States asked first, Minister Jiang, will the H-20 appear at the Zhuhai exhibition this time? According to our country's authoritative experts, based on scientific development, it will take your country at least 100 years to develop the H-20. I'm afraid the H-20 will not appear this time. After hearing this, Minister Jiang frowned and said in a deep voice, I can make it clear that the H-20 will appear in this exhibition. And the so-called experts in the U.S. are just talking nonsense, without any basis. There was silence for a while after he finished speaking. I didn't expect Minister Jiang to say it so decisively. Then the reporter from the Korean country asked, the display of the H-20 this time is absolutely false. Even if they were shown, they would not be able to match the fighter planes of our kimchi country. Then, various Western countries, represented by the Eagle sauce, began to doubt. According to the high-tech pattern displayed by the Dragon Kingdom, it is basically displayed once every 10 years. The improved J-20 has been displayed before, so it is unlikely that the H-20 will appear. In recent years, The momentum of Long Guo's technological development has become stronger and stronger, but it is absolutely impossible for it to develop the H-20. Even if they announce the J-35, they will definitely not reveal the H-20. After all, the Dragon Kingdom has not made up for its shortcomings in air defense for so many years, so how could it suddenly announce the H-20? May I ask, what is the purpose of Long Guo doing this? Is it just to attract attention? Is there any meaning in publishing false information and data? Suddenly, countries began to raise questions and doubts. Recently, Long Guo has been showing off its high-tech capabilities more and more frequently, and many Western countries have begun to feel fearful. Especially when the Eagles saw the gradual development of Dragon Country's top technology, they became more and more frantic in suppressing it, and would not allow Dragon Country to develop at any cost. Minister Jiang laughed at these doubts, then shook his head. Since everyone doesn't believe it, let's wait and see. Minister Jiang then began to answer questions from the country. This exhibition will definitely not disappoint the public's expectations. Then half an hour passed, and there was still no sign of the H-20. At this moment, every second was torture. People's expectations have gradually declined, but they still believe that what Minister Jiang said will definitely not disappoint them. As time went by, the audience began to discuss. Do you think the H-20 will appear at this exhibition? It's been almost 2 hours, and he hasn't shown up yet. I guess it's unlikely that he will show up. Were all the previous announcements and data released with great fanfare all fake? Were they all just for show? I think the Dragon Kingdom is still hiding. After all, the Zhuhai exhibition lasts for 3 days. Maybe it will be the last to appear. I think this is a bit risky. Didn't you see those people abroad saying it's impossible? At this moment, the audience is still looking at this matter with half expectation and half doubt, and the people watching the live broadcast are still expecting that Long Guo will definitely keep his word. They believe in their motherland and would not deceive everyone on this matter. Minister Jiang faced the camera leisurely, drinking tea and chatting, as if he was an outsider who didn't care at all. Gradually, as time passed, everyone's patience was gradually exhausted. More than half a day had passed, and no movement had been seen or heard, which made people gradually doubt the authenticity of the incident. At this time, reporters from various countries have begun to discuss with each other. It's worth a trip to Dragon Country. After all, this is the first time that Dragon Country has slapped itself in the face in a grand manner. This is just a joke. Who takes it seriously? Hey, bragging is bragging, and you're still being stubborn. Many people remembered the questions asked by Western journalists and have gradually come to believe their statements. The sun is almost setting, and there is still no sign of the H-20. Even many people in the live broadcast room were somewhat disappointed with Long Guo. Even if he had lied, it was still not too late for him to admit it. But now Long Guo has not taken any action, and even the official has not issued an explanation. It seems that the H-20 is destined to not appear. People across the country who were paying attention to this event went from being excited to feeling disappointed. On the other side, Rivalry, who was far away on the other side of the ocean, watched the live broadcast with a smile on his face and said to his colleagues and researchers next to him, "See? I knew there was no way Long Guo could have built the H-20. This incident has made people a laughing stock around the world. It seems that we still overestimated the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation is just like that, not that powerful." The surrounding scientific researchers also agreed with the minister's remarks. They had predicted long ago that the H-20 would never appear. Then they all echoed, "That's right, Long Guo is a developing country. How could it have developed the H-20 with that technology?" The Dragon Nation is being too hasty. They want to release all kinds of news to shock us. After all, they have a big weakness in the field of air defense, and they are afraid that we will take advantage of it. Rivalry then asked, have countries like Kimchi Country, and the Philippines, which border Dragon Country, discovered the presence of the H-20 on their borders? Colleagues around him shook their heads and said, "According to your instructions, we have already asked the Southeast Asian countries to monitor the border activities of Dragon Country. There is no bomber or fighter jet flying outside the border. We have been monitoring the border 24 hours a day since the day before yesterday, and we have not missed a single minute or a single second. Maybe there is no H-20 at all, and Long Guo is just fooling us." When the National Security Department released the exhibition that day, Rivalry sent people to secretly monitor the borders of various Southeast Asian countries, because the Americans are now somewhat afraid that the H-20 will really appear. After all, The Dragon Kingdom has demonstrated high-precision weapons in the previous few times, and they are all real. This has to make the top leaders of the United States extremely nervous, fearing that the H-20 will fly into the border. After all, the last video of the J-20's actual combat is still there. The stealth technology displayed in it is very advanced. Even the scientific researchers in the United States are not sure that they can identify the J-20 within the national defense after seeing it. This is very scary, as it means that this stealth technology can be used on various fighter jets, so a large number of new stealth fighter jets will be launched in the future. The Eagles couldn't defend themselves at all. It was estimated that the Dragon country's fighter jets had entered the air defense area, and they hadn't noticed yet. Red Almada suddenly remembered something. Have we found any suspicious planes or fighter planes in our territory? Have any alarms been raised in our prevention and control areas? Have any detectors at our borders been triggered? The relevant researchers said firmly, no, everything is normal and all the data are normal. Absolutely no fighters or bombers entered the air defense range. Chapter 53, Appearance. As the camera turned, more than half of the audience at Zhu Hai's exhibition had left to look at other technological products. The remaining half began to complain about Long Guo on various platforms, hoping that Long Guo would issue a statement to admit his mistakes as soon as possible, and that the people would forgive him. In fact, everyone loves their motherland very much, but they just have a feeling of being disappointed in their motherland. At the last moment before the sun set, a sonic boom suddenly resounded throughout the sky. I saw a huge monster appearing in the sky, with brilliant blue flames emitting from its tail wing and the entire bomber appearing inky black. The tail also rotates automatically for fine-tuning, giving the entire bomber a streamlined shape that greatly reduces air resistance. Immediately, everyone's attention was drawn to it, and they all looked up at the H-20. Everyone was stunned. It actually appeared. All of a sudden, all the people who were still in the Zhu Hai exhibition gathered together, and the live broadcast rooms were instantly full. Reporters from various countries recorded this scene. I kept pressing the shutter button to take pictures of the H-20, capturing every detail. The H-20 then landed quietly at the airport. Minister Jiang immediately stepped forward and said, "Please look at the huge display screen next to me. I will show you a few videos next. Everyone will understand why the H-20 has not appeared yet." Then the first video appeared, showing that the H-20 had flown out of the border of Long Guo, with the camera zoomed in. First, the location of the H-20 was shown, and then the camera was pointed at dozens of surveillance machines, and the surveillance machines operated by people from various countries could be clearly seen. These people were monitoring the border of Long Country. However, the most ironic thing was that when the H-20 was only 500 m away from them in the sky, they had not yet discovered the existence of the H-20. It can be seen that the video was shot from multiple angles, which means that the H-20 cannot be detected by surveillance equipment at any high altitude. These people and machines became complete decorations and were being monitored by the H-20. They were even constantly controlling the surveillance machines and monitoring the borders, but they could not detect the existence of the H-20. Then the scene changed and the H-20 appeared in the sky above Jiaopanji, taking clear pictures of everything above Jiaopanji. You should know that there are certain prevention and control measures for chicken in a basin, and many defense machines are provided by Eagle Sauce Dad. In this way, they did not notice that the H-20 had flown into their airspace, and that the H-20 had flown low many times to observe all the scenery in Jiaopanji. The chicken has all the safety measures including radar, infrared, satellite, etc. When these two screen recordings were shown to the public, everyone was shocked. You should know that the H-20 is a heavyweight bomber, and only China can achieve such a level of stealth mode. However, it is not over yet. The third video appears in PPT format, and it starts with a vast ocean. Many people are confused. Why are they taking pictures of the sea? Then everyone noticed one point, which was the problem of where the sun's rays fell and how the light was reflected on the water. This means that the H-20 has been approaching a certain direction, and the distance is still very far, so it will not arrive in time. Suddenly a video appeared on the big screen, showing the border of the Eagle Sauce. Everyone was looking forward to the next scene, but the H-20 had been lingering on the border and conducting some exercises and training. Then the scene changed, and the H-20 flew straight into the territory of the United States. The whole process was clearly recorded. Various defense measures such as radar, satellite, infrared, theater missile defense system, national missile defense system, Aegis, were not triggered. Just like that, it was dodged by the H-20. Many of the buildings marked with the United States logo in the picture were deliberately magnified, and special shots were taken from thousands of meters low to show what people on the ground were doing. After checking the air defense system of most of the United States territory, the United States still didn't notice anything and didn't trigger any air defense system. The final scene ends. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them and could not utter anything for a long time. Every detail in the picture stimulated their nerves. It was as if the most incredible thing in the world was happening in front of them, and entering and exiting the border of Eagle Sauce was as easy as entering an empty land. This represents a lot of information and things. First of all, the stealth mode has reached the world's top level. Even the Eagle Sauce can't compare in this regard. There is also counterattack. After all, both the Eagle Sauce and the Chicken Basin have some signal waves, magnetic waves, etc., which can detect unusual enemy aircraft. But these have no effect on the H-20, which shows that in the field of counterattack, China is already at the top of the world. The first to react were the audience at Zhuhai, who immediately burst into fierce cheers and praises. I knew that the motherland would not let us down. The H-20 has finally appeared. I've been waiting for it for so many years. It's just like what Minister Jiang said. It will not disappoint us. The H-20 is finally out. I have finally waited for this day. The motherland is finally becoming stronger and stronger. It was really worth the trip to come and see the Zhuhai exhibition. The media and journalists from various countries present only reacted at this moment, and the first thing they did was to report the situation to their own countries. Then he quickly went to interview Minister Jiang and asked various questions. Minister Jiang checked the microphone sent to him and found that they were mostly from Western countries. He took a look and sneered. Haha, didn't you guys not believe it before? Why are you here now to interview me about the H-20? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of media from various countries blushed. They had indeed been madly questioning and slandering before. At this moment, they also realized that Long Guo had not exaggerated before, and the data previously released might be true, which was really terrifying. Minister Jiang paused and then said, "The list of technology providers and those involved in the improvement will be announced soon." When Rivalry saw what happened on the live broadcast, he was so angry that he threw everything on the table to the ground. He even overturned the table and frantically asked, "Why? The H-20 entered our air defense so easily, and we didn't even notice it. All the previous deployments have become a joke, all turned into bubbles." The Eagle Sauce's face was rubbed harshly by the Dragon Country, and the Eagle Sauce was humiliated in front of the whole world. Rivalry gasped, "Hold an emergency meeting for me. There are only two topics. Suppress the Dragon Kingdom at all costs. Dig out the technology providers and improvers at all costs, and get all their information. We must dig them out by any means necessary." Chapter 54. It's my fault again? Dozens of people were sitting in the office holding a meeting. Rivalry spoke first. "I just received a message from the president asking us to find some way to sanction Long Guo. Do you have any ideas?" Colleagues around him began to rack their brains to think of how to impose sanctions. And then they said, "We are waging a financial war with Long Guo. We are continuously raising interest rates to push them out of business and finally reap the spoils of Long Guo. I think we still need to impose sanctions on technology and join forces with China, the Korean Peninsula, the Philippines, and Japan to impose a technological blockade. I think in addition to these two plans, we have to speed up the training of our own scientific and technological talents so that we can have a military competition in a month and completely crush the Dragon Nation." Rivalry thought his colleague's method was feasible and then gave the order to start an economic and technological blockade. Then a list suddenly appeared in front of everyone, including Ji Chang'e, Qiu Yaji, Lu Zhijia. Dozens of names appeared on the list, all of whom were technical personnel involved in the improvement of the H-20. The list includes their respective ages, education, experiences, emotions, and other related matters. However, there is another list with only one name on it, Xinyi. It can be seen how difficult it is to obtain information about Xinyi. The only information we know now is that Xinyi is at the National Defense University. Apart from that, there is no other information, not even gender information. Rivalry pointed at Xinyi on the list and asked, "This man is the technical provider of the H-20 this time. He has superb scientific and technological skills. We must find out about him no matter what. Do your best to win him over, no matter what the cost." The last technology provider for the J-20 was also this guy, called Xinyi. "He is a big threat to us, and we must assassinate him even if we can't dig him out. Since I can't use it, I can only destroy it. The appearance of the H-20 gave them a great shock, which meant that the Dragon Country already had the capital to compete with the Eagle's sauce in the sky. Redalmata then emphasized again. Xinyi has promoted the overall technological development of Dragon Country, allowing Dragon Country's technology to advance by at least 50 years. No matter what, we must get his specific information. Also, we need to prepare for the upcoming military competition. I have decided to send an exchange group to test the technology of Dragon Country. Do you have any recommendations? Immediately, everyone started talking and recommending talents from the top schools in the world in the United States. After Xunyi improved the H-20, he started rushing to school and was already in Mr. Ye's office. Mr. Yi said excitedly, "Okay, I didn't expect you to go directly to improve the H-20. This time it really makes our country proud. By the way, this is the list of science and technology majors this time. There are 12 people in total. You are the first, Su Qingqing is the second, and Yi Royun is the seventh." Later, Mr. Yi handed Shun Yi a list of rewards. Shun Yi was qualified to be recommended for national projects, which was the reward for first place. However, Shun Yi was not interested at all. Instead, he was more interested in the reward for second place, which allowed him to browse top-secret scientific and technical documents. When the time comes, I can directly exchange rewards with Su Qingqing, and she should be able to agree. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Yi began to say again, "The laboratory before still belonged to you." Luo Tian left the school and disappeared since he learned about the ranking list. But Xinyi shook his head and said, "No need, I found a better laboratory." That was the laboratory owned by Su Qingqing, where all kinds of scientific and technological materials were available. Mr. Yi then said to him, "This time Ying Jiang will send an exchange group to conduct scientific and technological exchanges. The purpose is to test the technological level of our side. The first stop is definitely not ours, but you have to be prepared when the time comes. Because the school has decided that if Yingjiang's exchange group really arrives at the National Defense University for scientific and technological exchanges, it will send a few of you to exchange and discuss." Xinyi frowned immediately after hearing this. Yingjiang would never send an exchange group to conduct technological exchanges for no reason. There must be other purposes. Then Xinyi nodded and headed back to Qifeng Villa. After a while, he came to the door, took out a key, opened the door, and walked in. Then I was dumbfounded the next second I walked in. I saw Su Qingqing and Yi Royun wearing very cool clothes and lying lazily on the sofa. They only wore the simplest underwear, without any jackets or pants. Their underwear can't cover their proud figures at all. They're simply models among models. The underwear is definitely the largest size, but it can't cover them. Moreover, their pair of big white legs were clearly visible there, forming a beautiful sight that immediately blinded Xunyi. The two of them seemed to be angels descending to Earth, and their stunning beauty on Earth made people obsessed with them. When Xunyi saw this, he froze on the spot, staring at the two of them with bright eyes, and the saliva in his throat kept rolling. The two of them stood up immediately after hearing the sound of the door opening. They did not expect that Xunyi would come back suddenly. They seemed to have forgotten that Xunyi had the key to Qifeng Villa, because the two of them were locked in the villa and playing and didn't pay much attention to it. In addition, both of them are girls, so they both dressed very coolly and didn't have much scruples at all. The two people who reacted screamed loudly at the same time. Yi Royun reacted first. "Close your eyes and turn around. Hurry up, hurry up." Then the two girls put their hands on their chests to cover their private parts. After all, their places were too big to cover. Xinyi seemed not to have heard anything, as he was immersed in the stunning scene in front of him. The two of them suddenly looked a little shy, and their faces suddenly turned a little red. After a while, Xinyi realized what he was doing, closed his eyes, and turned around. Seeing this, the two girls quickly picked up the clothes on the sofa and put them on. After putting them on, they looked at each other. Yi Royun came behind Xinyi and grabbed his ear. "You stinky gangster, didn't you know to knock on the door before you came in? You forgot about the 3 chapters of the agreement, right?" Su Qingqing glanced at Xinyi. "No wonder Su Qingqing said you were a big gangster before." Xinyi immediately covered his ears and said in pain, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, stop, stop." Then he rubbed his ears and said, "Can you blame me? You two are obviously not dressed properly. And don't you know that I will come back at any time? Do you really think that I will not come back if I am taken away by the National Security Department?" Chapter 55 Difficulties. At this moment, Yi Royun's silver teeth were almost broken. The last time he was all exposed. This time he was basically exposed. Why did this bastard come back at such a coincidence? Then she rolled her eyes at him. How come you weren't arrested and sent to jail? It's better for a gangster like you to go to jail for the rest of his life. By the way, hurry up and cook for me. I'm hungry. Xinyi also knew that what happened just now was his fault, so he didn't want to argue anymore, and immediately entered the kitchen and started cooking. At this moment, Su Qingqing's face was a little red, and she seemed to be still recalling what happened just now. She seemed to have no feeling at all when being looked at by Xinyi. Yi Royun saw Su Qingqing, whose face was a little red, and asked, Qingqing, are you sick? Why is your face so red? Su Qingqing held Yi Royun's hand and said with some annoyance, Hey, I have encountered some things recently, and I don't know how to solve them. We are all good sisters. You tell me, and I will help you share your worries. The company run by my father has encountered some problems, and the chip problem has not been solved for a long time. Your father has opened so many companies, he must have a professional technology team to help him solve problems. Doesn't this help your father at all? No, didn't the Eagle Sauce recently release a plan against the Dragon Country, directly blocking the transmission of the chip? Yi Royun couldn't help but shook his head after hearing this. He was powerless to do anything about the chips. After all, Long Guo's current technology is not enough to develop 7-nanometer chips, because Long Guo has not yet independently manufactured lithography machines. In this regard, the United States often blocks Long Guo's technology and often blocks materials in this area, causing Long Guo to be at a disadvantage in terms of chips. As a result, many semiconductor materials cannot be produced and need to be imported from foreign countries. This has also led to the fact that many scientific and technological technologies have to depend on foreign countries, making Long Guo's current situation very embarrassing. On the one hand, we must fight against foreign blockades, and on the other hand, we must develop ourselves. If we want to develop rapidly, we must bow to countries such as the West and give up some resources. But if they bow their heads and give up some resources, Western countries will only intensify their efforts and eventually continue to suppress and sanction the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, the current Dragon Kingdom is basically independently developed and created, but it often encounters some problems and difficulties in this aspect of technology. Moreover, some time ago, Yingjiang directly united with various countries and began to target the Dragon Kingdom in various fields, especially in the field of science and technology. Just when Su Qingqing was worried about this, Xinyi walked out of the kitchen carrying food. Su Qingqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Why am I so stupid? Isn't the Xinyi in front of me a super scientific research boss? Wouldn't it be enough to just ask him for help? Then the three of them sat at the dining table and started eating. Su Qingqing then asked, Xinyi, what happened to you recently? No, what's wrong? So, are you free recently? Yes, I have. Suddenly Xinyi thought about the reward and changed the topic and asked directly, Su Qingqing, did you say that you can exchange my first place reward for your second place reward? Yi Royun was dumbfounded when she heard it. It was an internal recommendation qualification for a national project. It was something that many people couldn't ask for. Does Xinyi really want to browse the country's top secret files? In Yi Royun's view, this is a completely loss-making business. The internal recommendation qualification for a country's participation is something that many people can't get. You can add an honorary experience to your resume, and there are many more functions. You actually proposed an exchange just like that? However, Su Qingqing said, it's not impossible, but we have to go out later and have some things to ask you. After hearing this, Xinyi nodded and continued eating. Su Qingqing also started to eat. After all, no matter how worried she was, she still had to eat. Then I tasted a few bites, and my eyes suddenly widened. This kind of home-cooked food can be so delicious. It's much more delicious than the big fish and meat served in five-star hotels. It's like returning to the natural feeling of the mountains. I really didn't expect that Xinyi's craftsmanship was so good. After a while, Xinyi and Su Qingqing went to her laboratory. Su Qingqing asked on the road, Xinyi, I have something to ask you for help. Tell me what's going on? My father's company has encountered some technological problems. It needs 7-nanometer chips, but our country does not have photolithography machines. Recently, Yingjiang has begun to block us. Xinyi frowned immediately after hearing this. Although he has extensive experience in the field of science and technology, he has never studied lithography machines and chips. Su Qingqing saw Xinyi's troubled expression. Sure enough, making a photolithography machine was too difficult. It was not a problem that Xinyi could solve alone. After all, many domestic scientific research teams have begun to study lithography machines very early, but they have never been able to develop them. Even professors, deans, national-level mentors, and other scientific research leaders from various universities cannot produce photolithography machines. Although Shunyi is a big man in scientific research, photolithography machines are not his strong point, and it is common sense that he cannot produce them. Su Qingqing then sighed. It's okay. It's okay if you can't help. After all, this matter is too difficult. But I can still exchange rewards with you. After all, if I exchange, I will make a big profit. Suddenly a mechanical sound sounded in my mind. Ding! Release a task. Independently develop a photolithography machine and reward any drawing with double the parsing speed for 1 month. After Xinyi heard this, he was stunned on the spot. The system actually issued a task. This is the first time the system has issued a task since he was bound to the system. Then Shunyi called the system in his heart. Extract the photolithography machine drawings for me. Ding, it takes 4,800 hours to analyze the superlithography machine drawings. It actually took 20 days. This was definitely the longest drawing analysis in recent times. It seems that I know too little about lithography machines and chips. It seems that I must browse related knowledge in this area. Shunyi then turned to Su Qingqing and said, give me half a month, and I can make a lithography machine, a superlithography machine that can make any semiconductor chip. Su Qingqing looked at Shunyi with some confusion. Why was she suddenly standing there? And he suddenly said that he could create a photolithography machine. Su Qingqing thought Shunyi was comforting herself. I know you are comforting me. Even if you can't make a lithography machine, it will be fine. I can definitely make it. You just need to be responsible for buying the materials for me. I will inform you what materials to buy when the time comes. Chapter 56 completed with difficulty. Su Qingqing obviously didn't believe it. Shunyi was just good at the military industry. After all, Shunyi cannot be omniscient in technology. Semiconductors and photolithography machines are another type of mechanical technology direction, which is completely different from the military industry. Su Qingqing shook her head and sighed. Shunyi, if you can't do this, don't force it. Believe me, as long as the materials are in place, it will only take about 16 days to make. Su Qingqing looked at his firm eyes and instantly believed in Shunyi and was ready to buy some related technological materials. Shunyi went to the research laboratory to browse information and literature related to semiconductors and lithography machines. Then I called out from the bottom of my heart. The system will analyze it for me. Ding! It has been analyzed, and it is estimated to take 4,800 hours. In the next few days, Shunyi has been looking at materials about lithography machines in the research room, browsing the top-secret technology files of Long Guo and the top-secret technology files of Yingjiang, and also uses the ability to double learning performance. On the other hand, Su Qingqing was a little disappointed. What's the use of just looking at the lithography machine data these days? Can you make it just by looking at it? This is simply impossible. Besides, manufacturing a photolithography machine is far more difficult than ordinary technological products, and even several professional scientific research teams cannot develop it. What's the use of reading information books alone for Shunyi? It's simply impossible to do it. However, in the last 10 days, Shunyi showed no signs of taking action. He did not perform any practical operations at all. Instead, he kept browsing the information. Su Qingqing was completely disappointed with this. He sat in the research room all day long and read information. How could he possibly make a lithography machine? Su Qingqing looked at Shunyi in the research room and sighed, then shook her head. Suddenly a phone rang, and the person on it was her father. Then Su Qingqing started to connect. Hey Dad, what's the matter? Xiao Qing, didn't you say last time that there was a big man in scientific research? Did you ask him to help you build a photolithography machine? Sai, how can a lithography machine be manufactured so quickly? And lithography machines are not an area that others are good at. That's it. You go home first. I've invited a famous scientist and a professional research team manufacturer. They are experts in this field. Come back and check it for me. Then wait for me for a month. Good. Shunyi, who was still browsing the information, suddenly stood up from his stool. A mechanical sound sounded in my mind. Ding! The analysis has been successful 4 days in advance. Then he started to make it by hand, controlling the robotic arm to start manufacturing. The integrated circuit light board is being produced and is expected to be completed in 20 hours. Progress: 12%, 22%, 48%, 100%. The circuit platform is being built and is expected to be completed within 23 hours. Progress: 45%, 66%, 100%. The laser equipment is being built and is expected to be completed in 17 hours. Progress: 33%, 75%, 100%. The display screen and operating console are being implanted and are expected to be completed in 33 hours. Progress: 39%, 46%, 76%, 100%. The intelligent system is being implanted and is expected to be completed in 3 hours. Progress: 64%, 78%, 100%. It took Xunyi more than 10 days to complete this lithography machine. Only then did he create a streamlined version of the lithography machine with only 4 or 5 hours of rest every day. Whenever I open my eyes, I am researching and going crazy to make photolithography machines. At least more than 10,000 parts were invested, and this streamlined version of the lithography machine weighed at least 15 tons. After Shun Ye's frantic production, it was finally produced. During this period, a semiconductor chip was also produced, which was smaller than the chip produced by EUV lithography machine, only 1 nanometer. This is a semiconductor chip that Xunyi made in a hurry. Otherwise, he could have made a smaller chip. During the research and development process, Su Qingqing was not present at all. She only came over to deliver breakfast and dinner when she was free, and did not care about the production process of the photolithography machine at all. Because photolithography machines are the most difficult technological products to produce in human history, and they are the most precise technological products. It is simply not something that ordinary scientific researchers can produce. Even top national instructors cannot produce it, let alone Xunyi, who is not good at this aspect. On this day, Su Qingqing came to Xunyi and asked, "Would you like to come with me? Go to my father's company." After all, Xunyi had at least browsed a lot of lithography machine chips and other related information documents in this month. At least he had some understanding and could take him with him to check. Su Qingqing didn't notice the lithography machine behind Xunyi at all. The lithography machine was completely covered up by Xunyi with red cloth. Xunyi thought for a while. "Why are you going to your father's company?" "Just to check, my dad hired a professional scientific research team and said they can produce a photolithography machine." Xunyi's first reaction was to think that the professional scientific research team was a lie. After all, foreign lithography machines were jointly developed with dozens of countries. Moreover, it has been developed for a long time, and it cannot be produced in a short time. Xunyi decided to go on his own. After all, Su Qingqing had been supporting him during this period, providing equipment, experimental sites, and materials. She should be helped. Xunyi nodded, then turned around and took the glass box with the chip with him. Soon the two of them drove to the suburbs and headed to the headquarters of Su Qingqing's father's technology company. Soon after, the two arrived at the headquarters of the technology company. Su Qingqing took Xunyi to a conference building and then walked into a room. A middle-aged man sat in the middle, and Su Qingqing came in with Xunyi. Su Qingqing said to Xunyi, "This is my father Su Ziyuan. Dad, this is a colleague of mine named Xunyi, who is also a scientific researcher. He also knows some scientific and technological knowledge about lithography machines, chips, etc." Su Ziyuan nodded with a smile. "Xiaoye, welcome to the headquarters of my technology company. I wonder where Xiaoye has achieved success." But Su Qingqing quickly blocked Xunyi and said, "Dad, he is just a colleague of mine. How can he achieve anything?" Although Su Qingqing knew Xun Ye's true identity, she could not expose it. After all, Xun Ye's identity was a top secret in the country. After Su Ziyuan heard this, he looked at Xun Yi with contempt. He thought Xiaoqing had brought some scientific research boss, but he didn't expect it to be a young man. Suddenly, a young man walked in from outside, wearing a suit and looking dignified. Su Ziyuan immediately stood up to greet him. "Let me introduce to you, this is Zhang Hua, who has returned from studying abroad in Yingjiang. He is the leader of this scientific research team. He has won many science and technology awards and published many scientific articles in world science and technology magazines." Zhang Hua then sat directly next to him and ignored Xunyi. Chapter 57, Everyone's Doubts. Su Qingqing explained to Xunyi on the side. "This person's nationality is no longer the Dragon Kingdom, but the nationality of Yingjiang. I really don't understand. The nationality of the Dragon Kingdom has to be changed and replaced with that of Yingjiang. Long Guo has trained them for so many years, and they actually went to serve Yingjiang, alas." Xunyi frowned immediately after hearing this. He didn't expect that Zhang Hua was no longer from the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Hua waved his hand and then said, "No need to introduce them. I'm not interested in meeting them. Chairman Su, we have developed a 20 nanometer chip. After hearing this, Su Ziyuan smiled and said, "Really? That's great. Can you bring it over to have a look?" Some of Su Ziyuan's companies manufacture mobile phones and require chips with relatively high performance to support their operations. Then Zhang Hua took out a box from his arms and opened it. Inside the box was a chip which happened to be a 20-nanometer chip. Su Ziyuan asked his daughter to take over and take a look. After Su Qingqing took it, she looked at it carefully and thought there shouldn't be any big problems. Then he nodded to his father and said, "There's not much problem with this chip. It's basically manufactured according to the standards. It also matches what was just made. This chip is pretty good." Zhang Hua smiled after hearing this. "Since this chip is okay, then Chairman Su, you should be able to pay the remaining balance next. The cost of making lithography machines, material costs, chip costs, technology costs. The total is 60 billion. When do you think the payment will be made?" Su Ziyuan was immediately delighted when he heard this. He didn't expect it to be so cheap. The manufacturing cost of the lithography machine alone abroad is at least 90 billion. I didn't expect that all the miscellaneous expenses added up to only 60 billion, which was really a good profit for me. Su Ziyuan thought for a while and then said, "Don't worry. The money will be transferred to your card this afternoon. Thank you for the help of your research team. Okay, transfer the money to our card as soon as possible. We have other things to do." However, Xinyi just took a few glances at the chip and knew there was something wrong with it. Then he said to everyone, "Uncle Su, this chip was not manufactured recently. Instead, it came from overseas. And this guy is definitely a liar." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Zhang Hua was actually a liar. Zhang Hua immediately stood up, looked at the young man, and retorted, "You have no basis, so don't talk nonsense here. And how did I become a liar? If you can't explain clearly today, I will definitely pursue it to the end." At this moment, Zhang Hua felt a little flustered, as if something had been discovered. Su Ziyuan also looked at Xun Yi with some confusion. "Xiaoya, are you mistaken? Zhang Hua is a famous scientific researcher. How could he become a liar? And he also has a professional scientific research team." Su Ziyuan was immediately a little dissatisfied. Zhang Hua was specially introduced by someone else. If he offended him, who would he rely on for scientific research and development when he encounters problems in the future? Although it also has a dedicated scientific research team, it is still not as good as other top foreign scientific research teams. Xun Yi smiled slightly and then picked up the box. This chip was built and developed by He Lai. There are also special marks on it. It is a model specially made by He Lai's unique scientific research company, but they have covered it up. Zhang Hua immediately pointed at Xun Ye's nose and said, "Who are you? Why do you insist that He Lai made this? I'm just a teacher at the National Defense University. Not only the chips, but you haven't even made the photolithography machines. It looks like it was recently produced, but it is not the case. This chip has been produced for at least 3 years." Zhang Hua snorted coldly after hearing this. "Is your major related to this aspect? Have you studied chip lithography machines? Have you developed them? Where are you the authority?" Zhang Hua's series of questions immediately made Su Ziyuan thoughtful. Xinyi shook his head. "I am not an authority. I have not made any achievements in this area. I have only studied these things." "Then what qualifications do you have to call me a liar? What qualifications do you have to comment?" Xinyi then took out a glass box from his arms. "Of course, true knowledge comes from practice. This is a 1-nanometer chip. In terms of performance and operation, it is much better than 20 nanometers, which is enough to prove what I said." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Su Qingqing pulled at his clothes and said, "Can you stop joking? How can 1-nanometer be possible? You should know that there has never been a 1-nanometer chip in the world, and it has only existed in theory." Zhang Hua immediately laughed at him. "I think your brain is muddled. How is it possible to make a 1-nanometer chip? There is no lithography machine in the world that can make a 1-nanometer chip." Su Ziyuan's face suddenly darkened. Anyone with a little common sense would know that it is impossible to make a 1-nanometer chip. With modern technology, we can't even produce a 5-nanometer chip, let alone a 1-nanometer chip. Su Ziyuan immediately said, "Xiaoqing, is your colleague here to cause trouble? For 1-nanometer, does he know how long it takes to make 1-nanometer? How much effort?" Everyone didn't even look at the chip inside the box, and they all agreed that the chip was not a 1-nanometer chip at all. Xinyi opened the box and showed the chip in front of everyone. This is a photonic chip that can generate ultra-low noise microwave signals. Then some of the functions inside were explained, but everyone still didn't believe it. After all, this thing was so incredible. Xinyi felt a little helpless and said directly, "Since you don't believe it, why don't we just do it directly? Let's see if some equipment can accept 1 nanometer chips, and see if they can play the role of 1 nanometer chips." Zhanghua looked at this young man with some contempt in his eyes. "I was shocked just now. I thought he was some kind of technology tycoon. It turned out to be just a noob." Then he curled his lips and said, "You really don't have common sense, do you? Don't you know that failure of the device to receive a nanochip will cost the device? And the equipment here, Chairman Su, is so expensive. If it breaks, can you afford to pay for it?" The main reason is that Zhang Hua does not want to carry out practical operations, because once practical operations are carried out, more problems will arise with the 20 nanometer problem. It may even reveal a flaw, so actual operation cannot be carried out. Xinyi seemed to see through his little thoughts. "If the equipment fails to accept the nanochip, I am willing to pay for the damage to the equipment." Zhang Hua responded directly, "Not enough. If you fail, you must kowtow to me and apologize. And if the device accepts your nanochip and the performance is not as good as my chip, you will have to kowtow and apologize." Chapter 58, Detection Error. A young boy suddenly appeared and almost ruined his good deeds. It seems that he is just a young man in his early 20s. Even if he was born to learn technology, the technology he masters is simply not enough to support the manufacture of nanochips. Not to mention a nanochip of 1 nanometer is absolutely lying. Xinyi did not agree directly. Instead, he said to Su Ziyuan, "Let's start the test directly." Su Qingqing had always wanted to stop him, but since the words came to this, he could only test it out. If it doesn't work in the end, the most you can do is ask Xinyi to bow his head and apologize. It is absolutely impossible to kowtow. Su Ziyuan nodded, and then took the three of them to a professional laboratory. "Shaoli, come here." Then a young man in white clothes came over and asked, "Chairman Su, do you have any instructions? Here are 2 chips. Use professional equipment to look at their specifications." "Yes, Chairman." Shaoli then took the 2 chips and placed them on professional equipment to start testing. Immediately, data appeared on the screen. The first is Zhang Hua's 20 nanometer chip. Ultrascale is an FPGA based on a 20 nanometers process, while Ultrascale Plus is an FPGA based on a 16 nanometers process. The two have different process technologies, but the internal structures are the same. Unless otherwise stated, the Ultrascale architecture described below also applies to Ultrascale Plus. In Ultrascale, each I/O bank is located in a single clock region clock region, and contains 52 I/O pins. Among these 52 pins, there are 4 pairs, 8 of global clock pins GC, global clock I/O, and their usage is consistent with that of 7 series FPGA. The status of these 4 GC pairs is equal, and there is no longer a distinction between MRCC and SRCC. Ultrascale Plus has added a high-density input-output area, HD I/O bank. The global clock pins, HDGC, located in this area can only be connected through buffs. Through professional equipment, we can clearly find these specification data and parameter data, and we can see that the data of the 20 nanometer chip is still good. After Xiao Li's research and browsing, he found that a 20 nanometer chip is relatively mid-range in the modern technology field. Xiao Li then said to everyone, "This 20 nanometer chip can fully support our equipment, and it can be integrated with our equipment quite well. It can properly solve the problems we are currently facing." Su Ziyuan smiled immediately after hearing this. You know, one of the important companies under his control had encountered some difficulties. Without the support of chips, some devices would be difficult to operate. Recently, the United States has blocked Dragon Country's scientific and technological capabilities, especially in the field of chips, with very strict restrictions. As a result, many of Su Ziyuan's products were restricted, many of his equipment could not be sold, and even his own company's business was suppressed by foreign countries. If this continues, many companies will lose a lot of money due to this profit and loss, and there will be certain parties involved. Fortunately, Zhanghua happened to help me at this time and help my company get through this difficult time. Su Ziyuan burst out laughing. Okay, as long as we can solve it." Zhanghua looked at everyone with a proud face, and even looked at Xinyi with a provocative look. "How is it? Did you see it? It's not like you can complete chip manufacturing with just one mouth. Just wait and kowtow to me and apologize." However, another screen displays the parameters of a nanometer chip. Blank. No parameters can be found at all. It is manufactured with the simplest specifications. It is known that it is indeed 1 nanometer, but the performance and parameters are not known at all, because there are no parameters for 1 nanometer on the internet or in any literature. Xiao Li frowned and looked at the blank screen. This so-called 1 nanometer chip has no reference data at all, and there is no way to identify this nanochip on professional equipment. To put it bluntly, this nanochip is useless and is completely a discarded chip. Zhang Hua immediately laughed. It's so funny. You can't even find some specifications and parameters. Are you sure you made a chip? I think it's just a discarded rotten chip. Of course, there are no specifications or data for this chip, not even with professional equipment. Because this chip was completely independently developed, it can be said to be the first of its kind in Long Guo, and many parameter data cannot be found. Only by conducting performance tests can we see the performance of a 1 nanometer chip and its running points. The main problem is that there is an error in the detection and the specific data cannot be detected at all, which leads to a blank screen on the professional equipment. Xinyi didn't pay much attention to it, but said, "Can you find 1 nanometer of data? I guess the Dragon Kingdom hasn't produced it yet. I made this using a unique photolithography machine. Only by conducting performance tests can we understand the performance of a 1 nanometer chip. The most important thing is that although specialized machines can detect specific data, overloaded data directly destroys professional detection equipment. Therefore, the data performance specification data of the application cannot be detected at all." Su Qingqing really couldn't figure out what the purpose of Shen Ye's actions was. Obviously, he did not make a photolithography machine, but he said that he used a unique photolithography machine to make chips. And how could he not know how his chip was made? Maybe it was made using other equipment, so basically this chip is considered useless. Su Qingqing then said to Xinyi, "Forget it, let's just test it to this point and save some face for ourselves. And I think this 20 nanometer chip is pretty good. According to the data, it is also the latest one. As we all know, if no specification data or parameters can be found on a chip, there are only two possibilities. The first type is discarded and useless. These are most likely chips that have failed to be produced and do not have any factory markings. The second type is independently developed and produced. This possibility is basically zero. After all, only photolithography machines can specifically manufacture unique chips. And Shen Yi only spent a month. How could he possibly make a photolithography machine? How is it possible to take advantage of this time to make a chip? You must know that a foreign chip production plan took more than a year. You can imagine how difficult the process will be." Shen Yi said firmly, "You can't check the data on this chip because it was independently developed by me. You will only understand if it is tested for performance." After hearing this, Zhang Hua immediately shook his head and smiled. "Who do you think you are? Can you independently develop a photolithography machine? Can you independently develop a chip? I'm telling you, don't use performance tests to delay time. Kneel down and apologize to me now." In Zhang Hua's eyes, Xinyi is just a young man who may have seen the loopholes and shortcomings of his own chip, but does not have enough technology to detect his own chip. It's just a matter of holding on here. Chapter 59, Exposing the Mask. However, Xinyi ignored Zhang Hua at all, and instead looked at Su Ziyuan to see if he agreed to continue the test. However, Su Qingqing on the side was the first to ask in a low voice, "Xinyi, are you really sure about this chip manufacturing?" Su Qingqing suddenly had a ridiculous idea. Could it be that Xinyi really made a nanometer chip? Xinyi nodded seriously. "Yes, I won't make mistakes, let alone make fun of this matter." Su Ziyuan on the side thought for a moment, and then said, "Xinyi, forget about the next test. Just bow your head and admit your mistake to Zhang Hua." In Su Ziyuan's eyes, Xinyi is just a young man who loves to express himself and is eager to express himself. It is absolutely impossible for a young person to independently develop a nanometer chip, and he will not fight to the end. Su Qingqing objected. Performance testing must be carried out, and professional equipment must be used to test electrical performance, power consumption, temperature. Dad, when you look at a chip, you can't just look at the surface data. The specific performance of the chip also depends on actual operation. Zhang Hua interrupted the conversation and said, "Since you are not giving up, let's do a performance test. I wonder how long you can keep talking nonsense." Su Ziyuan suddenly felt helpless. What was the point in continuing the test? Can't you just bow your head and admit your mistakes? Are all young people so stubborn nowadays? And what is your daughter doing making trouble? Su Ziyuan had no choice but to agree to let them continue with the test. Then Shaoli began to carry out performance tests on the two chips, after a series of tests including tolerance test, electrical performance test, etc. Suddenly one piece of data was displayed in front of everyone, and you could clearly see the data detection starting from the front. The performance of Xinye's chip far exceeds that of Zhang Hua's chip. In terms of benchmark scores alone, Xinye's and other 1 nanometer chips have close to 10 million benchmark scores. However, Zhonghua's nanochip did not even reach 10 points in the 100,000 run, and the gap was obvious at a glance. There is no comparison between the two, they are simply not on the same level. Moreover, the gap in reliability and stability of the electrical performance test between the two chips is very huge. The performance of the 1 nanometer chip is simply overwhelming. Not only does it exceed 20 nanometer chips, it is also the only one among chips of the same level. Everyone present except Xinyi was shocked, and some even doubted whether the operator had changed the data on the spot. Because these current data are so amazing, they are much more stable than the world's top chips, and their performance is also better than the top chips. Su Qingqing couldn't hide her shock when looking at the data in front of her. It was really too shocking. All kinds of data are directly pulled out, and testing can even continue. Su Qingqing opened her mouth slightly. This data is better than all the chips from abroad. Although I don't understand this aspect, I still know some basic data of chips. This chip can actually reach this level. It definitely sets a new record. Xiaoli couldn't believe the data in front of him. He restarted the professional equipment 3 times to test various data and test items. We found that there were no problems or omissions, and the data and operations were completely real. Finally, Xiaoli couldn't hold it in any longer. This is simply a perfect chip. Compared with this chip, the 20 nanometer chip is simply garbage. Once our company has this chip, it will not only perfectly solve the problems we are facing now, but will also definitely push our company's products to the peak. Once we launch this chip, we will no longer be afraid even if the whole world targets us, not to mention the blockade of the United States technological chips. Once they have such a chip, their company will definitely be pushed to the top and will be able to compete with world-class companies. Su Ziyuan was so shocked that he couldn't express it in words. After all, as the CEO of a technology company, he had heard a little about some of the data. But I never expected there would be such incredible data. It feels like this is not current technology at all, but more like the super technology of the future. The data from this chip completely exceeded everyone's imagination, and no one could imagine how shocking the impact would be once this chip was used on the equipment. Zhanghua looked at this scene in disbelief, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? There is no way a chip in the world can reach this kind of data, and it can't run so horribly. There is definitely something wrong with the data, and there is definitely something wrong with the testing equipment. I don't believe that the chips made by Heli, the world's top semiconductor chip manufacturer, can achieve this data. Is this really the legendary 1 nanometer photonic chip? This is just a concept. How can it be possible?" Zhang Hua was deeply shocked at this moment. Is this really a chip that can be developed by modern technology? Xinyi came to the operating table and said slowly, "Nothing in the world is impossible. This nanochip is indeed a photonic chip, but it is just a name for the same kind. This nanochip has better performance than the photonic chip. As for how it was done, of course it was made with a unique photolithography machine, otherwise how do you think it was done?" Zhanghua still didn't believe it and immediately asked, "The best semiconductor, lithography machine, and chip technologies in the world are in Holi. There is absolutely no technology that can surpass Holi. And what you said before, you manufactured this chip independently. Have you ever independently manufactured a photolithography machine?" Xinyi did not answer his question because there was no need to say so much. Instead, he picked up the 20 nanometer chip and explained to everyone. The M-series chip produced by Heli 3 years ago has the basic parameters. Immediately after, Xinyi told the basic data of various parameters of this chip, which was simply a replica of the data of this chip, and all the data matched. They even told me which company manufactured it, and they had a very thorough understanding. After saying these words, Xinyi went on to say, "Your so-called scientific research team has not produced a lithography machine at all. As far as I know, lithography machine technology is generally classified as a state secret. Few countries have revealed this technology, let alone your so-called professional team that can produce a photolithography machine. Secondly, there must be something fishy about you asking for money in such a hurry. Maybe once you take the money, you will run away with it. Not to mention the photolithography machine, I'm afraid it will be difficult for chip manufacturing." Zhang Hua was stunned when he heard this. Xinyi actually guessed their purpose. They were trying to defraud Su Ziyuan's funds this time. Chapter 60, Unbelievable. Zhang Hua's mood became very panicked for a moment, and his purpose was actually defeated. But he still said stubbornly, "This matter all depends on your mouth. Do you have any evidence?" "It's very simple. Go to your laboratory to see if you have made a photolithography machine, and then look up the model number of the Holei chip. Su Ziyuan suddenly woke up when he heard the conversation between the two. He had been nervous about the problems and difficult situation with the company before. I didn't pay much attention to the photolithography machine at all. Instead, I thought that as long as the chip was produced, there must be a photolithography machine. Now it seems that I thought it was simple. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua closed his eyes and sighed. I didn't expect you to see through it, but so what? My nationality is from the Eagle Country. The laws of the Dragon Country cannot restrain me at all. Even if it is known, so what? You can't sanction me. And it has not yet been delivered, and there has been no benefit effect. I hated Shunyi so much in my heart that this kid actually ruined his plan, and 60 billion was just gone. I'm really unwilling to do so. Su Zuan snorted coldly from the side. Then you are thinking too simply. Do you really think I can't find a way to punish you? My company will sue you later. See you in the court of Dragon Kingdom, or at worst, the International Court. Zhang Hua's face suddenly darkened, and he felt as uncomfortable as eating a fly, and then left dejectedly. Finally, he glanced at Xinyi and remembered this boy's face. If there is a chance next time, he must kill this boy. Su Ziyuan turned around and held Xinyi tightly with both hands. Thank you so much, Xiaoye. If it weren't for you, you might have lost 60 billion in vain. If you need anything, just ask. Whether it's money or honor, I will definitely satisfy you. Su Ziyuan was indeed an old fox. He completely forgot about his previous doubts and denials and turned around to praise. And he made various promises not only to repay the loss of 60 billion, but most importantly to obtain the technology of the chip in Xinye's hands. Because once they have this technology, Long Guo's technology companies will definitely be able to break through the chip blockade, open up the international market, and increase Long Guo's influence. The most important thing is to be able to solve the current difficulties of the company and solve the current problems of the company's technology. Xinyi smiled slightly and waved his hand. I don't need any honor or money in return. Su Qingqing has already helped me enough. Even the laboratory and various materials belong to Su Qingqing, and I don't need to receive any compensation. How can this be done? One thing is another. You have helped Uncle so much. How can Uncle not express his gratitude? Su Yuan then thought for a while. Let's do this. This technology will be applied to the country in your own name, and you will definitely receive a national honorary award. Xinyi smiled on the side. He had no shortage of national honors and even had various national honors and awards. Su Qingqing explained from the side. Dad, Xinyi does not lack national honorary awards. After hearing this, Su Zuan immediately, subconsciously thought of another strategy. Well, let's do this. I will give Xinyi 100 million yuan as a thank you. Xinyi did not accept it directly, but said, just tell me what Uncle Su's purpose is. Do you want this nanochip technology? Ahem, my company is currently encountering some difficulties, so? Xinyi glanced at Su Qingqing and then said, no problem. I can give this technology to your company, and I can even contribute it free of charge. How can this be possible? You developed this technology yourself, and you must have spent a lot of effort, energy, and money on it. You can't go without reward for your efforts. I haven't finished yet, but I have one condition. This technology must be shared with the country, and the copyright can belong to your company. After hearing this, everyone present was speechless and fell silent for a moment. No one expected that Shun Ye's condition was to share his technology with the country, and he did not obtain any funds from Suzy Yuan. You must know that this technology is worth at least tens of billions, and can even apply for a patent, which is enough for Xinyi to live a carefree life. But Xinyi didn't do that. The first thing that came to his mind was to share it with the country. It is true that various technologies in the country are currently blocked. The most serious one is semiconductor chips, which are suffering from various bottlenecks and materials. Many countries even united to block Dragon Kingdom's technology. Su Yuan suddenly felt ashamed and then said happily, "That's great. It would be great if young people today have such an awareness as you." The first thing that comes to mind is not personal interests, but the interests of the country. You will definitely become a great scientist in the future. I agree to your terms. In fact, there was no need for Xinyi to tell this condition. Su Yuan would naturally provide this technology to the country. After all, the country's problems concern everyone. An excellent entrepreneur must connect the destiny of the individual, the destiny of the company, and the country. And an outstanding Long Guo person, like Xinyi, connects the individual's destiny with the country. Su Qingqing was not surprised that Xinyi acted like this. After all, Xinyi was the technical provider of the J-20H-20. A person who was personally thanked by the Air Force Major General. Such a person definitely has a patriotic heart in his heart. But Su Ziyuan still encountered a problem. That is, even though he had chip technology, he did not have the technology to produce it. After all, the country has not even developed things like photolithography machines, and it is even more difficult for individual companies to develop them. Su Ziyuan immediately frowned and sighed. Xinyi, even if we have chip technology, we can't produce it in large quantities. Is it because of the photolithography machine? I have independently developed a photolithography machine. When Xinyi said these words, everyone present fell silent. After all, there is definitely a photolithography machine behind the manufacturing of 1 nanometer chips. But it is definitely not a matter of individuals making photolithography machines and then developing chips. After all, no one would have thought that someone would produce a lithography machine through independent research and development. The photolithography machine is the most technologically complex, precise, and difficult machine in human history. An individual's knowledge system is difficult to support the development of a lithography machine. It is necessary to work together with experts from various scientific research fields to develop a lithography machine. Su Ziyuan took a deep breath and said, Xiaoye, it's not that we don't trust you, but it's impossible for one person to make a lithography machine. The first is the funding issue, the second is the technical issue, and the most important is human resources, material resources, and time. Many key factors are indispensable, and it is impossible for one person to complete the production independently. Even though the entire Dragon Country has united many scientific research teams, it has not been able to produce a lithography machine. Not to mention that Xinyi completed the production alone. Su Qingqing didn't believe Xinyi either. After all, Xinyi only spent a month in the research and development process. In Su Qingqing's eyes, it took a month to develop a photonic chip. It was already remarkable, and it would not be possible to develop a photolithography machine in more time. After all, the photolithography machine took other countries several years to develop. How could it be produced in just 1 month? Chapter 61. The Arrogance of the Yingjiang People. At this moment, in the reception room of the National Defense University, dozens of foreigners were communicating and discussing with each other. A tall and fierce foreign man suddenly said to a girl, Millie, we have visited dozens of universities so far. The more famous ones include Peking University, Tsinghua University, Huazhong University, and University of Science and Technology of China, where some of the scientific and technological talents are quite strong. But it is still far from our technological level. We are just in the reserve force. I didn't expect that the young scientific and technological personnel in Long Guo have such mediocre skills. Arendt's words showed complete disdain for the scientific and technological personnel of Dragon Country, and could even be said to be contemptuous and disdainful of them. He simply looks down on the young scientific and technological personnel of Long Guo. Millie frowned. Arendt, don't underestimate the Dragon Kingdom. Have you forgotten the technology tycoon named Xinyi? Although we have surpassed many of Long Guo's scientific and technological personnel in visits and exchanges, we should not forget that Long Guo has many talented people, many of whom are hidden. This scientific and technological visit and exchange at the National Defense University is their last stop and also the destination of this scientific and technological visit. The legendary Xinyi is in the National Defense University. I wonder if they can meet him? Arendt snorted coldly. Hide? In his worldview, there is no such concept as hiding oneself. Only by showing oneself can one's value be reflected. Instead of so-called hiding, this was, in his opinion, a sign of weakness. He looked down upon such people. Millie didn't know what to say. After all, Arn had had this temper for a long time. Arendt then looked at the dozen or so team members and said, Let's go. It's time for us to exchange technology with the young scientific and technological personnel of the National Defense University. The two main ways they communicate are in the areas of scientific and technological principles and scientific and technological creation. The most important way of discussion and exchange is in the aspect of scientific and technological creation. After the scientific and technological products are created, the academicians or professors of the college will judge the products. Then, dozens of people began to go to a venue for exchanges and competitions. Su Qingqing asked while driving the car, Xinyi, stop joking. How is it possible to build a photolithography machine in my laboratory? Although Su Qingqing had been supporting Shun Ye's various technological materials during this month, the total cost was nearly 10 billion. It is far less than the cost of manufacturing a photolithography machine. The funds required to manufacture a photolithography machine are at least nearly 100 billion. How is it possible to produce a photolithography machine for only tens of billions? Xinyi, who was sitting in the back seat, didn't want to say anything else and had no choice but to let Su Qingqing take a look at the lithography machine with her own eyes. However, the father and daughter just didn't believe Shunye's words. Being able to produce nanochips within a month was already very impressive. But forget about things like photolithography machines, which take years to manufacture. Su Qingqing secretly glanced at Xunyi in the rearview mirror and recalled being in her father's office. Xunyi kept emphasizing that he had made a photolithography machine, and finally Xunyi wanted to prove that he was not lying. Let her take Xunyi back to the National Defense University. If there is really a photolithography machine, we will discuss the specific input method with Su Qingqing to understand the situation in detail. But no one believed what Xunyi said. If it was true that it would take only 1 month to produce a photolithography machine, that's definitely a scary thing. Suddenly, a message rang on Su Qingqing and Shun Ye's mobile phones at the same time. The winner of this scientific and technological creation exchange is the Scientific and Technological Exchange delegation from Yingjiang. As the referee finished speaking, dozens of people on Yingjiang's side cheered, winning the match without any doubt. During the creation process, they discovered that the other party was already feeling weak when making technological creations. Arndt crossed his arms and looked at these young researchers with contempt and said, "If you want to surpass us in technology, you need to learn a few more years." Not to mention the technological competition between big countries. It is even more impossible for your dragon country to beat our Yingjiang country. You'd better give up on this path in the field of high-end technology. You can't catch up with us, the Eagle Sauce country. Even if you develop and research for 100 years, you can't compare to us. The teammates next to them also kept making mocking sounds, constantly mocking how bad and rubbish Long Guo's technology was. They directly mocked these scientific researchers in front of them and even said some contemptuous words. These researchers are all juniors and seniors, and they specialize in scientific research. Moreover, they were all excellent students, but they did not expect to lose so badly in this competition. Several of the audience members were so angry that they retorted, "Our current technology is indeed not as good as yours, but we will definitely surpass you in the future. You are so arrogant. Is it because our college has no more talents? We just don't bother to communicate with you about scientific and technological creation. We have a national defense university headed by the great Xinyi. Many researchers are studying and have no time to care about you guys. 100 years? We in Dragon Country will definitely surpass you in the next 10 years." Upon hearing this, the members of the technology exchange group looked at each other, and one of the Americans couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suddenly, mocking voices rang out from the exchange group. "A defeated general is still making such arrogant remarks? Call Xinyi out if you can. You guys can't even beat us in the reserve regiment, let alone the military competition that is about to begin. It won't be long before the two countries are going to engage in a military competition. With your technology, even if you go up, you will only embarrass yourself internationally. If you have the guts, call out your best people. Don't be cowards. Come over and exchange technology." All kinds of mocking words kept coming out of the exchange group, making the dragon people present very angry, and they even wanted to rush up and beat them up. But if you lose, you lose. It was as if he had lost all his strength and means and could only rage helplessly. At this moment, they wished someone would stand up and teach these Eagle Sauce people a lesson. Suddenly, a female voice came from outside the competition venue. "I'm here to exchange ideas with you. Our Dragon Country's technology is never behind others. I will definitely let you know that there are always people who are better than you, and there are always higher standards." Everyone followed the voice and saw a young and beautiful girl walking in slowly. The referee on the scene did not stop the young man from entering, but looked at it with admiration. Millie narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at this person and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Shin Yuzhu, a freshman, and I am a student of teacher Xinyi. Chapter 62 YS disciple." Shin Yuzhu walked out of the audience and came to Millie. Millie herself is a scientific research and technology tutor at Yingjiang, and she is very optimistic about students who are brave enough to take on challenges. Millie then asked, "Xinyi, are you a famous teacher at your National Defense University? Do you admire your teacher very much?" "No, he is a low-key teacher. I really admire him." "So, who do you want to challenge?" But which technological direction is the title of your creation? I want to discuss with that idiot. The research topic is the concept of space, concept portal. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned on the spot, all shocked by what Shinyuju said. The subject of research is actually a space portal. This is not only a conceptual subject, but also definitely a strategic direction for future technological development. And that big fool also stood up. Arndt raised his eyebrows and asked, "You want to spar with me?" "Yes, it's you." The most arrogant people in the past were the people of Yingjiang. Their arrogance must be suppressed, Arndt said sarcastically. The space portal can only be conceptualized. How can it be created? Shinyuju turned around and smiled slightly. Why don't you dare? Or is it because you are not good at technology? If you're not technically good at it, just say so, and I won't make it difficult for you. Elan immediately pointed at Shinyuju and said, I can't do it. In terms of technology, I'm 3 steps ahead of you. Come here. I'm still afraid of you people from the Dragon Kingdom. It's just a country with backward technology. How can we cultivate such powerful talents? Many people in the audience became angry when they heard Eleni's outrageous words, and even couldn't help but stand up and curse. Many young people came to watch this science and technology exchange competition, especially students from the National Defense University, and the entire stadium was basically filled. There were nearly 10,000 students present, basically all students studying science. They came here for scientific and technological exchanges and studies. But facing their motherland being criticized, ridiculed, looked down upon, these patriotic students really couldn't bear it anymore. They all clenched their fists and stared at these people. It is a fact that technology lags behind that of humans, but whether it can surpass it in the future is unknown. They have the belief and confidence to surpass the technology of Yingjiang country. They started shouting, Shinyuju, come on, I'm optimistic about you. I believe you can defeat this Yingjiang countryman in the field of science and technology. I believe that the students in the monster class will definitely give us a surprise. Even if they are only freshmen, they will definitely win after creating technological products. Arndt glanced at the people in the audience, then raised his lips slightly. A girl is also interested in science and technology? Ha! It's better to learn your textile skills and play with some ragdolls. This is what you girls should do. Shinyuju didn't want to talk to him anymore. She wanted to prove with her strength that her country's technology was not that unbearable. The scientific and technological theory debate begins. Following the referee's order, Arndt took the lead and asked. The portal utilizes a technology called space distortion to achieve long-distance transmission of matter by creating a channel connecting 2 different spatial locations. This space distortion technology is inspired by the scientific wormhole theory. When the portal is activated, it will generate a huge gravitational field through its energy source. The force of this gravitational field is so strong that it can bend the surrounding space and form a wormhole. This wormhole is like a structure with a very large curvature that connects 2 spatial locations that are originally far apart. I would like to ask if space is related to quantum. I think it has a greater relationship with magnetic field gravity. As Elan continued to explain the principles and basic theories, everyone also realized that this Chinese native had good knowledge in the field of science and technology. He is not the kind of person who only talks about things, he also has some knowledge in the field of science and technology. Shinyuju thought for a while and then said, What you think is just a partial generalization, and it cannot be summarized in a single article. I think space teleportation has a greater relationship with quantum and is inseparable from quantum entanglement. After Shinyuju paused for a while, everyone was waiting for the next argument. Millie was also somewhat looking forward to how this dragon countryman would behave and what kind of reasoning he would use to refute. Shinyuju said with firm eyes, There is a magical phenomenon in quantum physics called quantum entanglement, which refers to the existence of a special connection between 2 or more particles. No matter how far apart they are, once one of the particles changes, the other particles will instantly make corresponding changes, as if transmitting information through an invisible channel. Allen caught a loophole in his words. This special relationship has not been proven by scientific theory, and it is not enough to support your theory. Shinyuju's speech seemed to have stopped, and there was no objection at all. Suddenly, everyone's hearts were beating, and they looked at Shinyuju nervously. Is this the end? Students in the monster class shouldn't do that. But as time slowly passed, the audience gradually became a little irritable. Was Shinyuju not prepared enough? That's right, after all, I'm only a freshman, and I'm not a person participating in this exchange competition. so my preparation should not be sufficient. The audience and others were also a little disappointed. They didn't expect Shin Yuzhu to be questioned like this. Shin Yuzhu was not stopped by the question. Instead, he thought about which quantum theory to use to refute, and then said, establish an entanglement channel. There is a concept called quantum teleportation. Through a series of complex operations, they can extend the correlation between two entangled particles to more particles, forming a structure like an invisible channel. When information is sent to one of the particles, the information is passed to the other particles through entanglement correlation, achieving communication across space. As Shin Yuzhu continued to put forward his principles and ideas, Arendt gradually discovered that he had no points to refute. There is no principle to refute it. What Shin Yuzhu said are some basic concepts, but some of the scientific and technological principles he said later became more and more profound. Gradually, Arendt discovered that there were some theoretical concepts that he had never heard of and had never learned from textbooks. There is even some doubt. Is Shin Yuzhu talking nonsense here? These are obviously some nonsense principles. How could the space portal be realized based on those principles? It is clearly impossible. These principles are ridiculous. But the more Millie listened to these scientific and technological principles and theories, the brighter her eyes became. These principles seemed to have opened up a new door to science and technology. Where did these principles come from? Chapter 63, Entry. Arendt immediately shouted, what kind of distorted principles are these? How can these principles be applied to reality? Suddenly a voice interrupted what Arendt was going to say. Arendt stopped talking. These principles may seem unorthodox, but they actually contain mysteries. You naturally don't understand them. You lost this game. Arendt turned around and saw Millie scolding him, and immediately retorted, it's just that the scientific research and technology principles lost. She still can't make a space portal. It's just that scientific research theory has a slight advantage. A voice suddenly sounded in the communication competition field. In this science and technology exchange competition, Eleni versus Shin Yuzhu, Eleni loses. Eleni reluctantly returned to the exchange group. He was still dissatisfied. It was just some scientific research principles that could not be realized. A concept is always a concept, and it is simply impossible to create a space portal. Then Shin Yuzhu glanced at the exchange group and said loudly to the audience, girls can also do scientific research. Who stipulates that girls must learn textile and other technologies? What's wrong with girls? Who says women are inferior to men? Millie immediately raised her head to look at the girl from the Dragon Kingdom, and a shocking feeling surged into her heart, which was hard to describe. Immediately, the audience present burst into violent cheers. That's right, we girls can hold up half the sky. Who stipulates that girls must learn textile and clothing technologies? We girls are no weaker than boys. Shin Yuzhu is right. Girls can also work in the technology industry to serve the motherland. Shin Yuzhu seems to be Shen Ye's student. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I heard that Shin Yi is responsible for teaching the monster class, and he is still a young man. I can't believe that he can teach such outstanding students. Most of the people present were girls, so they agreed very much with what Shin Yuzhu said. Who said women are inferior to men? After hearing this, Elant immediately felt his face burning up. This was exactly what he had said before, questioning girls engaging in scientific research. Millie suddenly felt a little interested in Shin Yuzhu, and then asked, who taught you these theoretical knowledge? Or which book did you read it from? Shin Yuzhu blurted out without any hesitation. It was my teacher Shun Yi who taught us these principles. Can you make space portal technology products on site? Yes, but it can only create quantum teleportation waves. Are you also interested in this aspect? Do you want to discuss it? Good. Then the two of them took some scientific research materials at the scene. The National Defense University prepared many various scientific research materials for this exchange competition. The two then entered the on-site transparent laboratory and began conducting experiments. When the two entered the laboratory, a large screen appeared above everyone's heads, showing two pictures. Chen Yuzhu and Millie started to make scientific research products respectively. Everyone stared at the picture intently because they were very much looking forward to seeing a technological product like the space portal, even if it was just a prototype model. As long as it can be proven that it can be produced, then as long as the current technology is gradually developed, it will definitely be realized in the future. Half an hour later, a lens suddenly zoomed in, showing Shin Yuzhu playing with two quantum detectors. Then the power was turned on, and suddenly the two quantum detectors produced slight fluctuations. Shen Yuzhu held a feather and placed it between the two quantum detectors. It can be seen that this feather landed smoothly in the middle of the two, staying on it with only slight fluctuations, and there was a slight sign of slow movement. But with the naked eye, no fluctuation or movement can be seen. It is just that the feathers stay in the middle of the two. The feather was attracted by the quantum and stayed on it steadily. But the quantum seemed a little unstable, and then the feather began to fluctuate violently. After staying there for only half a minute, the feather fell to the ground. On the other side, Millie was holding two professional devices with silk thread strung in the middle. Then the quantum actuator was started. At first, the silk thread was disturbed violently, but as time passed, it slowly calmed down. Then Millie took a few pieces of paper and placed them lightly on the silk thread. You can see that the pieces of paper remain steadily on the thin thread. Moreover, it is moving slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is very stable, and there are no violent fluctuations. Although it has not yet reached the level of space travel, it is still very impressive to be able to use quantum computing to this extent. After all, controlling quantum is not a simple matter. There are too many things to consider, among which irresistible factors are the biggest problem. After a while, the piece of paper moved smoothly to the quantum actuator and then began to move smoothly to another quantum actuator. This action was repeated about 3 times before Millie stopped the experiment, because there is no need to proceed. Then the two walked out of the laboratory, and it was obvious that Millie won this technological exchange. Shen Yuzhu clenched her fists slightly, and it was obvious that she was unwilling to do so. If the experiment was more careful, it was still unclear who would win and who would lose. Millie comforted her from the side. I am a teacher. It is not shameful for you to lose to me, and I have been engaged in scientific research for nearly 10 years. You are still young and have little experience. You will have plenty of time to study and explore the path of scientific research in the future. After Shen Yuzhu heard this, he immediately looked at Millie with admiration, and the people in Yingjiang country were all arrogant and arrogant. I didn't expect that Millie still had this side. Millie then asked, is this person named Shunyi a professor or dean of your school? No, my teacher is very young, only 6 or 7 years older than us. Millie was stunned when she heard it. She was only around 24 or 5 years old, but she was so young. It is rare for such a young person to have such a deep understanding and unique insights into scientific research. When Shen Yuzhu explained those quantum principles, Millie realized that these principles were not simple, but also had certain feasibility and practicality. Apart from Shen Yuzhu, the only ones who could study these principles so thoroughly were those from the Yingjiang military competition team. Unexpectedly, the principles that Shen Yuzhu learned were actually learned from Shen Yi. This made Millie feel a little curious about Shen Yi. What kind of strange person could teach such an outstanding student? In Millie's eyes, Shen Yuzhu is fully qualified to participate in this technological and military competition. Millie thought for a while and then said, have you participated in the technological and military competition between the two countries? No, I haven't even heard of this competition. Millie frowned immediately after hearing this. It was a pity that Shen Yuzhu did not participate. At such a young age, she can definitely show off her talents in this technology competition. Don't you think it's inappropriate for a teacher to compete with students? Shen Yi and Su Qingqing walked into the entire competition field. Chapter 64, Discussion with Millie. The two of them hurriedly hurried along and finally arrived at the exchange competition venue. During the process of arriving, they had already checked the information of each member of the exchange group. The two of them had previously received news that Yingjiang's exchange group had arrived at the National Defense University and were discussing scientific and technological exchanges. Mr. Yi asked the two of them to come back quickly to participate in this technology exchange competition. The most important thing was to let Shen Yi learn about the scientific and technological personnel of the Eagle Sauce country in advance. After all, Shen Yi was going to participate in the upcoming science and technology military competition. It will be beneficial for Shen Yi to know more about his opponent so that he can perform better in technological and military competitions in the near future. After everyone heard the voice, they all turned their heads and looked at Shen Yi. Shen Yi then continued to talk to Millie. Isn't it a bit bullying for you to do this? Oh, do you have any opinions? Shen Yi then slowly walked on the stage and came to the front of everyone and said, this is my student. Since she lost, let me take her place. After all, teachers are more fair to teachers. What do you think? Shen Yi originally did not need to participate in this technology exchange competition. In addition to the exchange of ideas, another point was the sound prompt of the system just now. Ding, if you win this exchange competition, you will get double energy recovery and shorten the production time by twice. Millie smiled slightly. It turned out that this person was Shun Yi, and then said, "Okay, then what is the theme of technological creation? In which direction? Whatever you want, you decide." Millie's expression stiffened after hearing this. Looking at Shun Yi, who was calm and composed, she suddenly felt a great deal of pressure. This person definitely has a wealth of experience in technological creation. Millie thought carefully for a while and said, "Using the chip as the direction, we can simply make a micro super chip and see whose chip performs better." Millie's calculations were very loud, because the domestic chip technology is not mature at all now, and chip manufacturing is very unfamiliar without the existence of photolithography machines. Although I only know some principles, the actual operation is not that simple. It can be said to be a very complicated production process. There are not many people in China who can control chip manufacturing technology, especially practical operations. On the contrary, foreign countries have produced photolithography machines very early, and they are more detailed and in-depth about chips, and they understand and develop far more than Long Guo. The technology they control is also more mature. It can be said that foreign cutting-edge fields are in the field of chips, and their technology is better. After thinking for a while, Xinyi said, "Okay, let's start now." Unexpectedly, Millie actually chose this scientific research direction. Other Shun Yi might not be sure yet, but in the chip field, there is really no one who knows more about chips than Xinyi. No one is more advanced in the chip field than Xinyi. After Millie glanced at Xinyi, the two began to select scientific research materials. Su Qingqing, who was in the audience at this moment, was originally watching the game with a worried expression, but suddenly she heard the scientific research creative direction proposed by Millie, and Su Qingqing was no longer worried. Because Su Qingqing knew Shun Ye's ability, he could even make the conceptual 1-nanometer photonic chip, let alone a simple micro-super chip. This simple micro-macro chip does not require the production of a photolithography machine. It only requires the development and research of materials for integration and creation. Suddenly a message rang on Su Qingqing's mobile phone, which was sent by Su Ziyuan. "Xiaoqing, I have applied for this technology to the country and have started sharing this technology with the country. Xinyi will definitely win the National Medal of Honor this time. If things go wrong, there may be even greater national honors waiting for Xinyi. In the future, more scientific and technological resources will be thrown at Xinyi. Now someone from above has come to look for Xinyi." Su Qingqing was stunned after seeing these two pieces of news, sharing technology. It seems that Xinyi proposed sharing technology, so the technology providers will definitely come into the view of the upper echelons of Dragon Kingdom. After all, if the technology is reported, then the information of the technology provider must also be reported. It's too late now to persuade Dad not to use Shun Ye's real name, because it has already been reported. After all, Xinyi is already a national strategic talent of great importance. He must keep a low profile and not disclose information to the public. Otherwise, this would pose a certain threat to Shun Ye's personal safety. As for how to protect Shun Ye's information to the greatest extent, it would give the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom a headache. Suddenly, two more messages were sent. "Xiaoqing, have you arrived at the National Defense University? Have you seen the lithography machine? What does the lithography machine made by Xinyi look like?" Su Qingqing had a headache after seeing this information, and then quickly replied, "I've arrived at the National Defense University, but there are still things that I have to deal with at the moment. I'll reply after a while. By the way, when will the people above arrive?" Speaking of this, Su Ziyuan seemed to have opened up a chat box and immediately sent a message in response. "You have no idea what kind of sensation this technology will cause when shared with the country. It can be said that the senior officials who knew the news were shocked. Just the 1-nanometer photonic chip has made many domestic researchers flock to get such a sample. Not to mention the technology of nanochips. Many high-level officials who know this news are blocking this news. I don't know how long it will take for the people above to get to your place. Maybe 3 or 4 days. By then, there will definitely be many scientific research leaders accompanying them." Su Qingqing could also understand. After all, nanochip technology was no joke. It was an important direction in the field of high-end technology. Long Guo is currently focusing its research in this direction, and today's semiconductor chips can be used in a variety of devices. Especially in the field of missiles, the role of semiconductor chips is demonstrated and has great strategic significance. In addition, It has more significance for people's livelihood, such as chips in mobile phones, chips in computers, and many other aspects. Su Ziyuan continued to send messages and said, "Now many people have started to call me. Many of them are high-level officials of Long Guo. There are also professors from various schools, and even the dean of Qingbei calling to ask for letters from providers and the technology for manufacturing chips." Su Qingqing was stunned for a moment after hearing this. She didn't expect the impact to be so huge. Then he immediately sent a message asking, "You won't tell Shunye's information. I told you what's wrong. They are all high-level people, some nationally recognized professors and deans, so it doesn't matter if you say it." Su Qingqing gave a bitter laugh. It seemed that it was difficult for Shun Yi not to be famous now. Forget it, let's continue watching the game. Chapter 65, Crushing Victory. An hour later, Shun Yi and Millie made simple microchips respectively. Both parties produced the chips in front of the public, and there was no cover-up or cheating at all. At this moment, everyone in the audience couldn't help but talk worriedly. Alas, Shun Yi is still too young to agree to the scientific research direction of the chip so easily. We are destined to lose this time. Our domestic chip technology is not yet mature and cannot compare with foreign countries. The key is that Shun Yi is still too young, and his foundation for controlling technology is still too weak. It is estimated that the chips he can produce are not as good as Millie. Although Shun Yi is unique in the field of mechas, chips have nothing to do with mechas. The production of chips is still very difficult. Shun Yi is still too stupid. If he is making a mecha, he will definitely win. What kind of chips are he comparing to? Chips are not his special field of technology. Everyone couldn't help but shook their heads secretly. This game should be lost without any suspense. Shun Yi was still too careless. On the other side, the Eagle Sauce Technology Exchange group cheered, sweeping away the gloom of Arendt's failure. Haha, this stupid dragon countryman actually discussed chips with our mentor Millie. Millie's professional research direction is chips. We're sure to win this time. The chip technology that Millie controls in China is also top-notch. We won this sparring match effortlessly. Looks like we can celebrate in advance. You should know that our mentor Millie is a scientific and technological talent who will soon participate in the military competition. She is excellent in all aspects of science and technology. Not to mention that Professor Millie specializes in chip research and is definitely unrivaled in Dragon Country's chip technology. There is no doubt that most people present do not believe that Shun Yi can win this competition. After all, the gap in chip technology between the two countries lies here. What's more, Shun Ye's expertise is not in chips, so he should have lost this technological exchange. Then Millie placed the chip on professional equipment and began to perform data detection. The simplest way to distinguish the quality of a chip is to run scores. Whoever has a higher score will have better chip performance. The big screen shows the running score of Millie chip: 785, 3256, 78560, 104356. As time passed, the running score data jumped more and more, and everyone was shocked when they saw it. As expected of Yingjiang's mentor, the score of just a simple ultramicrochip can easily exceed 100,000. Soon after, Millie Chip's running score data stopped at 973456. Everyone in the audience sighed after seeing this data. There was no hope. The running score data of the top domestic chips was almost like this. Millie's simple production is close to the top level in the country, which shows how terrifying other people's technological level is. Everyone in the Science and Technology Exchange group had a touch of pride on their expressions. This was the level of technology of their mentors. It seems to be saying, Long Guo's technology mentor is not as good as Yingjiang's technology mentor. He looked at everyone with a sense of contempt in his eyes. On the other hand, Shun Yi went leisurely, not worried about the game at all, and took a look at Millie's chip score data. Then he placed a chip he made on professional equipment. After a while, the data displayed on the professional equipment was only 0. After seeing it, Eleni couldn't hold back anymore and laughed. That's it? The chip I rubbed with my feet was better than his. I was laughing so hard that the running score was 0. Could it be that you made that useless chip? It has no effect at all. You are still comparing yourself to us. You are really overestimating your capabilities. Is this the level of your science and technology teachers? Ha! Shun Yi was not confused at all, and still looked at the equipment in front of him. Then the equipment started to operate, and data began to appear on the big screen. 1386, 4589, 23456, 102385. The range of digital jumps is very huge. As time goes by, the data still shows no sign of stopping. On the contrary, the running score data becomes longer and fiercer. Before anyone had time to react, the chip made by Shunyi had already reached 1 million points, and the test continued without stopping. At this moment, the entire audience was shocked. There was silence in the audience. Everyone was shocked by this scene and stared at the big screen. As the machine made a clicking sound, everyone seemed to be waking up from a dream. Then Dingxing looked at the data on the big screen. 246-8890. Suddenly, everyone in the audience was in an uproar. Many people stood up from their seats excitedly and cheered. 2 million running points? That's 2 million running points. It's really terrifying. The top chip in the country has a running score of just over 1 million. But the ultra-micro chip that Shunyi simply produced has exceeded 2 million. The gap is too big. That's awesome. Shunyi deserves to be the teacher of the monster class. None of the technological products he makes are mediocre. It's really unimaginable. In an environment where domestic chip technology is immature, Shunyi's chip technology is actually so advanced. It's really unexpected. I really don't know. How did Shunyi make the chip? The steps are obviously similar to ours, but the performance gap is too big. Everyone was not only excited for this game, but also because Shunyi broke the blockade of chip technology. From this manufacturing, it can be seen that the chip technology controlled by Shunyi is very advanced and high-end. On the other hand, everyone in Yingjiang's technology exchange group had expressions of disbelief. It took them a while to react, and they all started questioning. The cheating must have been cheating, and the equipment must have been tampered with. How could the running score of this simple chip exceed 2 million? This is absolutely impossible. If it's not cheating, there's something wrong with the equipment. I don't believe it. This thing is so outrageous and not scientific at all. What exactly is going on? How come the performance of the microchip chip is so terrifying? It's almost catching up with chips produced by photolithography machines. Strict investigation must be carried out. There must be some inside story, something shady. We don't believe it. The machine must be tested. Everyone in the exchange group didn't believe it. This thing was too outrageous and beyond their scope of knowledge. The most shocked person was undoubtedly Millie, because she knew very well what it meant to have a microchip chip that could reach a running score of 2 million. It can be said that no one in the world is more powerful than Shunyi in the chip field. Soon, professional personnel quickly came to the scene and began to test the two professional equipment. But these professionals tested it 3 times. No problems were found, and there were no problems with the equipment. Then the referee said, "The equipment is normal, the data is normal, the experiments are normal, and there is no so-called shady cheating. I announce this science and technology exchange competition. Shunyi versus Millie. Shunyi wins." Millie raised her head in disbelief and said with a hoarse voice, "How on earth did you do it?" Chapter 66, Reward. Shunyi raised his eyes slightly and looked at Millie, then blurted out, "There is a production replay. You can take a look." Millie was stunned when she heard this answer, and became even more curious about this man. She must understand what kind of technology Shunyi used to improve the performance of the chip to such an extent. Then Millie adjusted her mood and said, "Where do you live now? I'm going to talk to you about technology in the chip field and other technological issues. I live in Chifeng Villa now." "Okay, you are welcome to come over and exchange scientific research technology at any time." Shun Yuzhu, who was in the audience, immediately jumped up for joy. "Awesome. The teacher is indeed a teacher. No matter what technological products he makes, he is top-notch. It's really unimaginable that the teacher is so good at chips." Shun Yuzhu was still very worried before. After all, his teacher was not good at this field. In addition, Millie originally belonged to the Eagle country, and her technology in the chip field must be very advanced and mature. Therefore, the hope of winning this game is very slim, and it is impossible to accomplish anything. However, no one expected that this technological exchange would end with Shunyi winning. It's really beyond everyone's expectation. Su Qingqing smiled slightly in the audience. As expected, Shunyi won the game with a crushing victory. It would be unacceptable and unbelievable for someone who can produce a 1-nanometer photonic chip to lose in this technology exchange competition. As expected, Shunyi is the most powerful and best person. Everyone in the audience cheered enthusiastically. On the other hand, after hearing the referee's announcement, the science and technology exchange team of Yingjiang were all dejected like deflated rubber balls. At the same time, I was also a little surprised. This man was so young and had such great skills in the field of scientific research. He would definitely be the top scientist in the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Suddenly, a mechanical sound sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving a reward. Double the energy recovery and shortening the manufacturing time by twice. Time is 1 month. Xinyi suddenly smiled when he heard the prompt. It seems that in the future, making high-end and sophisticated technological products will not be so tiring. There is no need to work day and night on research and manufacturing. Immediately afterwards, Xinyi and Su Qingqing walked out of the competition site and went to the laboratory to take a look at the lithography machine. Everyone watched the two people leave the scene, and then the scene of the two people leaving together immediately attracted everyone's attention. This person seems to be a female teacher from our National Defense University. I remember that she came with teacher Shan Yi just now, and now she leaves together. Is there anything going on between the two of them? The two of them are talented and beautiful, and they are engaged in the same scientific research field. Maybe. I didn't expect it. Teacher Xinyi actually found such a good-looking girlfriend. I'm so envious. Maybe she really is a girlfriend. It's so exciting. It's so exciting. I must support this pair of CPs. Immediately, rumors spread among the crowd that Xinyi and Su Qingqing were boyfriend and girlfriend, and even intensified. In the end, they actually said that Su Qingqing was Shun Ye's wife. Soon the two came to the door of the laboratory, and Su Qingqing opened the door of the laboratory with anxiety. What immediately came into view was a huge red cloth. Apart from that, there was a pile of scientific research materials and experimental equipment, but there were no scientific research products. Su Qingqing looked back at Xinyi. Where's the lithography machine? Xinyi walked directly to the curtain without saying a word, and immediately opened the huge red curtain, revealing a huge machine. It was the lithography machine made by Xinyi. At this moment, it was as if a mountain was completely pressing on Su Qingqing's heart, and the pulse of the entire heart stopped for a moment. Su Qingqing raised her slightly stiff fingers, pointed at the lithography machine, and murmured, "No wonder the scientific research funds you needed before were so huge." It turns out that not only the chips are manufactured, but also the photolithography machines. The length of the photolithography machine is almost 10 meters, and the height is probably more than 2 meters. It is hard to imagine that such a huge and sophisticated machine was built in just 1 month. That's right, Xinyi only spent a month. If this were announced, it would definitely become one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries in the world. It is really inconsistent with scientific common sense. Xinyi began to explain in her shocked eyes. This lithography machine is a streamlined version of an SUV lithography machine. Simply put, it is a more powerful lithography machine than an SUV. If it weren't for various factors such as funds, materials, and time, I would definitely be able to make a photolithography machine with better performance. Now you believe it. This is the photolithography machine I independently developed and produced. Su Qingqing nodded repeatedly, now completely convinced. Immediately afterwards, Xinyi began to briefly describe the operation methods and precautions of this photolithography machine, giving a general overview. Xinyi took out another introduction manual for the lithography machine and gave it to Su Qingqing to let her understand the lithography machine, and then left here. I need to go back and take a rest. I've been too tired this month. I have to travel around and do research and development. My body can't bear it. Su Qingqing carefully read this introductory manual, which explained in detail the operating technology and the structure of the lithography machine. It can be said that it is all-inclusive, and many production principles cannot even be found in the literature. You have to think about it for a while to understand it. There are even some issues that require Xinyi to explain alone in order to understand them. Then he took out his cell phone, took a deep breath to suppress the shock, and then dialed. "Hey, Dad. Xinyi has indeed made a lithography machine, and it's not an ordinary lithography machine. What's the specific situation? I think it's necessary for you to come over in person." Not long after, Xinyi rushed back to Qifeng Villa and opened the door to find that Yi Royun was not in the villa. Then he lay down on the sofa to rest, squinting his eyes and relaxing his mind. It seems that I have been too tired recently, and I feel like I want to sleep whenever I lie down. Then Shun Yi called out to the system in his heart, "Use double energy to recover." Suddenly, waves of clear feelings came from my mind. My body became more comfortable, and an indescribable sense of comfort came from my body. Xinyi couldn't help but hum softly. Then I went to the bathroom to take a shower and relax my body completely. Half an hour later, Suddenly, a burst of footsteps came from the door. Millie looked at the Seven Winds villa with the door wide open and walked in without thinking too much. After all, she was too eager to know what kind of technology Shunyi used to make the chip, so she didn't care too much about etiquette and walked in without knocking. Chapter 67. Accidentally Seeing the Light. Shunyi walked out of the bathroom while wiping his body with a towel, completely naked. When he was about to put on his clothes, he stopped and suddenly felt a hot gaze looking at him. Millie stood there at a loss, feeling like her brain was spinning, and just stared at Shunyi blankly. Shunyi lowered his head and glanced at his body. All parts were on full display, with no cover at all. He immediately reacted and put on his clothes immediately, his heart filled with panic. After hurriedly getting dressed, Shunyi saw that Millie was still looking at him. Ahem, don't look at it. I'm so embarrassed. Millie's eyes flashed when she heard the sound, and then she said hurriedly, Sorry, I didn't mean it. But he soon regained his mood and said jokingly, I didn't expect that the door would be open when you were taking a shower. Unexpectedly, Shunyi had a pretty good figure, very well-proportioned and fair-skinned. Shunyi was speechless after hearing this. There were no residents around Chifeng Villa, and few people walked around in front of the door. Besides, he put on his clothes immediately after taking a shower. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly break in such a short period of time? Millie then asked, Aren't you welcome to me? Won't you invite me to sit down? Come and sit. Shunyi pointed to the sofa and then sat on it. Millie sat opposite Shunyi and then asked seriously, I went back and carefully watched the video of you making the chip and found a lot of doubts. I have never seen anyone make a chip like this. The operation is too bizarre. And not only the operation, but also the technology used I don't understand. How do you make the micro super chip reach that level? Millie was very confused at the moment. She had never seen this kind of technology. You must know that Millie was one of the top chip experts when she was in Eagle Sauce Country, and she had unique insights into the production and development of chips. It can be said that he is a top person in this industry, but he lost to Shunyi in the field of chips. Shunyi smiled slightly after hearing this. It seems that you have a lot of research on chips. I didn't expect this person to find so many doubtful points. It would be difficult to see without some skills and unique insights. Then he said, What do you think are the conditions for chip manufacturing? Technology and equipment. Shunyi shook his head after hearing this. It's about understanding the basic architecture and performance of the chip. Millie was stunned when she heard it and began to think thoughtfully, but still had no clue. Shunyi then said, No matter what kind of technology product, if you want to make the performance and function of the technology product better, you must make an innovation. This innovation can start from the basics. A micro-innovation and micro-change can make the entire technological product qualitatively sublime. Of course, we can also innovate technically, which can bring about a fundamental change in technological products. Shunyi patiently talked about some topics about technological innovation. Millie frowned and asked, I understand this, but it is too difficult to innovate from a basic and technical perspective. And the cost and time required are too huge, and the chance of such innovation is too slim. So the chip you made today is an innovation? It seems that Millie is quite smart. Shunyi's chip today can't be said to be a micro-innovation, but an innovation. From all-round innovation, a production-oriented innovation has been carried out both technically and technologically. Millie started to ask again. It stands to reason that the independent performance of the chip cannot reach the level of the chip you make today, but why can you achieve it by making the chip? After thinking for a while, Shunyi said, I made a technological innovation and a basic innovation at the same time. The working principle of the chip is based on the characteristics of semiconductor materials and the amplification and switching functions of transistors. The transistor is the most basic component in a chip, which can control the flow of current to achieve logic operations and signal amplification. The transistors inside the chip can perform a variety of functions, such as arithmetic operations, logical operations, and data processing through precise circuit design. Millie immediately raised another doubt. This is just the most basic, basically all scientific researchers understand it. What's the use of talking about this? Shunyi glanced at this woman. This woman's character was a little too impatient, which was very different from the character of the people from the Dragon Kingdom. Then he continued. The manufacturing process of chips involves multiple precise steps, including wafer preparation, photolithography, etching, ion implantation, chemical vapor deposition, metallization, etc. The performance of a chip is usually measured by its processing speed, power consumption, integration, and other indicators. The processing speed depends on the switching frequency of the transistor and the design of the circuit. The chip's computing mechanism relies on its internal transistors and logic gates. When the chip is powered on, it will operate according to the preset program and input data. Among them, Millie asked many professional questions, all of which were very tricky and even very unpopular questions. But Xinyi answered them all one by one, and even talked about some more profound scientific research questions. The more Millie listened, the more fascinated she became. She was even immersed in it and wanted to know more about scientific research theory. I even started to ask questions about other things I had never understood before, and I was slowly exposed to some new principles and technologies. As this new door opened, Millie became more and more curious about how this man knew so much. As she continued to ask questions and get answers, Millie felt that she had a new understanding of scientific research as a whole. It was not until late in the evening that Millie noticed that about 5 hours had passed. He immediately stood up and bowed, saying, "Today's discussion has given me a deeper understanding of scientific research. By the way, will you participate in the technological military competition?" "Yes." "That's great. We will have another chance to exchange ideas in the future. When you go to Eagle Country, you can stay at my house temporarily." "Okay, I understand." After Millie finished speaking, she left in a hurry. Xinyi also didn't expect that this exchange and conversation lasted for about 5 hours. It seems that there will be less single-person exchanges in the future. What a waste of time. Xinyi glanced around and saw that Yi Royun hadn't come back yet, so there was nothing left to do. Suddenly, the phone rang in his pocket, and it showed Zhang. When Xinyi saw it, he immediately realized that it was Minister Zhang who was calling. Then he answered the phone. "Hello, does Minister Zhang have anything to do with me?" Then a voice came from the other end of the phone. "I didn't expect that your kid did another big thing quietly." Chapter 68, Yi Royun's Suitor? Obviously, Minister Zhang has already learned the news. After all, almost all the senior officials of Dragon Kingdom know about such a big matter. A young man named Xinyi appeared in their field of vision. Minister Zhang laughed and scolded. "You are causing trouble for me. You even use your real name. Can't you keep a low profile?" After hearing this, Xinyi immediately realized that Suzy Yuan should have reported his name. Xinyi shrugged and said, "Is there anything wrong with making photonic nanochips? Besides, I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it." After hearing this, Minister Zhang immediately chuckled. "I'm calling you this time to tell you that there will probably be an exchange group and some leaders coming in the next few days. Also, your reward has been determined and will be given to you when the time comes. The awards are first prize, National Natural Science Award, National Technological Invention Award, National Science and Technology Progress Award. There is also a bonus of 50 million yuan. You can use this money to buy scientific research materials or use it for your daily life." Xinyi felt calm after hearing this. Then Xinyi said firmly, "Actually, I don't need rewards or bonuses. As long as I contribute my own contribution to the country, it is enough. I don't need anything in return. I just hope that the motherland will become stronger quickly, break through the current predicament, and get rid of the suppression of various foreign powers." Xinyi is still as patriotic as before and as selfless as before. Minister Zhang glanced at the secretary next to him and said with emotion, Okay. Your patriotic heart is enough. You will cause more trouble for me in the future. Oh." Immediately afterwards, Minister Zhang hung up the phone. The secretary next to him immediately asked, "Minister, isn't this a good thing? Why are you still worried?" "Oh, it's a good thing, but I have to reduce my influence, and I can't let this matter spread widely." All Minister Zhang did was to protect Shun Ye's influence, and he had to hide his address and various information. A lot of time and energy must be spent to minimize the spread of this matter. It is worth spending so much time and energy because Minister Zhang has very clearly realized the importance of Shunyi to the country. Minister Zhang then started dialing other people's numbers. In a high-end hotel, 2 people were chatting in a private room. The dining table was filled with various precious dishes, but strangely, no one had touched a single bite of them. "Xiao Yun, do you really have no feelings for me?" In the somewhat quiet box, Zhao Qinxing was the first to break the silence, looking expectantly at the sexy woman in front of him. Yi Royun frowned and said coldly, "Zhao Qinxing, stop joking. You have a girlfriend. Don't you care about Xiaoji's feelings at all?" Zhao Qinxing turned his head away, not daring to look at Yi Royun. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said excitedly, "Xiao Yun, I really love you and like you. If possible, I can break up with you right away. For you, I can do anything, even give up my own life." Originally, Zhao Qinxing was the son of an independent technology star cluster company, and he met Yi Royun by chance. Then the two of them had a brief exchange with each other. The first time Zhao Qinxing saw Yi Royun, he was deeply attracted by her beautiful appearance and couldn't help himself. I have been pursuing Yi Royun madly recently, and whenever I have time or an opportunity, I think of all kinds of reasons to ask Yi Royun out. He is so obsessed with wanting to get Yi Royun that even though he has a girlfriend, he can abandon her immediately. Yi Royun looked at him with some disdain. It's impossible for the two of us to be together, and I don't like you either. Also, we are not familiar with each other. Please call me by my name. Don't message or call me anymore. I have something else to do, and I'm leaving now. Yi Royun didn't believe his lies at all. In her eyes, Zhao Qinxing was a complete scumbag, an irresponsible scumbag. After saying that, Yi Royun stood up and walked out quickly. Zhao Qinxing wanted to say something else, but it was too late. Yi Royun had already walked out of the hotel. Zhao Qinxing quickly chased after him and watched Yi Royun drive away in the car. Zhao Qinxing immediately got into the Porsche Cayenne and chased after him. Half an hour later, Yi Royun returned to Qifeng Villa, and Zhao Qinxing also followed to the door of Qifeng Villa. Yi Royun immediately opened the door and walked in, then locked it immediately. Xingyi had just finished exercising in the living room and saw Yi Royun walking over angrily. He asked with some confusion, "Where have you been so late?" "I went out to eat with a scumbag. I was really angry to death. I was almost full of anger. If it weren't for the fact that the school had technological transactions with the independent technology star cluster company and discussed research and development with some technologies, Yi Royun wouldn't bother to go to the appointment with this scumbag." A loud voice came from outside the door at random. "Xiaoyan, come out quickly. There are some things I want to say to you personally. It's possible for the two of us. Our relationship can be cultivated slowly. If you don't come out, I'll keep shouting outside the door." Zhao Qinxing had been standing outside the door, calling Yi Royun to come out. Xingyi was stunned after hearing this. What is going on? Suitor? After hearing this, Yi Royun felt a sense of disgust towards Zhao Qinxing. This person is like a dog-skin plaster. He is really annoying. "Chunyi, go out and deal with him for me." Xingyi then pointed at himself and looked at her in confusion. "Me? This is obviously your own business. What does it have to do with me?" Seeing his expression, Yi Royun immediately threatened, "This is my home. If you can't settle things, don't live here, and come back and cook for me after you settle things as soon as possible. I'm starving to death. Aren't you full of anger? Are you still in the mood to eat? Stop talking to me and go quickly. You don't want to be noisy all the time at night." "I don't care." Yi Royun raised her small fist and punched Xingyi in the direction. Xingyi immediately ducked aside and walked towards the door. Then he opened the door and walked out and said to Zhao Qinxing, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Why are you making so much noise outside in the middle of the night? Can't you let me sleep?" Zhao Qinxing was stunned when he heard it. It was actually a man's voice. I thought the door opened because Yi Royun had changed her mind, but unexpectedly a man came out. In the middle of the night, a man walked out of Yi Royun's house. There was no need to think about what the relationship between them was. Yi Royun clearly said before that she was single. But what is going on now? Chapter 69? Crazy Pursuit? Zhao Qinxing said with some difficulty accepting. "Who are you? Who I am is none of your business. Why did you come out of Yi Royun's house in the middle of the night? I live here, what's wrong? What's the relationship between you two? What's the relationship between us? What does it have to do with you?" After Zhao Qinxing heard this, he immediately said angrily, "Are you Yi Royun's boyfriend? Whatever you think, just leave quickly." Zhao Qinxing suddenly felt angry when he heard what he said, and immediately said, "If you are Yi Royun's boyfriend, I warn you to leave her as soon as possible. Yi Royun, I am bound to win. If you dare to obstruct or become an obstacle, I will make it difficult for you to go around." Xingyi suddenly felt speechless. Where did this second-generation rich guy come from? He said a little impatiently, "Get out of here quickly, don't make any noise outside. We have to rest and sleep as soon as possible." Zhao Qinxing was furious when he heard the words rest and sleep and thought they were sleeping together. He wanted to step forward and take action, but looked at Shun Ye's well-proportioned muscle lines and didn't dare to act rashly. In the end, I could only say a few harsh words and left. "Brat, just wait for me. I'll bring more people over in a few days." And Yi Royun should not be his girlfriend. If she was really his girlfriend, Yi Royun should have made it clear long ago. It is impossible for Yi Royun to come out to have dinner with me. After Shen Yi saw Zhao Qinxing leaving angrily, he turned around and returned to the villa. Yi Royun glanced at him, Driving him away? Aha! Go cook for me quickly. I'm hungry. Okay. I have to serve like my ancestors every day? How lazy. 2 days later, Xunyi stood in the airport reception hall and looked at Millie and said, I wish you a safe journey. Millie looked at him with a smile. Okay, I'm looking forward to our next meeting. It won't be long before we can meet again. At that time, we will continue to discuss scientific and technological exchanges and scientific research together. The people in the technology visiting group behind them looked at the two people with strange expressions. What's going on? How could teacher Millie have such a happy chat with this guy? Could it be that this guy has a crush on Millie? Came here specifically to see him off. That's right, after all, Millie has white blood, her height and skin have the characteristics of a white person, and her proud figure is also very prominent. Compared with many beauties from the Dragon Kingdom, Millie's appearance is definitely superior, especially her long legs. Moreover, Millie's appearance is also outstanding in her own country, and she is no less good than celebrities. And Millie also has a unique temperament. She is simply loved by everyone and makes flowers bloom. Millie then said, Goodbye, Xunyi. Goodbye. Xunyi waved his hand and turned around to leave. In the past 2 days, Millie came to me to discuss technology and scientific research whenever she had free time, and the two of them gradually became familiar with each other. Finally, Millie asked Xunyi to see her off. Xunyi agreed without thinking too much. Xunyi finally took a taxi and rushed back towards Chiefing Villa. On the other side, there were more than a dozen luxury cars outside the Chiefing Villa. Roses were placed on the luxury cars, and the roses were arranged in the shape of a heart. The ground was covered with candles. Zhao Qinxing even shouted outside the door, Xiaoyan, come out and meet me. I like you, and be my girlfriend. A dozen of Zhao Qinxing's younger brothers were standing behind the luxury car, holding signs that read, Yi Royan, I like you. I'll be nice to you, be my girlfriend. Zhao Qinxing held the rose in his left hand and the ring box in his right hand and kept shouting outside the door. It immediately attracted some people's attention, although the Chiefing Villa was relatively remote and not many people lived here. However, Zhao Qinxing's actions immediately attracted the attention of some people, and they gathered around to watch the fun. As Zhao Qinxing's voice grew louder, more and more people gathered here to watch the fun. And Zhao Qinxing's voice never stopped. He even shouted with a big loudspeaker. Yi Royan really couldn't stand this feeling anymore. This guy was simply a psycho. Suddenly, he started yelling outside the door and confessed his love to me. It's so disgusting. Being confessed to by such a person feels like eating a fly. It feels very disgusting and uncomfortable. Yi Royan opened the door and walked out directly. Zhao Qinxing, what on earth are you doing? Can you please stop disturbing me? When Zhao Qinxing saw his sweetheart appear, he immediately came up to her and said affectionately, Xiaoyan, can't you see my feelings? Be with me, and you will have endless wealth and glory in the future. Aren't you a teacher at the National Defense University? Just one word from me, and you'll be promoted to director immediately. The people around burst into exclamations when they heard this. Oh my God! Isn't this Zhao Qinxing, the son of the Independent Technology Star Cluster Company? He actually confessed his love to a girl. If it were me, I would have agreed. After all, Zhao Qinxing's family is very rich and powerful. This woman is so lucky that she was favored by Mr. Zhao. This girl will definitely agree. Who would be stupid enough to reject a rich boy? Besides, Zhao Qinxing is so handsome. The people around looked at Yi Royan with envy and jealousy, lamenting her luck. However, Yi Royan felt very disgusted when she saw Zhao Qinxing's face, and she didn't care about the conditions Zhao Qinxing mentioned at all. Yi Royan frowned and said in disgust, Zhao Qinxing, didn't I tell you? Don't call me Xiaoyan. And I don't like you. I made it clear to you. Please don't bother me again, and don't do this to interfere with my life. And I already have a boyfriend. Zhao Qinxing tilted his head to glance at the villa, then smiled and said, Xiaoyan, stop joking. How could you have a boyfriend? If you had a boyfriend, he would have come out a long time ago. Besides, after so long, the kid hasn't come out yet. Could it be that he's scared and doesn't dare to come out? Zhao Qinxing brought a dozen of his younger brothers with him, and he was not afraid of Xunyi at all. In Zhao Qinxing's view, Xunyi's appearance at Yi Royan's house that day was just an accident. If it was really a boyfriend, no one would be able to stand such provocation and would have jumped out long ago. Suddenly a voice came from not far away. Who are you? What are you doing here? Su Qingqing ran over immediately and took Yi Royan's arm. After Zhao Qingqing saw Su Qingqing, his eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't expect Yi Royun's friend to be so good-looking. If there is a chance in the future, maybe I can get her. Chapter 70, The Fake Boyfriend. Yi Royun whispered a few words in Su Qingqing's ear, and Su Qingqing roughly understood what was going on. Then he pointed at Zhao Qingqing and said, "Get out of here and don't bother Shaoran anymore. If you continue like this, we'll call the police and sue you for disturbing the public." After hearing this, Zhao Qingqing smiled slightly and didn't care at all. He thought that the conditions he mentioned did not impress Yi Royun, so he raised the stakes again. "Xiaoyun, aren't you doing scientific research? My company has had joint research projects with many well-known professors and deans, such as Lu Chun, Yang Jiang, and Yifeng. We have a lot of scientific research resources. We have also carried out in-depth cooperation with famous universities, such as the National Defense University, Peking University, and Huazhong University. Our independent technology Star Cluster company has been involved in the investment in scientific research and development funds. As long as you are with me, you can participate in various scientific research projects in the country, and all kinds of scientific research are at your disposal." After Zhao Qingqing finished speaking, he looked at Yi Royun with a smug look on his face. These two conditions will be of great help to her career and life, and I believe she will not refuse them. After all, most girls would be impressed by such conditions. The first condition alone, wealth and glory, is enough to impress most girls. Not to mention the conditions that would be of great help in both career and life. Yi Royun would definitely agree. When the people around heard this, there was an uproar. Wow, the Zhao family's company is so powerful that it actually has transactions with most universities. This woman is so happy. I wish it were me. With so many conditions, I think any girl would agree to it. He's so rich and so handsome. What reason do you have to refuse? The people around them suddenly felt envious and at the same time marveled at the strength of the Zhao family's company. Yi Royun felt sick after listening to this, and was even more disgusted with people like Zhao Qingqing, who used all the resources of the family company to pursue personal interests. This kind of person is a complete and utter spendthrift rich second generation. Yi Royun's family originally had a lot of resources, but she was unwilling to use them. She wanted to make progress step by step through her own efforts. I even disdain to do such a thing as Zhao Qingqing. Yi Royun pointed at him and said coldly, "Get out of here, I don't want to see you again." Zhao Qingqing immediately became more excited after hearing this. Such a cold and stubborn girl made him feel a desire to conquer. He immediately walked forward and wanted to hug Yi Royun forcefully. At this moment, Xunyi suddenly received a call in the taxi and then answered, "Hey, Xunyi, we have about half an hour to get to Qifeng Villa. Are you there?" "Minister Zhang, I'm almost back to Qifeng Villa. I'll wait for you there." "Well, okay, that's it." After Xunyi hung up, he glanced at the road and then said to the driver, "Master is here, right here." Immediately afterwards, Xunyi got out of the car and looked at the crowded and lively crowd in front of him, feeling confused. There are no neighbors around Qifeng Villa. It is in a remote location and not many people come and go. How come there are so many people there? Xunyi walked forward and squeezed in, only to see Zhao Qingqing trying to hug Yi Royun forcefully. However, Yi Royun and Su Qingqing had nowhere to hide because they were surrounded by more than a dozen people and had no room to hide. Xunyi immediately shouted and rushed forward, "Stop it!" He immediately pushed Zhao Qingqing's younger brothers aside and stood in front of the two girls. He pointed at them and said, "What do you want to do? Stay back." "Oh, I didn't expect you to actually stand up." Zhao Qingqing sneered when he saw Xunyi finally coming out and then waved his hand to tell his younger brother to step back. In any case, Xunyi had been with the two of them for so long. When he saw the two of them being surrounded, he at least rushed to help them out. Yi Royun immediately rolled his eyes, hugged Xunyi's arm and said, "Zhao Qingqing, this is my boyfriend, just give up on this. My boyfriend and I will never be separated, and we are getting our license soon." Yi Royun said this just to make Zhao Qingqing give up. Su Qingqing immediately frowned and looked at the two people. Her heart was already filled with waves, and she found it difficult to accept this fact. When Xunyi heard this, he immediately realized that Yi Royun was using him to block the bullet. Turning around slightly, he saw Yi Royun's threatening eyes, as if to say, "If you don't cooperate, I will kill you." Xunyi then said, "Yes, just give up on this. We will get the certificate soon." Zhao Qingqing shook his head, not believing what the two of them said at all. He laughed casually. "You are not Xiaoyan's boyfriend at all. Judging from your outfit, you are just a street vendor. Xiaoyan lives in a villa. How can you say that you two are not a good match? How can you be a couple? I guess Xiaoyan asked you to pretend to be her boyfriend. Get out of here and don't disturb me. How could a normal boy watch his girlfriend being confessed to him for so long? If so, he would have come forward long ago. Why did he have to wait so long? Moreover, the direction Xunyi came out just now was not in the villa, which meant that Xunyi was often not in the villa. Xunyi glanced at Yi Royun, hugged Yi Royun's slender waist, and tightened slightly. Then Xunyi lowered his head and kissed Yi Royun instantly. Yi Royun's pupils suddenly dilated, and soon Xunyi raised his head and looked at Zhao Qinxing provocatively. However, Yi Royun's hand quietly appeared on Shun Ye's waist, pinched it, and then used force instantly. Xunyi suddenly took a breath of pain and glanced at Yi Royun. How is it? Do you still need proof? We are lovers ourselves. After hearing this, Zhao Qinxing was stunned for a moment, then became angry and asked angrily, What do you do for a living? Have you given Xiaoyan the happiness he needs? I'm a teacher at the National Defense University. What's wrong? Whether you are happy or not is none of your business. You only make a few thousand yuan a month as a teacher, but I can make hundreds of thousands of yuan a month without working. How can you compare with me? Then Zhao Qinxing took out a bank card from his bag and threw it on the ground, snorting coldly. There is 1 million in it. As long as you leave Yi Royun, the money will be yours. 1 million may be the only money you can earn in your lifetime, so you have to think carefully. Then Zhao Qinxing put the bunch of roses in his hand aside, and then unwrapped the roses, revealing red banknotes inside. He also deliberately fiddled with the keys around his waist, all of which were keys to luxury cars. This kind of behavior is just showing off. Zhao Qinxing then added, Boy, I advise you to leave Xiaoyun as soon as possible. I am the son of the Independent Technology Star Cluster Company. If you offend me, I will make you pay for it. I can make you lose your job with just one sentence. We can even ban you from all major colleges and universities. No college will hire you as a teacher. Chapter 71 The Zhao family is in trouble. The younger brothers around watched all this coldly, and some even talked and laughed. This kid dared to be the first to stand out. He must be tired of living. It's only because our eldest brother was merciful that he gave him 1 million to let him go. Don't you see whose hand this kid stabbed? If he continues to be stubborn, he will definitely get into trouble. I think that guy will take the money and leave. After all, that 1 million is a sum that an ordinary person cannot earn in a lifetime. How many seconds do you think that guy can last? I guess he'll take the money and leave after 5 seconds. Ha ha. None of the onlookers came forward and even took a few steps back, not wanting to get involved in this matter. Although Chifeng Villa is within the jurisdiction of the school, there are not many people around, let alone people who know Xinyi and the other three. Therefore, no one dared to step forward to help, and they were all afraid of harming themselves. Some of the onlookers who were watching the fun and not taking it too seriously said, This woman is also out of her mind. She doesn't agree to Zhao Qinxing's conditions. I think she is a teacher who is stupid. Who says it's not the case? You can't find such a good boy with a lantern. The boy who was standing in the way of the two girls was also stupid. He just took the money and left. Then the boy will definitely leave. If he doesn't leave, he may even lose his job. Zhao Qinxing looked at them confidently. This kid would definitely leave. He has used this method more than once, and several couples have been broken up by him in this way. Even his current girlfriend was obtained effortlessly this way. In order to get a beauty like Yi Royun, she wouldn't feel bad even if she spent millions. Then Xin Ye's answer was beyond everyone's expectations. You want me to leave just for 1 million? 1 million is not enough? What about 3 million? Take your stinky money and get out. Let alone 1 million. I don't like it even if it's 10 million. The anger in Zhao Qinxing's heart suddenly rose, and he said viciously, Good boy, come on over. Let me see if you have a tough mouth or a tough body. I'll beat you until you have teeth all over the floor. Suddenly, a dozen boys behind Zhao Qinxing walked up and looked at Xunyi with evil intentions. Xunyi, on the other hand, firmly protected the two people behind him. The onlookers couldn't help but shook their heads and sighed. Hey, what's wrong with young people? In the end, not only will they be beaten, but they will also lose their jobs. See, if you don't see this, this is what happens to someone who stands out. He's about to be beaten up. You are so stupid. Don't you know how to run? Why are you still standing there stupidly? Oh, this young man is quite nice. He didn't run away in the end and actually protected the two girls behind him. Seeing that a dozen people were about to rush forward, Yi Royun and Su Qingqing said in unison, Stop! If you touch a hair on Xunyi, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." Then two girls stood up and stood in front of Xinyi. A dozen boys stopped immediately when they saw it. Zhao Qinxing immediately said, "You can fight me, but if anything happens, it will be mine." They are not just two ordinary girls. They have no money and no power and dare to threaten me. Wait until I take you down and make you look good. After hearing the order, the younger brother immediately rushed forward. Xinyi protected the two of them behind him, and then immediately made a blocking movement, but still lost to these dozen people. His body was still hit by several punches, but he still didn't retreat. Suddenly, a deep voice shouted from not far away, "His grandma, you all need to take action." Suddenly, a group of people came over in a mighty manner, accompanied by dozens of armed police. Suddenly, the movements in the hands of more than a dozen boys stopped, and they all looked up at these people. Zhao Qinxing saw that the middle-aged man was followed by Ying Jiang, Lu Chun, Yi Feng, and other big names in the scientific research community. Of course, there are some people whom I don't know, such as the middle-aged man who took the lead. Zhao Qinxing immediately ran to the group of people and said to the middle-aged man, "Don't block the way. I still want to say hello to Lu Chun, Yi Feng, Yang Jiang, and other professors and deans." Minister Zhang and others did not pay attention to what Zhao Qinxing said, and a group of people immediately ran to Shun Ye's side to greet him. Minister Zhang looked at Shun Ye nervously. "Shun Ye, are you okay? Is it okay? Do you need to go to the hospital immediately?" Yi Feng suddenly frowned. "These are just scratches and some fist marks. It shouldn't be anything serious." Lu Chun and Yang Jiang also looked at Shun Ye with concern, asking if he was physically injured. Su Qingqing held Shun Ye's arm and said with a distressed look on her face, "Does it hurt? You are so stupid. Why didn't you run away just now? What will you do if I run away?" Shun Ye calmed down for a while and then said to everyone, "Thank you for your concern. I just received a few punches, but my body can still bear it." Minister Zhang breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. At this time, Zhao Qinxing ran over and shouted loudly, "I didn't expect all the professors to be here. But before he could finish speaking, Minister Zhang turned around and slapped him hard on the face. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang in everyone's ears. Zhao Qinxing covered his right face and looked at him in disbelief. The burning pain on his face made him gasp. The melon eaters around looked at him in disbelief. This middle-aged man actually dared to hit Master Zhao. He must be tired of living. Zhao Qinxing pointed at Minister Zhang with an angry look on his face. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I can kill you in a minute." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Minister Zhang slapped his other half in the face again. Suddenly, Zhao Qinxing's face became like a monkey's butt, with both sides becoming red and swollen. Minister Zhang stared at Zhao Qinxing with ill intentions. "Ha, come on. Tell me who you are? Oh, you're done. You're useless." Zhao Qinxing covered his face with anger, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and said viciously, "I am the son of Chairman Zhao, the son of the Independent Technology Star Cluster Company. More than a dozen technology companies across the country are under the control of our Zhao family. Are you scared? I'm telling you it's no use being scared. Unless you kowtow and admit your mistake now, and then cripple your two arms, this matter will not end." If there weren't so many professors watching, Zhao Qinxing would have immediately ordered his men to rush forward and beat the middle-aged man in front of him half to death. Zhao Qinxing seemed to have not noticed that the armed police around Minister Zhang were gradually approaching. Even if they saw it, they would subconsciously think that these armed police were protecting the professors. After all, these professors are the pillars of the country and cannot suffer any accidents. These armed police have nothing to do with this middle-aged man. Minister Zhang sneered. "Your father is Zhao Rui, right? I didn't expect you knew my dad. But so what? Get down on your knees and kowtow to me. There are so many people who know my father. I guess this person is just an ordinary person." Zhao Rui is quite famous in this area. He owns dozens of companies and is quite powerful, so it's not surprising that some people know him. Minister Zhang didn't say anything and just kicked him in the stomach. Zhao Qinxing was kicked out immediately, holding his stomach and saying in pain, "You are looking for death. Come on." Chapter 72. Kowtow and admit mistakes, seeking forgiveness. In an instant, more than a dozen young men rushed forward, but as soon as they made any move, they were caught by the armed police nearby and pinned to the ground. Zhao Qinxing looked at them in confusion. Aren't these armed police officers here to protect the professors? Why would he protect this middle-aged man? And he seemed to obey the orders of the man in front of him. Minister Jiang looked down at Zhao Qinxing. Do you know who you just hit? Do you know what the consequences are? Who? He's just a university teacher. What consequences could there be? You'll know soon enough. Scare me? I'm not scared. When I go back this time, I will definitely make you pay. Zhao Qinxing didn't care about these armed police at all. After all, his family was rich and powerful. Even if they were put in, he would be out in the next second. Minister Jiang then walked to the side, took out his phone, and dialed a number. After the call was connected, he said, "Hello, is this Zhao Rui? I'm the Minister of the National Security Department. You can call me Minister Jiang." The man on the other end of the phone was shocked when he heard that it was the Minister of National Security. Then he said flatteringly, "It's Minister Jiang. What do you want to talk to me about?" Minister Jiang sneered. "Your son performed well, very well, and brought honor to you and your company." However, the more Minister Jiang said this, the more nervous Zhao Rui became, and even a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Zhao Rui knew too well what kind of character his son had. Coupled with Minister Zhang's tone, his hands trembled a little, and he said in a trembling voice, "Minister Jiang, was it my son who bumped into you? Then I apologize to you now. Just tell me what punishment you want. I can bear it." Minister Jiang said in a deep voice, "Haha, if it was just this, I wouldn't have called you. At most I can help you educate your son." But your son hit someone. He hit someone who shouldn't be hit. He hit a national treasure-level talent, a national strategic talent, and a national technical talent. What do you think we should do when we beat a talented person who has made great contributions to the country? Minister Zhang's voice became colder and colder at the end, and a surge of anger burst out from the bottom of his heart. If something happened to Xinyi, Zhao Rui's company would not need to be closed down, and his son would definitely go to jail. Zhao Rui's voice suddenly stuttered after hearing this. Is that comrade okay? You must know that after a national treasure-level scientist was killed by a few gangsters, the economic development of that area went backwards. Various resources in that area were canceled, and the city was suddenly transformed from a second-tier city to a fourth-tier city. This shows how much the country values talent. If anything happens to that person, his company will take him down if it says so, and he won't be able to save his son either. He will definitely go to jail. Minister Jiang smiled coldly. If that comrade had something to do, he would not have called you, but would have notified you to go to the National Security Department. Zhao Rui listened to every word Minister Jiang said, and finally took a deep breath, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Zhao Rui immediately responded and said, "I am willing to donate 7 billion to the country as research and development funds, and another 5 billion to the country as military expenses. And I will prepare a special gift for that comrade." The company founded by Zhao Rui still has some strength. Its own cash flow is tens of billions. 12 billion was lost all at once, and his company has already suffered serious damage. But there was no other way. He had to clean up the mess for his bastard son. After all, he was the only son in the Zhao family, and nothing could happen to him. Zhao Rui then said, "Minister Jiang." But before he could finish, Minister Jiang hung up the phone. Zhao Rui immediately let out a breath of air. It seemed that the matter was over. However, before he could catch his breath, another call came in, and the person on the line was Yifeng. Zhao Rui did not dare to neglect and answer the phone again. "Zhao Rui, from today onwards your technology company will not have any transactions with our National Defense University, and we will no longer conduct joint research and development." Before Zhao Rui could say anything, Yifeng hung up the phone, obviously having made up his mind and unable to change it. Not long after, several more calls came in, and the people on the phone were Ying Jiang, Lu Chun, and other professors or deans. The purpose of the calls was to cancel cooperation and joint research and development, demand the termination of all cooperation, and no longer provide any technology. Such an initiative is a serious blow to a technology company, considering that many technology companies are located next to universities. The main purpose is to attract talents, develop innovative technologies, and let some universities provide technology. However, this move dealt a heavy blow to Zhao Rui's company, and many universities have clearly terminated cooperation. It was at this time that Zhao Rui finally realized how much trouble his son had caused. It could be said that more than a dozen of his companies were punished with devastating consequences. Zhao Rui then called his son, and the first thing he said was, "You little bastard, I'll break your legs when you get back. You've offended people outside without even knowing it. I think you've had enough of living. Don't even think about going out for the next few months. Go home and stay at home. Look how I'll deal with you when you come back. Come back here right now, you loser." He briefly explained the whole story, then hung up the phone angrily, yelling the whole time. On the other side, after Zhao Qinxing received a call from his father and learned about the company's current situation, he was stunned. How so? Is it because I offended this middle-aged man in front of me that my company ended up like this? No, I must be forgiven. Otherwise, my dad will beat me to death when I get home, and I will be locked up for a few months. It's scary to think about it. Zhao Qinxing immediately ran to Minister Jiang and knelt down, barely squeezing out a few tears. Brother, you have a lot of trouble. Please forgive me. I shouldn't have bumped into you. I deserved it. I'm sorry for you. As long as you forgive me, you can do whatever you want. Minister Jiang looked at him indifferently, then pointed in the direction of Shunyi and said, The person you want to forgive is not me. You are kneeling to the wrong person. Ha! Zhao Qinxing suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but he didn't care so much at the moment, and then came to kneel down in front of Shunyi and the other three. Then he kowtowed and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Please forgive me. Please don't sanction my company. Please be noble. If you ask for anything, I will definitely agree to it. I will definitely satisfy you. At this moment, Zhao Qinxing felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he should not have come here, let alone asked anyone to come over. But it's all too late. Only by obtaining the forgiveness of these people can the family company perhaps recover some of its losses. Chapter 73, National Preliminary. The crowd around looked at this scene in disbelief, saying, Oh my God, am I dazzled? The young master of the Zhao family actually knelt in front of that person. Who was that person? How could he make the young master of the Zhao family kneel in front of him? It's really unexpected. Who is that boy? He's really amazing. No wonder he remained calm and stood there in the face of danger. No wonder I was so confident standing there just now. It turns out I have the strength to make young master Zhao kneel down. Wow, what that boy did to protect the girl just now was so cool. I really want to marry a boy like that. The tone of the onlookers changed one after another, and everyone looked at Shunyi with admiration, which was completely opposite to the previous mocking scene. Shunyi watched this scene indifferently. If he hadn't rushed up just now, Yi Royun would have been bullied by this guy. This kind of rich second generation who bullies others does not deserve sympathy at all. The two girls next to him disagreed after hearing this. Su Qingqing said excitedly, I said if you dare to touch a hair on Xinye's body, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. I'm telling you, this isn't over yet. Su Qingqing was a little excited. These people dared to attack Xinyi, and they must pay the price. Yi Royun held the incense in her hands and looked coldly at Zhao Qinxing, who was kneeling on the ground. A scum like you must be punished. If an ordinary person had encountered this kind of thing just now, he would probably have been killed by Zhao Qinxing. If he met a strong-willed woman, Zhao Qinxing might do something reckless. This kind of scum of society must be severely punished. Soon after, Minister Jiang waved his hand and ordered, Take these people away and punish them uniformly. This person named Zhao Qinxing, notify his family to come. These people were then taken away by the armed police, and the remaining armed police set up a cordon around them to prevent anyone from approaching. Minister Jiang couldn't help but feel a headache. He thought that there wouldn't be many people coming to a remote place like Chifeng Villa, but he didn't expect it to attract some people's attention. I wanted to keep a low profile. After these people were taken away, Su Qingqing asked carefully, Is what you just said true? I felt like I had lost something, as if someone had taken it away from me. It was very uncomfortable, and I even had the urge to cry. Yi Royun turned around and asked, What's true? You two are together, and you will get the certificate soon. Of course it's a lie. I'm just looking for an excuse to make that guy give up and leave quickly. Who knows that guy is so shameless that he won't leave. Su Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief when she heard it and patted her chest. Fortunately, it was fake, and she felt a little lucky in her heart. The mood swings just now were too intense. There were grievances, sadness, anger, and happiness all because of Xinyi. Only then did Su Qingqing finally realize how important Xinyi was in her heart. After spending time together day and night, Su Qingqing had developed a vague feeling for Xinyi. Yi Royun asked Su Qingqing with some confusion, By the way, how come professors and deans from various universities and even Minister Jiang are here? You'll know later. It's a good thing anyway. Ying Jiang looked on with a smile. You young people can't just talk. We are still here. Why don't you invite us in to sit for a while? Xinyi smiled and said to everyone, Seniors, please come in. Then dozens of people walked into the villa under the leadership of Xinyi. Xinyi then said to everyone, Seniors, You are here probably because you want to ask about the chip. There's no rush. I'll give you the reward first. Minister Jiang then took out several exquisite boxes and a special card from his pocket. After opening the box, he introduced, the awards are first prize, National Natural Science Award, National Technological Invention Award, National Science and Technology Progress Award. There is also a bonus of 50 million yuan. 3 shining golden medals appeared in front of everyone. The first person who was surprised was Yi Royun, who looked at the scene in disbelief. Oh my god, these 3 medals have relatively high honors in the country. Who is this for? Is it for Xunyi? Minister Zhang turned to Yi Royun and nodded, then handed these 3 exquisite boxes to Xunyi. Suddenly, the scientific research leaders around them applauded and exclaimed, "You are so young and promising. To receive such an honor at such a young age, your future achievements are limitless. Before I came here, I thought it was an old man of my generation, but I didn't expect it was this young man. It's really great. The more I look at this young man, the more I like him. He's so good. Oh, it would be great if this was a teacher in my school." Yi Royun really didn't expect that Xunyi would be praised by so many scientific research leaders. What on earth did he do? Why did you receive such a high honor? These doubts filled her heart. Several professors even came over and asked Xunyi, "How old is this young man? Are you married? Do you have someone you like, young man? My daughter is about the same age as you. Do you want to consider it? Look at this photo. Young man, take a look. This is a photo of my best friend. She is also a teacher at the National Defense University, and she is also a great beauty. Do you want to consider it?" When Mr. Yi saw it, he immediately stood up and pointed at these old guys. Okay. Xunyi hasn't said anything yet. Why are you so anxious? Xunyi is an outstanding teacher at our National Defense University. He has signed a contract and will teach at the National Defense University for the next few years. These old guys still want to rob people in front of me? What a beautiful thought. Don't think I don't know what they are thinking. Other professors and vice deans couldn't help but feel angry after hearing this. They heard that this young man was discovered by Mr. Yi. If they had known that there would be such a mentoring opportunity, they would have rushed to get it. Su Qingqing looked at Xunyi nervously, clenching her hands involuntarily. Yi Royun saw the professor introducing people to him one after another, and she didn't know why she felt a little nervous. Xunyi suddenly felt a little embarrassed when asked, "I don't have a partner yet. I am 24 years old." Minister Zhang gave a helpless smile and shook his head. "Okay, professors and vice deans, please stop for a moment." The professors and deputy deans no longer spoke, but stared at Xunyi from time to time. They were very quick-thinking and tried every means to bring Xunyi to their school. Since Xunyi signed a contract, at worst he could break the contract and they would just pay the liquidated damages. If it doesn't work, isn't Xunyi still single? This is easy to handle. Most of the female teachers in these universities are single. Then pick a few good ones and mix them together. Maybe you can succeed. Minister Zhang didn't know what to say to these professors, so he went straight to the point. "Xunyi, you have already experienced the scientific and technological exchange team sent by Yingjiang, right? The technological and military competition between the 2 countries is about to begin, and some other countries may also participate. Now we are going to conduct a nationwide screening, starting from various universities to screen young scientific researchers and scientific research teachers. The first primary election has already been held in your school, and then the second primary election will be held. In order to prepare for this competition, Minister Zhang spent a lot of thought. After all, this game is related to the scientific and technological strength of Long Guo and Yingjiang. Now the country is competing for technology. This game is also related to the allocation rights and allocation quotas of various resources. After all, there are only so many resources in the world. If you want to get a share of the pie, you must rely on your strength. Chapter 74. Is the photolithography machine produced? Shan Ye no dit aside. He won first place in the science and technology competition in the school's primary election. Su Qingqing was second, and Yi Royun was seventh. Minister Zhang said from the side, "This pre-selection will select scientific and technological talents in various regions, and each region is responsible for different scientific and technological research directions. In a few days, a lottery will be held for a regional science and technology research direction." Xunyi and the other 3 young people were digesting this information. Su Qingqing then said to Mr. Yi, "Vice President Yi, can I directly participate in this scientific research competition using my internal recommendation qualifications?" Su Qingqing wants to participate in this competition. The main purpose is to broaden her horizons and learn more about science and technology. Another reason is to stay with Shun Yi. Mr. Yi said directly. Yes, you can completely skip the preliminaries. You can participate with Shun Yi when the time comes. Mr. Yi knew that Su Qingqing and Shun Yi had exchanged rewards, and the school also agreed. After Minister Zhang finished speaking, a group of professors rushed up to surround Shun Yi, and then they started to ask questions. Shun Yi, how on earth did you make that nanophotonic chip? Obviously, you have not done any research on nanophotonic chips. Why did you suddenly develop them? I'm more curious. How do you transform conceptual technology products into substantive products? How do you overcome this process? Our country is now facing a comprehensive technological blockade by Ying Jiang and other major powers. Where did you learn this technology? Are you self-taught? These professors, deans, and other figures are eager to seek answers one by one, as if they are like students thirsty for knowledge. After hearing the professor's doubts, Yi Royun looked at Shun Yi in shock. From the professor's questions, it was easy to see that Shun Yi had already created a nanophotonic chip. Even if her scientific research direction is not in this field, she has heard how difficult it is to manufacture nanophotonic chips. It is simply a technological product that cannot be developed and produced. Yi Royun was also immediately attracted to Shun Yi. How could he even be involved in chips? How many scientific research fields has he been involved in? Shun Yi waved his hand and said to the professors, "Professors, come one by one. Let me first talk about the concept of nanophotonic chips. Nanophotonic chip is an advanced technology that uses nanoscale photonic devices for information transmission and processing. It has the advantages of high integration, fast speed, and low energy consumption." Shun Ye's tone paused, and the professors were eager to ask more questions. Professor Ying Jiang couldn't help but ask, how to achieve this technology? How to practice it? Shun Yi finally began to explain the principle. Using atomic arrays and nanophotonics integrated chip platforms, combining atomic arrays with up to 64 optical tweezers with millimeter-scale photonic chips housing more than 100 nanophotonic cavities. Topological nanophotonic devices. Ying Jiang suddenly understood after listening to the explanation, and then continued to ask detailed questions. Although we know some concepts, what is the specific function? Shun Yi found a tablet and started typing and drawing on it. The successful breakthrough of photonic chips is expected to solve the bottleneck problems faced by electronic chips in terms of performance, power consumption, and computing speed. A new approach to fabricating high-performance, ultra-fast lasers on nanophotonic chips. This technology points the way toward the eventual development of quantum optical processors operating at terahertz clock rates. Then many professors kept asking questions, wanting to know more about the role and technology of nanophotonic chips. Yi Royun was shocked as she watched this scene from the side. She didn't expect that so many professors from the Scientific Research Institute were humbly asking for advice. Shun Yi only explained it for 2 or 3 hours, and these professors understood it roughly. They were worthy of being professors. They understood these brand new concepts and quickly absorbed them. Yi Royun and Su Qingqing were also listening humbly, unable to speak at all in front of the big bosses. After the explanation, there was a burst of violent applause. Today's young people are so amazing. It's like the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. We old guys can retire when we are no longer useful. From now on, the world will be a stage for young people. Haha. I didn't expect Xiaoye to have such a thorough understanding of the field of nanochips. I really admire her. I think Xiaoye can become an academic expert. Everyone admired this junior very much. He had such nanotechnology under the age of 30. They couldn't imagine what level Shun Yi would reach in the field of scientific research in the future. Shun Yi scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. The seniors are above the juniors. You are all experts in various fields of science and technology. This junior cannot bear the title of academic master in front of you. The more everyone looked at this junior, the more satisfied they became. Not only was he outstanding in ability, but he was also humble and polite. The most important thing is a strong patriotism, which is really hard to desire. Their thoughts became active again, and they wanted to drag Shun Yi to them more and more. Mr. Yi immediately sighed. Alas, although Xiaoye has mastered this technology and shared it with the country, it is too difficult to make. We have been looking for ways to make photolithography machines, but the technology of photolithography machines and various materials have been blocked by Yingjiang. If you want to produce qualified semiconductor nanochips, they must be produced by a photolithography machine. But before, Yingjiang increased its efforts to target Long Guo even more, imposing stronger sanctions in the fields of science and technology and economy. Therefore, Long Guo is currently making slow progress in the field of lithography machines and is still a long way from being able to produce them. It is estimated that it will take more than 30 years of research and development to produce a photolithography machine. After hearing this, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Yes, although we have the technology to make nanophotonic chips, I don't have a professional lithography machine. It was the Eagles who instigated the technological blockade. Now many countries are imposing blockades on us, especially the country where He Lai made the most advanced lithography machines, which is also imposing sanctions and suppressing us. The damn Eagle sauce has been targeting our dragon country, causing our current technological progress in all areas to be slow. Many high-end technological fields are not as good as those of foreign countries. Not only that, this damn guy, Eagle sauce, keeps using various methods to seduce our young researchers. Many of them can't stand the test. In any case, developing lithography machines is our most important thing now. Semiconductor chips are needed in many fields. Lithography machines are the best equipment for making semiconductor chips. Faced with such a predicament, everyone can't help but feel sad. The current Dragon Kingdom is too difficult, and the development of science and technology is too slow. We can't develop for more than 100 years. We need to develop science and technology, economy, and military. The Dragon Kingdom has developed very well to the present point. What if I have already conquered this aspect? Chapter 75 Witness. Suddenly, everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. It was what Xunyi said. Everyone looked at Xunyi with strange expressions. How could the lithography machine be manufactured just as soon as it was said to be manufactured? Yi Royun immediately came to Xunyi and tugged on the corner of his clothes. What did you say? Stop talking nonsense. How could you have made it? The lithography machine is the most sophisticated equipment in the world. The technology of the lithography machine is extremely complex and involves multiple disciplines such as optics, precision machinery, electronics, and materials science. It is extremely difficult to manufacture high-end lithography machines. Only a few companies in the world can manufacture them. Among them, Holai's AS company is the most famous lithography machine manufacturer on the market. The EUV, extreme ultraviolet lithography machines it produces can achieve extremely small process nodes, and the accuracy can reach the nanometer level. Xunyi looked at everyone's disbelief and suddenly felt helpless. It's true, I really made a photolithography machine. And the nanophotonic chip comes from the photolithography machine made by myself. Everyone still didn't believe it. After all, Xunyi was already very good at mastering nanophotonic chip technology at such a young age. How could he possibly make a photolithography machine? It takes a lot of effort to make a photolithography machine. It is impossible to make a photolithography machine by one person. Mr. Yi frowned. Xiaoye, please don't speak arrogantly or tell lies. We know that you have mastered nanophotonic chip technology, but it does not mean that you can make a photolithography machine. Although Mr. Yi knew that Xunyi had made many achievements in many scientific and technological fields and had high research skills. But Xunyi's research direction is not in the field of lithography machines. It can be said that Xunyi doesn't understand this field at all. In his opinion, it is remarkable to be able to master so many technologies in his early 20s. It is no longer possible to allocate more time and energy to study other directions. Everyone also said with disbelief. It took a whole country and several years to make the lithography machine. How could it be possible that you could just make it as soon as you asked? Xunyi, young people must be self-aware. Although chips and lithography machines are related to a certain extent, they are not the same field at all. It's good for young people to have pursuits, but don't pursue them blindly. Su Qingqing smiled and said nothing, taking in this scene. She knows best. She didn't believe it at first, but after seeing it, she was immediately impressed by Shun Ye's skills. Xunyi smiled bitterly. Although this thing seems ridiculous to you, it has indeed been produced. I made it all by myself. This photolithography machine was originally going to be discussed in more detail with Suzy Yuan to see how to deal with it. But it doesn't matter if it is exposed now. It can be studied by various professors. Everyone didn't believe it when they heard it. Made it independently? Even more ridiculous. If there is a professional technical team behind it, they will believe it, but it is absolutely impossible for one person to produce it. Xunyi then said to everyone, Qingqing, show the photos to the professors. Su Qingqing then took out her mobile phone and displayed the photo of the lithography machine on it. The professors and deputy deans looked over one by one, and it looked like it was indeed a photolithography machine. But no one knows who made it. Maybe this picture comes from abroad? And this picture only shows the tip of the iceberg of the lithography machine, not the complete picture. It just looks similar. No one knows whether it is a photolithography machine or not. Everyone suddenly became a little interested. Xinyi, why don't you show us P's photo? The sophistication of this machine has exceeded the domestic technical scope. Judging from the photos, this photolithography machine is very advanced. It can probably be compared with Eli's optical technology, but after all, I haven't seen the real thing. Everyone questioned again, but still didn't believe it. Su Qingqing finally stood up and said, "The photos I took are all real, and this photolithography machine was really independently manufactured by Xinyi. I can totally prove that." Yi Royan came to Su Qingqing's side and asked doubtfully, "Xiao Qing, have you been with Xinyi for too long? How come you have learned to talk nonsense?" Yi Royan was a little confused about what happened to her best friend. How could such a ridiculous thing be used to testify for Xinyi? Su Qingqing naturally knew what she was thinking. "I really didn't lie. I witnessed it with my own eyes. I didn't fake this photo either." The professors looked at each other doubtfully and had absurd thoughts in their minds. Minister Zhang suddenly said in a deep voice, "Xinyi, have you really made it?" Minister Zhang thought that Xinyi was so excited after receiving these honors. A lithography machine is not a remote control toy. It requires at least 100,000 parts, not to mention a series of complicated steps such as research, development, manufacturing, assembly, and testing. Xinyi shook his head and said, "I'm serious. I thought the country's current technological situation was pretty good, but I didn't expect it has become so difficult." Minister Zhang pondered for a while and then said, "Xinyi, a lithography machine contains a lot of things. Lithography machines can be used for various purposes such as civilian use, military use, scientific research and development, and can also be used for reference. The most important thing is that if it is true, then this attack machine will become the country's first photolithography machine. Do you know what this concept is?" Everyone was stunned when they heard it, yes. If true, this will be the country's first lithography machine, which is of great significance. Xinyi said with firm eyes, "If you still don't believe it, then come with me." Then everyone followed Xunye's footsteps to Su Qingqing's laboratory. Everyone also wanted to see if Xinyi had made a photolithography machine, although the probability of this possibility was only 1 in 10,000. Many professors are still very interested in this matter. Ying Jiang secretly asked Mr. Yi, "You have more contact with Xinyi. Do you think Xinyi has really made a lithography machine?" Mr. Yi shook his head. It was unlikely that Xinyi could make a photolithography machine. But this thing is too strange. Since it is impossible to make a photolithography machine, why did he say that it was made? Xinyi doesn't look like a liar. He has never lied to us. What is the purpose of doing this? Ying Jiang said to himself, "That's strange. Do you think it's possible to actually make it? Even if it's 1 in 10,000. Mr. Yi was stunned when he heard this, 1 in 10,000. Judging from what happened to Xinyi, many incredible things happened to him. Could it be? The laboratory was not far from Qifeng Villa. Everyone arrived quickly, and the door to the laboratory was soon opened. Chapter 76, 10 times salary. A huge precision machine appeared in front of everyone, and everyone looked at the machine in surprise. Everyone except Xinyi and Su Qingqing were shocked on the spot, looking at the machine in trance. No words could express the shock in their hearts at this moment. Xinyi had really made a photolithography machine. The basic structure of the machine in front of me is completely consistent with the framework of the lithography machine, but there are some slight differences. It wasn't until Xinyi called them over that they paused for a while before reacting. Immediately, they rushed in like a swarm of swarms, constantly rotating around the lithography machine, constantly pushing and observing every component carefully. These professors and deans expressed admiration from time to time and gently touched the lithography machine with their hands. Some professors knew about photolithography machines, so they started to operate them. After some inspections, there were no problems. And after passing the test, the performance of this lithography machine is better than that of foreign lithography machines. Some specific data of the lithography machine still need to wait for them to conduct a series of studies. After a while, everyone stopped watching. Many professors were once again impressed by Xinyi and admired them from the bottom of their hearts. The scene burst in a thunderous applause, and a series of praises came out of their mouths. I didn't expect Xinyi to be involved in the field of lithography machines. I really admire him. I didn't expect that my country's first lithography machine would be made by Xinyi, and it was created independently. If this was announced, it would shock the world. Oh my God! I developed a lithography machine by myself at the age of 24. Is this something that humans can achieve? Minister Jiang spoke with some embarrassment. Xinyi, can this lithography machine be loaned to the country? After all, our country is in great need of this lithography machine. Before Minister Jiang could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Xinyi. Xinyi said directly without any hesitation. Minister Jiang, I don't plan to keep this lithography machine. It was originally given to Su Ziyuan, but you can share it with Su Ziyuan. And I will also contribute the technology of making photolithography machines without reservation. After hearing this, Minister Jiang immediately made a decision in his heart. Nothing could happen to Xinyi no matter what. He immediately suggested, Xinyi, I am going to send people to protect you secretly. Don't worry, they are all special forces in the army. Of course, it shouldn't be necessary in China. Just do a good job of preventing information leakage. It will be arranged when you go to Yingjiang. Xinyi nodded and said nothing more. Many professors were in awe after hearing what Xinyi said. Such important technology was donated to the country without hesitation. He is truly a role model for young people and a role model for the scientific research community. These professors and deans admired Xun Yi more and more from the bottom of their hearts and wished they could get over to them right away. This young man is so outstanding. He is so outstanding in the field of scientific research and patriotism that it is difficult to find any problems. If these technologies are sent abroad, Xinyi will be carefree in his life. But he didn't do that. He didn't even apply for a patent, and he contributed it directly to the country without any interest in it. Ask yourself, would you do this if you were one of their students? They were not sure. At least Xinyi had achieved this. Yang Jiang looked at Xinyi and made a request. I have decided to invite you on behalf of the school to become an honorary teacher of our school. Xinyi, do you accept? With a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, you can use any of our school's laboratories, scientific research materials, and technical documents for free. Many professors also reacted immediately and shouted, Xinyi, our Qingbei University also invites you to become an honorary teacher of our school. You will receive a salary of 20,000 yuan per month, and you can use all the equipment of our school at will. We at Huazhong University also invite. Our engineering university also invites you. All the professors and deans present extended their olive branches to Xinyi. All they needed was Shun Ye's name. You can receive your salary for free, and you can also use the laboratories, experimental equipment, and many other benefits of each school for free. Mr. Yi suddenly became unhappy. What do you mean? The technological products produced by Xinyi are also the honor of our school. If your school's name is on it, doesn't it also belong to you? How can that be done? And this will increase the risk of exposing Shun Ye's identity. At worst, I have decided to increase Shun Ye's salary and benefits tenfold. Originally, Shun Ye's salary at the National Defense University was only 7,000 yuan a month, but if it increased tenfold, it would be 70,000 yuan. The professors and deans present felt disgusted when they saw this old fox, but they all said, we will hide the outstanding honorary teachers. Yi Feng, you are too stingy. At worst, we can just treat it as support. The reputation of the technology developed by Xinyi can belong to the National Defense University. Many professors gave in one after another, and Xinyi wanted to have a name in their school no matter what. Yi Feng nodded slightly after hearing this. That's enough. Otherwise, why would I have dragged Xinyi into the National Defense University so hard? Don't you just be prepared for this day? Anyway, these old foxes snatch people away. Xinyi smiled helplessly, waved his hands and said, okay, professors and deans, I just agree. There is no need for them all to come up and be so close. It seemed as if I was going to be snatched away by them in the next second. After hearing Xinyi say this, everyone retreated. Immediately afterwards, Xinyi stored the technology of nanophotonic chips and lithography machines in a USB flash drive and handed it to Minister Jiang personally. Minister Jiang took it solemnly, held it preciously in his arms, and then left here immediately. He wanted to preserve this technology. Next, we will continue to conduct discussions and research when we go back, and we will also undertake technical exchanges with professors, striving to develop photolithography machines and nanophotonic chips as soon as possible. Finally, I still have to find a way to transport this photolithography machine back and explain it to Su Ziyuan. Then Xinyi discussed lithography machine and other technologies with professors and deans. Su Qingqing and Yi Royun, on the other hand, were completely speechless and could only listen to their discussion obediently and learn humbly. Soon it was dark, and the professors and deans had already left the laboratory and gone back. After they left, Yi Royun immediately came to Xinyi and asked, "Xinyi, how come you have so many skills? And the research aspect is still very high-end, and the technologies of chips and photolithography machines are not mature at all. Where did you learn that?" Xinyi stroked his chin with his left hand and held his right hand behind his back, looking enigmatic. "You want to know? Nonsense. It seems that my secret is about to be exposed, and my cards are shown. I won't pretend anymore. I'm Moggins." Yi Royun and Su Qingqing were speechless and complained in unison. "What a genius, idiot!" Chapter 77. Come to apologize. At this moment, in a luxurious villa, Zhao Rui frowned and slowly blew out a smoke ring. Zhao Qingqing was kneeling in front of him and had been led out of the police station. Zhao Rui said in a cold voice, "Do you know who you provoked this time?" Cold sweat was pouring from Zhao Qingqing's forehead at this moment, and there was a stream of blood flowing on the ground. It was obvious that his legs had been broken. He said tremblingly, "A teacher from the National Defense University." "Teacher?" Zhao Rui slapped him in the face with his backhand and roared, "Do you think that person's identity is really that simple? You little bastard. Do you know how much trouble you have caused me?" Zhao Rui immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body trembled slightly under his father's anger. "My father has never hit me since I was a child. I didn't expect that this incident would make him so angry." Zhao Rui started to shout angrily again. "Do you know how much damage the company has suffered? Do you know how much damage the dozen or so companies under it have suffered? Isn't it just terminating the contracts with those professors and universities? At worst, we could just find other researchers." Zhao Rui was furious when he heard this and kicked him in the chest. "You idiot! Did you know that two parties called me? Do you know who they were?" Zhao Qingqing was immediately kicked to the ground. Zhao Rui thought of the person on the other end of the phone and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The Yi family, one of the four major families in Beijing, and the big boss of Beijing's technology and business. In front of these two big guys, crushing us is just like crushing an ant. We lost tens of billions in one fell swoop. Everyone says you're a bastard. Moreover, Zhao Rui has already investigated it clearly, and even the bastard went to harass a female teacher at the National Defense University, but ended up hitting a hard wall. The company paid a heavy price. Zhao Rui said in a deep voice, "If you can't control the thing down there anymore, then forget it. Don't let me go out for these few months. Just stay at home. And if you dare to harass others again, don't blame me for being heartless." At this time, Zhao Rui was already planning to have a second child, and his son was already considered useless. But the most important thing now is to come to apologize and prepare a unique gift. I heard that the man was a scientific research teacher at the National Defense University, so he had to do what he wanted. It just so happened that Zhao Rui recently received a piece of scientific research materials from abroad, and they were very precious scientific research materials. Zhao Rui kicked Zhao Qingqing next to him. "You come with me tomorrow." Xinyi was in his room, typing on the keyboard and deciphering a document. The computer display shows the cracking progress: 11%, 23%, 43%, 88%. However, Xinyi did not continue to crack it because he found that this document had a self-destruct program mode. Now we are about to come into contact with the self-destruct program, and we have to stop for a few days before we can continue to crack it. If you insist on cracking it, all the information in the document will disappear, and in the end, all your efforts will be in vain. Fortunately, he finally noticed the self-destruction program. This program was so perfectly concealed that if Xinyi hadn't been careful enough, he would have almost missed it. I had no choice but to stop deciphering this top-secret document from Eagle Sauce. He continued to browse the top-secret scientific and technological documents of the National Defense University. Xinyi was surrounded by various scientific books, technical books, scientific research books, literature, documents. Since receiving the double energy recovery reward from the system, Xinyi has been studying day and night. Just sleeping for a short time every day can replenish energy. The whole person's energy are also very good, and the body does not show any signs of weakness at all. This reward is only for 1 month, so you have to make full use of it. Early the next morning, Xinyi and Yi Royin were woken up by a knock on the door. The two of them went downstairs and opened the door. Suddenly, he saw a strange middle-aged man and Zhao Qinxing on crutches. Zhao Rui kicked Zhao Qinxing. "You bastard, why don't you kneel down?" Kneel down and apologize to Teacher Yi and Teacher Shun. With a click, Zhao Qinxing threw away the crutches and knelt down. At this moment, his face and body were covered with gauze. Obviously, he suffered a severe beating yesterday, but he still felt a little unwilling. Seeing this scene, Yi Royun sneered. "Huh? Is this a trick? It's not necessary at all. We never want to see this guy again." Zhao Rui immediately laughed. No problem. I promise this guy will never appear in front of you again. I've already taught this guy a lesson." Xinyi looked up at the middle-aged man and asked, "Who are you?" "I am this bastard's father. My name is Zhao Rui. I am the chairman of Independent Technology Star Company. I am very sorry for my son's behavior. I came here specifically to apologize and prepared some gifts." After speaking, Zhao Rui took out a large box of boxes from the car, carried it with some difficulty, and then introduced. "There are high-performance fiber aramid 1414, as well as chopped carbon fiber, special alloy material superposition, and epoxy resin formula materials. I have prepared dozens of different materials. I hope you can accept them." Zhao Rui started to say again with a smile on his face. "If you two haven't calmed down yet, this evil obstacle is here. Let you two fight and scold, and never fight back." Yi Royin glanced at him in disgust and pursed her lips. "I feel sick when I see him now. Let him go. Did you hear that? Get out of here." Immediately afterwards, Zhao Qinxing immediately picked up the crutches on the ground and walked out without hesitation. Xinyi thought for a while and then nodded to accept the gift. Some of the materials inside were quite precious and not easy to find. "I'll probably use it for future research and development, so it's better to keep it." Zhao Qinxing saw Xinyi accepting the gift and immediately thanked him. "Thank you, Teacher Shin, for being so magnanimous and forgiving such a bastard. Don't worry, I won't let him appear in front of you after this time. I will definitely educate him well after I go back. By the way, there is also this bank card with 200 million in it. I hope you can accept it." Xinyi shook his head, not wanting to accept the money. But the next moment, Yi Royin quickly took the bank card from Zhao Rui's hand. "Don't give it for free. This is 200 million. Hurry up and collect it." Yi Royun then forced the bank card into Xinyi's pocket. When Zhao Rui saw that all his gifts were accepted, he left with satisfaction. Xinyi looked at Yi Royun and said, "Don't you want the money in this? There are also these materials." No. I'll give it all to you, just as a reward for helping me that day." At the National Defense University's Science and Technology competition that day, Xinyi directly gave Yi Royun a high-frequency ion vibration knife, which directly helped her win 7th place. After Yi Royun finished speaking, she sat at the dining table and said, "Hurry up and cook for me. I'm hungry." Chapter 78, Joint Research and Exchange. 2 days later, Xinyi received a message on his mobile phone, which was from Mr. Yi. "The direction of researching technological products in this area has come out, including superconducting levitation, superconducting temperature, radar, intelligent machines, mechas. By the way, there is also a list of people participating in the pre-selection competition. Liu Zhais, Yingjiang's postdoctoral fellow, returned from studying abroad and majored in the field of radar. He served as an intern assistant in Yingjiang's famous laboratory. By Qingxiu." Of course, there were also some lists of other personnel. Xinyi didn't look at them more, just took a cursory glance. The final message was marked as follows. A detailed discussion of the competition agenda will be held at Qingbei University in the afternoon, and everyone must arrive. Ding, the mission is released. If you successfully produce a LiDAR and win first place in this pre-selection competition, you will receive 60% of the blueprints for the lightweight, soft, rollable concealment stab-proof suit. It takes 3 days, otherwise it will be invalid. Xinyi was stunned when he heard the sound of the mechanical squad in his mind, and then called the system. "Analyze the laser radar drawings for me. The time required to parse the LiDAR drawing is 120 hours. Do you want to parse it?" Xinyi then clicked to confirm. The analysis actually took 5 days. It seemed that he had to study this knowledge day and night again. Of course, you can also communicate and discuss, which can also speed up the analysis time. However, he still had some doubts in his mind. Wasn't there a blueprint for a lightweight, soft, rollable concealment stab-proof suit in the system? Call the system again. Explain to me the drawings of the lightweight, soft, rollable, stab-proof armor. Ding, it has been blocked, and the host needs to complete the task before it can be unblocked. Damn, This system is so stupid. As soon as Shun Yi came downstairs, he saw Yi Royun and Su Qingqing waiting for him. It seems that they also received the message and happened to go together. Then the three of them went to Qingbei University. According to the information, they came to the super large new media classroom in Qingbei University. The three of them casually found a seat at the back and sat down, but they still attracted some people's attention. After all, two stunning beauties were sitting next to each other, and it was difficult to move without attracting attention. Standing on the podium in the new media classroom was a deputy dean whom Shun Yi also knew. Lu Chun took the microphone and said to everyone, "It seems that everyone is almost here." Then I glanced at the crowd below. There were about 1,000 people, all of whom were young people. He purposely looked in Shun Ye's direction a few more times. Lu Chun paused. "Then let's communicate with each other first. I, an old guy, will not participate." 2 hours later, we were discussing research quotas and research directions. After all, there are a large number of people participating this time, and science and technology quotas must be allocated. Otherwise, it will lead to a serious deviation in the number of people in the direction of the research topic. The materials approved this time are not enough, so quotas must be allocated. Soon everyone began to gather together to discuss scientific research, technology exchanges, and other aspects. Yi Royun and the other two people gathered in different circles. Shun Yi came to the circle where radar was discussed, which was the so-called circle where a group of people gathered around to discuss together. Shun Yi had also studied radar before, but it was only for military use, and it was only a flying radar, which was a bit one-sided. Now we need to learn all aspects of radar. Several of them talked freely about radar and constantly discussed radar technology and innovation. After hearing this, Shun Yi immediately asked some questions, which were quickly answered by others. Of course, some more basic questions were also raised one after another, and they were all answered here. Then I listened to their conversation humbly and sometimes thought about it in my heart. Among them, Lu Zhai's performed the best. Basically, there was no problem that stumped him, and he kept explaining the relevant techniques to everyone. Lu Zhai said to a doubtful researcher, "Radar technology can not only penetrate some obstacles, but also perform certain diffraction." Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed in this discussion, and everyone returned to their original seats. Lu Chen also stood on the podium again and said to everyone with a serious face, "All those present are young scientific researchers, and they are the backbone of Long Guo's scientific research community in the future. Before that, I would like to say a few words." Suddenly, there was no sound from the audience, and everyone was listening attentively to Vice President Lu's speech, afraid of making any noise and disturbing others. Lu Chen picked up the microphone and said in a heavy tone, "Everyone knows the scientific research situation in our dragon country. It is very difficult and embarrassing. Especially, we have been blocked from technology by the United States. Various technologies are blocked, and various materials are not allowed to be sold to us. They also joined forces with other developed countries to blockade us. A total of 34 countries jointly resisted us and blockaded us in different areas. Especially in the fields of radar, superconductors, and semiconductors, we are under a targeted blockade." Suddenly, several young researchers stood up and said angrily, "We are willing to study the field of radar." Everyone's eyes immediately fell on these people. The two young researchers had determined eyes and were filled with passion. After hearing this, Lu Chen shook his head and said, "You two are research teachers at our Tsinghua and Peking University. I know which research fields you have strengths in. You two are not very compatible in your research directions, and you have a particular shortcoming, which is that you don't have a good grasp of top radar technology and don't understand some new technologies." The two were somewhat unwilling to accept this. Although the fields they were researching were of some help to the country's current priority was to make breakthroughs in scientific and technological fields such as radar and superconductors. Moreover, the country currently has some needs in this regard. After all, radar is a detection system that can detect a lot of intelligence. If a new type of technical radar can be developed, it can completely break some of the current difficult situations facing Dragon Country. Lu Chun then projected a document onto the big screen, and the contents of the document appeared in front of everyone. It shows, the Eagle Sauce Ministry of Defense once again proposed a method of jointly blocking Dragon Country technology. The Joint Defense Minister spoke on it. Given the current international situation, the Dragon Kingdom is destroying world peace. The research on poison gas weapons, cruel weapons, and extremely destructive weapons violates international law. For this, we must make a statement. We must suppress, blockade, and sanction the Dragon Nation no matter what. For world peace and for the people of the world, we must take action. The text and video on the big screen immediately made everyone present angry. This hawk is just talking nonsense and slandering people. These things obviously never happened. When did we research poison gas bomb weapons? We haven't studied those weapons either. This is clearly slander. What is for world peace? What is for the people of the world? It's all bullshit. It's just an excuse to suppress us. It's so abominable. Chapter 79, Allocation of Quotas. The crowd was immediately filled with righteous indignation, and they shouted angrily, "How shameless of the eagle sauce! You can put the blame on us for this." Alas, public opinion is really terrible, and some people abroad are often brainwashed by news from Western countries and other countries, which leads to some misunderstandings about our country. When have we ever destroyed peace? We have always been maintaining peace. It is the eagle sauce that has been destroying peace. Why should we take this shit? This is such a distortion of the facts. What our country did is totally inconsistent with what was shown in the video. The voices of the crowd's discussion grew louder and louder, gradually echoing throughout the classroom. Lu Chun waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and soon everyone calmed down. Lu Chun raised the microphone, glanced at the big screen, and said, "Everyone has seen it. The eagles have lost their dignity in order to curb our technological development. Everyone should also not forget that our motherland was once invaded by various countries because of its backward weapons, technology, and ideas. It's been 100 years, 100 years of humiliation. We must never forget that if we fall behind, we will be beaten. So we must develop and break the technological blockade." Suddenly, there was a burst of applause at the scene. Xinyi has never forgotten that sentence. Dedicate your life to forging swords for the country. Then he stood up suddenly. "Vice President Liu, I am willing to study the direction of radar technology." Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Xinyi standing up, but when he heard the field of research, his heart clicked again. Why not choose his own field of science and technology to study? Xinyi always studies some unfamiliar fields, but Xinyi often gives us some surprises. Lu Chun then nodded and said, "There are 50 places allocated to radar technology this time, and 47 of them have already been allocated. These 47 places have long been reserved, so there are only 5 places this time." Lu Zhai's immediately stood up and retorted, "We can't give him one of the only 3 places." Then he pointed at Xinyi. "Reason?" Lu Chen looked at this top student. Lu Zhai's then said, "During the conversation and joint research just now, Comrade Xinye's understanding of the radar field is very weak, and he doesn't know many theories about radar. From these points, it can be seen that Xinyi is not suitable for studying the field of radar. I feel like this spot is a better fit for me and my friends. The quota is related to research materials. If you do not get the quota, you will not have relevant research materials. And there are only 3 spots available, and there are at least dozens of people competing for them. Lu Zhai's could not guarantee that he would get it. After all, there was a senior who knew the radar field better than him, and that senior was also very young. Moreover, one of Lu Zhai's friends is also studying this field, and he has to fight for a research spot for him. Immediately, everyone who studies the field of radar started talking. I feel it is better to give this spot to Lu Zhai's because he has a deeper understanding of the radar field. I also think this spot should be given to Lu Zhai's. After all, he is a teacher at Qingbei University, although he has just joined teaching. Xinye's understanding of the radar field is really not as good as Lu Zhai's. We have seen the performance of both of them. Everyone knows who is more suitable for research. I also support what Ryu Chi-take said. I think Ryu Chi-take can produce better radar technology works. Whoever produces better scientific and technological works in the field of radar should get the credit. Lu Zhai's has made many achievements in the field of radar, but I have never heard of the name Xinyi. Obviously, everyone present did not believe Xinyi and believed that this spot should be given to Lu Zhai's. After all, he is the leader in this field. Su Qingqing persuaded in a low voice. "Xinyi, why don't you forget it? You don't have to worry about the materials. I can definitely supply them." However, Xinyi shook his head. This quota was more related to the qualifications to participate. If he did not participate, he could only study other scientific research directions, not to mention completing the system's tasks. Xinyi said firmly from the side, "Although my basic knowledge of radar is relatively weak and I don't understand some of the principles, but I will definitely be able to make a better technology radar work, and I will definitely get the first place in this qualifying competition." The others were stunned when they heard it, and then whispered, "Have any of you heard of the name Xinyi? This person is a little overestimating his abilities." "No, I don't seem to be famous, but I dare to say that I can win the first place this time. I am really ignorant and fearless. It seems that I only got a relatively high ranking at the National Defense University. Other than that, I don't have any honors. Have I participated in any national-level scientific research experimental projects? I have heard of the name Lu Zhai's. He has participated in many famous experimental projects and is relatively well-known. This person is a little confused about his position, and he actually said that he can win the first place in this preliminary competition. How is this possible?" Others thought that Xinyi was a bit messy and wanted to create in an unfamiliar scientific research field. Isn't this crazy? Moreover, he was competing with Lu Zhai's for a spot. I don't know what he was thinking. After hearing this, Lu Zhai sneered. "Winning first place this time? Don't talk about you. I'm not sure about it. With your understanding of radar, how can you win first place this time? It's obviously nonsense." In his eyes, Xinyi was just a hot-blooded young researcher from above. He was probably too hot-headed to figure out his position for a while. "So, I am boasting here." Su Qingqing and Yi Royun also looked at Xinyi with some doubts. "This radar field is not Xun Ye's strong point. Why are you competing for this spot? I really don't understand." Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, "I think this spot can be given to Xinyi or Lu Zhai's." However, Lu Zhai's immediately stood up and refuted. "I don't think this spot should be given to Xinyi. He doesn't know much about radar at all, and my friend has a more thorough understanding of the field of radar. I think it should be given to my friend Li Li. He has also been researching radar for many years. He is definitely better than Xinyi, and the technological products he produces must be very good." Li Li stood up immediately and then began to introduce himself. "I am Ying Jiang, who returned from studying abroad. I graduated from the top 10 prestigious universities in the world, NYU University. 研究的领域方向也是雷达领域，曾参加过鹰酱的风洞实验，也有过自己科技的作品." Obviously, Li Li's academic qualifications and resume are very good, and he is very suitable to get this quota to participate in the field of radar research. Chapter 80 Not Recognized. After Li Li finished speaking, he looked proud, overwhelming most of the people present with his experience and academic qualifications. Not to mention the unknown Xinyi, the only spot left this time is definitely his. Lu Chun frowned and thought for a while and slowly said, "Xinyi, how about you give up researching the technological field of radar and give up your place to Li Li?" Lu Chun didn't know what Xinyi was thinking, so why did he grab this spot? Studying other areas of technology that you excel at will absolutely crush everyone else. Although he knew that Xinyi often created surprises, he also knew that Xinyi was not omniscient and omnipotent and could not cover all fields. Xinyi said not to be outdone. "Although my academic qualifications and resume are not as good as Li Li's, this preliminary competition is ultimately about research and operations. I can completely guarantee that the performance of the technological products I create will not be weaker than anyone else's. If I can't do that, I can directly withdraw from the preliminaries. I won't give up." Everyone present was in an uproar after hearing this. Who would have thought that Xinyi would say such a thing in public? Is he so confident? Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face? Moreover, this pre-selection is crucial for scientific researchers. If successfully selected, they can go abroad to participate in international competitions. It is an honor for every scientific researcher to be able to participate in international competitions. Such experience can add a wonderful touch to one's resume. Xinyi actually said that he would withdraw from the preliminaries. I don't know whether it was because of his courage or arrogance and ignorance. Lu Zhai's and Li Li were silent at this moment. They did not have the courage to say such words. They have no confidence at all that they can win the first place in the preliminaries. Lu Chen saw that both sides refused to give in and knew it was his turn to make a decision. Then he said, "Then, I decided to give this quota to Xinyi. That's it." Li Li clenched his fists slightly and looked at Xinyi with a frown. "Since you were so sure, I will give you this spot. Don't let us down. Don't waste this quota and materials." In the last word, material, Li Li put it a bit seriously. He was a little dissatisfied. After a while, he would have to discuss it with Dean Liu. It was so unfair. Lu Zhuai sighed. "Well, since you were so confident, I am looking forward to your final scientific research work, but don't be slapped in the face." Neither of them expected that Xinyi could participate in the radar competition and get a quota. It was so unexpected. Everyone was very sad when they heard this result. Hey, what is the purpose of Vice President Liu doing this? The more suitable candidate is obviously Li. I think Xinyi is not suitable for research in this field. He actually praised Haikao directly. It is better to give this place to Li. It's a pity. Xinyi knows very little about the field of radar, and he will definitely not be able to produce any good scientific and technological works. I don't think he can produce any scientific works. To put it bluntly, he is a complete novice in the field of radar technology. How can he win the first place in this preliminary competition? Think about it. This preliminary competition is a battle between dragons and tigers. Many scientific researchers present have rich research experience. No one dares to say that they can get first place, but the unknown Xinyi dares to boast so much. It's really a bit confusing. No one present was optimistic about Xinyi, and some even thought that Xinyi was trying to please others. Obviously, I don't have many research works or rich scientific research experience, but I still have to compete with very capable people. It is a pity that the materials and the qualifications to participate in the radar work competition were wasted. Lu Chun waved his hand to signal for silence. The meeting will continue. Then we discuss quotas for some other scientific and technological directions and scientific research products. 2 hours later, all the science and technology research quotas were allocated. Lu Chun then talked about the pre-selection rules. In order to ensure the fairness of this scientific research, you are not allowed to communicate with anyone during the scientific research and development period. Everyone has an independent laboratory for scientific research and creation. They have 7 full days to create as much as they like. The top 10 will be selected in this preliminary competition, and various rewards will be given to the top 10. Everyone goes to the independent laboratory according to the list just announced. After everyone heard this, they immediately stood up and went to their independent laboratories. Su Qingqing cheered from the side. Brother Xinyi, come on, I believe you are the best, and you will definitely win the first place in this preliminary competition. Xinyi smiled slightly and nodded. I will study more in the field of scientific research when I go back later. After all, you are a candidate to directly participate in the national competition. Soon Su Qingqing left the sight of the two of them, leaving only Xinyi and Yi Royun heading to the laboratory. The locations of their experimental creations are located in several buildings in northern Qing dynasty. Yi Royun took the opportunity to ask Xinyi, why did you directly conclude that you could win first place at the meeting? You obviously have very weak knowledge in the field of radar, so why do you still create in areas that you're not good at? At this moment, she had some doubts in her heart. With Xunye's ability, she could definitely achieve excellent results in the competition. Why do you still want to do this? Xunyi suddenly said with a serious face. Because you must have the spirit to challenge yourself, so as to motivate yourself to work hard to create. Of course, the most important thing is that this competition is too easy for me. I can get first place in this preliminary competition by choosing any scientific research direction. Yi Royun sneered after hearing this. It was so pretentious. Who would believe it? On the other side, Li and Lu Zhai's found Vice President Liu. Li suddenly said angrily, why give the spot to Xinyi? He is not as good as me in terms of ability or technological level. I'm obviously better at studying radar, but I handed it over to a novice who doesn't even understand the basics. Obviously, he could show off his skills in this preliminary competition, but he did not get a spot. Instead, he studied another area of technology that he was not good at. Lu Chun naturally knew the confusion and unwillingness in his heart, so he could only use other words to say, maybe you don't know that Xunyi is an honorary outstanding teacher in our school. You should know that to receive such an honor, Xunyi can definitely reserve a spot. Li left before he could think about it. Li and Lu Zhai's were stunned when they heard this. They had been here for a while and had never heard that Xunyi was a teacher here, especially since Li had been teaching here for a long time. He had no idea that Xunyi was an honorary outstanding teacher in Northern Qing Dynasty. And this was the first time I saw Xunyi today. Logically speaking, I should have met him as a colleague, but I had never met him in school. That means what Dean Lu said is not true. Then why was another quota given to Xunyi? Suddenly, the two of them thought of a possibility. That is, Xunyi obtained this quota through connections. There is no other possibility. After all, Xunye's ability and technological level in the radar field are not as good as his. Xunyi also has no reputation in the field of scientific research, which further proves that Xunyi obtained this quota through connections. Thinking of this possibility, The two people suddenly looked contemptuous. Chapter 81, Disappointment. After Shun Yi came to the independent laboratory, he called out to the system in his heart. How long will it take to analyze the LiDAR? A mechanical sound sounded in my mind. Ding! The LiDAR drawing has been successfully parsed for 25 hours, and there are 95 hours left. Communication and learning can greatly speed up the analysis time. Just 2 hours of communication can speed up the analysis time by 20 hours. It seems that in the future, scientific and technological exchanges will still be the main focus. Then the first thing I did was to check the information and browse the literature, and I was not in a hurry to start research and development. He just sat quietly on the stool and looked at the LiDAR data, taking his time. There is a monitor outside each laboratory that shows the progress of the research. The monitor outside Shun Ye's laboratory showed 0. 2 days passed quickly, and it was time to eat in the morning. Many people walked out of the laboratory and came to the cafeteria hall, and everyone talked quietly. This is the only place where you can communicate briefly. There is only one person that many people are talking about, and that is Shun Yi. Everyone was whispering and discussing while eating. Hey, did you notice? The monitor outside Shun Yi is still at 0 after 2 days. I took a special look when I passed by. There was no movement in the laboratory. Through the crack in the door, I actually saw Shun Yi reading a book. Isn't this a last-minute rush? Oh my God, there is such a thing. Didn't he say he wanted to get first place before? What's the use of being anxious now? Because I said that the quota should not be given to Shun Yi that day. Soon after, Shun Yi also walked out and came to the cafeteria hall. Soon strange eyes fell on him. What Lu Zhai's hates the most is those with connections. He said to Lili next to him, I really don't know why these connections are participating in the competition. There has been 0 progress in the past 2 days. Participating in a competition is a disgrace to our scientific researchers. It is best to get rid of people like this without real materials as soon as possible. Lu Zhai thinks Shun Yi is just a showman. He just talks and doesn't practice fake moves. His progress is still 0 after 2 days. This person can't produce scientific research works at all, and he knows nothing about radar. Lili lowered his head and was silent for a while. It's a pity that the quota is given to me. I will definitely be able to show off my talents. I guess this guy won't even be able to produce scientific works in the end. Shun Yi randomly found a seat and sat down, and found that no one was sitting next to him, or even avoiding him. However, not long after, a beautiful figure sat beside him. It was Yi Royun who sat next to him with the food and asked, Isn't it uncomfortable to be looked at with strange eyes by everyone? Why do you care so much? Just do your own thing. Shun Yi didn't seem to realize that everyone was already isolating him. Because there is a rumor among the crowd that Shun Yi came in through connections, and the quota was also obtained through connections. Immediately, the crowd began to discuss again. Did you see? He really came in through connections, and even such a good-looking girl is sitting next to him. It's good to have connections. Even if you don't know anything, you can still participate in the competition, get a quota, and be accompanied by beautiful women. I despise people like this the most. They obviously have no ability at all, but still want to grab a spot. They are obviously just occupying the manhole and not giving up. We who are engaged in scientific research must devote ourselves to scientific research and cannot be ruined by this bad social atmosphere. We must eliminate Shun Yi. You even said you won the first place. I think it's all nonsense. I guess you can't even research scientific and technological works. Didn't you see that this person is 0? He probably came here to get gold-plated by participating in the preliminaries. I have seen many people like this. In the future, it will definitely be written on his resume that he participated in the preliminaries. Yi Royun frowned. How could these people have such big opinions on Shun Yi? Why do you say that about Shun Yi? Shun Yi heard their words, but did not refute them. They would naturally understand in the end. Because any explanation now is very pale, not many people believe it at all. Suddenly a mechanical sound sounded in my mind. Ding! The laser drawing has been analyzed in advance, and the host can click to view it and create it. When Shun Yi heard the reminder in his head, he immediately stopped eating and rushed back to his laboratory. It was finally completed. It seemed that I had to make it as soon as possible, so I used double the manufacturing time. Sufficient materials are prepared in the laboratory, so there is no need to worry about materials. Immediately afterwards, the robotic arm controlled by Shun Yi began to make. The model is being built, the reflective unit materials are being mixed and developed, and the aluminum alloy is being melted. It is expected to be completed in half an hour. Analysis progress. 48%, 67%, 86%, 100%. It is being matched with implanted photon avalanche diode, SPAD. Expected to be completed in half an hour. Analysis progress. 24%, 52%, 76%, 100%. The laser radar is being modified using optical phased array, OPA technology. It is expected to be completed in 1 hour. The analysis progress is 45%, 75%, 100%. EL chips are being developed and produced and are trying to be appropriately matched. It is expected to be completed in 1 hour. Analysis progress. 39%, 57%, 73%, 100%. After more than 10 hours of research and development, Xinyi finally completed the production of LiDAR, and then took the time to write an explanation manual. Xinyi then took the box and engraved his name and the title of the work on the LiDAR and the box respectively. Then put the LiDAR and explanation instructions inside the box. The monitor outside the laboratory also shows 100% progress. After Xinyi finished making it, he left the laboratory and walked out of the building. He wanted to go back. It was too boring to stay here. Besides, he still has classes to attend, and it will be his class time again tomorrow. But he met Lu Chan at the door. He was sitting here personally to check and not allow any unrelated people to enter. It was already dark at this time, and Lu Chan blurted out without seeing Xinyi clearly. "Who are you? How did you get out of it?" "Dean Lu, I am Xinyi. I have finished making it, and I want to go back now." Lu Chan was stunned when he heard this. In the past 2 days, he had been watching the surveillance cameras when he had time, watching every move and progress of the scientific researchers. Xinyi was his special concern. The progress has been 0 in the past 2 days, and through monitoring, Xinyi has been looking at the radar data, which is simply unbelievable. Lu Chan couldn't believe his ears. "Have you really finished the production? Don't be kidding." "Really? My work has been placed in the laboratory, so I will go back first." "Oh, okay." After Xinyi left, Lu Chan immediately called for surveillance and found that the monitor outside Xinyi had really reached 100%. I wiped my eyes and looked at it 3 times before finally confirming that there was nothing wrong with the monitoring. Doesn't that mean that Xinyi completed the production in less than a day? How is this possible? How can it be developed and produced so quickly? Even if it is a scientific and technological work to develop radar without eating or drinking, it will take at least 2 or 3 days. How can it be so fast? And why did Xinyi walk so fast? Why not stay and wait for the outcome of the game? Could it be that Xinyi just casually produced a scientific research product? Doesn't that mean that Xinyi has already begun to mess up? He gave up when he knew that he could not make technological products in the field of radar. Sure enough, in the field of radar technology, Xinyi could not produce scientific research works, let alone with good performance. It may also be because of what he said 2 days ago, and he didn't want to be slapped in the face in front of everyone at the end. Maybe there are 2 reasons. Lu Chan couldn't help but sigh when he thought about this. What a good young guy. How could he do this? I can't figure it out. Lu Chan suddenly felt disappointed with Xinyi. Chapter 82, Be My Boyfriend. As Xinyi was on her way back, a voice suddenly rang from her cell phone. When Xinyi clicked in, it turned out to be from Su Qingqing. "If you encounter some problems in scientific research, come to me directly after the election and help me solve them." After Xinyi thought for a while, he changed his route and walked in the direction of Su Qingqing's residence. Su Qingqing also lived alone, living in a relatively remote villa like Yi Royun. On the other side, after sending the message, Su Qingqing threw her phone away and walked towards the bathroom. He took off his robe and started taking a bath in the bathroom on the 2nd floor. Half an hour later, Su Qingqing walked out of the bathroom filled with fairy spirit. There was nothing covering her body, and her mysterious figure was on full display. After all, there is nothing to hide when you are alone at home, and nudity is a common occurrence. Su Qingqing wiped the water droplets from her body and walked downstairs. Her infrasonic device was still downstairs. She wanted to take it to the room to continue studying it. Su Qingqing wanted to study the infrasonic weapon device, but some aspects were not very clear, and the structure of the infrasonic device was still relatively complex. When he reached the corner of the stairs, he suddenly saw Xinyi in the lobby on the 1st floor. Su Qingqing was startled immediately and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. She didn't expect anyone to be in the hall. Didn't Xinyi have to come back after 7 days? Isn't this only the 3rd day? After hearing the sound, Xinyi turned around and saw Su Qingqing at the corner of the stairs. She was stunned on the spot, and her pupils instantly dilated. The fair skin, S-shaped curves, and proud breasts all show that Su Qingqing is a great beauty. There are still some water drops hanging on the body, which makes people want to take a bite. The body is still exuding steaming mist, making people feel like a fairy walking out of fairyland. The messy hair is even scattered on her shoulders, giving people a broken beauty. It can be said that all the advantages are displayed. Su Qingqing calmed down and continued walking down the stairs toward Xinyi, seemingly unaware that she was not wearing any clothes at all. It seemed like it was a daily habit that had numbed her current feelings. However, Xinyi stood motionless, watching Su Qingqing walking slowly, and was immediately at a loss. When Su Qingqing was about to approach Xinyi quickly shouted, "Stop, stop, stop! Why are you coming out like this? Put your clothes on first." Su Qingqing was stunned when she heard it. Then she looked down, screamed, and ran back upstairs. Xinyi looked at her hurriedly trembling body back, and suddenly a heat filled her body and heart. The images in my mind lingered, and my breathing became heavier and heavier. Xinyi tried hard to regain his composure and stop himself from thinking wildly. However, the more he restrained himself, the more uncomfortable he became, and even some physiological reactions occurred in his body. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I rushed into the bathroom nearby. Pour a basin of cold water on his face. Su Qingqing put on her clothes and walked downstairs carefully. "Xinyi, why didn't you even knock on the door?" Xinyi walked out of the bathroom, took a deep breath, and said, "Didn't you send a message asking me to come over? Didn't I ask you to come here after the election? It's only the third day. Is it over?" I produced the technological work ahead of schedule, so I came back ahead of schedule. The two looked at each other and suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Su Qingqing held the infrasonic device and said to him, "Go upstairs and study it. This is an infrasonic device. There are some things I don't understand." Then he ran up as if running away, just when Xinyi was about to go up. Suddenly, an infrasound wave came from upstairs. Although Xinyi couldn't hear it, he felt it physically and suddenly felt dizzy. He calmed down his body and collected himself. Xinyi suddenly thought that Su Qingqing had pressed the startup device. You must know that infrasound waves are inaudible to the human body. Sound waves can penetrate solids and other objects, and in severe cases can cause some harm to people. Infrasound waves can stun the human body, and in severe cases may damage internal organs and directly damage internal organs. Xinyi came to the second floor and saw Su Qingqing fainted on the ground, her clothes still a little messy, and the infrasound device placed aside. It seemed that Su Qingqing accidentally touched the start button when she picked her up. Xinyi came to her side, checked her physical condition, and found that she just fainted and was not seriously injured. Looking at her face as pink as a peach, I immediately thought of that scene again. Xinyi quickly shook his head and threw away the image in his mind. It seemed that he had to spend the night here, at least until Su Qing woke up. Because the door of the villa was not locked, it opened with a slight push, and Xinyi did not have a key to lock it. What if someone sneaks in late at night? There was no other way. Xinyi came to her side, picked her up gently, and put her gently on the bed. A slight chill came from the contact between skin, which suddenly shocked Xinyi. Could it be that he had caught a cold? Then he put the quilt on her body and found a stool to sit next to. Looking at the unconscious Su Qingqing, the image of the graceful figure came to mind again, and her breathing became heavier again. Gradually, my body became uncontrollable and began to heat up gradually, and my heart suddenly beat faster. The night is dark, but people's hearts are still restless. Wonderful night. Early the next morning, Xinyi woke up and walked into the toilet when he saw that Su Qingqing hadn't woken up yet. After a while, Su Qingqing woke up and saw Xinyi holding up his pants at the door of the toilet, and then looking at his messy clothes. A certain possibility suddenly occurred to me. Su Qingqing suddenly screamed, "You! How could you do this?" Then she hugged the quilt tightly, and her face quickly turned red. Although she had unexplainable feelings for Xinyi, the progress must have been too fast. "She's not ready yet," Xinyi said confusedly while holding up his pants. "What's wrong with me? You're still pretending to be stupid. Don't you remember what happened yesterday?" Xinyi was stunned when he heard it, thinking that Su Qingqing was talking about exposure. He immediately waved his hand and said apologetically, Sorry, I didn't mean it. It was really an accident." "What accident? So you don't want to be responsible?" Su Qingqing burst into tears after hearing this. She didn't expect Xinyi to be such a person. Xinyi said quickly, "No, that's not the case. What do you say? I have indeed seen that others are responsible. It seems that in the future, I will help Su Qingqing more in the field of scientific research, but there is no other way to repay him. Su Qingqing hugged the quilt and said, "It's already like this. Why do you still need me to say it out? You slept with me, and you must be responsible for me. Then become my boyfriend." Chapter 83 News about the competition. After hearing this sentence, Xunye's brain suddenly stopped thinking. Sleep? When had he slept with Su Qingqing? Su Qingqing continued, "Isn't this condition too much? And it was you who took the initiative. So you must become my boyfriend, otherwise my innocence." I don't know why. Su Qingqing was still a little excited in her heart, but she was still somewhat resistant to this matter. Xunyi began to explain quickly. "Wait, did you misunderstand something? I didn't do anything last night. I just sat on the stool next to me and fell asleep." When Su Qingqing heard this, tears almost burst out from her eyes, thinking that Xunyi didn't want to take responsibility. "Oh, don't cry yet. If you don't believe it, you can check your body." Xunyi suddenly felt anxious. This was related to the innocence of the two of them. If the explanation was not good, it would be difficult for the two of them to meet each other in the future. Su Qingqing looked at Xunyi with a sincere face with tears in her eyes. "Did nothing really happen last night?" Su Qingqing said in a milky voice. "Turn around." Xunyi then turned around honestly and complained in a low voice, saying that he had seen it all anyway. "Okay, come around. I have indeed wronged you." After Su Qingqing checked her body, the grudge in her heart disappeared immediately, but she also felt a little disappointed. "By the way, why did I suddenly faint last night?" Xunyi then began to explain. "Last night, you probably accidentally touched the start button." On the other side, in the cafeteria of Qingbei University, everyone gathered there. There is a surprising thing that has become the talk of the town. "Hey, have you heard? Xunyi left yesterday." "What's this?" "I heard that scientific research works were completed in one day. I feel like this is impossible. How can it be possible to complete a scientific research work in one day, unless Xunyi messed up the production at will and gave up on this preliminary competition? It's possible. After all, didn't he boast before? Winning first place. Maybe he knew that his creative ability was not good, so he left in despair. I must be afraid of being slapped in the face. What abilities does a person who comes in through connections have?" On the way to the canteen this morning, many people noticed that the monitor outside Xunyi reached 100%. It was clear that it was 0 the day before yesterday, but it was actually made in one day. No one would believe that a scientific research work produced in one day could be a good scientific research work. It must be shoddy. One man changed the topic and said to others, "I heard that the rewards for the top 10 this time are very generous, and there is even a mysterious grand prize. I've also heard that, especially the reward for first place is the mysterious grand prize, which is very generous. So I don't know who can win first place." Suddenly, everyone started a heated discussion again, and they all speculated about what the grand prize would be. Suddenly, everyone's chatter was opened again, and they began to talk about other matters related to the competition. "I think Ryu Shiai's is most likely to win the first place in this competition. He is a turtle with a high degree of education and a rich resume. I also think Lu Zhai's is the most likely. After all, he is the person with the most thorough scientific research theory among this group of people. The production progress of Yanagi Zhai's is also very fast. It is estimated that the production can be completed on the 6th day. I think there is someone else in this election. Everyone speculated on the top 10 candidates this time, but Xunye's name was never mentioned. Yi Royan naturally also heard that Xunyi left yesterday and completed the technological work in less than a day. It's really unbelievable." Then he murmured to himself, "A person who can manufacture nanophotonic chips and lithography machines is definitely not what everyone says." Yi Royan knew very well whether Xunyi had abilities, scientific research abilities, creative abilities, and innovative technologies. "But I really can't figure out what Xunyi is doing. Do you understand now?" Xunyi sat aside and drank water to calm down his shock. "So that's it. No wonder I suddenly passed out yesterday." Su Qingqing looked like she was suddenly enlightened. After explanation, she finally understood. Unexpectedly, Xunyi stayed with her all night last night, and even hugged her lovingly and covered her with the quilt. Suddenly my heart was filled with emotion, and a burst of joy burst out from my heart. He almost misunderstood Xunyi, and his face turned red when he thought of the conditions he proposed. Xunyi looked at Su Qingqing, who suddenly turned red, and asked, "What's wrong with you? Did you catch a cold because you didn't cover yourself with a quilt yesterday?" "My ears are red. Are you really sick? Then Shunyi stretched out his left hand and gently placed it on her forehead, sending a wave of warmth to his palm. Shunyi put his other hand on his forehead, feeling the temperature. Su Qingqing looked at his actions with a dull expression. When she felt the touch on her forehead, her face suddenly turned redder and her heart beat faster. Suddenly, a switch in my heart seemed to be activated, and my heart was quite touched. Shunyi retracted his left hand and sat on the stool again. Your body temperature is normal. Why are you blushing suddenly? It's okay. Maybe it's too hot from holding the quilt all the time. Shunyi nodded and walked out of the room and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He was hungry after going through a lot yesterday. After Su Qingqing watched him leave, she immediately stood up from the bed. Looking at my messy clothes, it seems that I have to change my clothes. My image cannot be messy. After a while, Shunyi came over with breakfast and handed one to Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing looked at him with gentle eyes. There were not many boys who were so capable and could take care of others. It would be nice if something happened last night. A look had been paying attention to him, and Shunyi suddenly turned back to look at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing hurriedly rolled her eyes, lowered her head, and said quickly, Do you know that after this election, you will continue to conduct scientific research and creation, and compare yourself with scientific and technological personnel in other regions? After all, there are many districts in a province, especially in the capital city. There are many scientific researchers, and there are very different districts, so multiple pre-selection competitions need to be conducted. In the end, 2 or 3 scientific researchers from more than 30 provinces will be selected to go to Yingjiang to participate in the international scientific and technological military competition. Su Qingqing learned these from different channels. After all, she also participated in this competition, so she would care about this news. Shunyi had indeed not heard the news and did not know that the technological creation competition was still going on. After thinking for a while, he said, I really don't know. Where did you get this news? Then, do you still know how long the preliminaries will last? Chapter 84, Why Can He Win First Place? Su Qingqing shook her head. She didn't know how long the preliminary competition would last, nor when it would end. Shunyi nodded and asked, Aren't you interested in infrasound? Tell us about some of the problems you encountered. Then Su Qingqing began to talk about some things he didn't understand during the scientific research and development process. After thinking for a while, Shunyi began to answer and put into practice. Su Qingqing peeked at Shunyi intentionally or unintentionally, and even made physical contact intentionally. As time passed, the preliminary competition in Qingbei was finally over, and it was already the first day after the competition. Numerous scientific and technological personnel submitted the technological products they developed and produced to the judges, including Dean and Professor Lu Chun. Even though they had already finished the work, they were still reluctant to leave and would wait for the results even if it took a day. It just so happens that today is the day when the top 10 list is announced. All the researchers came to the hall and waited. When they saw Lu Zhai's coming, they all congratulated him. Congratulations, congratulations. Brother Lu will definitely be among the top 3 in this preliminary competition. I don't think I can make it into the top 3, but I can definitely take first place in radar technology production. No one in this technological field understands the production of radar works better than Yanagi Jisawa. We congratulate Lu Zhai in advance. With his scientific research level, he may even be selected to participate in international science and technology competitions. I think this possibility is very high, and maybe it can even bring glory to our country. Listening to the constant congratulations and blessings from the people around him, Lu Zhai immediately looked at everyone with a smile on his face. Then he said to everyone, Thank you for your praise. I hope you can achieve good results. Not long after, Lu Chun and a group of professors came in front of everyone and stood on the podium. Lu Chun held a list and said to everyone, I will announce the top 10 names next. Everyone, please be quiet. The next moment, the scene fell silent, and everyone stared at Dean Lu intently. 10th place, Zhang Kaiga, Research and Development Work Number 1 Mecha. 9th place, Li Ronghua, Research and Development Work Superconducting Orbital Model. 8th place. As the number of people on the list became smaller and smaller, Lu Zhai's name has not been revealed for a long time. Until the 2nd place was announced, Lu Zhai's name was still missing, and Lu Zhai became excited. After all, none of the top 9 scientific and technological works are in the field of radar technology. They are all in different fields. So this first place definitely belongs to me. Everyone present also looked at Lu Zhai with envy. They did not expect that this man's scientific research ability was so powerful. The scientific research works he studied actually overwhelmed everyone present. Lu Chun smiled immediately when he saw the name of the first place, and then announced, "The first place is Shunyi, the scientific research work LiDAR." There was no enthusiastic cheers as expected, but instead a deathly silence. This name was beyond everyone's expectation. No one expected that the first place would be Shunyi. Lu Zhai's was immediately dissatisfied when he heard the name Shunyi. Why can he win first place? This is absolutely impossible. Lu Zhai's didn't believe that the first place was Shunyi. Everyone immediately broke into a heated discussion. How could Shunyi be the first place? Is there a shady story behind this? I also think there's something shady about this. Could it be a super powerful connection? I don't believe it. There is definitely something wrong here, and we don't accept it. Who would believe that a scientific research product made in one day can overwhelm everyone? This is too ridiculous. A person who entered the competition through connections actually won first place. How can we convince him? No one believed that the first place was Shunyi, and they all thought that there was definitely something fishy involved. After hearing this, Lu Chen frowned and said in a deep voice, "Are you questioning our judge's ability to judge scientific and technological works? All processes are compliant and qualified, and there are no relationships or shady secrets. Whether you believe it or not, the first place is Shunyi." At first, Lu Chen didn't believe it when he saw the list. It wasn't until I personally inspected the technology products made by Shunyi that I was sure that there was nothing wrong with the list. On the contrary, the technological works created by Shunyi far exceeded the content of this preliminary competition, and were simply crushing works. Lu Zhai's immediately raised doubts. Xunye's skills and his behavior are definitely not up to the level of the first place. I want to see it with my own eyes. You can't look at it. The scientific research works this time are all confidential. However, these words made everyone suspicious for a while, and the more they said this, the more people felt that there was something wrong with it. Suddenly, everyone shouted loudly, "We want to witness. We want to see the scientific research works. Let Xunyi come out and confront him. We want to witness. We want to see scientific research works. And let Xunyi come out and confront him. We want to witness." Then waves of shouts continued to echo throughout the hall. They all asked for the disclosure of scientific research works, and they wanted to see with their own eyes the scientific research products produced by Xunyi. One of the judging professors came forward, came to Vice President Lu's side, and said quietly, "Dean, why don't we make it public? Otherwise, this matter will get bigger and bigger, and we don't know how it will end." Lu Chen pondered for a while, looking at everyone with unwilling faces. He had no other choice. Lu Chen was a little helpless, and then said, "In that case, then I will make Shun Ye's scientific research works public. As a matter of fairness, one person must come forward to disclose his scientific research products." Lu Chen's voice just fell. Lu Zhai stood up and said, "I will publish my scientific research works. I want to see where the gap between us is. Does this first place deserve it? I want to see with my own eyes." This scientific research work was produced by Lu Zhai with a lot of energy and effort, and it can be said to be very excellent. It can definitely be regarded as one of the best technological works in other places. He simply didn't believe that Shun Ye's scientific research product, which he produced in just one day, crushed his scientific research work. He wants to see if there is anything shady in it. If there is, I will report it directly to the Superior Department. This phenomenon cannot be tolerated. Lu Chun then asked people to take out 2 scientific research works for everyone to see. Then he dialed another number. "Hey, what is Dean Lu doing here to see me? Have you forgotten that today is the day when the top 10 will be announced and the rewards will be announced?" Oh, I almost forgot. Just tell me. I'll come and get the reward when the time comes. I'm not in a hurry." "Aren't you in a hurry? Others are anxious to death, so you'd better come here quickly." "Did something happen that made me come here in such a hurry?"